Chapter 1. A temporary contract. Every day, grand trades are announced, and every year, the championship eludes them, such as the derision with which fans regard the Rockets. During the offseason, the team boasts loudly, yet accomplishes little. As the new season unfolds, they are once again plagued by a lack of personnel. The mainstays, Yao and McGrady, are often sidelined by injuries, leading the team to falter and exit in the first round of the playoffs. Can a team so reluctant to pay luxury taxes truly aspire to win a championship? Such thoughts provoke scorn among fans, yet their attention remains unwavering. It is not solely the Houston faithful. Fans across the nation cannot help but follow their beloved team. In the summer of 2008, the Rockets were once again engulfed in rumors. Fans had grown accustomed to the cycle of speculation that ultimately led to naught. Numerous fans would propose various trade scenarios on forums, only to be met with rebuttals from others. Impossible, impossible, they would declare. Among the myriad of rumors, the most tantalizing involved the acquisition of Ron Artest. Ron Artest, the fierce competitor who famously broke Michael Jordan's ribs during his rookie training camp with the Bulls. Under Rick Carlisle's guidance, Artest became an all-star, earned the title of Defensive Player of the Year, and was selected for the all-defensive first team, leading the Pacers to an impressive record. Regrettably, their playoff run ended in a stunning defeat to the Pistons, who would go on to claim the championship that year. The following season, the Pacers returned with vengeance, dominating the Eastern Conference, yet a confrontation during a game against the Pistons escalated into the notorious brawl at the Palace of Auburn Hills. Players clashed, and fans became embroiled in the chaos. Artest faced severe repercussions for attacking a fan who had provoked him, resulting in a season-long suspension. Ironically, he had targeted the wrong individual. The aftermath of the brawl saw Pacers legend Reggie Miller miss out on his final opportunity to pursue a championship, leading to his regretful retirement and the disbandment of the star-studded Pacers roster. Artest and other marquee players were subsequently traded away. Artest found himself with the Sacramento Kings, where the head coach was none other than Rick Adelman, the current coach of the Rockets, renowned for his Princeton offense. While things went well under Adelman, discord arose with the new head coach after Adelman's departure. Consequently, Artest requested a trade that summer. The Kings were in the midst of a complete rebuild. They were unwilling to pay luxury taxes and feared that Artest's presence would disrupt team chemistry. With his contract entering its final year, the urgency to trade him was palpable. Fail to do so, and they would receive nothing in return. The prospect of Artest's departure ignited fervent discussions among Rockets fans. Despite Artest being in the prime of his career and possessing all-star caliber talent, the prevailing sentiment among fans was skepticism, given the Rockets' historical tendencies. When rumors surfaced, they dismissed them with a resolute, "We do not believe in rumors, nor do we spread them." Yet, in an unexpected turn, the Rockets managed to acquire Artest with minimal cost, reminiscent of the fable of the boy who cried wolf. This time, the wolf had indeed arrived. The Rockets have suddenly acquired the most fashionable moniker in the league since the Celtics clinched the championship through a major trade, the Big Three. The fans of the Rockets erupt in jubilant cheers. Qin Lie's cheers are even more heartfelt, for he has been reborn in his past life. He made numerous missteps, and after drifting through mediocrity in middle age, he is filled with regret. Now, with the chance to start anew, Qin Lie feels a long-lost vigor. In this lifetime, I must live splendidly. Standing at 2 meters tall with a wingspan of 2.18 meters, he possesses remarkable static athleticism. However, he began playing basketball rather late, and during his 4 years in the NCAA, he was relatively unremarkable, failing to be selected by the NBA. In his previous life, he had abandoned his passion for basketball, but this time he is determined to pursue a professional career in the sport. After all, who wouldn't want to benefit without facing divine retribution? Qin Lie gazed at the credited bonuses, revealing a sincere smile. The NBA's supreme championship system. Host, Qin Lie. This system aids the host in rapidly enhancing their abilities and accumulating NBA championships, with guaranteed quality and no deception. Initial basketball attributes, maximum value 100. Strength, 60, speed, 60, jumping, 60, stamina, 60, explosiveness, 60, three-point shooting, 60, mid-range shooting, 60, layups, 60, dunking, 60, free throws, 60, post-play, 60, ball handling, 60, passing, 60, breakthrough, 60, stealing, 60, rebounding, 60, blocking, 60, off-ball movement, 60, physicality, 60, drawing fouls, 60, defense, 60, durability, 60, stability, 60. Skills. Clutch player level 1. King of the fourth quarter level 1. Clutch player level 1. Increases the final shot success rate, doubling the average shooting percentage, with an additional 50 points that ignore defensive effects. King of the fourth quarter level 1. Enhances all abilities of the host by 20 in the fourth quarter, with a doubling effect during overtime. Store. Welcome to shop. Newcomer benefits. Scoring King card. Scoring King card increases the success rate of any scoring method in the match by 30, accompanied by an additional 50 points that ignore defensive effects. Though his initial attributes are somewhat low, the skills are formidable, and the benefits are substantial, which leaves Qin Lie quite satisfied. He glanced at the store, noting that purchases do not require cash, but can be made with victory points. Victory points are earned only through wins in the NBA regular season and playoffs. Therefore, Qin Lie's immediate priority is to join an NBA team. To be honest, Qin Lie is not particularly adept at job hunting, which is why he did not struggle much after being undrafted in his past life. However, this time is different. He possesses greater life experience. Suddenly, an old-fashioned ringtone echoed, and Qin Lie pressed the answer button, hearing a familiar voice. It's done. Your strategy was remarkably effective. Haha. When we brothers unite, there's nothing we can't accomplish. We must celebrate this properly. I've arranged for a few lovely models to join us for a night of revelry. After hanging up with Jean William, Qin Lie clenched his fist tightly. It's done. The B plan can be abandoned. Due to his parents' work, Qin Lie attended university in the United States, where Jean William became his close friend. Jean William, a Sino-American hybrid and somewhat of a wealthy second generation, currently works at CAA, primarily managing aspiring models. In any case, a life free from financial concerns seems less appealing than the pursuit of romantic conquests. Jean William, often perceived as frivolous and unreliable, possesses a profound sense of loyalty and commendable abilities. He is a trusted companion of Qin Lie, a brother forged over 2 lifetimes. When Qin Lie sought opportunities with the Rockets, he merely proposed an idea, and Jean Williams swiftly assisted in securing a temporary contract. The process was not intricate. Leveraging his company connections, Jean William reached out to a moderately renowned sports journalist and arranged a brief meeting with Yao Ming's team. That he mentioned Qin Lie's intention to explore prospects with the Rockets, kindly requesting Yao to look after his fellow countrymen. With Yao's blessings, he procured an opportunity from the Rockets. Although some subtle maneuvering was involved, the Rockets were willing to extend an opportunity, which would return to the team's summer operations. For a frugal organization like the Rockets, having 2 all-star players occupying substantial salary space leaves them with little maneuverability. The most significant enhancement might come from the draft. Last year, their 3 rookies Brooks, Landry, and Sculla performed admirably, instilling confidence in the team. During the draft, they executed a minor trade, assisting the Trailblazers in selecting Batum in exchange for their interest in Dant Green and Dorsey, thereby securing both a wing and a frontcourt backup. Consequently, Green made a name for himself during the Summer League, showcasing prowess that rivaled the 2nd overall pick, Beasley, and scoring an astounding 40 points, the 2nd highest in Summer League history. This caught the Kings' attention, leading them to agree to a trade with the Rockets, in exchange for Green, bench player Bobby Jackson, and next year's first-round pick along with cash. The Rockets acquired the unexpectedly coveted star, Artest. Star player Tracy McGrady expressed his delight, stating, "I must say, this is a moment I have awaited for 11 years in my career. The team has genuinely improved, as we have finally made substantial enhancements by gathering the most talented players on the court, and I believe that with these players we can compete with the league's top teams." Soon after, he would come to regret uttering those words. The cash involved in the trade was also crucial, as the Kings were close to the luxury tax threshold, and various factors combined allowed the Rockets to benefit. Acquiring Artest left the Rockets with little room for further transactions during the summer. Moreover, due to numerous injuries, the team required a 3rd or even 4th-string substitute for the wing position. It was under these circumstances that Qin Lie entered the fray, competing alongside several other NBA fringe players for the final roster spot, and a contract that could be deemed lucrative in the eyes of the external world as an NBA minimum salary. Chapter 2. The final spot. DJ Strawberry, Mike Harris, and Vaught Weaver are Qin Lie's 3 competitors. The 4 vied for a non-guaranteed contract, illustrating the fierce competition within the NBA. Strawberry is commendable defensively, while Harris is tenacious and fearless. However, both possess a critical flaw. Their offensive capabilities leave much to be desired, which historically has favored Weaver in securing the final position AS for Qin Lie. He is an unremarkable player. His initial statistics reveal his versatility, capable of performing various tasks, yet lacking any particular standout quality. For individuals are either second-round draft picks who fail to make a mark or undrafted players, all ardently yearning for a position within the NBA. During the Rockets training camp, Qin Lie leveraged his shared nationality to frequently engage in conversations with Yao Ming, which led the other three to perceive him as an insufferable beneficiary of nepotism, resulting in various forms of animosity directed towards him. In truth, it was Weaver who slightly edged ahead among the group. His athletic prowess was remarkable, and he displayed a willingness to attack on the court, yet his deficiencies were glaringly apparent as basketball IQ was lacking, making it challenging for him to integrate into the team's tactical framework. He epitomized the archetype of a bench player reliant on sheer physicality. Such players are not uncommon in the NBA. Their chances of securing a position hinge upon the slightest stroke of luck. Moreover, Weaver's temperament was far from favorable. He had a history of skipping classes in college and had engaged in malicious behavior during draft tryouts. If the Rockets had a choice, they would undoubtedly steer clear of a player with such problematic tendencies. Consequently, Weaver harbored a profound sense of urgency and frequently sought to stir trouble. Nevertheless, regardless of the characteristics displayed by the four during the training camp, their fates would undoubtedly be determined by the preseason games. In reality, if Qin Lie were indeed a beneficiary of favoritism, securing a position would not pose much of a challenge. The NBA is rife with players who have familial ties to team stars, coaches' sons, and the offspring of legends. There are countless examples of such connections within the league. Yet, Yao Ming was particularly cautious about being perceived as biased. He took special care of Qin Lie during the training camp, and the two quickly became acquainted, yet Yao never offered Qin Lie any praise, let alone directly advocated for him too. The team, Qin Lie's performance during the training camp was passable, with occasional flashes of brilliance that failed to capture the coaching staff's attention. Opportunities were scarce, and possessing skills was insufficient to make an impact. However, one commendable trait was his adherence to the tactical execution, which he executed with remarkable precision. Before the preseason commenced, Yao Ming took the time to converse with Qin Lie. Do not be anxious during the game. Maintain your focus and fulfill the coach's directives, he advised. The team may lean towards retaining a player capable of offensive contributions, so seize the moment whenever you can. Thank you, brother Yao. I will give it my all, Qin Lie expressed gratefully. Yao might have been privy to some underlying matters, yet discerning the team's intentions was not particularly challenging. Adelman, a coach renowned for his offensive acumen, had expressed dissatisfaction with the Rockets' offensive strategy last season and was likely to place greater emphasis on players' attacking capabilities moving forward. Qin Lie merely required a suitable opportunity. That on October 8th, the Rockets officially kicked off their 200,809 preseason. However, during this match, Qin Lie and the other fringe players were not afforded significant chances. With key players like McGrady and Battier sidelined due to injuries, the Rockets were focused on solidifying their lineup. The team had acquired Artest over the summer, and they were eager to witness results in the new season. Adelman had temporarily set aside considerations regarding the final roster spot. In this game, the focus was on Artest's chemistry with the team. The previous season's pleasant surprises Scola, Landry, and Brooks and Weatherhead, in his final year as a rookie, could continue to hold his own on the wing. The Rockets faced a challenging task, but ultimately triumphed over the Grizzlies, who were without Pau Gasol. Artest demonstrated his prowess with 15 points and 6 rebounds, validating the team's acquisition. After playing for approximately 20 minutes and breaking a sweat, Yao Ming advised Qin Lie, "Maintain your patience. I understand," Qin Lie replied, exhibiting a calmness that exceeded Yao's expectations. With an advantage in skill, confidence surged within him. In the 2 days leading up to the match against the Spurs, veteran Barry was in the starting lineup as the Rockets expanded their roster evaluation. The Spurs rested Duncan and Ginobili, while Artest excelled, scoring a game-high 18 points to aid the Rockets in achieving consecutive victories during the preseason. Fans were elated, believing the trades made by the Rockets over the summer were astutely calculated. Qin Lie finally made his appearance in the second half, playing for 10 minutes and making 2 out of 4 attempts, remaining relatively inconspicuous. Strobel and Harris were similarly subdued, with only Weaver seizing more opportunities, effectively driving toward the basket. In the third preseason game against the Celtics, dubbed a showdown of the Big Three, McGrady took the court to regain his rhythm, while the role players remained overlooked. It appeared the Rockets' formidable trio could indeed contend with the Celtics' own, yet the Rockets suffered a narrow defeat by a single point. After 3 preseason games, the Rockets would finally begin to scrutinize their role players more closely. Yao privately informed Qin Lie that the team's decisions hinged on these 2 games, emphasizing the necessity to seize the moment. In the 4th preseason match, the Rockets faced the Thunder on the road. Throughout these 4 games, the starting lineup varied each time, with Artest, Alston, and Yao garnering the most starts, while the other 2 positions remained under evaluation. In this match, Weaver was named a starter. Against the rookie Thunder, The Rockets aimed to further assess their fringe players. This marked the Thunder's inaugural season. They had previously been the Supersonics, but were sold after the 2005-06 season due to financial struggles and poor performance. New owner Clay Bennett, embroiled in disputes with the city of Seattle, relocated the team to his hometown of Oklahoma, rebranding it as the Thunder. The Thunder predominantly featured youthful talent, with future MVP Kevin Durant entering his second season. Last season, he and his draft classmate Jeff Green were selected for the All-Rookie team, and this year they welcomed another future MVP, Russell Westbrook, forming the first generation of the Thunder's trio. Despite their abundant talent, the Thunder were undeniably a weak team, struggling with defense. Shortly after the game commenced, Coach Adelman called Qin Lie's name. This marked Qin Lie's first time entering the game as a substitute in the first half, and the timing was notably early that he recognized that his moment to shine had arrived. With the lineup shifting each game, there might be a chance for him to start in the future, though it remained uncertain. However, this game was evidently focused on evaluating the team's fringe wings, as Weaver's starting position and Qin Lie's timely entry indicated. Without hesitation, Qin Lie activated his scoring card. If he didn't utilize it now, he might miss the opportunity altogether. Qin Lie possessed patience, but he was not one to linger. He jogged onto the court, meeting Yao's encouraging gaze. Entering the game early while Yao had yet to rest presented a unique opportunity. Though they had never cooperated in a formal match, Qin Lie was thoroughly acquainted with the Rockets' various strategies, having mastered them during training camp, whether it be the Princeton offense or the star-studded tactics that blended inside and outside play. The Rockets' offensive play unfolded as Yao Ming positioned himself high to receive the ball, directing his gaze towards Qin Lie. Qin Lie feigned a move to receive the pass before swiftly darting back, while the young leader of the Thunder, Durant, dismissed Qin Lie as a mere peripheral player, failing to react promptly to his movement. In an instant, Qin Lie created a separation from Durant through his retreat, prompting Yao Ming to deliver the ball without hesitation. Chapter 3. Adelman's attention. Upon receiving the ball, Qin Lie executed his shot with precision, launching a three-pointer. Qin Lie's proficiency in three-point shooting could only be deemed satisfactory, as his shooting percentage during the training camp scrimmages hovered around a mere 30%. Even with the enhancement from the scoring king card, one could not claim absolute certainty in his success. Often, triumph requires a touch of fortune, a confluence of favorable circumstances. What Qin Lie must do is to showcase his very best self. With a swift motion, the basketball cascades through the hoop, eliciting a delightful sound from the net as Qin Lie decisively sinks a three-pointer. Owing to the presence of Yao Ming, both the media and fans in the country are intensely focused on the Rockets games, even during the preseason. Consequently, Qin Lie has garnered considerable attention. In this era, prior to the complete digitalization of information, fans primarily rely on live broadcasts to obtain updates about Qin Lie. His early entrance onto the court and successful shots have greatly excited domestic fans. Splendid. The Rockets must retain Qin Lie. He approaches the game with diligence, displaying greater commitment than several others. He embodies the essence of Battier. Though his statistics may not shine, he contributes significantly to the team. At last, the moment arrives when both Qin Lie and Yao Ming share the court. Their synergy is remarkable. This is how the Rockets should play. Qin Lie must have the audacity to take his shots. Qin Lie raised his fist, feeling a surge of confidence as he scored on his first shot. A favorable touch often heralds further opportunities. With increased chances, one can hone their form to its finest, thus making a strong start imperative. When an unknown player scored a three-pointer right in front of him, Durant felt a flicker of irritation. As it was Thunder's turn to attack, Durant opted to isolate Qin Lie beyond the three-point line, executing a deft dribble before launching his shot. Indeed, Durant's skills are exceptional. This towering figure possesses remarkable ball sense. Yet, he underestimated Qin Lie, opting to shoot prematurely before fully creating space. As Qin Lie's long arm reached out slightly to interfere, Durant's three-point attempt clanked off the rim. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Yao Ming securing the rebound, prompting Qin Lie to swiftly pivot and make a fast break. Yao, hoping that his compatriot would stay, immediately tossed the ball to Qin Lie, although Durant was slightly slow to react and had yet to return to defense. The eager rookie Westbrook charged forward with determination. With remarkable speed, Westbrook swiftly positioned himself in front of Qin Lie. Qin Lie chose not to challenge Westbrook with the ball but instead executed a swift stop just beyond the three-point line, releasing a steady shot. As Westbrook turned to intercept, he witnessed the basketball soaring over his head, only to descend into the hoop once more. Qin Lie scored again, marking his second three-pointer, showcasing his blazing form today. With unwavering confidence, Qin Lie imparted a lesson to this year's 4th overall pick. Following 2 consecutive baskets, he became increasingly exhilarated, fully embodying his splendid state. Unfortunately, the Rockets soon made extensive substitutions, and with Yao Ming taking a breather, opportunities to assist Qin Lie dwindled. Others, particularly the fringe players under evaluation, were unwilling to pass the ball to him. While it is understandable for competitors to act in such a manner, the overall synergy within the Rockets was evidently lacking. Adelman's attempt to replicate the Princeton offense with the Rockets encountered challenges, as the style did not quite suit the team's dynamics. Both McGrady and Yao Ming were accustomed to being ball-dominant stars, adept at finishing plays. Among the Rockets' rotation players, individuals like Brooks, Head, and Landry prioritized scoring. With passing being less of a forte, often, Yao Ming would not even receive the ball when he called for it. Tactics must align with the players. If players are forced to conform to the tactics, even the most brilliant strategies may falter. In order for Qin Lie to distinguish himself among teammates who are averse to passing, he must abandon the notion of relying on others. If his teammates refuse to pass, he must seize the opportunity himself. The opposing team, the Thunder, has also introduced a cadre of marginal players, resulting in a scenario where everyone is merely pecking at one another like fledgling chickens. Qin Lie fervently surged to seize the rebound, ultimately capturing an offensive board. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped forward and executed a thunderous dunk. The domestic fans, who had specifically come to offer their support, could not contain their excitement and erupted into cheers from the stands. Today, Qin Lie's performance was truly remarkable, even in the preseason. Witnessing the display of 2 domestic players was worth double the ticket price. His prowess in rebounding was evident, not only securing offensive boards but also protecting 3 defensive rebounds. With the players remaining on the court being relatively weaker, Qin Lie seized the opportunities presented to him. Armed with the scoring champion card, he exhibited a remarkable confidence on the offensive end. Consequently, he refrained from passing the ball, and just prior to being substituted, he added another 5 points to his tally, concluding the first half with an impressive 13 points and 4 rebounds. Notably, his efficiency surpassed that of the starting player, Weaver. Observing Qin Lie's outstanding performance, Weaver grew increasingly anxious to showcase his skills, inadvertently exposing his weaknesses in the process. During halftime, as they returned to the locker room, Yao, patting Qin Lie's shoulder with delight, remarked, "Well done, keep it up." Qin Lie responded with unwavering determination, "Rest assured, brother Yao, I will not let you down." After Coach Adelman addressed the team, Qin Lie proactively expressed, "Sir, I feel great today, and I will continue to strive in the second half." Adelman smiled and offered him encouragement. Noticing the rapport between Qin Lie and the head coach, Weaver hurriedly stepped forward, proclaiming, "Sir, I can perform even better than he can." Dressed impeccably in a suit, Adelman chose not to elaborate further. He was indifferent to the competition among the team's fringes. Whoever performed well would remain, as none of them would be the key to the new season's success. In the second half, although Qin Lie continued as a substitute, his commendable first-half performance earned him a place among the first group of substitute players to be called into action. "Rookie, you won't have a chance to shine in the second half," Durant deliberately approached to say. Qin Lie, currently disinterested in exchanging banter with Durant, merely offered a faint smile. This provoked Durant's ire. How could he, a superstar, stoop to engage with such a minor figure only to be met with disdain? Enraged, Durant began to ramble incessantly. Qin Lie felt a sense of helplessness. Xiao Shuai's banter lacked any real impact, proving far less incisive than his online remarks. Consequently, he indulged Durant's wish for a verbal sparring match, asserting, "Teams like yours, so feeble, cannot possibly impede my progress." Just as Durant, fueled by anger, prepared to unleash a tirade, Qin Lie suddenly accelerated to receive the ball. Yao Ming passed it to him, and Qin Lie immediately adopted a shooting stance. Fueled by rage, Durant leaped high to block. Yet, Qin Lie's motion was merely a feint. He had not entirely evaded the grasp of the long-armed Durant, thus refraining from a reckless shot. Durant soared past him, and with a lateral move, Qin Lie launched a three-pointer that swished through the net once more. At this juncture, Durant was entering his prime, exhibiting remarkable prowess. To continue the contest, Qin Lie was undoubtedly at a disadvantage. However, in the second half, both teams' main players had not spent much time on the court, and Durant, unable to exact his revenge, was substituted for a breather, likely retreating to the internet to soothe his bruised spirit with images of youthful models. After Durant's departure, Qin Lie elevated his score to 19 points by the third quarter. with 15 of those points coming from three-pointers, capturing Adelman's considerable interest in this young talent. Chapter 4. The dust settles, the Rockets embarking on a new season. Required role players capable of offensive contributions and those proficient in shooting would undoubtedly complement the newly formed trio. Adelman's previous impression of Qin Lie had been rather lukewarm. However, reflecting upon the game, he recognized that this young player possessed a commendable understanding of tactics. Selecting him could prove to be a prudent choice. Qin Lie's stellar performance in this match prompted Adelman to gauge just how far he could push his limits. Thus, he allowed Qin Lie to play the entirety of the fourth quarter, instructing the other players to facilitate his scoring opportunities. The coach's decision aligned perfectly with Qin Lie's aspirations. The fourth section of Qin Lie activated the effect of the king of the final quarter, enhancing all abilities by 20. Coupled with the scoring king card's bonus to shooting accuracy, he has become an indomitable presence on the court amidst a crowd of mediocre players. The fringe players on the Thunder side showed little interest in restraining Qin Lie. Their sole focus was on scoring. Qin Lie deliberately showcased his three-point shooting ability. After gaining possession, he successfully landed 3 consecutive three-pointers, prompting a timeout from the Thunder. "You must find a way to stop him," urged Thunder head coach Colechimo. It was only then that the Thunder's role players began to focus on their defensive duties. Unfortunately, their individual defensive skills were rather mediocre, and the team defense lacked cohesion, allowing Qin Lie to continue scoring effortlessly. His three-point shooting, in particular, was swift, precise, and ruthless. In the final quarter, Qin Lie could be regarded as a versatile player of considerable merit. As he consistently racked up points, he became the focal point of the match. Is Qin Lie's offensive prowess truly this formidable? His three-point shooting is remarkable. I've never encountered a player with such shooting finesse. Rockets, are you not tempted? The league has yet to enter the small ball era, with Curry, who would later revolutionize the offensive style of the league, still enjoying double teams in college. And the NBA had not yet conducted extensive research on three-point strategies. In the final moments of the match, Qin Lie unleashed a flurry of three-point shots that completely redefined many people's perceptions. Can basketball truly be played in such a manner? The audacity of his shooting is simply astonishing. My goodness, Qin Lie has already scored double digits in a single quarter. Is this a dream? A previously obscure Chinese player now has the potential to score over 40 points. Could he possibly continue this scoring spree? How is it that Qin Lie was overlooked in the selections? Where had he been playing prior to this? It is astonishing that such a remarkable player has never been called up to the national team. Could it be? He seems even more formidable than Yao Ming. Is China on the brink of producing another superstar? It feels as though Chinese basketball is poised for a renaissance. The frenzied performance of Qin Lie has astonished countless fans, capturing their undivided attention. As Qin Lie relentlessly accumulates points, the Rockets have surged ahead by double digits. The Thunder players have grown indifferent to the score, consumed by the desire to prevent Qin Lie from showcasing his talents any further. The thought of this seemingly out-of-nowhere player scoring 50 points is enough for them to contemplate retirement. Consequently, without a clear directive from the opposing coach, Qin Lie finds himself besieged. Qin Lie also aspires to utilize the esteemed scoring champion card to deliver an even more explosive performance. However, he is no fool. He comprehends the principle of moderation. The Thunder player's spontaneous double-teaming strategy exposes significant defensive vulnerabilities. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Lie delivered a remarkable assist, enabling his teammate to score effortlessly. His ability to both score and facilitate play has undoubtedly elevated his standing in the eyes of Coach Adelman. The Thunder's players, mere underdogs, found their morale shattered by Qin Lie's prowess. Among a roster of relatively obscure talents, how could he possess such extraordinary strength? In the closing moments, Qin Lie activated his clutch player skill once more. With the trifecta of buffs compounded, he launched an astonishing long-range three-pointer amidst tight defense, culminating his performance with an exquisite flourish. It is simply unfathomable. Qin Lie is nothing short of a superstar. My goodness, how could this young man be overlooked? It is truly a farce. In the final moments of the match, Qin Lie astoundingly scored 25 points, culminating in an impressive total of 44 points, leaving everyone in awe. Following the game, Qin Lie graciously participated in a media interview, expressing, "I felt in excellent form today and am delighted to have contributed to the team's victory. The Rockets are a formidable team, and I hope to have more opportunities to assist the team in the future." When asked by domestic media about his confidence in remaining with the Rockets, Qin Lie responded without hesitation, "Certainly, I deserve a place." His performance in this game was nothing short of dominant. Although it was merely a preseason match, the Rockets could secure a potential jackpot with a non-guaranteed contract. And it would be foolish for the management to overlook such talent, even if they were to err in judgment. Qin Lie could leverage this performance to secure a contract with other NBA teams, which justifies his utilization of such extraordinary skills. Meanwhile, the other players vying for this coveted spot are undoubtedly feeling quite dejected. Qin Lie's extraordinary performance signifies that their chances have slipped away. Weaver feels an intense sense of dissatisfaction. This match was supposed to be his moment as a starter, yet it ultimately favored Qin Lie. In the subsequent team training sessions, he is determined to overshadow Qin Lie, persistently seeking one-on-one confrontations with him. Qin Lie currently pays no heed to him. Why should he offer his competitors an opportunity to shine? They are but insignificant figures, and he need not concern himself with their feelings. Durant has taken note of him. But who is Weaver? Weaver is acutely aware that his prospects with the Rockets may have already dwindled. On one occasion, in a fit of agitation, he nearly confronted Qin Lie directly, prompting the assistant coach in charge of training to intervene and restore calm. The preseason marches on. In the match against the Grizzlies, Strawberry was granted a starting position. To be frank, his performance was satisfactory, yet with Qin Lie setting such a high standard, an ordinary display will hardly capture the attention of head coach Adelman. Weaver, too, is tirelessly striving to prove his worth. He persistently attempts three-point shots, eager to demonstrate that he can perform feats akin to those of Qin Lie. However, he falls short. Despite exhibiting decent offensive prowess, Adelman perceives Weaver as somewhat erratic, deeming him not a fitting candidate for the team. In the final quarter, Qin Lie exhibited a steady performance, yet overall, it could be deemed rather average, akin to his training sessions, with a somewhat lackluster aggression on the offensive front. Coach Adelman, however, perceives Qin Lie as diligent and willing to undertake the arduous tasks, noting his commendable shooting percentage, deeming him a highly suitable role player for the team. Once the head coach forms a bias, the player's performance on the court merely serves as a reference. The last two preseason games for the Rockets are against the Kings. These encounters represent a friendly exchange between the two teams and provide the Rockets with an opportunity to fine-tune their primary roster ahead of the regular season. The marginal figures of these teams can only quietly occupy the bench. The Houston Rockets have smoothly concluded their preseason, with no unexpected twists regarding the allocation of their final roster spot. Following the preseason, the Rockets officially announced the retention of Qin Lie, adding another Chinese player to their roster. In the upcoming season, Qin Lie will join Yao Ming in the pursuit of glory in the NBA. Chapter 5. Patiently awaiting rookie season task. Who shall emerge as the superior newcomer? One must absorb their wisdom and strive to become the strongest. The system's tasks lack comprehensive detail, and Qin Lie does not delve too deeply into them. Having secured a place on the team, he must cherish this opportunity and train diligently. Even with an advantage, one must exert effort to apply it effectively. In fact, possessing a system necessitates even greater diligence, as it opens up more possibilities for his career, providing hope and motivation. Despite claiming the roster spot, Qin Lie remains a minor player within the Rockets lineup. He approaches each day with earnestness and dedication, displaying a commendable work ethic without excessive aggression, seemingly a far cry from the individual who once scored over 40 points in a playoff game. While his performance may not have facilitated immediate camaraderie with his teammates, he is not met with disdain, naturally integrating into the team. Qin Lie did not overly concern himself with the dynamics within the team, as he was not particularly adept in this area, and the internal situation of the Rockets was somewhat intricate. Yao Ming had never been fond of forming cliques. Yet Tracy McGrady had his own small faction, though he was rather self-centered, leading to some discord among the players. Furthermore, with athletes of diverse nationalities and complexions, along with the unpredictable newcomer Artest, it seemed most prudent for a minor player like Qin Lie to maintain merely collegial relationships with the majority. As October drew to a close, the Rockets finally prepared to debut their new season at home. Over the summer, Battier and Alston had undergone surgeries, with Battier experiencing a longer recovery than anticipated and yet to return. Consequently, the Rockets were momentarily unconcerned about the positional issues regarding Artest, McGrady, and Battier, opting instead to start the formidable trio alongside the streetball king Alston and the Argentine Scola. The Grizzlies, having traded their all-star player Pau Gasol to the Lakers, were undergoing a complete rebuild. In the new season, Pau's younger brother Marc Gasol stepped into his sibling's role. In truth, the majority of the Grizzlies' main players, aside from Malisic, were youthful talents. Their focus was on nurturing not only the promising Rudy Gay but also this year's third overall pick, O.J. Mayo. for whom they held immense expectations, granting him the status of tactical centerpiece. Yet, the Grizzlies found that their efforts to cultivate Mayo bore no fruit, while Qin Lie and the younger Gasol began to flourish. As for Lowry, he found himself with no opportunities within the Grizzlies. During the match, Yao Ming took advantage of the younger Gasol, and the Rockets maintained a clear advantage over the youthful Grizzlies, particularly on the defensive end. The Rockets still retained the defensive prowess reminiscent of the Van Gundy era, and during critical moments, the Grizzlies struggled to score against them. With several rookies on the Grizzlies roster, Qin Lie naturally desired to showcase his abilities and understand the team's dynamics. However, in the season opener, Adelman was exceedingly cautious. Not only did Qin Lie find himself without opportunities, but even Brooks, a second-year player, was unable to take the court. The character Qin Lie, an underdog, finds it quite challenging to secure an opportunity within a championship-contending team. The match was somewhat perilous. Yet the Rockets managed to achieve a triumphant start. The trio of stars appeared promising, particularly Artest, who demonstrated greater efficiency on both ends of the court compared to McGrady. While McGrady undoubtedly possesses talent, his efficiency often ranks as the lowest among the four prominent shooting guards. Previously, the team relied solely on the star power of Yao Ming, whose amiable nature kept him from voicing concerns. With the addition of another star this season, the team's success alleviates any tension. However, should the results falter, one can easily envision the discord that may arise between Artest and McGrady. Presently, Artest is in high spirits, as Coach Adelman expresses a desire to mentor players of his caliber. Artest, in turn, asserts that only esteemed coaches like Carlisle and Adelman are worthy of his guidance. He perceives himself as an essential part of the team, eager to collaborate with fellow All-Stars in pursuit of greatness. In the second match, the Rockets faced the Mavericks, where Artest continued to shine, displaying a remarkable synergy with Yao, allowing the Rockets to flourish both inside and outside the paint. Conversely, McGrady's performance deteriorated as his injuries had not fully healed. Observing Yao and Artest excel, McGrady felt overshadowed and began to resort to ill-advised isolation plays, resulting in the Mavericks taking the lead. McGrady's disregard for the game plan irked Adelman, who opted to bench him in the final quarter. Under the leadership of Yao and Artest, the Rockets executed a splendid team effort, successfully overturning the Mavericks to secure victory. Despite this winning streak, underlying tensions began to surface. It is widely recognized that McGrady is particularly sensitive to his standing in relation to the team's success. Adelman's decision to diminish his role left him feeling uneasy. Previously, in Orlando, McGrady had caused turmoil due to dissatisfaction with the team, leading to the franchise's abysmal record. Meanwhile, his cousin Carter had resorted to lackluster efforts to escape the Raptors, transforming from a Canadian hero to a pariah. While the Rockets enjoyed a commendable start, Qin Lie remained without opportunities. Nevertheless, through rigorous training with professional players, his stamina and free throw percentage improved. Witnessing his basketball statistics enhance, Qin Lie felt invigorated and more motivated to train. In the third game, following a discussion with Coach Adelman, McGrady reaffirmed his status as the primary tactical nucleus of the Rockets. Artest, feeling somewhat slighted, had initially viewed himself as the third option. However, upon joining, he perceived McGrady's abilities as less impressive, leading to some discontent. Nevertheless, the team triumphed over the youthful Thunder, with minor conflicts being overshadowed by victory. Yet, the team soon faced a series of defeats, succumbing to the true trio of the Celtics, followed by a loss to the Trailblazers, where McGrady faltered against the young Roy. After the Rockets secured a win against the struggling Clippers, they suffered a humiliating defeat to the Lakers, where McGrady was thoroughly outmatched by Kobe, failing to even achieve a 10 shooting rate. This was indeed a disgrace, yet as the team's core member, the organization was willing to grant him time to regain his form. However, following a loss to the Spurs, McGrady's shooting percentage plummeted below 20%, and he persisted in his refusal to pass the ball despite his poor performance. In this context, Coach Adelman decided to shift his focus to the bench. With Battier still recovering from injury and head in poor form, Adelman finally contemplated giving Qin Lie, the preseason sensation, a chance. Though he had not appeared in previous games, Qin Lie remained diligently prepared for this moment. Opportunities favor the well-prepared. When Qin Lie was called from the bench, he found himself, just as in the preseason, receiving a pass from Yao beyond the three-point line. Without hesitation, Qin Lie took the shot. Would fortune favor him once again? Chapter 6. Seizing Opportunities, a perfect three-point shot. Qin's radiant presence has long been anticipated by enthusiastic fans, who are now filled with excitement at his imminent appearance. As is customary, opportunities are limited. The regular season and preseason differ markedly, prompting the team's head coach, Adelman, to exercise utmost caution. In just over 10 minutes of play, Qin Lie managed to make 2 successful shots out of 4 attempts, both of which were three-pointers, aiding his team in gaining the lead. However, after his departure from the game, the main players faltered, resulting in the Rockets being overtaken by the Spurs. At the conclusion of the match, Qin Lie's skills were activated, revealing his fervent desire to remain on the court. However, earning the trust of the head coach necessitates a gradual process. As he is not among the team's key prospects, patience is essential as he awaits his opportunity. Despite being an undrafted player, he possesses a greater ability to leverage his strengths compared to Anthony Tolliver. With enhancements in three-point shooting and defense, he continues to develop. George Hill, a first-round draft pick, may have the pedigree, yet in this game, the only difference between them lay in opportunity and playing time. With boosts in speed, free throws, and three-point shooting, the commendable rewards from the system post-match enlighten Qin Lie on the essence of nurturing growth. The season's objectives appear exceedingly promising. He is determined to make his mark on the court. Qin Lie made a commendable debut, yet following the team's defeat, Coach Adelman expressed nothing but exhaustion. "We had opportunities to shoot, yet we faltered. We attacked the rim, but missed our chances. The opposing defense tightened, and we simply failed to execute our strategies effectively." The team's offensive mobility was severely lacking, with perimeter players unable to fully engage. Many of Adelman's visions from the previous season remained unrealized, due to the Stars' reluctance to move. The implementation of Adelman's Princeton offense was rendered impossible. However, none of this pertained to Qin Lie. His current aspiration is to secure a place in the team's primary rotation. He stands a chance to gain this opportunity, firstly because the team's perimeter substitutes have underperformed, and secondly due to the limited rotation. In the prior game against the Suns, Alston clashed with Barnes, resulting in a 2-game suspension. The immediate beneficiary was Brooks, who stepped into the starting role, while Qin Lie became the second beneficiary, entering the team's rotation. With Alston set to rest for an additional game, should Qin Lie perform well, he could remain in the rotation. Otherwise, the next opportunity may be uncertain. For those on the fringes of the team, it is crucial to seize every moment to leave a lasting impression on the coach, as this may pave the way for a transformation in their roles. On November 15th, the Rockets commenced their third back-to-back of the new season, facing a challenging schedule. However, the second game of the back-to-back was at home, which provided some relief. Leaving aside issues with referees and fans, playing at home alleviated much of the travel fatigue, making meals and rest considerably more convenient, and allowing for a more consistent training routine. This is the advantage of home court. The opponent in Houston was the Hornets, who had performed admirably last season in the Western Conference. The duo of Paul and David West had shown increasing synergy, and the Hornets had made no significant moves over the summer, opting to retain their core lineup, although their bench still left something to be desired. In this match, the Rockets began quite favorably. McGrady encountered the declining Peja, finally facing a softer opponent. However, once the Hornets replaced the underperforming Peja with the substitute Posey, McGrady found himself in a similar predicament. Once a member of the formidable quartet of shooting guards, injuries had taken their toll, and even a role player like Posey, who was older, proved challenging to handle. Fortunately for the Rockets, the Hornets were faltering as well, with Paul struggling to find his rhythm. The Hornets could only rely on West and Chandler for scoring, and their efficiency was rather mediocre. Amid the scoring difficulties for both teams, Qin Lie took to the court in the final seconds of the first quarter. Domestic fans watching the live broadcast, eager to see Yao, also felt a sense of anticipation for Qin Lie. As he was one of their own, support was warranted. With little time remaining in the first quarter, Qin Lie managed only a brief foray, but he would have the opportunity to continue in the second quarter. Qin Lie is a versatile wing player capable of performing in both the shooting guard and small forward positions. During the rotation period of this match, he played as a small forward, facing off against the Hornets' 3 and D player, LaMelo Ball. Qin Lie's professional aspirations lean towards becoming a 3D player. The Houston Rockets already possess a sufficient number of ball-handling players, so Qin Lie sees no need to overextend himself on the court and potentially jeopardize his evaluation. Upon entering the game, he focused his defensive efforts on Butler, denying him any opportunities to receive the ball or take a shot. Offensively, he constantly moved to draw the opposing defense's attention, or positioned himself at the baseline as per tactical requirements. Shortly after the second quarter commenced, an opportunity presented itself for Qin Lie as he received a pass from a teammate while stationed at the baseline. Qin Lie was utterly focused, his mind devoid of distractions as he took his shot. With a swish, the basketball sailed through the hoop. The daily practice had begun to yield results on the court. After making the basket, he swiftly retreated, not forgetting to give a thumbs up to Haid at the point guard position. The Rockets were still in need of a three-point shooter who could operate without the ball, and Qin Lie had deliberately aligned himself in this direction, successfully leaving a favorable impression on his teammates. A few possessions later, Hayes orchestrated from the high post, and Qin Lie once again sank a three-pointer. Fortune smiled upon him as he capitalized on 2 out of 3 three-point opportunities. He also managed a successful backdoor cut. Although one of his attempts was thwarted by a Hornets defender, shooting from beyond the arc proved to be easier than from inside. Overall, Qin Lie's performance was commendable. His ability to seize opportunities indicated that he could serve effectively as a role player. He aspired to showcase his talent, hoping for another chance in the second half, aiming to deliver an even more impressive display in the final quarter to win over the head coach's heart. The Rockets held a lead at halftime, and Qin Lie's contributions during the rotation were noteworthy. Adelman was increasingly impressed, believing that although Qin Lie's preseason performance fell within a low probability range, he was still a valuable addition to the team, reminiscent of Battier, playing with remarkable intelligence. In the third quarter, Qin Lie did not see the floor, but as the final quarter commenced, he was given another opportunity. With his skills activated, his confidence soared. He became more proactive in both movement and defense. And upon receiving the ball, he faked out the defender, executing a breakthrough to score. Subsequently, he successfully executed a steal and passed the ball to a teammate on the fast break, contributing to the team's score. Perfection. Qin Lie silently encouraged himself, aiming for 0 mistakes and double-digit scores. The only issue was his overly aggressive defense, which, due to insufficient capability, led to 2 fouls being called against him. Qin Lie performed admirably. However, in the final quarter, the team allotted him merely 4 minutes on the court. During his presence, the Rockets maintained a lead exceeding 10 points. Once he departed, the Hornets managed to narrow the gap to single digits, yet fortunately, they were unable to mount a comeback. Qin Lie, though still yearning for more, has already garnered sufficient acclaim through his performance. Adelman, during an interview, referenced him, stating that every time Qin Lie steps onto the court, he is bound to make a shot. He has consistently demonstrated this since his arrival. Whenever presented with an open shooting opportunity, he capitalizes on it. I believe his performance upon entering the game has been remarkable, providing a significant boost to our team. Chapter 7. Small goals after the match. Domestic media sought out Qin Lie, who articulated his determination to give his all whenever on the court. I felt quite positive about the game and hope to remain with the Rockets for the foreseeable future. As a lesser-known figure, Qin Lie must tread carefully with his words. In the future, as he navigates basketball forums, he is well acquainted with the standard responses. He merely needs to align with his crafted persona. It's all about earning, after all. Unfortunately, the Hornets lacked rookie players, leaving Qin Lie with a sense of loss amounting to $100 million. 2 days later, the Rockets traveled to an away game, with Alston returning, thereby enhancing their rotation. Qin Lie seized the opportunity through his impressive performance in 2 games, successfully earning a spot in the rotation. The Houston Rockets wing players. With McGrady's stamina waning due to injuries, the ailing newcomer Old Barry, and a struggling Haid, certainly require reinforcements. Yao Ming also encouraged him, assuring him that his performance was commendable and to continue striving. Their current adversary is the freshly transformed Thunder team, which has recently parted ways with several discontented veteran players. Upon arriving in Oklahoma City, the Thunder has indeed become a team of youthful vigor. Durant has already showcased an all-star caliber of play, leaving both McGrady and Artest somewhat unable to contain him. However, the Rockets are considerably stronger overall, with Yao Ming facing no rivals in the paint. At this juncture, Durant has taken a breather, and Qin Lie's opponent is the undrafted Damian Wilkins, who has been in the league for several seasons. Wilkins, known as a role player in college, possesses a hint of the 3 and D archetype, although the 3 and D style is somewhat out of vogue. The essence of a role player remains largely the same, to defend diligently and await opportunities on the weak side or baseline. The advantage of coming off the bench is that one typically does not encounter overly formidable opponents. An ordinary role player can be effectively contained as long as Qin Lie maintains his focus. Under Qin Lie's defense, Wilkins found himself bereft of any shooting opportunities. Qin Lie made 2 attempts, one of which was a missed three-pointer, while he successfully executed a mid-range shot. As a player of his stature, he refrained from taking reckless shots without triggering his skills. His opponents, diligent in their defensive efforts, were also role players, leaving him with scant opportunities. This time, he scored thanks to a pass from Hayes, and Qin Lie perceived his teammate as a commendable player, appreciating the synergy with a partner who lacked scoring prowess. Hayes displayed considerable basketball intelligence. He was quite proactive in adapting to the Princeton offense. However, his passing abilities remained somewhat average, and without scoring threat from the high post. Defenders were unlikely to regard him with much concern. Qin Lie's performance was rather unremarkable, leaving one to wonder if he would be afforded any opportunities in the second half. However, this is typical of the Rockets bench players. As the second half commenced, a chance indeed emerged. Tracy McGrady felt discomfort in his knee during the third quarter and took a seat on the bench, allowing Qin Lie to step in at the shooting guard position. In truth, his responsibilities did not differ much from those he had while playing small forward. With McGrady sidelined, his duties were naturally taken over by Artest, and Qin Lie focused on solid defense while positioning himself for open shots. Remarkably, the Rockets performed even better in McGrady's absence. Both Artest and Yao Ming found their rhythm, contributing to the team's 10-point lead over the Thunder. This situation highlights a significant issue. The much-touted synergy of the Rockets' so-called Big Three is lacking, and McGrady's inconsistent form exacerbates the challenges of team cohesion. In fact, when facing ordinary opponents, having a reliable role player may prove to be more beneficial than relying on the so-called Big Three. Qin Lie replaced McGrady on the court, facing off against Durant. Durant, recalling their preseason encounters, was particularly attentive in his defense, leaving Qin Lie with no opportunity to take a shot. It was only after Durant exited the game that Qin Lie attempted a shot, which unfortunately did not find its mark. As for defending Durant, Qin Lie felt he performed adequately. While he could not completely contain him, he certainly fared better than McGrady, as evidenced by Durant's reduced shooting percentage. Presently, Durant is playing as a shooting guard, skillfully maneuvering with the ball, making it quite challenging to draw a foul. Qin Lie suspects that McGrady's knee pain stems from being outmaneuvered by Durant. However, one must not falter when unable to defend. In this instance, Qin Lie took the initiative to launch a verbal assault, expressing a sense that you all have grown weaker. Today, even without scoring, I could easily outmatch you. When Durant missed a shot, he remarked with a chuckle, "How is it that I can casually defend you, yet you still fail to find the net?" With a hint of derision, he added, "Have you forgotten your own name, little character?" Durant, too, engaged in the banter. Yet he couldn't shake the feeling that there was something amiss in Qin Lie's remarks. As he pondered this, he missed a free throw, leading to further mockery from Qin Lie. Frustrated, Durant acknowledged that the Thunder simply could not compete with the Rockets. In the final quarter, Qin Lie found himself without any opportunities. At a crucial moment, Coach Adelman opted to trust the seasoned veteran, Barry, over him. Only in the last few seconds, with victory assured for the Rockets, did Qin Lie finally get to rest Artest. During garbage time, he remained undeterred, sprinting to create an opportunity and receiving a pass from Scola, which he converted into a three-pointer with unwavering precision, perhaps influenced by psychological factors. He felt confident in his shooting during this final segment. What began as an ordinary game for a substitute concluded on a high note: 5 points, 5 rebounds, and a steal, with a shooting accuracy of 50. In a diligent performance, both you and the 4th overall pick, Russell Westbrook, tirelessly sought opportunities. Yet your shooting percentage far surpassed his. With an increase of 3 in explosiveness, 3 in speed, and 3 in passing, your efforts were commendable. Qin Lie has reaped considerable rewards, and I extend my gratitude to my esteemed ally, Westbrook. The enhancement of Qin Lie's abilities appears somewhat subtle. Nevertheless, during the team's routine training sessions, there is a vague sense among the players that he is indeed making progress. The coaching staff has taken a liking to this young man, believing he is diligently training in accordance with their expectations, which contributes to the increasingly positive impression he leaves. Tracy McGrady, despite his knee injury, remains active, while Yao Ming has decided to rest after twisting his ankle in the final moments of the last game. The duo of Yao and McGrady, despite other factors, is fated to encounter challenges due to their persistent injuries. With Yao resting, Hayes has taken his place in the starting lineup. The Rockets' front court, bolstered by Scola and Landry, still seems somewhat deficient. Yao's absence heightens the team's anxiety as they contemplate re-engaging the 42-year-old Mutombo, who, in reality, is uncertain of his actual age, to continue his career for another year. In their quest for a championship, The team undeniably requires a towering presence in the paint, as even a sideline player can provide a sense of security. A former all-star like Mutombo can also mentor the younger players. The lack of a summer signing is attributed to the notion that mid-season acquisitions are more economical, as savvy capitalists often are. With Yao unavailable, the Rockets not only lose a formidable presence in the paint, but the entire team's offensive and defensive structure is affected. Faced with the visiting Mavericks, their offense appears somewhat strained. However, these concerns are not what Qin Lie should focus on at present. His task is to diligently fulfill his role as a supporting player, swiftly enhance his skills, and subsequently elevate his standing within the team. Setting a modest goal to contribute more during the playoffs seems prudent. Chapter 8. The emergence of team conflicts among the Texas trio. Two are frugal. While the Mavericks are relatively willing to invest, they have been paying luxury taxes for several seasons, making it challenging to execute significant moves during the summer. Their most notable change has been the hiring of a new head coach. The general sentiment is that the acquisition of Jason Kidd has proven to be a misstep, especially given the team's poor performance last season. However, Kidd is arguably more suited to work with an offensive powerhouse like Dirk Nowitzki, and they eventually secured a championship together. Following this success, Mavericks owner Mark Cuban seemed to fulfill his obligations, hesitating to invest further. After the Mavericks' playoff defeat last season, young coach Avery Johnson was dismissed. Johnson initially had a promising start with the Mavericks, having learned offensive strategies from the veteran Nelson and integrating his own insights to enhance the team's defense, leading to a steady improvement in their performance. In his first complete season, he guided the team to the finals. However, as the team's aspirations for a championship intensified, they faced an unexpected defeat in the first round, leaving Johnson with lingering doubts that hampered his coaching effectiveness. After departing from the Mavericks, he faded into obscurity. The new head coach for the Mavericks is Rick Carlisle, a renowned figure of the new generation of coaches in the league. Contrasting with the veteran coaches from the previous century, Carlisle is a natural leader, having propelled the previously non-playoff Pistons to the second seed in the Eastern Conference during his first year and subsequently to the top seed in his second year, constructing a championship-caliber roster. Yet, despite achieving regular season success, he was let go after the Pistons fell short in the playoffs. Following this, he moved to the Pacers, leading them to the best record in the Eastern Conference and the league, only to lose to the eventual champions, the Pistons. In the following season, the Pacers made a strong comeback, dominating the Pistons, which led to a chaotic confrontation involving players and fans, resulting in severe penalties for Carlisle's team. Observing his trajectory, one might conclude that he possesses coaching prowess, albeit with a touch of misfortune. However, upon joining the Mavericks, he finally achieved success. Currently, the Mavericks are still in the process of finding their rhythm while grappling with injuries, notably missing one of their primary scorers, Josh Howard, and last season's key rotation player, Jerry Stackhouse, who is also recuperating. Consequently, the Mavericks have struggled at the start of the season, and external skepticism looms over them. Nevertheless, in this particular match, they have taken an early lead against the Rockets. The Rockets lack the capacity to contain Nowitzki, nor can they keep pace with Terry's agility. With you absent, McGrady's inefficiency becomes glaringly apparent, yet he persists in attempting to play solo. This culminates in a rift between McGrady and head coach Adelman regarding their tactical philosophies. Adelman asserts, "I believe we must trust our teammates, rather than resorting to isolation plays on the court." McGrady remarked to the reporters, "If I feel that I have harmed my team, or if the coach believes that I have inflicted damage, then I shall not be on the court." Throughout the match, we encountered several unchallenged scoring opportunities, yet failed to capitalize on them. For my part, I must ensure that I receive the ball more often. I sensed a lack of coordination in my offensive play, which made it difficult for me to establish a rhythm. This is not the role I am meant to assume. It seems that a discussion between the two is once again necessary. Conflicts between core players and the head coach typically result in the latter conceding, unless he is contemplating departure. Even though McGrady may no longer be at his peak, he remains the highest paid player on the Rockets, compelling the management to lean more favorably towards him, lest he become a liability. Therefore, regardless of the circumstances, Adelman must yield. In a discordant team environment, Qin Lie's playing time has been limited, yet he has successfully made a three-pointer. His defensive efforts and ability to shoot from beyond the arc are gradually enhancing his impression. However, the Mavericks have not introduced any rookies, indicating that the path to strengthening their roster remains arduous. Qin Lie discovered that the completion of the seasonal tasks necessitated his participation on the court. Yet the opposing team must also field a novice in order for him to fulfill this requirement. However, the victory points that can be spent in the shop differ. As long as the team emerges victorious, he can still acquire 1 victory point even if he does not step onto the court for a single second. Currently, the shop offers 2 types of items. One is an injury relief potion, priced at 20 victory points, meaning one must secure 20 wins to afford even a single dose. The other category comprises various item cards, available at 3 price points, a random card for 10 victory points, direct purchases of straightforward enhancement cards, such as the Iron Wall card and the Ankle Destroyer card, which are sold for 20 victory points, and the previously utilized Scoring King card, which enhances accuracy and possesses a defense-ignoring effect, available for 30 victory points. Qin Lie observed that while some of the item cards were exceptionally powerful, others seemed to serve more for entertainment, exhibiting a significant disparity in practicality. He believed it was essential to accumulate a sufficient number of victory points, as they might prove invaluable in crucial moments. 2 days later, Yao Ming made his return, and the Rockets faced the Wizards in an away game. The Wizards had suffered a disastrous start to the season. The injury to Gilbert Arenas was only one aspect, after all. He had missed a substantial portion of the previous season due to injuries, yet the Wizards' performance had remained unaffected. The trio of Wizards had failed to progress further. Perhaps due to fatigue, and with both Arenas and Haywood absent, the players' luck and morale dwindled, culminating in a loss of the winning sensation. The most significant news for the Wizards that summer was the re-signing of Arenas, who, despite his injury woes, received a staggering $110 million from the team. The Wizards were indeed a generous organization. Their early million-dollar contracts, including that of Uncle Ho, were initiated by them, and now they ensured that Arenas, plagued by injuries, could live comfortably for the rest of his life. This decision, however, directly led to several seasons of the Wizards' decline. The team's rapid decrease in strength could be attributed mainly to their lack of defensive play. As an offensively oriented team, without sufficient scoring, victories became elusive. Nonetheless, in this matchup, the Wizards started stronger than the Rockets, who struggled with their shooting in the first quarter. Fortunately for the Rockets, the Wizards displayed little fighting spirit, allowing the Rockets to catch their breath and gradually find their rhythm. The Rockets' momentum began during the rotation period. Against the poorly defending Wizards, Brooks showcased his speed, and Landry demonstrated commendable finishing ability. Both were aggressive offensive players. They might appear reckless against strong defenses, but thrived against weaker ones. In this game, after Yao's departure, the Rockets employed a dual guard strategy, yielding commendable efficiency. Consequently, Qin Lie's playing time was reduced. Nonetheless, the accelerated rotation had its advantages. Within less than 5 minutes on the court, Qin Lie seized a favorable opportunity, successfully receiving a pass and executing a powerful dunk. Yet, he pondered when he might become one of the team's primary options. Chapter 9. The gradual struggle following the Rockets' victory. The tension between the players and coaches has notably diminished. Adelman has expressed his willingness to maintain McGrady's status as the primary cornerstone of the team, and McGrady has conveyed his intention to adhere more closely to the tactical framework. It is essential for star players to articulate their stances clearly, and in this regard, McGrady surpasses Yao Ming significantly. On November 22nd, the Rockets faced off against the Magic in an away game, embarking on a back-to-back challenge. Yao Ming, with his prowess, consistently excels in matchups against Howard, the league's premier center. Despite Howard's status, he has never truly triumphed over Yao. Unfortunately, while Howard has led his team to the NBA Finals, Yao has not been afforded such fortune. After establishing Howard as their focal player, the Magic's performance has steadily improved, particularly after acquiring Lewis last season, thereby elevating them to a formidable Eastern Conference contender. Although the acquisition of Lewis may have come at a premium, he is exceptionally well-suited to complement Howard's style of play. Thus, when investing in players, teams must consider a multitude of factors. This season, the Magic have retained their roster from the previous year, making minor enhancements to their wing positions. Their new season commenced positively, yet few believe they possess the strength to contend for the championship, primarily due to the absence of a true playmaker, as Nelson tends to focus on offense. However, unexpectedly, Turkoglu's playmaking abilities have compensated for this deficiency. Fortune smiled upon them in the playoffs, as their opponents frequently faced injuries, resulting in Howard leading the team through its finest season yet. Nevertheless, Yao still holds the upper hand over Howard. As the game commenced, Yao dominated Howard with ease, scoring 10 points in the first quarter while Howard managed a mere point, even incurring 2 fouls in the process. This disparity can largely be attributed to the significant height difference between the two players and Howard's lack of shooting capability. The chassis lacks stability, and technically, it is entirely restrained. Additionally, part of the issue lies in Howard's desire for face saving. He consistently seeks to engage in one-on-one matchups with Yao Ming without double-teaming or making efforts to circumvent him, which is unlike the approach one would take against a dominant force like Shaquille O'Neal. Yao Ming's presence on the Rockets affords certain advantages, yet they are not as pronounced in other positions. Lewis, as a shooting-oriented power forward, does not fare well against Scola, resulting in Landry seizing more opportunities. The Rockets have finally acquired a power forward, yet, in truth, neither he nor Yao Ming synergizes particularly well, as neither excels at performing the gritty tasks required. Nonetheless, compared to previous iterations, this pairing is considerably improved, with both possessing the ability to finish plays. The Magic's primary substitutes, both being somewhat portly guards, find Brooks an easy target. Moreover, the veteran Barry cannot match the younger player's energy, which renders the Magic's rotation more effective. However, in this context, Qin Lie has not been afforded many opportunities. Adelman still temporarily places greater trust in the seasoned Brent Barry. In the closing moments of the first half, the Rockets' lead was overturned by the Magic. The Magic's perimeter shooting surpasses that of the Rockets. While one might claim the Magic's organizational ability is lacking, it must be said that the Rockets do not excel much in this regard either. Yao Ming's advantages are evident, yet he often struggles to receive the ball in the paint. This is partly due to his slower movement and a lack of agility in demanding the ball. Ultimately, it boils down to the team's insufficient standing. The Rockets' perimeter players do not consistently devise methods to feed the ball into the post. As the third quarter commenced, Yao encountered foul troubles. Fortunately, Alston began to step up his game. Alston exhibits a somewhat erratic nature during the first half when his shooting touch eludes him. He resembles an undercover agent, yet in the second half, when his shots find the mark, he emerges as a commendable guard. Alston is one of the few players who have successfully transitioned from street ball to the NBA, being the first in street ball history to possess his own brand of sneakers at the young age of 15, living up to his reputation as the king of street ball. Of course, in the NBA, he is merely an average starter. His performance in the third quarter proved pivotal in halting the Rockets' slump. In the final quarter, Yao returned to the court, and alongside Artest, they collaborated to secure victory. Although Qin Lie's time on the court was brief, he diligently contributed for 2 to 3 minutes. Both you and Qin Lie remained inconspicuous during the game, yet neither of you committed any errors. A three-pointer plus 2 points, and 2 successful free throws. While the Rockets secured a victory in a back-to-back game, they also received encouraging news. Battier is set to return. This development suggests that Qin Lie may find it challenging to secure opportunities within the team. His role with the Rockets has primarily been one of contingency. Even if he performs adequately, without a continuation of impressive displays, his place in the rotation will inevitably be relegated. The Rockets are vying for a championship, and as a rookie, he is unlikely to be afforded the chance to develop on the court by a seasoned team. Qin Lie and Adelman volunteered for the challenge, and Coach Adelman held a favorable impression of them. He advised Qin Lie to focus on training to enhance his skills, stating that he is a commendable young talent with future opportunities to showcase his abilities. In other words, the time has not yet arrived. If it were not for Qin Lie's awareness of the Houston Rockets' injury woes this season, he would undoubtedly have had his chance. Such a period of anticipation can indeed be quite arduous. The Rockets concluded their Eastern road trip with a match against the Miami Heat. The Heat made few moves during the summer and, having endured a dismal last season, secured the second overall pick, selecting Beasley. Beasley is heralded for his unparalleled talent, leading the Heat to believe they had struck gold. However, not all potential translates into success. Nevertheless, as long as they avoid a complete collapse, the Heat still possess the capability to contend for a playoff spot in the Eastern Conference. This season, the Eastern teams have been relatively weak. Although the Cavaliers, Celtics, and Magic stand as formidable opponents, the teams trailing behind them exhibit a significant drop in strength, thus making the path to the playoffs considerably more attainable. Qin Lie gazed enviously at Beasley's prowess, yet regrettably, he remained sidelined. Since O'Neal's departure, the Heat have struggled to secure a formidable presence in the paint, leaving Yao Ming unchallenged on the court. Although Wade triumphed over McGrady, he was still unable to lead his team to victory. After facing Wade, McGrady felt his knees warranted a period of rest. Upon returning to Houston, McGrady took a break, and Battier was named a starter. Yet Qin Lie still found no opportunity to play. The Rockets faced the struggling Pacers from the Eastern Conference and suffered a loss. The Pacers, having parted ways with O'Neal during the summer, seemed to enter a phase of rebuilding. Initially, the Rockets held an advantage in the paint and easily secured a lead. However, the Pacers resorted to underhanded tactics, resulting in a severe elbow strike to Yao's brow. Despite playing through the injury, Yao's shooting touch was compromised. Consequently, the Rockets were overturned by the Pacers, who saw their new leader, Granger, deliver a near game-winning shot. Qin Lie yearned to step onto the court and unleash his skills. Yet the head coach remained oblivious to his hidden abilities. Thus, he could only bide his time, transforming his regret into fierce determination. Fortune, however, did not keep him waiting long. During the Rockets' winning streak, Adelman hesitated to alter the rotation. Yet, should the team falter, he would undoubtedly recall Qin Lie. 3 days later, in the match against the Spurs, Qin Lie's opportunity finally arrived. With McGrady sidelined and Battier returning in poor form, Adelman was not inclined to grant him extensive playing time. The Rockets even altered their starting lineup, a clear indication of the head coach's dissatisfaction. Nevertheless, the starting position was not yet within Qin Lie's grasp, as Haid was given the chance. Regardless, Qin Lie was indifferent to the distinction between starters and reserves. As long as he could take to the court, he would have the chance to grow. With an increase in his prowess, he would no longer worry about a lack of playing time. Chapter 10, Stars and Tactics. The Spurs, too, epitomized frugality during the summer, meticulously managing their finances. Yet, they remained contenders for the championship, a testament to the advantages of selecting the right core players. However, with Duncan aging, external observers began to perceive the Spurs roster as gradually aging. At this juncture, Few realized that Duncan would age at a slower pace. In truth, as athletic training becomes increasingly specialized, players, in general, enjoy extended careers. Unlike earlier eras when most athletes would declare themselves veterans upon reaching 30. In the coming years, even 35 will be regarded as prime age. Currently, the most significant transformation for the Spurs is their evolution from a defense-oriented team to one that balances both offense and defense. GD can still shine for a few more years, yet the greatest factor affecting their performance may soon be injuries. With GD in the mix, the Spurs can easily pair their other positions, as their tactical system is capable of maximizing the potential of average players. However, with Bowen aging, they still require individual talent on the wings. It took the Spurs several seasons to finally acquire Leonard. This season, while the Spurs roster may not be flawless, Texas teams are well aware of each other's strengths and weaknesses, making it difficult to ascertain who holds the upper hand. In this match, the Rockets enjoyed a golden start. With McGrady absent, the Rockets, in many respects, executed Adelman's strategies effectively. Their perimeter shooting was notably precise in the first quarter, with Alston, Haid, and Artest all sinking three-pointers. Yao Ming took a backseat, yet the Rockets' interior defense was commendable. The Spurs starting lineup struggled initially, only finding their rhythm during the rotation period. This was not unusual for the Spurs, as they possessed the league's best sixth man, Lie, who often ignited their performance during substitution intervals. Qin Lie has finally been granted another opportunity to take the court. He entered the game in the second quarter, serving as a substitute for Battier's substitute. Upon his arrival, he found himself matched up against the seasoned veteran Bowen, who at 37 years of age has truly shown signs of aging. His role on the court has now devolved into merely executing plays, with little inclination to take shots. Qin Lie had merely followed Bowen back and forth several times, accomplishing nothing in particular. Thanks to the performance in the first quarter, the Rockets maintained their lead. During halftime, Yao Ming reassured Qin Lie, "Do not be anxious. Opportunities will arise." "I am not in a hurry," Qin Lie replied. "I believe there will come a time when the team will need me." Yao paused momentarily, choosing not to continue the conversation. He had initially intended to give Qin Lie a nudge on the court, yet the two had not played simultaneously in recent games. However, asking Yao to persuade Adelman to utilize Qin Lie more frequently was not something he would do. As the second half commenced, Duncan began to assert his dominance in the paint. Duncan, still lingering at the zenith of his prowess, possessed considerable offensive capability when he exerted himself. Nevertheless, the Rockets displayed commendable performance from beyond the arc. With McGrady absent, their passing became notably more fluid. It would be unjust to entirely blame McGrady. Adelman's Princeton offense had indeed failed to effectively integrate the strengths of the Rockets' two stars. In this match, the team's fluidity came at the expense of Yao's tactical standing. Yao, however, did not mind, as long as the team emerged victorious. Yet, this victory felt somewhat ephemeral, the Spurs had merely been caught off guard. A collection of role players could achieve success through fluid basketball, yet it would not transform the Rockets into a true powerhouse. In some respects, Adelman bore similarities to Rivers. He adeptly utilized role players but struggled to maximize the potential of his stars. Regardless, with the Rockets leading by double digits, Qin Lie finally made his appearance in the final quarter. He felt a surge of excitement, immediately seizing a defensive rebound and swiftly pushing the ball upcourt. Upon reaching the Spurs half, he did not wait for the defense to settle, launching a three-pointer that found the mark. Adelman, observing from the sidelines, expressed his astonishment. Qin Lie, as a player, often demonstrates diligence and dedication, yet he sporadically exhibits astonishing feats. However, during his diligent moments, his aggressiveness tends to be less pronounced, and when he shines, it fails to seamlessly integrate into the team's tactics. In truth, as a player on a minimum salary, Qin Lie has performed commendably. Nevertheless, his two contrasting states leave Adelman somewhat hesitant. As a role player, he yearns for a clearer identity. A strong team desires to minimize uncertainties. Your performance surpasses that of Anthony Tolliver. 3-point shot, 1. In limited playing time, you have outperformed George Hill. Mid-range shot, 2. Layup, 2. Ball handling, 2. After the game, Adelman expressed his elation, praising, "This is an unparalleled victory. Following our previous disheartening defeat, every player excelled today. I hope we can use this evening as a foundation to cultivate a renewed spirit within the team." The following day, the Rockets faced an away game in a back-to-back schedule, with Hyde continuing as a starter. However, he faltered in this match. Their opponent, the Nuggets, exhibited a significant roster transformation. During the summer, the Nuggets parted ways with the high-salary defensive specialist, Camby, thereby not only conserving their finances, but also allowing the more youthful and pragmatic Nene to rise in prominence. Marcus Camby was indeed a fascinating player. While it was widely recognized that statistics could be inflated, the ability to bolster defensive metrics was relatively rare. It was precisely this rarity that earned him the accolade of Defensive Player of the Year. In truth, he excelled primarily in rebounding and shot blocking, often neglecting defensive assignments. A player like Whiteside bears a resemblance to Camby in this regard. However, the most astonishing move by the Nuggets was the departure of Allen Iverson. The trade that brought Iverson to the Nuggets to form a dynamic duo with Anthony once sparked endless imaginations. Both were elite offensive talents. And with the addition of the former All-Star Martin and the shot-blocking King Camby, the roster appeared extraordinarily lavish, boasting both starters and reserves. Yet, the team's regular season performance stagnated, resulting in a first-round playoff exit, mirroring the situation prior to Iverson's arrival. At the onset of the current season, the Nuggets decisively traded Iverson for Billups. Subsequently, their performance visibly improved. Constructing a team is not merely about accumulating stars, but rather ensuring compatibility among players. Billups, also an All-Star and a Finals MVP, was considerably less renowned than Iverson. The consensus was that Billups was a tier below Iverson. Nevertheless, Anthony found a better fit with Billups, who could orchestrate the pace of the game. Moreover, the Nuggets head coach, George Karl, was not particularly adept at maximizing the talents of star players, though it remains uncertain if this is related. After the Pistons parted ways with Billups, they fell from their status as an Eastern powerhouse, suggesting that Billups' leadership capabilities likely surpassed those of Iverson, particularly the current iteration of him. The Pistons' decision to develop Stuckey proved to be a grave misjudgment, leading to their subsequent decline. In facing a Nuggets team missing Anthony, the Rockets were overwhelmed by the prowess of Billups. The frail Alston and even slimmer Brooks were at the mercy of Billups' strategy. With the team being dominated by the Nuggets, all Qin Lie could do was strive to showcase his own capabilities, even if there were no immediate rewards to be reaped. Chapter 11. The efficiency of the bench Qin Lie executed that shot beautifully. The Rockets should allow Qin Lie more playing time. He seems quite compatible with Yao Ming. Qin Lie achieved 4 successful shots out of 7 attempts, contributing 9 points. However, the Rockets fell short against the Nuggets. The efficacy of the Rockets' Princeton offense heavily relies on the performance of its role players. Crucially, the team lacks a facilitator well-suited for the Princeton system. Although the Nuggets did not field any rookies, Qin Lie's performance was commendable. After the game, Rockets head coach Adelman expressed his deep disappointment, stating, "This reflects our true capabilities. We must contain the opponent's offense, yet we failed to do so." He emphasized the importance of players like Billups, cautioning against allowing him to gain confidence. In the second half, Billups indeed dictated the pace of the game. He not only made the shots he was expected to make but also created excellent opportunities for his teammates. when we doubled down on him. Billups adeptly passed to an unguarded teammate. After the match, I advised the young players to maintain their composure. We cannot rely solely on individual efforts, but must play as a cohesive unit. When we circulate the ball effectively, we create favorable shooting opportunities. Failing to do so leads to forced shots, which can be detrimental. Both Yao Ming and Artest took the initiative to acknowledge their mistakes, and with McGrady absent, Adelman maintained a degree of authority. Qin Lie has shown commendable performance. Yet in the subsequent home game for the Rockets, he was once again deprived of an opportunity. Adelman chose to place his trust in the underperforming Hade. In truth, the Rockets had contemplated trading Hade. As he is in the final year of his rookie contract, his disappointing playoff performance has extinguished any thoughts of re-signing him. Consequently, the Rockets aimed to extract some value from him, yet no one was willing to take him on. Ultimately, the team had no choice but to release him. The current strategy for the Rockets is to allow Hade to accumulate some statistics to enhance his trade value. However, despite one commendable game, he has largely faltered, leaving little recourse. Initially, Hade's decent start with the Rockets was attributed to the team's injury woes necessitating his presence, but his subsequent decline has been quite disheartening. In a clash against the weaker Clippers, the Rockets managed to secure a victory, albeit with considerable difficulty. Hade struggled against the Clippers, failing to make an impact, and even missed free throws. Adelman is evidently displeased. His current inclination may be to alternate between Hade and Qin Lie, as the team seeks to implement changes. With Qin Lie being a minor player who can be discarded at any moment, likely to be the sacrificial pawn. After all, Qin Lie can be released without penalty before the deadline for converting his non-guaranteed contract into a fully guaranteed one. Qin Lie currently finds himself devoid of time for melancholy. His imperative is to elevate his value, for only then will he wield influence. On December 5th, the Rockets are set to face the Warriors at home. Under the audacious guidance of the eccentric coach Don Nelson, the Warriors boasted the league's most formidable offense alongside its most abysmal defense last season. Nelson, indeed, is a capable coach, brimming with innovative ideas, ranging from fast-paced play, hack-a-shack strategies, to employing small forwards as ball handlers and big men shooting three-pointers. However, while he has the potential to lead a team through unexpected triumphs, he lacks the discipline to secure a championship, as his multitude of ideas often detracts from a straightforward pursuit of victory. This season, the Warriors have undergone significant roster changes, with several key players swapped out. The former team leader, Baron Davis, was traded for Magid, paving the way for the new leader, Ellis. Shortly after the season commenced, they exchanged the interior presence of Harrington for the not-yet sixth-man Crawford. Consequently, the team's defense has deteriorated further. The rationale behind these early-season trades lies in their shortage of guards. The Warriors had signed Monta Ellis to a long-term contract over the summer, only to suspend him due to a mishap involving an electric scooter that led to a severe ankle sprain, an injury he deceitfully attributed to a training incident. Upon discovering the truth, the Warriors' management was incensed. Given the injury, they opted for a suspension, conveniently saving a few $100s in the process. Without Ellis, the Warriors embraced a carefree style of basketball, ultimately leading to a high draft pick that secured them their future cornerstone, Curry. The management of the Warriors truly displayed remarkable acumen. The matchup between the Rockets and the Warriors exemplifies a scenario where each team plays to its strengths. Yao Ming dominates the interior, while the Rockets find ample opportunities from beyond the arc. Yet, the Warriors' frenetic pace often sees them launching shots before the Rockets can even establish their defense. This is particularly taxing for Yao, who struggles to keep pace with the fast-moving opponent. The outcome is a game where neither team can effectively defend the other, leading to a shootout that commenced from the very first quarter. Today, Qin Lie had the fortune of coming off the bench for Battier in the first quarter. This season, the Warriors' defense has proven to be even weaker than last season, maintaining their position at the bottom of the league in defensive rankings. Qin Lie has also experienced the sensation of scoring effortlessly, despite possessing only modest abilities. In truth, his basketball statistics reveal no glaring deficiencies, they simply lack distinction. When faced with a particularly lackluster defense from his opponents, he can indeed showcase a versatile performance. Shortly after entering the game, Qin Lie executed a driving layup for a score. He followed this with a three-point shot and a swift assist, as if he had reclaimed a formidable power-up. It was a delightful experience, as the entire Warriors team exhibited no intention of defending. This was also the moment when Qin Lie perceived little difference between the defensive capabilities of the starters and the bench players of the opposing team. Due to his commendable performance, Qin Lie's playing time was extended by a few minutes until Yao Ming took to the court. Together, they exchanged assists, with Qin Lie effortlessly surpassing double digits in scoring, thereby aiding the Rockets in gaining an advantage. Adelman should take note. Qin Lie is performing admirably and should not be relegated to the bench in favor of Haidt. Qin Lie's controlled play, coupled with his three-point shooting, makes him a perfect complement to Yao Ming. He can deliver the ball right into Yao's hands, while the other perimeter players for the Rockets seem to be at a loss. If Qin Lie were to receive more playing time, the Rockets would undoubtedly secure several more victories. Domestic fans are rallying behind Qin Lie, naturally advocating for his cause. It seems as though Qin Lie has become a pivotal player for the Rockets, capable of salvaging the team. The reality may not be as exaggerated, but utilizing Qin Lie is certainly preferable to relying on several other bench wings. The aging Barry and the underdeveloped Haidt cannot measure up to Qin Lie's effectiveness. In the first half, the only two perimeter players for the Rockets who scored in double digits were Artest and Battier. However, Qin Lie had less playing time and fewer attempts than they did, yet his efficiency was remarkably high. Under these circumstances, Qin Lie was granted ample playing time in the second half. He remained composed and seeking scoring opportunities during the third quarter, but in the final period, he unleashed his full offensive prowess. Qin Lie first executed a swift backpedal to receive the ball and effortlessly sank the shot. Shortly thereafter, he drove to the basket, drawing a foul from Maget. In less than 2 minutes, he amassed 4 consecutive points. By the time he was substituted, he had already accumulated a commendable 17 points. Despite the Rockets' sharp scoring, the Warriors maintained a commendable offensive performance. Head coach Adelman, wary of suffering another defeat against a weaker opponent, opted to substitute his starters early. Upon Yao's entry into the game, he dominated the paint, compelling Warriors center Bedrins to accumulate 6 fouls and exit the game, thereby securing an early victory for the Rockets. In the waning moments of the game, Qin Lie took to the court once more, unfazed by the circumstances, and launched a shot from beyond the arc. Should he succeed, he would achieve a commendable tally of 20 points. Chapter 12. Accumulating strength. Qin Lie has indeed scored 20 points. What an impressive feat. It is merely that the Warriors are somewhat lacking in strength. Let us not exaggerate. However, the Rockets have only 2 players who have surpassed 20 points, and Qin Lie's attempts have yet to reach even half of Artest's. Is that not remarkable? If every player on the Rockets' perimeter possessed Qin Lie's efficiency, they would have long been invincible. A fervent plea for the Rockets to integrate Qin Lie into the primary rotation. You far surpass the unremarkable Rob Curse. 3-point shot 1. Rebound 1. Anthony Morrow is a hidden gem of this draft class, yet your performance on the court eclipses his. 3-point shot 2, mid-range shot 2. The 14th overall pick. Anthony Randolph showcased a commendable performance tonight, but you remain the brightest star among the bench players of both teams. Vertical leap 2, block 2. Qin Lie felt a profound sense of satisfaction, having secured the data while simultaneously enhancing his abilities. In this current task, facing weaker teams proved to be the most advantageous, as such teams often feature a greater number of inexperienced players. A commendable performance could lead to fortuitous outcomes. As the Rockets prepared for their upcoming away game, Artest's ankle discomfort necessitated his withdrawal, granting Qin Lie a coveted opportunity to start. Within a mere few days, he transitioned from a bench warmer to a starting player. Opportunities often arise unexpectedly, underscoring the importance of being perpetually prepared. The Rockets, being a formidable team, presented numerous chances due to frequent injuries. Injuries pose the greatest threat to athletes, yet they simultaneously offer others a chance to shine on the grand stage. Many players in the league have ascended due to teammates' injuries, though countless others have failed to seize the rare opportunities presented to them. On December 8th, the Rockets arrived in Memphis, where both Qin Lie and Yao Ming took to the court together. However, this match saw Yao struggling against Pau Gasol, indicating that luck was not on Qin Lie's side. A loss would likely lead Adelman to question his capabilities, as he alone had the power to determine Qin Lie's fate. In this game, the Grizzlies altered their starting lineup, with Conley and Gay relegated to the bench, not specifically targeting the Rockets, but rather a frequent strategy for the Grizzlies this season, with Mayo being the only player who had not been benched. The Grizzlies head coach, Mark Iavaroni, has been noted as one of the NBA's least effective coaches, seemingly content to engage in reckless experimentation. Nevertheless, despite this, the Grizzlies triumphed over the Rockets. It can only be said that the Grizzlies are brimming with talented young players. Mayo excelled, Lowry shone brightly, and Pau Gasol anchored the defensive efforts in the paint, while the bench players Gay, Warwick, and Conley also delivered commendable performances. In truth, Qin Lie performed admirably, maintaining a commendable offensive efficiency, even though he was unable to contain Mayo, whose talent was undeniably substantial. Qin Lie once again scored 20 points, the highest in the game, yet he understood that such opportunities would be scarce in the future. The trials of a minor player are often bittersweet. Once he has established his worth, Qin Lie is determined to join a team of higher status, regardless of the outcome. He managed to engage in a fierce exchange with the third pick of the draft. 3-pointers 2, ball control 2, free throws 2. Compared to the obscure first-round pick Daryl Arthur, he undoubtedly attracted more attention. Explosion 1, dunk 1. His shooting percentage surpasses that of Marc Gasol, even though he does not face all-star opponents. Strength 3, confrontation 3, defense 3. Over a month into the regular season, Qin Lie has significantly improved since the beginning, particularly in three-point shooting. Perhaps due to encountering numerous rookies capable of shooting from beyond the arc, it has become his first skill to reach a rating of 70. However, despite his commendable performance and growth, with Artest returned, Qin Lie is still destined to return to the bench. A minor player must gradually level up and face challenges. Even if one gains ample experience in a single game, ascension is not instantaneous. Returning to their home court for a back-to-back, Artest rejoined the starting lineup alongside Battier. Their opponents, the Hawks, have now become a formidable team in the Eastern Conference. Since their rebuilding phase several seasons ago, the Hawks have shown consistent improvement each year, primarily due to their young talents. Particularly after selecting Horford in the previous season, their interior presence stabilized, leading to an upward trajectory in their performance. Currently, their starting lineup includes Joe Johnson, whom the Suns hastily signed, and Bibby, who was traded to the team as soon as they showed promise last season. Having previously lacked a solid guard, Josh Smith, Al Horford, and Marvin Williams were all drafted by the team. Although Marvin Williams, one of the four horsemen of North Carolina, may be somewhat lacking, he remains a viable option. The Hawks represent a budget-friendly team, possessing both offensive and defensive capabilities, albeit not at an elite level. From the outset, the Rockets took the lead, primarily because the Hawks' interior defense was somewhat undersized. Horford is a versatile big man, yet he lacks height. When matched against Yao Ming, they're indeed at a disadvantage. Their preparation was also inadequate. By the time they adjusted to the Rocket strategy, Houston had already established a commanding lead. To defend against Yao's low-post prowess, a frontside double team is essential. Attempting to guard him normally would surely lead to regret. In the first quarter of the match, Qin Lie was granted an opportunity to play. However, his entry coincided with Yao Ming's departure for a brief respite, making it a challenge to relish the advantages of Yao's formidable presence in the paint. Qin Lie finds himself rather uncomfortable when matched against either Joe Johnson or Marvin Williams. One excels in offense while the other excels in defense. However, he feels relatively at ease when facing the substitute Evans. The two players keep a close watch on one another, denying each other any opportunity for an easy shot. In the first quarter, Qin Lie made a remarkable play by receiving the ball through a reverse cut and drawing a foul while attempting a layup. In the second quarter, he successfully scored a basket, marking a steady progression in his performance. There is indeed a palpable difference in the experience of competing against formidable teams compared to weaker ones. It is far from effortless to seize scoring opportunities. Qin Lie continuously reminds himself to exhibit patience on the court. In the absence of opportunities, he diligently focuses on defense. It is only in the final quarter that he can unleash his skills, enabling him to accomplish feats beyond his initial strategy. After all, his current strength is still lacking, and attempting to display flashes of brilliance in the first 3 quarters could easily lead to missteps. For those on the periphery of the team, a misstep often translates to the loss of opportunity, thus requiring Qin Lie to maintain his composure. Playing basketball necessitates not only physical prowess, but also intellectual acuity. Qin Lie's performance was unremarkable, yet the team maintained a steady lead in the first half. For a team like the Hawks, lacking a top-tier superstar, narrowing the gap would prove to be quite a challenge. They lost their initial advantage, and the Rockets could still keep them at bay. In the third quarter, Yao's shooting touch faltered momentarily, and the Rockets immediately encountered difficulties. Currently, the Rockets still struggle to execute fluid team coordination. The team remains in need of a star player. When Yao failed to score, the Rockets ultimately relied on Artest's tenacity against Joe Johnson to regain their composure. Adelman, destined not to transform the Rockets into a seamlessly offensive juggernaut akin to the Kings, found himself leading the team through a semblance of the Princeton offense, reminiscent of half a King strategy. Unfortunately, such a Rockets squad lacked competitiveness in the West, leading to Adelman's quiet departure. Indeed, a head coach, much like an educator, must tailor their approach to the unique attributes of their players. There exists no universally superior tactic, only those that best suit the circumstances. Many coaches struggle to grasp this concept. This holds true across domestic basketball and football, where coaches often mistakenly believe that mastering advanced tactics will yield success, only to find themselves rigidly applying them without adaptation. Chapter 13, Shifts in Strength. A pivotal block showcased Qin Lie's relentless defensive effort. Regardless of the opportunity, he tirelessly sprinted across the court. In light of the Rockets' offensive struggles, Qin Lie's only recourse was to exert himself. As the final quarter approached, he managed to score 4 consecutive points and delivered a swift assist. Regrettably, he was subsequently substituted, and his current standing on the team precluded him from participating in critical moments of the game. Nevertheless, his early performance in the fourth quarter helped the Rockets withstand the Hawks' resurgence. By the time Yao returned to the court, having regained his rhythm, the Hawks found themselves unable to cope. In the final minutes, Yao, towering over the competition in the paint, dominated the game. The Hawks resorted to a desperate three-point strategy. After Joe Johnson and Bibby both missed their attempts, the match drew to a close. Post-game, Yao, who had amassed 24 points and 19 rebounds, chuckled. "I saved all my rebounds for today. It is indeed a positive sign to rebound after experiencing a defeat. We cannot excuse ourselves for performing like we did in the previous game, which was truly disheartening." Qin Lie gradually acclimated to the team's rhythm, proving capable of contributing to their efforts. Although lacking in significant skill development, Qin Lie has nonetheless temporarily secured an opportunity to enter the rotation. He now occasionally serves as a surprise asset, yet his fundamental abilities remain insufficiently distinguished. Due to the team's injuries, he finds himself with opportunities to showcase his talents. However, once these injury issues are resolved, he may find his role diminished, which is why Adelman has not fully integrated him into the team's system. If Qin Lie exhibits a remarkable shooting touch, he will be utilized more. Otherwise, his playing time will be limited. It is worth noting that his strongest performances typically occur in the final quarter, yet he often lacks the chance to make an impact during those crucial moments. On December 12th, McGrady returned against a weaker team, but Artest opted to sit out. For Qin Lie, the absence of a wing player opens up opportunities for him to shine. The Warriors, known for their joyful style of basketball, also faced injuries, resulting in 2 changes to their starting lineup. With Maggot sidelined, the Warriors leaned towards a lineup of 1 big and 4 small players, favoring an offensive strategy. The Rockets naturally began the game engaging in a shootout with their opponents. A weaker team can dictate the pace against a stronger one, which is indicative of the Warriors' capabilities. Upon McGrady's return, he appeared to be performing adequately, especially since the Warriors were not particularly focused on defensive efforts. The contest between the two teams was fiercely competitive, revealing that the Rockets' defense has indeed regressed compared to the Van Gundy era, as the Warriors faced little trouble. In terms of rotation, the Rockets gained some advantage, primarily relying on their offensive prowess. Qin Lie, Brooks, and Landry exhibit the prowess of seasoned players against lesser competition, fervently scoring upon their substitutions, allowing the Rockets to swiftly gain an advantage. Conversely, the primary lineup of the team displays a certain instability. McGrady is struggling to find his rhythm, alternating between moments of brilliance and periods of inconsistency. Moreover, Alston appears somewhat resentful of McGrady's demeanor, leading to a lack of cooperation. This discord stems from McGrady's frequent displays of displeasure and his reluctance to offer kind words, exacerbated by the impact of injuries, which has left others in the team feeling discontent. Alston, known for his candidness, has added to the tension, resulting in mutual dissatisfaction. Currently, the conflicts within the Rockets remain relatively mild, but should the situation persist, it may escalate. Yao Ming has remained uninvolved, and naturally, Qin Lie refrains from inciting any trouble. However, as one of the team's core members, Yao is wary of offending anyone. In the third quarter, Scola's shooting was exceptional, allowing the Rockets to maintain their lead. Qin Lie also entered the game and made a successful shot. His participation today differed from previous outings, as he was granted only brief moments in the second half. In the final quarter, he played for just over 3 minutes but seized the opportunity to achieve double-digit scoring, celebrating a victory upon his return. McGrady expressed his joy to reporters, stating, "Some individuals question my resilience, yet they remain unaware of the pain I endured last season, including during the playoffs. My knee is under significant strain, an immense burden. I believe that if people were aware of my experiences from last season, they would understand my situation. Undoubtedly, I am not intentionally avoiding games. McGrady's remarks garnered sympathy from many fans, however. The crux of his issue lies in underestimating his injuries and failing to fully rehabilitate his body over the summer. The current pattern of sporadic play is not the optimal choice for either him or the team. More critically, his unwillingness to acknowledge a decline in his abilities while still seeking a prominent tactical role creates further discord. Qin Lie has also come to realize that capitalizing on opportunities is not as effortless as it appears. A rookie lacking sufficient prowess finds it challenging to consistently seize advantages. Today, both he and Anthony Morrow demonstrated commendable shooting. Free throws too, three-pointers too. During the rotation period, he and Anthony Randolph played quite efficiently, with layups too, rebounds too. Previously, the Clippers found themselves devoid of advantages, perhaps due to the inadequacy of their opponents. The Rockets, facing a back-to-back on the road, would compete against the Warriors before clashing with the Clippers. This summer, the Clippers opted not to retain Brand and Magid, embarking on a complete reconstruction, ultimately transforming into a haven for undesirable contracts. Contracts shunned by the Warriors, such as the exorbitant one of Baron Davis, the Nuggets' Marcus Camby, and the Knicks' Zach Randolph, all found refuge here. It is true that others had truly faltered, while Randolph merely struggled to find a suitable team. However, upon joining the Grizzlies, he is poised to become a formidable disruptor in the Western Conference, evolving into a daunting presence that others would prefer to avoid in the paint. The Clippers, collecting these unwanted contracts, further solidified their strategy by acquiring the notorious Ricky Davis. Davis, a remarkable player, would dash towards his own basket in pursuit of a triple-double, even earning the respect of the illustrious LeBron James. I once believed he was there to support me. This sentiment became a well-known adage, yet in his arrogance, he assumed invincibility, disregarding Paul Pierce with the Celtics and showing little respect to Kevin Garnett with the Timberwolves, believing that his presence would facilitate the signing process. Such was the nature of the Clippers, and yet the Rockets could not emerge victorious against them. Despite Yao Ming's impressive performance in the paint, McGrady struggled to shine. Thwarted by the rookie, the round-faced Dang, achieving a shooting percentage below 20 in the second half. Post-game, Adelman lamented, "Our approach to utilizing you is insufficiently resolute. We failed to deliver the ball into his hands, which was the primary reason for our defeat." With the return of Hade, Qin Lie's playing time was once again curtailed. In his brief minutes on the court, he managed to score 4 points on one of 2 shooting attempts, along with 2 free throws. Not exceptional, yet not unnoticed. Compared to the unfortunate second-round pick Mike Taylor, at least he managed to score. Ball handling 1, passing 1. Eric Gordon serves as a starter, while you reside as a substitute, both fulfilling your respective roles admirably alongside the 7th overall pick. Jumping ability 2, 3-point shooting 2, free throw 2. As of now, Qin Lie's skills have seen some evolution. Basketball statistics: maximum value of 100 strength, 63, speed, 65, jumping, 64, stamina, 61, explosiveness, 64, 3-point shooting, 75, mid-range shooting, 64, layups, 64, dunks, 61, free throws, 71, post-play, 60, ball handling, 65, passing, 64, driving, 60, stealing, 60, rebounding, 63, blocking, 62, off-ball movement, 60, physicality, 63, drawing fouls, 60, defense, 64, durability, 60, stability, 60. Chapter 14. A fleeting honeymoon. On December 16th, Artest made his return. However, he did not receive the same treatment as McGrady, as Adelman opted to have him come off the bench. Perhaps considering that both McGrady and Artest require the ball in their hands, deploying them simultaneously could disrupt the team's tactical flow. Therefore, Battier was designated as the starter. With the 3 main wings present, there was little opportunity for Qin Lie to showcase his talents. Facing a stronger Nuggets team, the well-rounded Rockets felt optimistic this time. Yao Ming dominated the first quarter, overpowering Nene and granting the team an early advantage. By the time the substitutions rolled around, Artest had delivered an impressive performance. However, the Nuggets bench players, J.R. Smith and Kleza, also executed well offensively. In this match, McGrady took on the role of primary playmaker and performed admirably. Finally, all 3 of the Rockets star players made their marks, causing the Nuggets to struggle. If the Rockets' trio of strong points could indeed harmoniously blend together, they would undoubtedly pose a formidable challenge to other elite teams. In the third quarter, Yao once again unleashed his prowess, decimating the Nuggets' interior defense and allowing the Rockets to establish a solid lead. In the final quarter, Anthony struggled against Artest's defense, and the Rockets emerged victorious in this high-stakes contest. Post-game, the media marveled at the prospect that if the Rockets trio could maintain this form, they might contend for the championship this year. Head coach Adelman also extended goodwill towards McGrady, suggesting that he could facilitate excellent plays for his teammates. Akin to the likes of Kobe and LeBron, the Rockets had entered a sweet phase. While McGrady took on the role of primary playmaker, Alston was absent. Consequently, the Rockets began to feel that Brooks, an aggressive guard who required less ball handling, might be a better fit alongside McGrady. By allowing McGrady more time with the ball, he could potentially enhance his team play. In truth, the schedule played a significant role. Subsequently, in their matchup against the Kings, McGrady's performance was subpar. Nevertheless, Yao's remarkable shooting accuracy of over 80%, coupled with the Kings' dismal efforts, enabled the Rockets to prevail. They then encountered a series of weaker teams, such as the Timberwolves, who were still in the rebuilding phase, and the Nets, who, while uncertain in their own rebuilding process, were undeniably weak. After parting ways with the aging kid, the Nets struggled. They executed a trade during the summer that piqued the interest of Chinese fans, sending Jefferson away in exchange for Bobby Simmons and Qin Lie, two prospects that were still very much in development. Primarily focused on rebuilding, the Nets found the process challenging and far from instantaneous. The trio of Kidd, Carter, and Jefferson had each made their respective contributions, but regardless of the circumstances, the Rockets and Nets represented a Chinese derby that excited the fans immensely. Qin Lie plays a supporting role in the national derby, yet he finally has the opportunity to step onto the court. Otherwise, when the team is at full strength, as the nth substitute, he would have no chance to showcase his skills. Even though he performed admirably before, it matters little. His contract is not considered a significant asset for the team, unlike those of his peers. Basketball differs from football. Inexpensive young talents can be developed and sold for profit. Should Qin Lie excel, the Rockets may struggle to retain him, as they prioritize their current assets above all else. Qin Lie and Qin Lie exchanged greetings. Yet both are not particularly gregarious by nature, merely engaging in brief conversation. As a derby match, the Nets showed a degree of respect, granting E more opportunities than usual. However, the Rockets' perimeter players were less accommodating towards the great Yao Ming. It seems that even as the core of the interior, fulfilling the role of Yao Ming does not quite evoke the satisfaction one might expect. If Qin Lie were to become one of the core members of the team, he would not take kindly to role players who show him disrespect. In the realm of professional sports, one must comprehend their respective positions. While a lack of passing may be tolerable in regular games, a failure to cooperate in a national derby is simply unacceptable. However, Yao Ming possesses his own understanding, as he is accustomed to fostering goodwill among others. With Alston making his return, Brooks is eager to showcase his abilities in this match. Not only did he withhold passes from Yao Ming, but McGrady also had to step aside. Surprisingly, Brooks performed exceptionally well, outclassing the equally swift Devin Harris. Harris, who has made the All-Star team this season, is undoubtedly one of the least impressive selections. Although Qin Lie had numerous opportunities, his efficiency remains notably low, and the Nets have already fallen short. He possesses remarkable athletic talent, yet his gameplay lacks intelligence. On one hand, he is accustomed to a central role and struggles to adjust to that of a supporting player. On the other hand, he relied heavily on his physicality before entering the NBA, only to discover that such an approach is less effective at this level. Without encountering a suitable coach to help him develop better habits, he has ultimately struggled to find his footing. During the draft, he was often compared to Pau Gasol. Yet the media fluctuated between likening him to Garnett and Nowitzki, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Qin Lie perceives Qin Lie as a diminished version of Chris Bosh, as both exhibit similar maneuvers when receiving the ball and feigning a drive towards the basket. Regrettably, he lacks the basketball intelligence that Bosh possesses. In the Chinese derby, Yao Ming decisively outshines Qin Lie. The character Qin Lie only appears during garbage time. However, during this period when both teams are lax in their defense, he manages to score 7 points with an impeccable shooting percentage. Against a weaker opponent, it is evident that Qin Lie's greatest achievements lie not solely in his on-court performance. In the limited time available, you and the second-round pick Chris Douglas Roberts are both striving to leave a lasting impression. A breakthrough 1, free throw 1. Your shooting today surpasses that of the first-round pick Ryan Anderson. 3-point shots 2, mid-range shots 2, free throws 2. The young Brook Lopez finds himself at a disadvantage against Yao Ming, yet you at least manage to perform more comfortably than he does. Post-up 3, mid-range shots 3, blocks 3. Qin Lie yearned for more opportunities to hone his skills and enhance his physique, yet he remained on the periphery of the Rockets roster. When the team's lineup was complete, it was challenging for him to find a moment to shine. The brief honeymoon phase of the trio came to an abrupt end with the return of Alston. During the Rockets' away game against the Cavaliers, Yao Ming received preferential treatment from the referees, landing him in a predicament with fouls. In a rare display of frustration, he declared, "I simply wish to say, see you in Houston." Head coach Adelman also voiced his discontent, stating, "I know for certain that it was the referees who deprived Yao Ming of his game." With Yao's limited playing time, McGrady found himself struggling, while the team's focus shifted away due to officiating issues. Subsequently, the Rockets faced a losing streak against the Hornets, with McGrady's shooting percentage plummeting below 20. After the game, Adelman believed Yao was too selfless and should take more shots, whereas fans criticized Adelman for his stubbornness. Questioning why Qin Lie, one of the best performers off the bench, was not given a chance. Following the defeats, McGrady opted for back-to-back rest. However, Coach Adelman seemed intent on having Artest consistently play as the sixth man, leaving McGrady on the bench without promoting Artest to a starter. Artest was understandably frustrated. Yet the team managed to triumph over their arch-rivals, the Jazz, thanks to his pivotal contributions. When McGrady returned, the Rockets suffered another defeat to the struggling Wizards. Regardless of Artest's performance or McGrady's poor form, Artest remained a substitute, leading to his ultimate frustration. Why should he be relegated to the bench? Chapter 15. Back to starting lineup. The year 2008 passed, and Qin Lie's future with the Rockets remained uncertain. However, he was rapidly improving and gaining much experience. As 2009 arrived, the Rockets continued to grapple with injuries, with Battier sidelined once more. For Qin Lie, this presented an opportunity. On January 2nd, the Rockets faced the Raptors on the road. The game unfolded in an unusual manner. Yao Ming started strong, scoring consistently, only to become starved of opportunities thereafter. Throughout the match, McGrady struggled with a shooting percentage of 20, while the starting guard, Head, went 0 for 5 in the first quarter, finishing with a dismal total of 0 points. Frustrated, Coach Adelman allowed the substitutes more playing time, yet Brooks and Landry, two scoring options from the bench, also faltered. Old Barry was ineffective, and Artest's shooting was subpar as well. Finally, Qin Lie was brought in, and he dominated the fourth quarter, scoring a game-high 20 points, leaving Adelman feeling somewhat embarrassed. Remarkably, all of his teammates failed to match the performance of this marginal player. While various factors contributed to this, it was evident that Adelman needed to grant Qin Lie more opportunities, particularly in the fourth quarter, as Qin Lie showcased his star-caliber abilities when given the chance. His performance eclipsed that of the second-round draft pick, Roko Jukic. Ball handling 1, breaking through 1. After the game, the brief mentor-student bond between McGrady and Adelman fractured once more. McGrady emerged to voice his grievances, lamenting that he touched the ball far too infrequently, averaging merely one possession every 5 minutes, which rendered it exceedingly difficult for him to find his rhythm, leaving him feeling quite frustrated. In response, Adelman unleashed an expletive, asserting, "Do not mention McGrady to me. I have no desire to discuss that individual." Consequently, McGrady took another rest. Artest also indicated a need to recuperate, leaving the Rockets without their 3 primary wings. As a result, the team had no choice but to start Qin Lie and the veteran Barry. The short-handed squad faced a tough back-to-back matchup against the Hawks, who had been performing commendably in the Eastern Conference, and it seemed they were in for a challenge. However, as the game commenced, the Rockets held a slight advantage. Yao Ming dominated inside, and Qin Lie initiated the offense by feeding the ball into the post, easily racking up assists. He then set up Barry, who converted a 3-pointer, adding another assist to his tally. In the absence of a ball-dominant superstar, the Rockets' inside-outside game functioned quite effectively. Alston, however, was still struggling with his form. One of the reasons he might be traded this season is his declining shooting percentage. Nevertheless, as a guard, he continued to distribute the ball, albeit inconsistently. On the Hawks' side, with their interior defense faltering, their perimeter shooting was also mediocre. Their strategy to break through involved having Josh Smith draw out Scola as an athletic swingman. Smith might not possess the footwork of a true perimeter player, but was undoubtedly quicker than Scola. This was a defensive mismatch Scola could not contain. Yet the Rockets were hesitant to make substitutions since Scola's rebounding prowess surpassed that of Landry, with the Rockets enjoying an advantage in the paint. Conceding minor advantages to the Hawks was deemed acceptable. To put it plainly, Josh Smith's performance was insufficient to undermine the Rockets. Leveraging Yao's dominance, The Rockets merely needed their perimeter players to seek opportunities beyond the arc. As long as the Hawks contracted their defense, they would inevitably create openings. Qin Lie made 4 attempts, scoring a modest 4 points. For him, this represents a notable increase in his offensive output. Were it not for the absence of McGrady and Artest, he would undoubtedly have had fewer opportunities to shoot. With a harmonious blend of inside and outside play, the Rockets initially held a lead. However, as the rotation period commenced, the Hawks showcased a slightly superior performance, primarily due to the Rockets' depleted roster. Landry remained capable of scoring, while Brooks struggled with his shooting touch. The Rockets' perimeter players exhibited inconsistency, and there were moments when Yao Ming faced relentless double-teaming from opponents, leaving him unable to breathe. During a brief respite, Yao offered encouragement to Qin Lie, demonstrating his qualities as a commendable leader. The Rockets began the game well, yet faltered in the second quarter. The reason for this decline was simply the Hawks' perimeter players finding their rhythm. Bibby, Joe Johnson, and others possessed a greater capability than the Rockets' outside shooters. Qin Lie and Old Barry were both effectively restrained by each other in the second quarter. Qin Lie must face off against Joe Johnson, a player of all-star caliber, which undoubtedly places immense pressure upon him. In the final quarter, he might be able to hold his own, but under normal circumstances, the disparity between the two is quite pronounced. Were it not for the formidable advantage presented by Yao Ming in the paint, this match would have been nearly impossible to contest. In the face of adversity, Qin Lie found himself with few options, compelled to diligently fortify the defense while adhering strictly to the established tactics. The Hawks intensified their defensive efforts against Yao Ming, employing double teams and strategic rotations, making it increasingly challenging for Qin Lie to deliver the ball to him. In this moment, he resonated with the other perimeter players on his team, realizing that without the right opportunities, he could not seize the moment to pass effectively. The crux of the matter was that some teammates were not in sync. When the ball reached him and hesitated, it further diminished the chances of delivering it to Yao Ming. When a team has only one prominent strength, it becomes considerably difficult to execute plays. As the first half drew to a close, Qin Lie held the ball for the final offensive play. Joe Johnson's defense was not particularly formidable, yet Qin Lie still struggled to shake off his opponent. Ultimately, he managed a reluctant shot that, despite evading a block, veered off target. This underscored a matter of capability, leaving him without recourse. In the second quarter, he made a concerted effort to limit his attempts, but at times, he had no choice but to shoot. The team was trailing, yet there was no sense of surprise among the players, with 2 of the trio absent. Even the fans accepted the situation as a given, though it was tinged with regret. During halftime, Adelman encouraged his players, urging them to execute their strategies. Just like the first quarter, we can achieve this, he proclaimed. Basketball is a game of 5. By supporting one another, opportunities will surely arise. In the third quarter, the Hawks learned from their first half success, tightening their defense against Yao Ming. However, the results were entirely counterproductive. It was not that the Rockets had suddenly mastered the perfect Princeton offense during the break, but rather that their perimeter shooters found their rhythm. The essence of this game lay in whether the Rockets' outside players could capitalize on shooting opportunities after Yao Ming drew the Hawks' defensive focus. In the first quarter, their shooting was commendable, granting them a lead. In the second quarter, they faltered, allowing the Hawks to overtake them. Now, with their shooting improving once more, it was the Rockets' turn to benefit. The opportunities arose for the Rockets from the perimeter, leaving the Hawks at a disadvantage, as they struggled to contain Yao Ming in single coverage. In the third quarter, Qin Lie and Old Barry each sank 2 3-pointers, allowing the Rockets to equalize the score. The reason they did not take the lead lies in the fact that the individual skills of the Rockets' perimeter players still lagged behind those of their opponents. However, as long as they can capitalize on open opportunities beyond the arc, the Hawks will find it challenging to contend. Qin Lie's 3-point shooting is currently exceptional. With a pass from Yao, Qin effortlessly sinks the 3-pointer. I have long asserted that Qin is well suited to play alongside Yao. There is no need for further elaboration. Their synergy was evident during the playoffs, and their simultaneous presence on the court in subsequent matches has also yielded promising results. If one were to assign blame, it would be directed at Adelman for his rigid tactical approach. Had they won this match, would it have silenced certain critics? Perhaps that would be a tall order. Let us refrain from premature celebrations. Chapter 16. The 3-point buzzer beater. Brother Yao, I feel fantastic right now. Please support me more when I take the court in the final quarter, Qin Lie said during a brief respite. Yao, wiping the sweat from his brow, replied without hesitation. Absolutely, let us strive together. Qin Lie exchanged greetings with Alstom. although he had not mingled closely with the Rockets players during this period. His low-key demeanor ensured that he did not offend anyone. His proactive communication prompted others to engage, even if they were initially reluctant to do so. Qin Lie's thought was that any assistance would be welcomed. With the two star players absent from the team, he had to seize the opportunity with all his might. As the final quarter commenced, Brooks, who had struggled for 3 periods, suddenly found his rhythm. This young man indeed possessed a certain audacity, yet his vulnerabilities were glaringly apparent. On the Hawks side, Joe Johnson and Josh Smith remained the primary offensive threats, representing the team's 2 most formidable assets. When Qin Lie took to the court, he swiftly sank a 3-pointer, displaying remarkable decisiveness in his actions. Qin Lie currently possesses the most formidable 3-point shooting ability, and in the final quarter, his prowess has elevated to a standard that rivals the best in the league, displaying remarkable precision. In the absence of Yao Ming, the Rockets accelerated their offensive tempo and surprisingly gained a lead. However, their lineup struggled to contain the Hawks, and their advantage remained precarious. With 5 minutes left in the game, both teams deployed their decisive lineups. The Rockets opted to keep Brooks on the court, playing with dual guards. Although the veteran Barry demonstrated a commendable ability to capitalize on opportunities, his stamina had waned, relegating him to a spectator role. When Yao Ming returned, the pace of the game began to slow for both teams. For a player like Brooks, this actually presented greater challenges. While Yao was on the floor, the Rockets had no need to employ dual guards. Brooks primarily scored when Yao was absent. As anticipated, with the tempo decelerating, Brooks found it increasingly difficult to score. During this period, Josh Smith scored 4 consecutive points, allowing the Hawks to regain the lead. Fortunately, Qin Lie seized another opportunity. In a familiar scenario, Yao was double-teamed in the low post, leading to a swift pass out to Qin Lie, who decisively launched a 3-pointer from beyond the arc. The approaching Hawks defender was disregarded entirely by Qin Lie. Now, with his king of the fourth quarter skill activated, he shot with unwavering confidence. Shortly thereafter, he unexpectedly provided help defense on Josh Smith and successfully executed a steal, as Smith attempted to replicate his previous move against Scola. He was caught off guard by Qin Lie's sudden intervention. Following the steal, Qin Lie passed the ball to Alston and sprinted down the court. Alston returned the ball to him, and Qin Lie delivered a powerful dunk. This play not only allowed the Rockets to reclaim the lead but also prompted a timeout from the Hawks. "I feel fantastic right now," Qin Lie beamed at his teammates. With just over a minute remaining in the game, the Rockets' morale was buoyant. Despite the absence of their 2 stars, they were engaged in a fiercely contested battle with the Hawks, which was exhilarating. When the Hawks returned from their timeout, they sought to stabilize their offense by pulling their big men out to create opportunities, including drawing Yao out. This strategy aimed to penetrate for easy scores. However, to their surprise, Alston made an unexpected steal. The Rockets' defense in the final moments deviated from their usual strategy, veering slightly towards the risky side. Nonetheless, the Hawks were caught off guard, and the Rockets succeeded. After the steal, Alston initiated a fast break, passing the ball to Qin Lie, who accelerated towards the opposing basket. Faced with hurried Hawks defenders, Qin Lie cleverly sent the ball backward to a trailing Scola, who effortlessly scored with a layup. With just under a minute left in the game, the Rockets had a 3-point lead. Subsequently, both Joe Johnson and Alston missed their shots. As the game reached its final moments, "If we stop them, we win," they thought. With mere seconds remaining and a 3-point advantage, the Rockets focused on defending against the 3-point shot. The Hawks, however, showed no inclination for a quick 2-pointer after their pick-and-roll offense faltered. They directly handed the ball to Joe Johnson. Qin Lie swiftly adhered to the task at hand, and in the presence of the formidable Dan DeChao, he dared not allow himself a moment's relaxation. Qin Lie's performance was remarkable, particularly after he enhanced his abilities in the final quarter, showcasing commendable defensive skills. During the closing minutes, Joe Johnson found himself unable to score while being closely guarded by Qin Lie. However, in crucial moments, Joe Johnson remained composed, skillfully dribbling the ball with an air of nonchalance, yet always keeping one arm protectively positioned in front of him to thwart any attempts by Qin Lie. Suddenly, he accelerated, executing a deft crossover maneuver. Qin Lie shifted 2 steps to the side, effectively blocking his opponent. Such a defensive maneuver could potentially provoke a foul from the opposing player. However, Qin Lie had no time to adjust his footing and maintain close proximity. At this moment, the tendency to draw fouls was not as pronounced as it would later become. Observing Qin Lie closing in, Joe Johnson exerted force from the side, using his arm to forcefully push Qin Lie back half a step before promptly retreating. Qin Lie disregarded everything else and made a desperate attempt to reach out. Joe Johnson was equally taken aback by Qin Lie's sudden interference. At that moment, Alston rushed in as well, hoping to swat the ball from Johnson's hands. However, Johnson, noticing he had drawn a double team, swiftly passed the ball, allowing Bibby to take a shot from the three-point line directly in front of the basket. The shot found its mark, and the Hawks players erupted into enthusiastic cheers. Coach Adelman, visibly irritated, clapped his hands and immediately called for a timeout. There was no need for a double team on that play. Alston had acted impulsively. Yet, one could argue that had Alston not intervened, Johnson might have evaded Qin Lie's attempt and still managed a shot. It was a testament to the caliber of an all-star player, demonstrating remarkable composure in critical moments. With only a little over 4 seconds remaining in the game, the Rockets needed to score to secure a victory. Otherwise, they would face overtime. Adelman's strategy was for 4 players to cluster together while Yao Ming operated in the paint, with the other 3 players making their way towards the baseline and weak side, ready to capitalize on any opportunities that arose. However, when the whistle blew, none of the players managed to create a clear opening. Yao immediately turned and ran back, receiving the inbounds pass near the three-point line. This was Plan B. Yao would receive the ball and search for an opportunity. The other Rockets players resumed their off-ball movements, while Yao contemplated whether to take the shot himself. In mere seconds, with no passing options available, he was left with no choice but to take matters into his own hands. At this moment, Qin Lie collided directly with Joe Johnson and then swiftly changed direction to run back. "Yao go," he shouted in Chinese, charging towards the great Yao. Yao responded promptly, immediately passing the ball over. After receiving the ball, Qin Lie did not pause for a moment and immediately took the shot. Although Joe Johnson had caught up, he was still a fraction of a second too late. With the enhancements of the fourth quarter king ability, Qin Lie had already achieved a remarkable 90 points in three-point shooting, coupled with the triggering of the clutch player effect, which granted him double the shooting percentage and a 50 defense ignoring effect. Qin Lie's unadjusted three-pointer traced a beautiful arc through the air. In the anxious gaze of the visiting fans, the basketball mercilessly fell through the hoop. At the same time, the game clock expired, and Qin Lie delivered a game-winning three-pointer. The score stood at 106-103 as the Rockets triumphed over the Hawks despite the absence of 2 key players. Chapter 17. Signs of infighting. The players were wholeheartedly dedicated to the game, embodying the true essence of victory. Adelman wore a smile after the match, appreciating Qin Lie's tenacity, a rare quality on the court. Scoring 23 points throughout the game, Qin Lie once again left a profound impression on the head coach. He humbly remarked, "I merely endeavored to assist the team in securing a win, and I was fortunate to succeed." This attitude resonated well with Adelman, especially given the stark contrast currently present within the team. The performance of Qin Lie in this match significantly enhanced his standing. 3 days later, McGrady made his return. While Qin Lie continued to be a starter, the Rockets were on a 5-game road trip, yet their opponents were not particularly formidable. The 76ers this season still exhibited a commendable team play. They had signed Brand and aimed to progress further. Following Iverson's departure, the young players of the 76ers displayed stable growth, seemingly on the right path. However, the costly acquisition of Brand soon fell prey to injuries, leading to a continued decline in the 76ers' performance. Presently, the 76ers appeared to be manageable. In the first half, the Rockets indeed dominated the court. As Yao Ming attracted defensive attention in the paint, Qin Lie and other perimeter players consistently found the basket. Yet, the second half presented a different scenario. McGrady managed only 1 successful shot from 9 attempts, while Brooks fared even worse, hitting just 1 out of 11. Under such circumstances, the 76ers were unable to mount a comeback. Qin Lie is the player with the highest three-point shooting percentage on the team, yet he is often deprived of the ball. As for the interior, not even the illustrious Yao Ming, nor the commendably performing Scola today, can secure possession. Since Tracy McGrady's return, the team's rhythm has been disrupted. He monopolizes a significant share of the ball, yet lacks the prowess of his peak years. Had Qin Lie been given the opportunity to play as he did in the previous match, this game would have ended differently. Both Yu and the 16th pick, Maurice Spites, have demonstrated commendable performances, with mid-range shots and rebounds adding to the tally. Defense. After the Rockets' defeat, they attributed their downfall to a fundamental basketball principle. Despite scoring no points in 22 minutes, McGrady remarked, "In the past, we were a great defensive team. Alas, we are not that team anymore." As a glaring defensive liability, McGrady's inquiries failed to earn him the respect of his teammates. In the dying moments of the game, Yao was sidelined, which left him visibly frustrated. When questioned by reporters, he stated, "Everything is at the coach's discretion. Why this is the case is a matter between the coach and me. Regardless of your questions, I shall not divulge anything." This expression of dissatisfaction, albeit indirect, reveals Yao's unfamiliarity with American sentiments. Even Rockets legend Calvin Murphy voiced his opinion post-game, asserting that any coach with a center like Yao Ming should ensure he attempts at least 25 shots per game. Yet Yao did not even reach double digits in attempts this time. The Rockets seemed to be on the brink of internal discord, yet their away journey must continue. In the upcoming match against the Celtics, Qin Lie once again started, though his wing partner was now Artest. With McGrady resting, Artest made his return. This may seem coincidental, but it soon became evident that Artest and McGrady were at odds, alternating their rest periods and reluctant to play together. Facing the Celtics, who boast a far superior record, the Rockets were not expected to fare well once more. However, with McGrady absent, the Rockets surprisingly matched up well against the Celtics' Big Three in their previous encounter. The teams were closely matched, and the Rockets were not particularly intimidated by the Celtics' conventional style of play. As the game commenced, the Celtics initially held the upper hand. Garnett, Pierce, and Ray Allen formed a perfectly complementary trio. Despite only securing one championship together, their performance could be deemed underwhelming. In the first quarter, the opposing trio appeared to be in fine form, making it difficult for the Rockets to withstand their assault. Nonetheless, Yao showcased a commendable performance in the paint. When physically fit, Yao is always formidable, having previously displayed tenacity in their last encounter. Yao's advantage inside allowed Qin Lie to linger at the three-point line, where he indeed found opportunities, sinking two crucial three-pointers. Yao has taken to seeking him out, as Qin Lie's shooting from beyond the arc has proven to be reliable. Currently, Qin Lie has a three-point shooting percentage of 77. Even without an increase in his stats during the final quarter, this is quite commendable. If his opponents fail to pay attention to him, he will surely seize the opportunity to score. When opportunities are scarce, he diligently follows Ray Allen, keeping a close watch on him. Qin Lie's defense was rather ordinary, yet he remained sufficiently focused and exerted himself fully to prevent Ray Allen from finding open space. Under his relentless pursuit, Ray Allen did not perform as well as the other two stars. Defense often does not hinge solely on innate talent. With enough effort, one can excel, especially in a team like the Rockets, which boasts a commendable defensive strategy. Although they may have regressed slightly from the Van Gundy era, they have not entirely lost their defensive prowess and are still considered one of the better defensive teams in the league. Lacking the unique slow-tempo characteristic of a star like Tracy McGrady, the Rockets players nonetheless displayed considerable tenacity. During the rotation phase, they seized their opportunities. The Celtics, as a top-tier team in the league, did not possess a particularly strong bench. With a trio of superstars, they lacked the additional salary cap space to assemble a robust rotation. On the other hand, Brooks emerged explosively. Despite being a player with noticeable flaws, his individual offensive skills allowed him to enter the NBA. However, as an undersized guard lacking defensive capabilities, he was more suited for a sixth-man role. The Rockets' decision to elevate him to a starting position was arguably not the wisest choice. During the rotation phase, the Rockets played exceptionally well, their momentum increasingly palpable. In the second quarter, Artest finally gained the upper hand in his confrontation with Pierce, after Pierce had dominated the first quarter. The difference was that the Rockets' role players performed better, enabling them to take the lead. However, when Brooks was at the helm, it became challenging for Yao Ming to receive the ball, not out of intent, but due to a mismatch in playing styles. During halftime, Qin Lie remarked to Yao, "Your shooting touch is on point today. We have a real chance." Yao replied, "You're also doing well. Focus on your defense in the second half. Your efforts have not gone unnoticed by the coach." Artest chimed in with a hearty laugh. "With me on the court, our defense will undoubtedly improve. Qin, keep up with Ray Allen. I will handle Pierce." Artest was eager to prove his worth, especially in a contract year, as he did not join the Rockets to play a minor role. If McGrady was no longer at his peak, why couldn't he become the Rockets' primary perimeter core? "Rest assured, I will give it my all," Qin Lie responded. "I admire your tenacious style of play. I have much to learn from you." "Haha, we certainly can exchange notes," Artest replied. Artest, with his prominent features, is also intent on forging alliances with his teammates. Adelman, showing no sentimentality, recognizes Artest's need for allies. Chapter 18. Contract assurance. Celtics head coach Rivers aspires for his team to exhibit greater cohesion. However, in the third quarter, they find themselves relying on Pierce's individual prowess. In the face-off between Pierce and Artest during this quarter, Pierce holds a slight advantage, as his one-on-one play leads to numerous fouls committed by Artest. Yao, still formidable in the paint, showcases a commendable performance, although penetrating the defense proves challenging. The Celtics are determined not to allow Yao an easy offensive game, bolstered by the fierce defensive efforts of Garnett and Perkins in the interior. Nevertheless, the Rockets' perimeter shooting remains steadfast in this match. In the slow-paced contest, Qin Lie successfully lands another three-pointer. After reconnecting, Qin Lie and Yao Ming exchanged spirited high-fives, embodying the joy of witnessing such camaraderie in the NBA. On the court, Qin Lie adeptly creates space for Yao, forming a formidable duo that stands at the forefront of the league. Their time spent together on the court is increasing, much to the excitement of domestic fans who have begun to envision their synergy on the national team, especially given the team's current need for outside shooters. The Rockets bench struggled to make an impact in the second half, with Brooks representing a rather unstable option. However, with Qin Lie and Artest returning in the final quarter, the Rockets regained their advantage. Artest and Pierce continued their trend of dominant performances, with Pierce shining in the third quarter, while Artest took over in the final frame. In that last quarter, Qin Lie effectively shut down Ray Allen, causing the Celtics' offensive strategy to falter as they faced two significant weaknesses. In the early part of the fourth quarter, the Rockets' starting lineup had not fully returned, resulting in a lackluster offensive display, leading to a stalemate between the two teams. Midway through the final quarter, Qin Lie passed to Yao Ming, who scored a two-pointer, propelling the Rockets into the lead. At this moment, Qin Lie's overall abilities had noticeably improved, and his chemistry with Yu was exceptional. The Rockets began to assert their dominance. But as the clock ticked down to 3 minutes, Artest fouled out. In the Celtics' home arena, Artest ultimately could not outmatch Pierce. With Artest sidelined, Pierce found himself at ease, swiftly scoring against old rival Barry. However, they underestimated Qin Lie's newfound prowess. In a deceptive play, Qin Lie feigned a pass to Yao, then unexpectedly launched a three-pointer from beyond the arc, successfully scoring and regaining the lead for the Rockets. The Celtics responded with Rondo driving past Brooks for a successful layup. The score remained tightly contested, with neither team willing to concede victory. Brooks, brimming with determination, surged past Rondo for a drive, only to be thwarted by Garnett's formidable block. The Celtics opted to slow the game down instead of pushing for a fast break. But Pierce's subsequent shot missed its mark. The ball ricocheted far from the basket, and fortune smiled upon Qin Lie, who swiftly collected the rebound and launched a fast break. The Celtics' defense reacted quickly, but were taken by surprise when Qin Lie halted at the three-point line and executed a trailing three-pointer, much to the exhilaration of Rockets fans. His performance was electrifying, effectively halting the Celtics' momentum. Following a timeout, the Celtics attempted a coordinated play, passing the ball to Ray Allen, who was positioned at the three-point line. Upon receiving the pass, Allen took his shot, but was closely contested by the relentless Qin Lie. With time running short, the Celtics knew they needed to defend against the Rockets' impending attack. Neither Qin Lie nor Yao Ming managed to secure the ball, due to Scola's poor performance. It was Landry who received the pass and attempted a shot in the dying moments of the game. His effort missed, but Yao Ming seized the rebound and successfully converted it into a basket. The Celtics players found themselves in a state of despair after Pierce's unsuccessful three-point attempt. They refrained from employing any foul strategies, and thus, the game came to a close. Yao Ming scored a remarkable 26 points, while Qin Lie hit the most three-pointers in the game with 5, leading the Rockets to triumph over the formidable Eastern Conference team, the Celtics. Post-game, Coach Adelman expressed his pride, stating, "I cannot convey to you the significance of this victory. Our players exhibited unwavering spirit for 48 minutes. We triumphed over our opponents and maintained control in the fourth quarter. This is indeed a remarkable victory." Yao Ming also expressed his joy, saying, "As a team, we must sustain this fervor." Artest remarked on Yao's unstoppable nature, claiming that as long as he is surrounded by talented shooters from the Rockets, opponents will struggle to defend against him. Once he performs at such a level, it becomes exceedingly difficult for us to be defeated. The most reliable shooter on the team is undoubtedly Qin Lie. With his outstanding performance, Qin Lie's contract has officially transitioned into a guaranteed one. In the NBA, players with such minimum salaries are rare, yet compared to ordinary jobs, the NBA's minimum salary is exceedingly high. Upon returning home, Qin Lie celebrated modestly with his close friend, Zhang William. Not only has he secured a season's worth of salary, but following the signing of his guaranteed contract, he has also attracted several commercial endorsements. With the backing of a vast domestic fan base, Qin Lie's popularity has surged rapidly. In Houston, many fans believe he could be a savior for a team plagued with injuries. Qin Lie and Zhang William are poised to embark on their journey to wealth. On January 9th, the Rockets faced off against the Thunder on their home turf, with Qin Lie's starting wing partner once again shifting to McGrady. The formidable Artest, a resilient figure, also has yet to complete a full season. The Thunder have recently appointed a new head coach, having replaced the previous one, Carlesimo, who is infamously remembered for being choked by the eccentric Sprewell. Carlesimo was a commendable assistant coach, yet he struggled to connect with the players, which hampered his effectiveness as a head coach. The Thunder have now promoted their assistant coach, Scott Brooks, who is set to lead the team for several seasons to come. However, despite the coaching change, the Thunder remain a talent-laden yet underperforming team in the league. Their defense is notably weak, and their interior presence is lacking. Nevertheless, as the Thunder aspire to evolve into a formidable force in the Western Conference, they continue to embrace an offensive strategy. Against weaker opponents, McGrady initially showcased his prowess, allowing the Rockets to establish a comfortable double-digit lead by halftime. Yet, as the second half unfolded, McGrady's shooting efficiency plummeted to a mere 20%. As Durant dominated him, the substantial lead the team had built was nearly overturned, but fortunately, in the critical moments, Yao Ming and Qin Lie rose to the occasion. In a remarkable display of athletic prowess, Qin Lie thwarted Durant with a formidable block, while Yao Ming emphatically challenged the rim against Westbrook. Subsequently, Yao and Qin combined to score 10 consecutive points, effectively salvaging McGrady's precarious situation, had he suffered a loss against a weaker team. The contrast between his performance and Artest's success against stronger opponents would have been stark. Following the match, Coach Adelman expressed his relief, stating, "We needed to secure a victory. This arduous road trip has finally come to an end. Once again, you have embarrassed Durant, proving that your impact on the court rivals that of Russell Westbrook. With a dunk, three-pointer, and 3 steals, along with 3 rebounds, you have transcended the anonymity of a second-round pick like Kyle Weaver. Your confrontation skills and speed have both improved significantly." Chapter 19. Team partners returning to their home court, McGrady took a break, and Qin partnered with Battier as a starter. With all 3 primary wings present, his opportunities to play were virtually non-existent. However, due to injuries, he found himself starting alongside each of them for 3 consecutive games. A twist of fate indeed. Their opponents were the struggling Eastern Conference team, the Knicks. After being thrown into disarray by Isaiah Thomas, the Knicks finally decided to initiate a substantial overhaul. Whether through change or stagnation, they embarked on a spending spree, hiring Mike D'Antoni, who had previously led the Suns to a fast-paced playing style. Shortly after the season commenced, the Knicks parted ways with 2 of their main offensive players, Crawford to the Warriors and Randolph to the Clippers. It was evident that the Knicks intended to undertake a thorough rebuilding process. As for Marbury, with no takers, the Knicks planned to buy him out, while Eddie Curry remained with the team, waiting for an opportunity. Among last season's starters, only Quentin Richardson remained, though he too was not part of the team's future plans. D'Antoni managed to accomplish some tasks with the Knicks, yet results eluded him. His system required strong guards, and the Knicks' recruitment efforts had gone awry. Given the Knicks' dismal performance, it was disheartening for Qin to see rookie players sidelined. Presently, the Knicks were attempting to run a fast-paced offense with Chris Duhon at the helm. Duhon, merely a second-round pick and an average role player, was being unfairly burdened with the responsibility of being the tactical focal point. However, D'Antoni's strategy necessitated a guard-centric approach, lacking the flexibility to adapt. As the game commenced, the Knicks surprisingly performed well. They double-teamed Yao defensively, while their offense thrived on fluidity, with David Lee scoring consistently. Although Lee's defense left much to be desired, his scoring and rebounding prowess were sharp, leading to an explosive exchange with Scola. In the face-off against Richardson, Qin Lie exhibited a commendable steadiness, with both players successfully sinking shots. The Houston Rockets, however, found themselves at a disadvantage due to their bench players. The Knicks' starting lineup, relatively youthful, does not constitute the most formidable offensive array. Their primary scoring threats emerged from the bench, which boasted 3 potent offensive assets. This configuration raises questions about whether the Knicks are deliberately underperforming or merely seeking to establish cohesion. On the Rockets' side, Brooks struggled to find his rhythm upon entering the game. Confronted by the shorter Nate Robinson, he was unable to make an impact, as Robinson's speed and strength outmatched him. It is worth noting that most players of diminutive stature in the NBA tend to develop greater physicality, rendering Brooks somewhat of an anomaly. Landry, too, faced challenges when matched against Harrington. Knicks substitute Tim Thomas performed admirably upon his entry. Once deemed unmanageable, Thomas found himself without suitors after a lucrative contract, only to later secure a deal with the Suns for a brief tenure before faltering with the Clippers. Now, returning under D'Antoni's guidance, he appears poised for a resurgence of his abilities. Primarily a technical power forward reluctant to engage in physical confrontations, he seems better suited to D'Antoni's system. Although he remains merely a transient figure within the Knicks, likely to be traded soon. As the Knicks mounted an offensive, they struggled to maintain composure. When the Rockets starters re-entered the game in the second quarter, the Knicks players may have become complacent, resulting in a lack of focused defense, allowing Yao Ming to assert his dominance in the paint. With Yao's prowess on display, Qin Lie also found success from beyond the arc throughout the initial three quarters. He relied heavily on Yao's presence. It was Yao's effectiveness in the low post that afforded Qin Lie better shooting opportunities. In the closing minutes of the first half, the Rockets managed to equalize the score. In truth, competing at such a level against a weaker team suggests the Rockets were not performing at their best. However, the Knicks' fast-paced play indeed posed challenges for Yao, as their big men could stretch the floor, a style he particularly dislikes. In his quest to enhance his low-post effectiveness, Yao sacrificed considerable mobility, and now, as the league features fewer low-post threats, his weight sometimes becomes a liability. Following Shaquille O'Neal's departure eastward, a slight reduction in weight for Yao would have been beneficial, aligning him more closely with Adelman's system and potentially extending his career. In the wake of Duncan and Howard's own weight reductions, the era of the heavy-set center is waning, making Yao's situation all the more regrettable. Despite their dissatisfaction with the first-half performance, the Rockets did not anticipate the Knicks' collapse in the third quarter. In the second half, the Knicks altered their starting lineup, with Harrington entering the fray. However, Harrington struggled with his shooting touch, allowing the Rockets to surge ahead with a decisive run. Both Qin Lie and Alston successfully sank three-pointers, followed by Brooks, who also nailed a three, allowing the Rockets to swiftly extend their lead to double digits, causing the Knicks to falter dramatically. The decision to alter the starting lineup for the Knicks was not without merit, with Yao Ming struggling defensively. If Harrington had found his rhythm, the Knicks might have gained the upper hand. However, Harrington failed to deliver, and his focus on offense detracted from his defensive contributions, ultimately proving counterproductive. With a substantial lead, the Rockets played with ease. Yao Ming took an early respite, while Qin Lie and the perimeter players systematically dismantled the Knicks. Qin Lie once again scored 20 points, achieving the highest score of the game, a delightful spectacle of competition among peers. In this match, he did not solely concentrate on explosive scoring in the final quarter. Rather, he maintained a consistent performance, distributing his points evenly throughout each period. Among his teammates, he found his partnership with Battier to be the most comfortable. With Battier not demanding ball possession, Qin Lie could easily seize opportunities. Following the game, Qin Lie expressed his satisfaction in an interview, stating, "I feel absolutely fantastic. Our diligent defense, excellent ball sharing, and ultimately overcoming our opponents have contributed to this success. My ability to perform stems from the defensive focus not being on me, and I am thrilled to help the team secure consecutive victories. I am to prove that the decision to grant me a contract was indeed a wise choice." With a guaranteed contract now in place, Qin Lie's remarks have become more incisive. He aspires to garner greater attention and gain a voice within the league, which would significantly benefit his career. Additionally, this could attract more fans and enhance his commercial value. Excelling in the sport and increasing commercial appeal are not mutually exclusive. They represent a means of engaging with the fan base. Stars in a commercial league must embrace this dynamic. If they shy away from fan interaction, they risk losing favor. After all, it requires little time. Qin Lie has now registered on social media, yet has remained relatively silent. This is partly due to his current status as a minor figure within the league, and also because social media is not yet as advanced as it could be. He chooses to take his time, steadily enhancing his skills, before ultimately dazzling the world. Qin Lie is filled with confidence, for he is indeed a man of extraordinary prowess. In 3 days, the team is set to face off in the much-anticipated Chinese Derby, although Sun Yu has found himself on the periphery of the Lakers this season. The clash between the two teams continues to ignite fervent excitement among fans. With the Zen Master's high emotional intelligence, it is likely he will give Sun Yu a chance to shine. The selection of Dishing by the Lakers marks a commendable beginning. Yet it is unfortunate that he has not devoted himself to honing his shooting skills. For role players seeking to stand out, excelling in defense and shooting is paramount, as opportunities to handle the ball are virtually non-existent. Qin Lie is well aware of this point. After the great sage earnestly secured an opportunity to join the Lakers, it must be said that he became somewhat conceited and failed to grasp the chance successfully. Chapter 20. Fluidity following the Lakers' audacious acquisition of the All-Star center Pau Gasol. They immediately surged into the finals. Regrettably, they fell short against the formidable trio of the Celtics. This season, the Lakers have made a resolute comeback, currently standing as the unrivaled leaders in the Western Conference. In their initial clash of the season, the Rockets were thoroughly dominated by the Lakers. However, that match was marred by Tracy McGrady and Ron Artest hindering each other, with both players exhibiting alarmingly low shooting percentages. In contrast, this encounter unfolded differently. The Lakers initially underestimated Qin Lie, who proceeded to sink consecutive shots from the perimeter. Yao Ming displayed commendable form, managing to withstand the Lakers' formidable trio single-handedly. In truth, Gasol maintained a steady performance, while Bynum, in his naivety, attempted to challenge Yao, only to suffer repeated setbacks. Without Bynum's overzealousness, the intensity of the match would surely have diminished. As for Lamar Odom, he faded into the background, failing to assert himself in the paint against Scola and Landry. Odom is a player who oscillates between brilliance and mediocrity, making it unwise for the team to rely on him entirely. In this context, the Rockets and Lakers engaged in a fiercely contested battle, with neither side willing to yield. In this match, Qin Lie exhibited an outstanding performance, while Kobe only began to take his defense seriously in the final quarter. Unfortunately, in the closing moments, Yao Ming's declining stamina hindered his performance, ultimately allowing Kobe to score 5 consecutive points and secure victory. Qin Lie Kong scored 30 points, which is rather regrettable. He enjoyed a stroke of luck throughout the game. Yet at a pivotal moment, he allowed Kobe to sink the only three-pointer of the match. It had the essence of a miraculous shot. One can only say that Kobe's prowess remains formidable. On the opposing side, the great sage merely made a fleeting appearance, failing to accumulate any statistics in 3 minutes. Not even a foul. The Zen master, unrelenting, remarked, "I detest this feeling of having no viable options. I am compelled to utilize players I would only resort to in dire circumstances, yet I must still send Sun Yu onto the court. Although his training attitude is commendable, regrettably, he remains my last resort in strategic arrangements. Your performance has already surpassed Sun Yu by 10 positions. Jumping ability 1, ball control 1. Despite the loss, Qin Lie garnered increasing recognition. Competing and scoring with Kobe, Qin Lie truly demonstrated his prowess. The Rockets Giants often face unforeseen challenges, but the emergence of Qin Lie has been a delightful surprise. Even with McGrady's return, Qin Lie should undoubtedly be a starter. Qin Lie remains indifferent to the external opinions, believing that as long as his strength continues to rise, his position within the team will solidify. He merely needs to showcase his enhanced abilities. Following a series of away games, the Rockets are now enjoying a stretch of home games, which is a relative blessing. On January 17th, the Heat will visit. Currently, the Heat lack a formidable interior presence, and the once all-star McGlure has significantly declined. Often, they prefer to utilize the young, stocky interior player Joel Anthony. Yao Ming holds a definitive advantage against the Heat, and Qin Lie, along with the perimeter players, will undoubtedly benefit as long as they provide adequate support from the outside. As the game commenced, the Rockets struggled to contain Wade, while the Heat found it equally challenging to defend against Yao. However, in terms of shooting accuracy from the perimeter, the Rockets excelled. The main offensive threats for the Heat, Wade and Marion, exhibited inconsistency in their outside shooting. Marion's decline is peculiar. His three-point shooting vanished upon leaving the Suns. Facing off against Kobe, and then Wade is truly impressive for Qin Lie. The atmosphere suggests a potential victory, and Qin Lie's confidence in his shooting is steadily growing. His playing style is decisively straightforward. He takes a shot whenever the opportunity arises or passes to Yao without unnecessary hesitation. This approach is optimal for Yao, as both Qin Lie and Battier avoid unnecessary complications. During the rotation period, both team substitutes struggled with their shooting. The second overall pick, Beasley, attempted various isolation plays, but his shooting accuracy remained erratic, while Wade took a breather. Qin Lie scored consecutively. After matching up against Wade, facing the Heat's young guard Cook made Qin Lie perceive the opponent as rather ordinary. The advantage of being a starter lies in the ability to compete against the league's elite stars, thereby elevating the player's confidence. The key is to possess resilience. as one cannot be easily disheartened by a few tough plays from star players. When Wade returned to the court, his shooting rhythm appeared somewhat shaky, allowing the Rockets to maintain their lead. With Yao in the paint, facing a team lacking size is indeed a fortunate circumstance. With Yao as a reliable foundation, perimeter players are encouraged to shoot decisively. Currently, the starting lineup exhibits a willingness to share the ball, resulting in a notably fluid offense. It is no wonder that tensions arose between Adelman and McGrady. Every time McGrady received the ball, he would halt the play, abruptly disrupting the team's strategy, leaving Adelman feeling exasperated on the sidelines. The performance has been commendable. Back in the locker room, Adelman commended the team for their efforts. On the other side, the young coach Spoelstra of the Heat hopes that his players can broaden their offensive range and secure good shooting opportunities through teamwork. However, it is challenging for the current Heat to find their rhythm. As they entered the third quarter, they relied solely on Wade's individual offensive prowess to sustain them. Qin Lie is currently unable to keep pace with Wade. When defending Wade, he can only afford to give him a step. This strategy worked in the first half, as Wade's drives would often lead him too deep, allowing the team's interior defense to provide assistance. However, in the third quarter, Wade's three-point shooting became a challenge to contain. Fortunately, Alston found his rhythm, and the Rockets' offense thrived. As long as Yao Ming positions himself appropriately to receive the ball, he is nearly unstoppable, forcing the Heat to double-team him, which in turn creates opportunities for the Rockets' perimeter players to find open shots. In the second half, both teams' bench units began to show signs of improvement. The Heat saw Beasley start to exhibit his talent, although his shooting percentage fluctuated. There were moments when he was difficult to defend. If Beasley could devote more focus to basketball, he would undoubtedly unleash his full potential. As the fourth quarter approached, the Heat encountered shooting difficulties once again. Lacking a strong interior presence, they struggled to adapt their offensive strategy. The flaws in their lineup were magnified significantly. With 5 minutes remaining, the Rockets held a 10-point lead. The Heat began to attempt three-pointers, prompting Qin Lie to adjust his defensive strategy. He was no longer concerned about Wade's drives but rather focused on denying the opposing team any three-point opportunities. This demonstrates sound defensive judgment. Even if the Heat managed to score 2 points, it would not pose a significant problem. The Heat gambled on three-point shots, some of which found the mark, while others did not. Meanwhile, the Rockets concentrated their efforts on interior scoring, with both Yao and Landry contributing points. As the Heat's defense instinctively collapsed, Qin Lie seized the opportunity to hit a three-pointer, extending the Rockets' lead back to 10 points. Time was running short, and Wade forced a three-point attempt, which was not his forte. Qin Lie secured the rebound, showcasing his remarkable performance once again. He executed a quick pass to Yao, who scored effortlessly under the basket. The outcome of the game was no longer in doubt, and the Rockets celebrated their victory. In this match, Qin Lie, Alston, and Yao each scored over 20 points. Observers were somewhat astonished. Despite the absence of two key players, the Rockets seemed to play with even greater fluidity. Chapter 21. Growing chemistry after securing the victory. Adelman was exceedingly pleased, as the tactics had been effectively executed. He remarked, "I am very happy with the team's performance today, for the majority of the game. Our ball movement was exceptional. With our current roster, success hinges on maintaining the flow of the ball. We cannot solely rely on Yao to do everything on the court. Other players must also contribute significantly. Today, we excelled in this regard, with Qin Lie and Alston serving as exemplary models." Qin Lie received commendation and experienced a genuine enhancement. "Your performance clearly eclipsed that of NCAA standout Mario Chalmers, with an impressive increase in ball handling, steals, and three-point shooting. In contrast to the squandered opportunities of the second overall pick, Michael Beasley, your achievements are undeniably superior, showcasing remarkable improvements in explosiveness, mid-range shooting, and penetration." Surprisingly, the injury-plagued Rockets displayed a performance that surpassed their previous outings. However, in the realm of high-intensity professional competition, the occurrence of injuries is not exclusive to the Rockets. 2 days later, during the visit of the Nuggets, Anthony found himself sidelined. In his absence, J.R. Smith seized the opportunity to start. While J.R. possesses the capability to be a starting player, he is often utilized strategically as a sixth man. Nevertheless, the absence of Anthony undoubtedly posed challenges for the Nuggets' offensive strategies. Yet, it may not have a significant impact. Perhaps the Nuggets could even exhibit a more fluid gameplay. Within George Karl's offensive system, there is a preference for dynamic play rather than isolation for star players. However, lacking a star player, the team struggles to execute crucial plays in pivotal moments, particularly against formidable opponents. To be candid, at the onset of this match, one could hardly perceive the absence of their leading player within the Nuggets. They exhibited a remarkable pace, running with vigor, truly living up to their reputation as a track team. Yet, in stark contrast to their offensive prowess, the Nuggets' defense left much to be desired. Qin Lie and Alston are increasingly attuned to one another, with Alston feeling far more comfortable partnering with Qin Lie than with any star-studded team. Currently, the chemistry among Qin Lie, Alston, and Yao Ming is quite remarkable. They have executed a seamless offense, engaging in a fierce contest against the Nuggets. Qin Lie has a penchant for teams that exhibit a lackadaisical approach to defense, as this allows him to gather statistics with ease. However, on the defensive end, it is quite challenging for JR to contain his opponent, as this seemingly troubled individual possesses extraordinary athleticism. In such circumstances, Battier is willing to switch defensive assignments, allowing Qin Lie to guard less aggressive adversaries. Indeed, Battier exemplifies what it means to be a top-tier teammate. Although he was once a prolific scorer in college, he swiftly transformed into a role player after joining the NBA, particularly after his rookie season. Notably, even when paired with a rookie like Qin Lie, who has just transitioned from the periphery to a more prominent role, he is more than willing to undertake the dirty work and provide Qin Lie with ample shooting opportunities. As the rhythm of both offense and defense surged, it became increasingly difficult to halt the momentum. During the rotation period, the pace of the Rockets quickened even further. Brooks seemed to flounder aimlessly, while Old Barry maintained his composure. Although Old Barry was often unable to deliver the sharp performances of yesteryear, his ability to seize opportunities remains a valuable lesson for the younger players. However, embracing a rapid tempo had its drawbacks for the Rockets, particularly as it rendered Yao Ming's presence somewhat ineffective. Due to his considerable weight, Yao struggled to adapt to the fast pace, which took a toll on him. Consequently, he faced foul troubles and was forced to exit the game prematurely. Following Yao's departure, the Nuggets capitalized and seized the lead. During halftime, Coach Adelman delivered a stern reprimand to the team, asserting, "We have our own rhythm. We cannot simply follow the opponent's pace," without any star players to retort. Adelman's critiques were notably candid. Qin Lie also felt that the team was indeed led by the opponent's rhythm in the first half. Playing against their perimeter was quite comfortable. But if this continued, defeat was inevitable. Upon entering the third quarter, they deliberately controlled the pace. The game once again ventured into a territory familiar to the Rockets. Their interior presence was advantageous, and there was no need to hasten the tempo alongside the Nuggets. Once again, Qin Lie receives a brilliant assist from Yao Ming, successfully sinking a three-pointer. Although Yao Ming is known for his numerous passes, his assists are relatively few, primarily due to the scarcity of perimeter players like Qin Lie, who can shoot effortlessly upon receiving the ball. Consequently, Yao Ming has developed a preference for passing to Qin Lie, transcending mere camaraderie among compatriots. In the second half, Alston's contributions are significant, not in terms of scoring. His shooting touches waned, but in disrupting Billup's rhythm. Substituting Alston for Billups proves to be a substantial gain for the Rockets. As the pace of the game slows, the Nuggets' offensive capabilities are affected. The absence of Anthony becomes evident, as there is no one to assertively take control and execute isolation plays. As the final quarter unfolds, the Nuggets rely increasingly on J.R. Smith to handle the ball and drive aggressively. Billups, more suited for surprising opponents with sudden shots, finds himself less effective in a one-on-one scenario. J.R. Smith, often referred to as Highlight Jordan, possesses explosive athleticism and a particularly stylish shooting form, albeit with an unpredictable nature. When in form, he can dominate the offense, but when not, he tends to create chaos for his teammates. Trailing in the final quarter, the Nuggets take a gamble. J.R. Smith, akin to Crawford, disregards defensive pressure to launch shots, or he can penetrate the lane with finesse. In this instance, J.R. opts to shoot from the perimeter. Shortly after the quarter begins, he drains 2 consecutive three-pointers, enabling the Nuggets to take the lead. However, the Nuggets' defense falters, allowing Qin Lie and Brooks to score three-pointers quickly. Meanwhile, Yao Ming continues to dominate inside, prompting J.R. Smith to challenge the entire Rockets team with an array of spectacular shots. Yet, even his prowess cannot overcome the collective strength of the Rockets. And midway through the fourth quarter, the Rockets regain the lead. At this point, J.R. Smith has reached double digits in scoring. Yet it proves futile as the Rockets find success both inside and outside the arc. After bench players Brooks and Old Barry hit three-pointers, Qin Lie maintains his rhythm. In the closing minutes, J.R. Smith, who has enjoyed the protection of the team's core defense, finally finds his momentum stifled. Highlight Jordan is not the true Jordan. Under the Rockets' stringent defense, his opportunities diminish and his accuracy suffers. The Nuggets' offense encounters difficulties once more, but the Rockets do not pause to accommodate them. Yao Ming exploits the mismatches against Martin and Nene's combination. While the Rockets lead by only a few points, time slips away in the process. As the game approaches its final minute, J.R. Smith hits another three-pointer, narrowing the gap for the Nuggets. In response, the Nuggets double-team Yao Ming, resulting in a turnover. Unfortunately, when given another opportunity, J.R. Smith fails to convert. His status as the sixth man of the year rather than an all-star stems from his inconsistency. In a critical moment, Qin Lie feigns a shot to drive into the lane, drawing a foul from Jones. After confidently sinking both free throws, the Rockets secure their advantage. In the closing seconds, the Nuggets miss a shot and subsequently commit a turnover, allowing the Rockets to achieve a victorious streak. Chapter 22 concludes with Coach Adelman praising Yao Ming, declaring him our best defensive big man. At the critical juncture of the match, my confidence in Yao Ming soared. During the tense moments of the game, he executed several remarkable offensive plays, showcasing a commendable level of aggression on the court today. Meanwhile, Qin Lie has impressively scored 20 points consecutively. Adelman praised him, stating, "Qin Lie is a smart player. I admire his performance, and he will undoubtedly continue to improve." The Rockets' performance has ignited the imagination of fans, who ponder the possibility of a championship run if McGrady and Artest could seamlessly integrate into the team. Previously, discussions of championship aspirations felt somewhat hollow, yet now, with the absence of two so-called superstars, the team continues to perform admirably, instilling genuine hope. In the past, if a key player was absent, the Rockets would struggle to deliver a fluid game. However, this season, the Rockets have evoked a sense of transformation among fans, extending beyond mere roster changes. Adelman's offensive acumen is undeniably superior to that of Van Gundy. As for the integration of stars and the team, fans are not contemplating such intricacies. They have begun to forget the Rockets' previous lackluster performances, optimistically believing that the issues will be resolved. On January 21st, the Jazz will visit Houston to challenge the Rockets. The Jazz's record is now quite comparable to that of the Rockets, along with the Spurs, Nuggets, and Trailblazers, all clustered closely in standings. As the season has reached its midpoint, the strong teams in the West have not managed to create significant separation, with only the Lakers standing out. Therefore, the matchups among these playoff contenders are indeed critical. The Jazz are also grappling with numerous injuries, as Boozer has been sidelined for an extended period, complicating matters. He recently stirred controversy by announcing his intention not to exercise the option for the next year of his contract with the Jazz, opting instead to become an unrestricted free agent after the season to pursue a more lucrative deal. This declaration has sparked a strong reaction within the Jazz organization, especially since Boozer had previously committed to addressing his future only after the season's conclusion. Larry Miller, the owner of the Jazz, candidly expressed in an interview that Carlos Boozer's actions rank among the 10 most foolish things he has witnessed in his 24 years. However, it is worth noting that Boozer initially promised to re-sign with the Cavaliers, deceiving them into waiving their team option to grant him freedom, only to subsequently ink a lucrative contract with the Jazz. This incident has come to be known as the infamous betrayal. Thus, the Jazz should have been aware of Boozer's true character. Crucially, the saga is not yet concluded. Following the season's end, the Jazz intended to part ways with Boozer, yet he has chosen to remain. Currently, Boozer's inability to play does not significantly impact the Jazz's performance, primarily due to the emergence of the young talent, Paul Millsap. The decision to acquire Millsap in the second round of the 2006 draft was undoubtedly astute, especially given the plethora of underwhelming picks that year. The Jazz managed to unearth an all-star caliber player in the second round, which is quite remarkable. In this particular game, Andrei Kirilenko also sat out, leading to a somewhat diminished rotation. Nonetheless, during crucial moments, the starters struggled to withstand the pressure. The Rockets began the game with exceptional shooting, with both Rafer Alston and Mike James making significant contributions. Meanwhile, Darren Williams and Mehmet Okur of the Jazz struggled with their shooting in the first quarter, allowing the Rockets to find their rhythm. Even with the Rockets' double-teaming of Yao Ming, Alston and James managed to find their shots. Veteran Barry also performed admirably, propelling the Rockets to a double-digit lead. However, as the second quarter commenced, Williams regained his form. As a robust guard, he relentlessly pressured Alston. Williams' shooting was somewhat erratic. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly be regarded as the premier point guard over Chris Paul. Williams dominated the matchup against Paul, akin to how Yao Ming overpowered Dwight Howard. Paul could hold his own, let alone the relatively undersized Alston. After Alston, Aaron Brooks faced similar challenges, as both Rockets guards are of a more agile build, struggling against the physicality of their opponents. As the Jazz intensified their defense, scoring became increasingly difficult for Alston and his teammates. They must elevate their game, as they lack formidable isolation skills. In truth, the Jazz's defense has never been top tier. The Tough Jazz moniker does not reflect an elite defensive prowess, but rather their penchant for physical play. At this juncture, they cannot even be deemed proficient in defense. Nonetheless, against a Rockets team lacking a star on the perimeter, their defensive efforts still carried some weight. Capitalizing on an early lead, the Rockets maintained their composure. Yao Ming also created some foul trouble for the opposition's frontcourt, serving as the team's stabilizing force. The Jazz are a team that adheres to tactical precision, even when trailing. They are unlikely to deviate from their strategy. In the second half, one can anticipate a similar tactical approach, albeit with a more forceful execution of details. The Rockets and Jazz are familiar adversaries. Their objective is to prevent the Jazz from achieving efficiency. They must ensure that the Jazz do not play comfortably and, more importantly, remain committed to their strategy rather than resorting to reckless shots. Adelman remarked. As the second half commenced, Jazz player Myers closely guarded Qin Lie. "I will lock you down." Buddy, Myers asserted. "That would be futile. We are merely minor players on the team. You should focus more on showcasing your talents on the offensive end." Qin Lie replied with a smile. Myers snorted in response, yet inwardly he harbored a degree of agreement. However, he refrained from acting recklessly, for the Jazz's head coach, Sloan, was not known for his affable demeanor. When Qin Lie was closely monitored, his approach was to retaliate, denying Myers any easy shooting opportunities. As for who could break free first, it ultimately depended on patience. Qin Lie possesses remarkable patience, as he understands that he will become increasingly formidable in the final quarter. The Jazz continue to rely on Darren as their primary offensive weapon. Although the Jazz employ a pick-and-roll strategy, they do not do so blindly. Their two interior players are not particularly comfortable, especially Oker. In contrast, Darren enjoys a distinct advantage at the point guard position. Under Darren's leadership, the Jazz steadily chip away at the score deficit. However, Alston remains in fine form, while he may be defensively vulnerable. He capitalizes on Yao's dominance in the paint to score. The Jazz's efforts to close the gap are notably sluggish. Their measured pace, while often a virtue, also signifies their inability to produce explosive scoring. Teams that overly emphasize tactical discipline seldom witness star players delivering standout performances. As the second half unfolds, neither team's bench players manage to steal the spotlight, thus the outcome hinges on the final quarter. Upon entering the last quarter, Qin Lie's eyes instantly gleam with intensity. Miles, while remaining vigilant, does not pay excessive attention to Qin Lie. Suddenly, Qin Lie executes a reverse cut, shaking off Miles. As he successfully receives the pass and scores with a layup, Miles is left in a state of bewilderment, questioning whether Qin Lie seems significantly quicker than before, or if it is merely an illusion. However, he was deprived of the opportunity to validate it. In pursuit of points, the Jazz substituted Miles, allowing Korver from the bench to contend with the Rockets. Chapter 23, A Modicum of Fame. In the fourth quarter, the Jazz intensified their efforts, with Darren becoming increasingly assertive. The Rockets guards proved unable to withstand him, granting Darren numerous chances to challenge Yao Ming. After a fervent assault lasting several minutes, Yao found himself in foul trouble and had to retreat to the sidelines. This presented a golden opportunity for the Jazz, who were on the verge of closing the score gap when Qin Lie suddenly unleashed a three-pointer. At the start of the second half, Qin appeared somewhat inconspicuous. But as the final quarter approached, he seized every opportunity to deliver devastating blows to the opponent. Meanwhile, Scola, who had been temporarily positioned at center, performed exceptionally well. He was well suited to counter a post player like Oker, who lacked a low post game. Scola was also capable of shooting and exhibited greater agility than Oker. Thus, the Jazz's momentum in narrowing the score began to stall. The clock swiftly advanced to the final 5 minutes, and after missing earlier attempts, Darren finally landed a three-pointer, reducing the deficit to within 5 points. At this juncture, Rockets coach Adelman could no longer remain passive and took the risk of reintroducing Yao Ming. Upon Yao's return, Qin seized the opportunity to sink another three-pointer. It wasn't a pass from Yao that facilitated this. Rather, Yao's mere presence in the paint drew the Jazz's defensive attention, allowing the Rockets' perimeter players to find openings more easily. As time elapsed, the Jazz began to rely more on three-point attempts. However, Korver struggled with his shooting touch today and failed to score. Qin's diligent defense played a significant role in this, as he closely shadowed him. With the enhancement of his skills as the king of the fourth quarter, Qin's defense left the opposition with no opportunities. At this moment, the Jazz managed to keep their hopes alive when Oker hit a three-pointer from beyond the arc. Adelman recognized that Yao's defensive mobility was becoming a liability, especially since he had already committed 5 fouls. Thus, with just over a minute remaining, the Rockets began to execute a more tactical approach, employing Hayes for defense and Yao for offense, denying the Jazz any chances to exploit openings. On this occasion, when Oker attempted another three-pointer, it failed to find the mark. In a flurry of confusion, Darren made a turnover, which Alston capitalized on with a steal. Consequently, Qin drew a foul from Korver during the ensuing fast break. While one could argue that Korver's defense was not entirely lacking, it simply could not contain him. When it was the Jazz's turn to attack, Korver's three-pointer missed its target once again. Qin then calmly scored another 2 points, forcing the Jazz to concede. In the final moments, Darren also abandoned his three-point attempts, opting instead for a layup to pad his stats. In this clash of Western powerhouses, the Rockets emerged victorious. Qin Lie has once again delivered an impressive performance, scoring over 20 points. Judging solely by the statistics, one would hardly perceive him as a minimum salary fringe player. He undoubtedly embodies the prowess of a superstar. Moreover, when his performance shines, the team is likely to secure victory. His contributions far surpass those of first-round pick Costa Kufos, with an additional rebound and blocked shot to his credit. Defeating their old rivals, the Jazz, brought great joy to head coach Adelman, who expressed, "I am truly elated by our victory and the manner in which we achieved it. We have been performing exceptionally well in recent games. Our strategy revolves around allowing Yao Ming to operate in the post. They invariably double-team him, which opens opportunities for our other players to shoot from beyond the arc." Yao Ming himself expressed pride in his role, stating, "The opposition's defensive attention towards me is intense, prompting me to distribute the ball to the perimeter. I believe contributing to the team's success is paramount, and one should not overly fixate on personal statistics. It's important to recognize my presence in the paint remains quite compelling." He also spoke highly of Qin Lie, noting, "His performance does not surprise me, as he has always trained diligently. Previously, he had limited opportunities during garbage time but showcased tremendous effort. When he was finally called upon as a primary player, he demonstrated his capabilities, consistently providing stable contributions and scoring for us." Adelman further remarked, "He has always been an exceptional scorer, capable of racking up points, particularly with his shooting. When opponents focus on double-teaming Yao, we need him to locate open shots or attack the basket, and he has excelled at executing layups." Qin Lie now faces a formidable challenge, as he often finds himself matched against the opposing team's best players. Jazz head coach Sloan lamented, "Who is that suddenly starting player for the Rockets?" He expressed some resignation over the loss, acknowledging that the Rockets have an abundance of shooters surrounding Yao. "Defending you consumes a significant amount of our energy, and at times, when we manage to contain him, it inadvertently allows them to capitalize on their outside shooting." During an interview, Qin Lie deliberately expressed his exhilaration over his current performance, stating, "I have always possessed a commendable capacity to endure. And the closer we approach the final moments, the more accurately I can shoot. That is my ability." He subtly hinted at his prowess in the final quarter, suggesting that if he captures the attention of the coaching staff, they would observe and recognize that he indeed excels during the concluding moments of the game, thereby affording him greater opportunities to remain on the court. "I cherish this team and its fans," Qin Lie remarked with ease. "The domestic fans have bestowed upon me many amusing nicknames, such as Qin Tianzhu. I shall continue to deliver performances worthy of their unwavering support." However, the Rockets' fortune did not persist. During an away game against the Pacers, Yao Ming sustained an injury and left the court, leaving the Rockets without their interior advantage, ultimately leading to an unfortunate defeat. Qin Lie's performance is commendable. However, he has yet to possess the capability to single-handedly save the team. In truth, Yao's injury is not severe. Yet he seized the opportunity to take leave and return home for the New Year festivities. This year, he celebrated the eve of the New Year with Lu Xiang's family, as they are both natives of the Magic City, conveniently gathering in Houston. To my surprise, this broad-shouldered, big-eyed fellow, Yao, exhibits a hint of pettiness. Qin Lie is determined to seize every opportunity to showcase his talents within the team. Apart from that, there is little else on his mind. He is resolute in his commitment to elevate his performance, leaving no room for complacency. Additionally, his family has been quite occupied. During his time in Houston, his parents visited for a brief reunion, and they planned to gather for a celebratory meal upon his return to his home ground, inviting Zhang William and others to join. Before the rift, Qin Lie had been living in the United States, aspiring to return to his homeland for a fulfilling life once he achieved success and his parents retired. Currently, however, his career demands leave him with little opportunity to do so. With Yao's absence, the team's journey continues. Following McGrady's return, Qin Lie, who had previously received accolades from the head coach, found himself back on the bench. Although Qin Lie had partnered with McGrady in the starting lineup before, Adelman's strategy was to have Qin Lie provide offensive support from the bench, while the likes of Battier were deemed the preferred choices to accompany star players in the starting five. Qin Lie finds himself in a position of resignation. Even if one excels on the court, lacking star status inevitably diminishes one's influence. However, serving as a substitute holds little concern for him, as the mere opportunity to step onto the court, especially in the final quarter, is what truly matters. Should he assume the role of the sixth man for the Rockets, it would indeed be a commendable choice, allowing him to operate independently from the stars while also securing a share of the ball. After a brief moment of introspection, Qin Lie quickly regained his composure and accepted the team's decisions. He resolved to perform well in the games to ensure that he would not find himself without a voice in the future. Chapter 24. A complete roster yet a loss. The Pistons started off well, only to part ways with Billups soon after. Before Iverson's arrival, they were undefeated. However, in Iverson's first game with the team, the Pistons suffered a defeat, and they have since become rather mediocre in the Eastern Conference. The decision to trade Billups stemmed from the team's inability to break through for several years in hopes of inciting change. Furthermore, they believed that the young guard Stuckey was worth developing. In their pursuit to cultivate the unremarkable Stuckey, the Pistons displayed a rather clever strategy. To solidify Stuckey's position, the team's leading scorer, Hamilton, found himself relegated to the bench. Michael Curry's coaching has truly been an eye-opener. This marks a tumultuous period for the Pistons, as McGrady's return has proven to be a formidable challenge for their opponents. At the same time, Artest made his comeback, leading the Rockets to adopt a lineup featuring one big man and four smaller players, with Scola taking on the center position. The Pistons' defensive capabilities have significantly diminished, and as the game commenced, the Rockets flourished with their multifaceted offense. The Pistons' interior defense, represented by the offensively challenged Kwame Brown and the aging McDyess, was insufficient to counter Scola's presence in the paint. To put it succinctly, the Rockets enjoyed a commendable first half, executing their strategies effectively. Scola's role in facilitating plays from the high post proved far more advantageous than that of Yao. Alston, in particular, unlocked his potential, transforming into a master facilitator. Frankly, if Adelman were to implement the Princeton offense without Yao, it might yield better results. However, it remains uncertain whether the Princeton-style Rockets can secure victories. After Qin Lie came off the bench, he swiftly integrated into the team's strategy and seized several opportunities, performing commendably. However, with the three primary wings still present, the team did not afford Qin Lie additional playing time. It seems they aimed to allow McGrady and Artest to gain more experience, especially against a relatively weak Pistons team. The Pistons' performance has indeed been lackluster. Upon joining the Pistons, Iverson appears to have aged several years, lacking in both spirit and vigor. His shooting percentage has plummeted to its lowest in recent seasons. The situation improved somewhat during the rotation period when Hamilton entered to attack. Ultimately, it seems the team must rely on Hamilton, but one can speculate that even he may find it unbearable under these circumstances. When Qin Lie was on the court, the Rockets' offensive prowess peaked, allowing them to establish a double-digit lead. However, he was swiftly substituted, and the Pistons gradually narrowed the gap in the score. Qin Lie was uncertain of Adelman's intentions. Perhaps he aimed to hone his team against a weaker opponent. However, the current Rockets should not exhibit such complacency. Yet, upon witnessing Hamilton scoring the highest points for his team while receiving limited playing time, Qin Lie felt a sense of equilibrium restored. After all, in his inaugural season, he ought to be content. The Rockets performed reasonably well in the third quarter, though their defense left much to be desired, especially in the absence of Yao, as Scola struggled to protect the rim. Consequently, the Pistons managed to equalize the score. In the first half, Qin Lie's team held a commendable lead of double digits. It was only when the bench players took to the court that the Rockets regained their advantage. When did the Rockets start relying on their substitutes? Only after a downturn does one discern who is truly exposed. Among the substitutes, Qin Lie was among the later entrants, especially with the return of proficient players on the wing. Fortunately, the team remembered his performance in the final quarter, and he was substituted in as the fourth quarter commenced. In this crucial period, Qin Lie exhibited remarkable vivacity. Upon his entry, he swiftly secured a defensive rebound and executed a dazzling coast-to-coast score. This sort of audacity was seldom displayed by him, as he typically dedicated himself diligently to his 3D role. Yet, if he did not seize the opportunity to shine, others might mistakenly perceive him as lacking. Subsequently, he scored another 5 points in quick succession, propelling the Rockets to a double-digit lead. Behold, who truly embodies the strength of the Rockets. However, he was soon substituted out. Upon his exit, the team began to falter. Was Adelman channeling the Pistons coach? After McGrady entered, he faced a series of misses, allowing the Pistons to close the gap once more. In truth, the team had executed their tactics well earlier, but at critical moments, McGrady seemed to believe in his own prowess, resulting in missed isolation attempts. In those decisive moments, Battier delivered a crucial block against an opponent and secured an offensive rebound. The Rockets avoided being surpassed, primarily due to the relentless efforts of role players, compounded by the Pistons' own missteps. Stuckey also struggled to find the net, and notably, he seemed to command the ball more than Iverson. Fans were puzzled by the Pistons' use of Stuckey, even in the elite realm of the NBA. There are moments that defy understanding, and one cannot blame the fans for their frustrations. As beneficiaries, the Rockets repeatedly squandered opportunities. It wasn't until the final minute that the Pistons decided to pass the ball to Hamilton. Hamilton scored consecutively, but it was too late. Time was running out. The Pistons resorted to a foul strategy, with Artest converting 3 of 4 free throws. In the end, the Pistons missed 2 3-point attempts, leading to a narrow victory for the Rockets. Post-game, a triumphant McGrady expressed his confidence, stating he played for 37 minutes without feeling fatigued, which surprised him. Adelman, reflecting on the game, expressed a longing for Yao Ming, noting, in the second half, our offense stagnated at times. Typically, we would rely on Yao for scoring in such situations, but in his absence, we must discover alternative means to secure victories. This was a crucial away win, as the opponent's offense was formidable, leaving him uncertain about how they managed to prevail. The head coach must feign ignorance. Even the fans can discern the underlying issues. Adelman, for the greater good of the team, is left to play the enigmatic figure. The Pistons graciously offered victory to the Rockets, a feat unattainable by other teams. The following day in New York, the Rockets succumbed to the rebuilding Knicks. McGrady was overwhelmed by various minor players, while Artest displayed an alarming lack of form. Whenever one of them deviated from the game plan, the other would inevitably follow suit, resembling a contest of individual prowess, thus granting an advantage to their opponents. Qin Lie's shooting percentage surpasses that of his peers, yet he finds himself bereft of opportunities. Fortunately, he reaps some tangible rewards to alleviate his frustrations. His performance eclipsed that of the 6th overall pick, Danilo Gallinari, with a breakthrough of 2, drawing fouls for another 2, and converting 2 from the free throw line. Returning to his home court, the rejuvenated Yao Ming celebrated the new year with his return. The Rockets adjusted their lineup, with Artest now gracing the bench. With Yao on the court, the Rockets possessed a definitive advantage in the paint, making many contests considerably easier. Facing the Eastern Conference playoff fringe team, the 76ers. Even as McGrady and Artest engaged in a competitive shooting duel, the Rockets maintained a steady lead in the first half. By the third quarter, the Rockets still held the upper hand. In the final quarter, upon Qin Lie's entry, he swiftly scored, extending the Rockets' lead to double digits at one point. However, in the waning moments, McGrady's 4 attempts all clanged off the rim, and Artest 2 faltered, allowing the 76ers to surge ahead. In the last minute, Yao secured an offensive rebound, seizing the opportunity to score 4 consecutive points, narrowing the gap to 2. At the critical juncture, Qin Lie requested to enter the game, asserting his ability to make a shot. Regrettably, his voice was not heeded. The team's strategy called upon McGrady, who had been struggling, to take the final shot. Consequently, McGrady was met with a resounding block from Lambert, leading to a disappointing loss for the Rockets. Chapter 25, dawned despite a good touch. The inability to receive the ball left Hugh feeling disheartened after the loss. He expressed, "The coach reminded us that we must learn something from each game. But what have we truly gleaned from these encounters? We continue to repeat our mistakes, a situation that has recurred a month ago, 2 months ago, and now once more. When will this cycle end?" He pointedly remarked, "The instability of the roster is secondary. I believe the inconsistency in our play is of greater concern." Head coach Adelman shared his discontent, stating, "Our players have been in this league for many years. They know how to execute a game. Yet, they failed to perform their duties adequately. I am greatly disappointed with this outcome. It felt as though we had control of the game. Yet we committed numerous errors and missed many shots, allowing our opponents to quickly gain the upper hand. When you possess both strong interior and perimeter players on the court in the fourth quarter, all you need to do is execute the strategy. But I am at a loss as to what transpired. Previously, Rockets fans believed that Van Gundy lacked adaptability, whereas now Adelman seems excessively capricious. Despite having established a winning formula, it appears he has forgotten it. Following a loss, the situation for the Rockets has deteriorated, compounded by McGrady's absence due to injury. Artest, brimming with enthusiasm, has returned to the starting lineup, while Qin has solidified his role as a reliable sixth man. The Rockets have performed commendably against the uninhibited Warriors, with you dominating the paint. Interestingly, when McGrady is absent, Artest seems to elevate his game. Together with Yao, they orchestrate a seamless synergy, exerting complete control over the game dynamics. At this point, Ellis has returned for the Warriors, but his contribution is limited to offense, while their defense remains as dismal as ever, signaling an early conclusion to their season. In a favorable position, the Rockets' substitutes, including Qin, have adhered to a disciplined approach. The Warriors' defensive frailties allow Qin, Brooks, and Landry to explore scoring opportunities. Although the gameplay may seem somewhat chaotic, the Warriors' performance is similarly erratic. Under the guidance of the seasoned Nelson, the Warriors field a plethora of players. Their bench includes Maggette, Morrow, and Watson, yet they lack the winning mentality. Furthermore, the differentiation between starters and substitutes is not straightforward, as the Rockets have faced the Warriors 3 times this season, each with a different starting lineup. Nelson's coaching style resembles that of a game, characterized by diverse experimentation. While such a coach may be intriguing, Qin prefers one who is singularly focused on victory. It may be deemed pragmatic to chase wins, but basketball is inherently a competitive sport. In the second quarter, Yao compelled 2 of the Warriors' interior players to confront foul trouble, thereby establishing the tone of the match. With the Warriors' interior thoroughly subdued, a comeback became nearly impossible. Crucially, the Warriors' scoring efficiency has faltered, often resulting in disorganized play. It is likely they anticipate drafting cornerstone players for the next decade during the summer. Amidst the Warriors' struggles, Qin managed a modest 10 points, being the lowest scorer among the Rockets' bench, which featured 3 players in double figures. Consequently, Qin's opportunities for recognition diminished. His performance slightly outshone that of Anthony Morrow, earning him 2 for free throws and off-ball movement. Both he and Anthony Randolph managed to showcase their abilities within a limited time frame, receiving 2 for explosive plays and 2 for rebounding. The Rockets achieved a resounding victory over the Warriors, yet Adelman merely engaged in a superficial discussion regarding defensive issues post-game. It is evident that he does not place considerable emphasis on defense as a coach. The adult world is indeed rife with hypocrisy. As February approached, McGrady made his return. The allure of a star player is undeniable. Even before his complete downfall, McGrady's comeback positioned him as a key player and tactical centerpiece, regardless of his performance. The Rockets' management sincerely hopes for his full recovery. Even an 80% restoration would be deemed satisfactory. Team performance is one aspect, while player value is another. They do not wish for the value of their highest-paid player to diminish excessively. For some teams, McGrady's $20 million might be inconsequential, yet the Rockets' owner remains concerned, as wealth has its own hierarchy. Artest, like Qin Lie, has once again been relegated to the bench. Initially, the Rockets intended for Artest and McGrady to start together, as they had promoted the notion of a trio of superstars, wherein lies the absurdity of having a superstar on the bench. However, the playing styles of the two proved somewhat incompatible, and more critically, their relationship began to deteriorate. Artest, being the one restrained by the team, signifies that his standing in the league pales in comparison to McGrady's. He is a pseudo-superstar and must yield to the greater scheme. Challenging them in Houston were the Bulls, who had merely made minor adjustments to their roster over the summer, yet crucially secured the first overall pick and selected Rose. The Bulls are prioritizing Rose's development, with former starting point guard Hinrich yielding his position. It has become evident that the Bulls possess a discerning eye, as Rose has indeed excelled and adapted to the league at an impressive pace. Generally, gifted young players do not fade into obscurity merely due to their rookie status. However, the current Bulls are still lacking in competitiveness, merely skirting the edges of the playoffs. Under Vinny Del Negro, the Bulls focused on offense, while later, Thibodeau demonstrated that this team should prioritize defense. The offensively oriented Bulls proved to be underwhelming, as Yao Ming emphatically blocked shots and scored effortlessly in the paint. Unfortunately, McGrady had yet to find his rhythm, repeatedly missing opportunities, which prevented the Rockets from extending their lead. During the rotation period, Qin Lie and Artest both performed admirably, helping to widen the lead and providing McGrady the space to regain his form. As the latter half of the quarter commenced, McGrady entered the game, only to see the Bulls gradually close the gap. It must be noted that McGrady still possesses the foundation of an all-star. However, his rhythm often diverges from that of his teammates, disrupting the flow on both ends of the court. It is unclear whom to blame for this. Adelman did not further consider the star player, nor did McGrady prioritize the team's needs. Yao Ming maintained a flawless shooting percentage in the first half, yet his opportunities were regrettably scarce. It is fortunate that Yao is capable of enduring such circumstances. Had it been Qin Lie, a lack of respect would have prompted him to depart. However, with sufficient opportunities, McGrady finally adjusted his shooting touch by halftime. In the third quarter, he showcased the prowess of a star player, and the Rockets began to surge forward. This was the scenario the management yearned to witness. As long as McGrady can recover, the Rockets' potential this season could place them among the league's elite. For this reason, Adelman was willing to grant McGrady greater privileges, tolerating his numerous squandered opportunities on the court. The team's rationale is not entirely flawed. Theoretically, McGrady's recovery is essential for elevating the team's ceiling. They are not merely striving for playoff entry. The Rockets harbor greater ambitions this season. Yet, one must ponder, is it truly wise to gamble on a player who has never advanced past the second round of the playoffs at his peak? Chapter 26. The tension intensifies during the latter half of the rotation period. Brooks exhibited commendable form. When in peak condition, his scoring ability could be astonishing, allowing the Rockets to maintain their advantage. However, this ignited a fierce determination within the Bulls, prompting them to increase their three-point attempts. With both Nocioni and Ben Gordon successfully sinking three-pointers, the Bulls began to ardently close the gap. As the opposing team clawed back, Qin Lie also made his contribution by hitting a three-pointer. His skills have gradually improved, transcending beyond just three-point shooting, although that remains his most notable strength. As both teams exchanged points, the Rockets felt a sense of instability. Yet, when Yao Ming entered the game and immediately converted a 2-1 play against Noah, the Rockets regained their composure. With an advantage in the paint, they played with confidence. Shortly thereafter, Noah fouled out. It is worth noting that even if he was only in his second year, Noah, despite his peak performance, struggled with one-on-one defense due to his weight, making him an easy target for Yao. For some unknown reason, the Rockets chose not to play McGrady in the final quarter. In this context, Yao maintained his form, continuing to dominate inside, reminiscent of his first-half precision, forcing the Bulls to double-team him. This created opportunities for Qin Lie and Brooks on the perimeter, each hitting a three-pointer, thereby stifling the Bulls' pursuit and securing victory for the Rockets, whether it was to protect McGrady or for other reasons. Post-game discussions did not address McGrady's absence in the final quarter. McGrady himself appeared quite pleased, having completed a dunk in the first quarter, which he spoke of enthusiastically. Yao, with an air of confidence, stated, "They lacked players capable of challenging me in the paint. I have faith. I simply need to fulfill my role." And that is quite straightforward. The triumphant collaboration of the three stars was not an easy feat for the Rockets this season. Adelman praised the players, acknowledging that they had not performed as steadily as one might expect. He primarily commended Yao, while McGrady celebrated on one side. Both Adelman and Yao seemed reluctant to delve into that topic. The atmosphere within the Rockets cannot be described as particularly positive, but fortunately, everyone maintained a sense of restraint, which could be seen as a silver lining. Adelman remarked, "Overall, I am satisfied with this victory. We must establish a certain advantage before the All-Star break. The All-Star weekend is fast approaching, and Yao Ming has once again secured a starting position. However, this time, Tracy McGrady has failed to rise to prominence. While many fans continue to support him, a significant number have expressed disappointment, leading to a decline in his popularity. The same sentiment applies to Yao, as the Rockets' ongoing struggles have left fans disheartened. In this year's voting, Kobe Bryant emerged as the top choice in the Western Conference, consistently beloved by numerous fans. Nevertheless, Kobe's votes fell short of LeBron James, who in turn lagged behind Dwight Howard by a considerable margin. Howard, having faced a dominant Yao in the past, has become this year's voting champion, shattering the historical record previously held by Yao, thus solidifying his status as a fan favorite. This season marks a pinnacle in Howard's career, crowned as the All-Star voting leader and leading his team to the NBA Finals. Many fans believed Howard would herald a new era, yet it abruptly came to a halt. Ultimately, Howard represented merely a fleeting moment during the transition to a small ball era, achieving his championship only after he had fully embraced a supporting role. This All-Star game also sees Qin Lie not merely as an observer, thanks to his recent stellar performances. Consistently scoring over 20 points, he has earned a spot in the Rookie Showcase. This is encouraging news that will undoubtedly enhance Qin Lie's commercial appeal. Nonetheless, his focus should remain solely on the game, with Zhang William handling other matters. The following day, the Rockets faced the rebuilding Memphis Grizzlies and suffered a defeat. Their collapse in the third quarter against a weaker opponent is disheartening. Fortunately, this does not reflect on Qin Lie, as he performed commendably during his time on the court. Among the so-called Big Three, only the ailing Yo delivered the best performance. Artest's enthusiasm as a substitute was lacking, and McGrady was outplayed by rookie Mayo. Compared to his faltering offense, McGrady's defense has become even more concerning. At the conclusion of the game, he expressed his frustration, stating, "We possess numerous talented players, yet we fail to showcase our excellence, which is profoundly disheartening. We are not working cohesively, and our performance lacks consistency." Currently, McGrady struggles to shoulder the responsibilities of leadership. Regardless of external factors, Qin Lie silently focuses on his development. Your performance surpasses that of Daryl Arthur. Defense 1, Speed 1. Although your display does not dazzle like that of O.J. Mayo, who is indeed a second overall pick, your solid efforts are commendable. Stamina 2, Off-ball movement 2. Mid-range shooting 2. Your performance is consistently stable, reminiscent of Marc Gasol. Mid-range shooting 3, passing 3, rebounding 3. On February 7th, the Rockets, having rested for 2 days at home, faced the visiting Timberwolves. The Timberwolves remain in a rebuilding phase, with their new star, Al Jefferson, showcasing impressive statistics, yet struggling to secure victories. This year, they opted for Kevin Love at the same position, leading to personnel dilemmas within the team. Against the Timberwolves, the Rockets felt relatively confident, given the rebuilding team's poor defense and slow pace. However, as the game commenced, Al Jefferson unexpectedly delivered an outstanding performance, momentarily suppressing Yao Ming and granting the Timberwolves an early lead. Such occurrences, however, are mere anomalies. Once Yao adjusted, he began to teach Jefferson a lesson. Jefferson possesses exceptional low-post skills but lacks height and speed, preventing him from fully emerging. In facing a weaker opponent, Qin Lie found limited opportunities, especially with the formidable Tracy McGrady able to dominate. With Yao's remarkable performance of 30 points and 5 blocks, a victory for the Rockets was all but assured. By the time you entered the game for the final 2 minutes, Qin Lie scored 9 points, relieving some pressure, although the match had entered garbage time. The Timberwolves role players continued to play at a brisk pace, allowing Qin Lie to seize the opportunity to collect some stats. He executed a fast break dunk and showcased his three-point shooting ability effortlessly in the final quarter. Regardless of his role on the team, Qin Lie's popularity is steadily rising. His growing fan base and improving skills ensure that he will not be overlooked. Although his playing time was limited, the rewards were still significant. Your efficiency on the court left the 5th overall pick, Love, envious. Rebounding 3, passing 3, three-point shooting 3. However, the Rockets subsequently lost to the Eastern Conference's weaker team, the Bucks, with McGrady's shooting percentage plummeting to a mere 10%, again being outperformed by lesser-known players. The trio of stars, rather than strengthening the team, seemed to weaken it further. Tensions within the team escalated sharply, as Alston and Artest publicly criticized McGrady, who retorted that if they wanted to win, they should keep quiet, creating an atmosphere in the Rockets' locker room that felt ready to explode. Chapter 27. Sneaker endorsement. Despite the loss, your performance outshone that of the 8th overall pick, Shai Alexander. Dunking 1, jumping 1. Your on-court prowess surpassed that of Luke Richard Baumut. Jumping 2, defense 2, physicality 2. The Rockets' locker room is currently in disarray, marked by discord among players, tensions between players and coaches, and significant headaches for the management. After painstakingly assembling a trio of superstars, it is imperative to minimize conflicts. As long as victories accumulate, the underlying issues may remain obscured. Should concealment become impossible, the most vulnerable party may face scrutiny. Given the mid-season timing, major trades are unlikely, as such actions could exacerbate the situation. Although rumors of discord between Tracy McGrady and Yao Ming circulate, Yao has largely remained uninvolved. This may not reflect exemplary leadership, but it does indicate a commendable player. Among Ron Artest, Rafer Alston, and McGrady, Alston appears the most likely to be singled out. Nevertheless, prior to the All-Star break, The Rockets are inclined toward a peaceful resolution. However, with McGrady sidelined, it remains uncertain whether it is due to injury or frustration, perhaps a combination of both. As his physical condition may be faltering, he fears being cast aside by the team, leading to a blend of truth and deception. With McGrady out, the reluctant Artest has returned to the starting lineup. The Rockets are set to face the Kings, a team in the midst of a rebuilding phase. Against his former team, Artest is diligent and committed. As long as he refrains from clashing with McGrady and is willing to exert effort on defense, he proves to be quite effective. With Yao as the strategic focal point, the Rockets quickly establish a lead. Upon entering the game, Qin Lie focused diligently on fortifying the defense, seizing opportunities to make his mark. The Rockets' starting lineup proved superior to their opponents, while the bench displayed commendable stability. As the third quarter unfolded, Artest and Yao Ming joined forces, swiftly overwhelming the Kings. With McGrady absent and no one to fill the void, the Rockets promptly concluded their duties ahead of schedule. During garbage time, Qin Lie made his appearance and quietly accumulated some points. His performance was not inferior to that of the 12th pick, Jason Thompson. With 2 rebounds, 2 layups, and 2 off-ball movements, he contributed to the team's success. Following their victory, the Rockets can take advantage of the All-Star weekend to make necessary adjustments. Both Yao Ming, Qin Lie, Brooks, and Scola will be attending the All-Star weekend in Phoenix. Apart from Yao Ming, the other 3 will participate in the rookie game. This year, the Yao-McGrady duo will not be seen in the West, as McGrady did not make the All-Star selection. At this juncture, Qin Lie's basketball statistics have become more impressive than before. Basketball data: maximum value 100 strength, 63, speed, 67, jumping, 68, stamina, 63, explosiveness, 68, three-point shooting, 82, mid-range shooting, 76, layups, 66, dunking, 65, free throws, 78, post play, 63, ball handling, 69, passing, 70, driving, 66, stealing, 65, rebounding, 77, blocking, 66, off-ball movement, 65, physicality, 66, drawing fouls, 62, defense, 67, durability, 60, stability, 60. Before heading to Phoenix, Qin Lie had one crucial matter to address: his sneaker contract. Following his decision to remain with the Rockets, several footwear brands approached him. Benefiting from Yao Ming's legacy, Qin Lie garnered considerably more exposure than the average marginal player. Consequently, sneaker companies sought to secure a merchandise contract with him, essentially a short-term agreement providing a certain sum in exchange for equipment. As time progressed and his contract transitioned to a guaranteed one, these brands once again expressed interest. Initially, it was prominent international brands that reached out, demonstrating their strong commercial acumen. What began as a merchandise contract soon evolved into a cash contract, with offers spanning several years at substantial sums, often accompanied by product vouchers. For a marginal player, this was indeed a significant opportunity. However, Qin Lie remained unperturbed. He was not one to possess a narrow vision. While he might entertain a short contract if it was deemed suitable, he was unwilling to commit to a low-paying contract lasting 3 or 4 years. He foresaw his future growth and the subsequent rise in his market value. Subsequently, domestic brands also approached him. Following Yao Ming's entry into the NBA, local sports brands began to take notice. And Tat was among the first to make a move, having signed with Bader, who subsequently won a championship with the Spurs. Meanwhile, due to their higher market value, domestic brands hesitated to engage with Yu and Jianlian, fearing to compete with international giants and the substantial investments they required. In the eyes of many consumers, foreign brands were still perceived as superior. The quality of international brands, often associated with high technology, appealed to certain players, while domestic brands received less attention from local merchants. The allure of foreign offerings overshadowed local efforts, leading to a lack of genuine commitment from both sides. In truth, the experience and expertise in commercial development of foreign brands surpassed that of domestic ones, rendering the notion of superior technology somewhat misleading. Ultimately, the quality of tailor-made products, whether from home or abroad, would not likely differ. Having experienced much in his previous life, Qin Lie is naturally skeptical of superstitions, focusing instead on tangible benefits. In the realm of commercial collaboration, a more straightforward approach is preferable. Following Yao Ming's success in the NBA, not only did foreign brands recognize the immense potential of the Chinese market, But domestic sports brands were equally astonished to discover that signing major international brands for millions of dollars annually was indeed a worthwhile investment. This realization sparked a surge of interest in global commercialization amongst several domestic brands. Initially, the strategy was to align with Yao Ming in the NBA. In 2005, Peak became the sponsor of the Toyota Center, home of the Rockets. That same year, Li Ning signed an agreement to become an official market partner of the NBA. And by 2007, Anta had also forged a partnership with the Rockets. Subsequently, Peak secured contracts with players like Battier, while Anta signed Scola and even Francis. Compared to these two brands, which primarily focused on the Rockets, Li Ning harbored greater ambitions and was willing to invest more capital, although they also signed Hayes. Their earliest acquisition was Damon Jones, followed by a contract with O'Neal. In time, both Anta and Li Ning profited significantly from their NBA ventures. Conversely, while Peak signed numerous Rocket stars, their expansion efforts dwindled, primarily due to a reluctance to invest in top-tier players. Currently, domestic brands are keen on pursuing expansion opportunities. Qin Lie possesses a personality that is quite appealing, naturally attracting attention from others. However, the manner in which contracts are handled appears somewhat petty. Qin Lie is not only handsome, but also exceptionally skilled. Could it be that no discerning merchants are taking notice? Upon initial contact, Qin Lie assessed that securing a substantial contract was beyond his reach for the time being. He boldly encouraged Zhang William to demand a significant share, proposing a sales commission to interested merchants. In the realm of basketball, Qin Lie has yet to establish himself as a key player, and his aspirations seem to exceed his current capabilities, as if he wishes to sprint before mastering the art of walking. It appears he is consumed by the allure of wealth. Consequently, merchants who were once optimistic about him have tempered their enthusiasm. Nevertheless, a few merchants remain engaged, recognizing that the profits from sales dividends may not necessarily surpass the fixed fees associated with endorsements. Their reluctance to acquiesce stems not from a lack of interest, but rather a desire to uphold established norms. While celebrity endorsements are welcome, the notion of collaboration raises concerns among investors about the perceived caliber of the athlete. Merchants inquired whether Qin Lie sought a higher endorsement fee, to which he subtly hinted that they might regret overlooking a burgeoning star in the league. Chapter 28. The Rookie Tournament. Commercial negotiations are seldom resolved swiftly, which underscores the importance of agents in this process. Qin Lie initially made bold demands, only to later express a willingness to entertain various terms, such as a reduction in earnings should his performance falter or should sales underperform. On the merchant's side, there was a tendency to offer minimal increments, with a preference for a one-time resolution. It wasn't until Qin Lie's participation in the rookie tournament that the merchants began to intensify their efforts, sensing that he might indeed possess untapped potential. His image is commendable, positioning him as a promising spokesperson. However, there remained little flexibility regarding profit sharing. Qin Lie, for his part, did not harbor illusions of securing an agreement in one fell swoop. Rather, he aimed to leave a lasting impression on the merchants. Once he proves himself on the court, they will come to understand the nature of the contract that would entice him. Presently, it is time to unveil Plan B, to adopt a strategy of retreating to advance by signing short-term cash contracts, ensuring he secures his earnings for the season. As merchants engage in a bidding war amongst themselves, Qin Lie stands to gain a modest increase in his compensation. In this turn of events, however, international brands have grown hesitant. Qin Lie could raise the price slightly. They would rather gamble on Qin Lie's future than disrupt the established norms by offering a short-term contract. After all, if they win this gamble, they stand to gain several years of easy profit, which ultimately reflects their performance. Cash contracts must adhere to this principle, unless Qin Lie is willing to accept merely the equipment, in which case they would acquiesce. Consequently, the foreign brands that arrived first began to withdraw, while domestic brands continued negotiations, often engaging in a dance of social niceties. By the time of the All-Star weekend, Qin Lie issued an ultimatum, suggesting that all parties take a step back and collaborate first, with other discussions to follow. Should this approach prove unsuccessful, Qin Lie would turn to sign with foreign brands. The more assertive he became, the more some merchants were inclined to take a chance. A brief contract might be feasible, considering the uncertainty of how the season would unfold. The Rockets were experiencing various challenges, yet their performance remained relatively satisfactory, and Qin Lie's popularity was on the rise. Ultimately, Qin Lie chose to partner with Li Ning. On one hand, he was more familiar with their products, and on the other, Li Ning was more willing to take a risk. Previously, a foreign brand had offered $700,000 per year. If a full-year contract were to be signed, Qin Lie would not accept anything less than 500,000 RMB. The two parties eventually agreed to a contract lasting until the end of the season, with Li Ning retaining the right of first refusal for renewal. The sum was set at 3 million renminbi, with the stipulation that if the Rockets did not reach the playoffs, only 80 would be payable. The first official commercial contract for Qin Lie has been signed, and Zhang William is filled with a sense of accomplishment, although the commission is not particularly substantial. Qin Lie's earnings surpass those he garnered while managing young models, and collaborating with renowned merchants is undeniably more gratifying. After securing a sneaker deal, Qin Lie promptly flew to Phoenix, seizing the opportunity to promote himself further. When news of his endorsement with Li Ning broke, many fans expressed a tinge of pity for him. Was it true that he had only signed with a domestic brand? Were there no international giants willing to endorse him? The Rockets have consistently failed to provide him with opportunities, suggesting that his commercial value may not be substantial at this time. Perhaps he ought to be more patient. He is currently receiving only a minimum salary from the Rockets, so it is only natural for him to prioritize earning potential. I still intend to support the sneakers endorsed by Qin Lie. If Adelman does not back him, we, the fans, shall. However, it seems he is short-sighted in his pursuit of profit. Why not embrace domestic brands? I have worn them and found them quite satisfactory. I stand in support of Qin Lie. Domestic brands are often criticized, yet I contend that international brands can be mere taxes on intelligence, regardless of praise or criticism. Qin Lie has certainly garnered attention, and merchants seem to perceive this positively. Meanwhile, Qin Lie has more intriguing pursuits on his horizon. During the All-Star weekend, he can experience a variety of prop cards. Amidst the pursuit of a championship, he should relish the experience. The taste of product trials may not yield definitive victories during the All-Star weekend, but Qin Lie is unfazed. He has long been eager to explore the effects of various prop cards. Regrettably, his participation is limited to the All-Star rookie game, leaving him wanting for more excitement. Qin Lie harbored certain aspirations regarding the rookie game. He was not the type to be a mere supporting character like Yao Ming during the All-Star festivities. A star athlete must seize the opportunity to shine for the delight of the fans. This year's rookie game featured the second-year player Durant, who had already attained All-Star caliber, yet was denied a spot in the main event due to his team's performance. In the competition, he essentially dominated his peers. Despite Durant's impressive display of 46 points, breaking the rookie game scoring record, the second-year team only narrowly triumphed over the first-year team, who had led in the first half. Thus, if Qin Lie could deliver a surprise, the first-year team would have a chance at victory. Even without the opportunity to utilize experience-enhancing cards, Qin Lie was determined to seize every chance. Presently, he brimmed with confidence. During the training sessions for the rookies, Qin Lie observed the other participants. Among them, some would undoubtedly become MVPs, others might secure championships, while a few would fade from the league. Overall, the first-year team appeared remarkably strong. Aside from Durant, the second-year team had only Horford, who might achieve All-Star status in the future. In contrast, the first-year team boasted 4 future All-Stars: Rose, Westbrook, Marc Gasol, and DeAndre Jordan. Players like Gordon, Beasley, and Mayo surpassed the average talents of the second-year team, not to mention the X-factor that Qin Lie represented. They also had 2 first overall picks, although it was unfortunate that Odin had sustained yet another injury. Fate had not favored him. Hey, everyone, let us unite and decisively take on the second-year team. Leaving them with a lasting impression, Qin Lie proposed boldly. It is essential to remember that they would not have another opportunity for revenge. Qin Lie may not be a prominent figure, yet his words immediately stir a sense of excitement among many. Most of these individuals possess lofty ambitions. Who wouldn't desire to triumph in the second grade? Like Qin Lie, Westbrook shares the court with 2 teammates in the second-grade team and remains ever enthusiastic. Following the training session, Qin Lie participated in an interview. In contrast to the caution exhibited by Yao Ming, Qin Lie's demeanor is markedly different. Within the Rockets, he indeed exercises caution, as he is merely a bench player. However, at the All-Star event, he can wholly express his individuality. When reporters inquired about the All-Star game, Yao Ming humbly remarked that he was merely there to join the festivities. When asked about the Rockets' situation, he stated that there remains a considerable journey ahead before reaching the playoffs, regardless of how the roster may be adjusted. The ultimate results must manifest on the court. He expressed his hope that in the remaining portion of the season, they could secure as many victories as possible. Qin Lie is a soul who has traversed the era of information explosion and does not mind a bit of extra attention. Regarding this new talent competition, He remarked with a smile, "Since I have the opportunity to participate, I am determined to assist the team in achieving victory. If given the chance, I will certainly strive for the MVP title. An athlete must compete to succeed. Undoubtedly, the Rockets will clinch the championship this year. My aim is to contribute my share of effort. If we succeed, you must remember what I said today. If it does not come to pass, it certainly will not be my fault, huh?" Chapter 29. The Rising Rookies During Warm-Ups. Qin Lie effortlessly sank a series of three-pointers. The three-point card for this match doubled the accuracy of his shooting, accompanied by a remarkable effect that rendered defenses futile. However, one might ponder if utilizing this in a three-point contest would be somewhat excessive, as the absence of defense diminishes the thrill. Nevertheless, Qin Lie did not partake in the three-point contest, leaving him to gauge his shooting touch during warm-ups. Many prop cards fail to reveal their true effects during practice. One must experience them in actual gameplay to truly understand their impact. The coach of the first-year team is Kurt Rambis, an assistant coach for the Lakers. This individual possesses a certain savvy in navigating social intricacies. Despite his lackluster coaching abilities, yet he has managed to thrive. He is on the verge of taking his talents to the Timberwolves, where he has previously guided the team to win rates of 18 and 20 over 2 seasons. Following that, he spent time with the Shanghai team and the Knicks, where it seems that, aside from his association with Phil Jackson, his teams have struggled to perform adequately. He later returned to the Lakers as a senior advisor, gaining substantial visibility after the arrival of LeBron James, garnering considerable attention. However, in the realm of rookie showcases, exceptional coaching prowess is not a prerequisite. Qin Lie still found Rambis to be quite commendable, as the latter had granted him a starting position. The rookie team featured the first overall pick, Rose, and the second pick, Beasley, both in the starting lineup, while the third pick, Mayo, unfortunately, did not receive the same favor. The fourth pick, Westbrook, naturally took a backseat, given that the point guard position was occupied by Rose. Rambis opted for the seventh pick. Round-faced Deng, followed by Qin Lie and Marc Gasol. This lineup of 1 big and 4 small players left Qin Lie feeling a twinge of sympathy for Mayo. Similarly, the 10th pick, Lopez, was also sidelined from the starting 5. Judging by the statistics, both Mayo and Lopez performed admirably. It can only be surmised that Rambis had grand aspirations, considering both Qin Lie and Little Gasol were international players. He may have wished to showcase his broad-mindedness. The starting lineup for the sophomore team consisted of Stuckey, Durant, Jeff, Sadie Osman, and Horford, while the rookie team employed a strategy of 1 big and 4 small. The sophomore team leaned towards 1 small and 4 big, albeit lacking a true giant, with the interior heights still favoring the rookie team. As the match commenced, the sophomore team was afforded the first defensive opportunity. In terms of defensive tools, they possessed cards such as the Iron Wall, Blood and Iron Gate, Steal Specialist, and No-Fly Zone, yet Qin Lie deemed them unnecessary for the All-Star game. Consequently, he opted for the Rebounding Maniac card, which enhanced his rebounding ability by 50 and doubled his success rate in contesting rebounds. In the realm of rookie defense, securing rebounds was paramount, especially since Qin Lie's standing in the basketball community suggested that other rookies might not collaborate with him effectively. Moreover, Qin Lie observed that aside from Rose, who genuinely intended to facilitate play, the rest of the team seemed solely focused on scoring. A player like Beasley, who seemed oblivious to the concept of passing, inevitably triggered a chain reaction, not to mention the highly motivated Mayo and Westbrook. Even the seemingly unassuming Little Gasol and Lopez were fervently striving to showcase their abilities. After the sophomore team scored, Qin Lie promptly switched his tool card. Between the exhilarating scoring king card and the three-point rain card, he ultimately chose the latter. Presently, his statistics were strongest in three-point shooting, and in an exhibition game like the All-Star, where defensive efforts were lackadaisical, the three-point shot presented the easiest avenue for scoring, being worth more than a two-pointer. The previous Cavaliers Gibson had secured an MVP accolade largely through his three-point prowess. Gibson was not a player of significant stature in the basketball realm, and thus, three-pointers appeared to be the most effective means for an average player to seize the MVP title. Qin Lie rushed forward, calling out for Ross. Ross, being the first overall pick and receiving comprehensive training from the team, felt a sense of satisfaction and was eager to showcase his passing skills. Upon hearing Qin Lie's call, he instinctively passed the ball as he noticed Qin Lie had created an open space. Qin Lie swiftly maneuvered to seize the opportunity, launching a precise shot from beyond the three-point line, allowing the rookie team to immediately take the lead. At this moment, there was no one to contest him. The absence of defensive pressure seemed a squandered chance. Yet, with no defense to contend with, Qin Lie only cared about securing the MVP title, disregarding everything else. The sophomore team, still lacking a sense of urgency, found Durant somewhat displeased with Qin Lie, but his irritation was fleeting. He had no time to focus on such a minor player when his attention was solely on his close friend, Beasley. Durant, at this juncture, was not exerting his full scoring potential as the sophomore team was still indulging in the game. They remained oblivious to the fact that the freshman team was comprised of eager players ready to score. Among the rookie starters, apart from Rose, everyone was ready to take the shot. Qin Lie effortlessly sank several three-pointers, while Gordon executed penetrating drives and Beasley engaged in fervent isolation plays, with Gasol even resorting to backing down his opponents. It is no wonder that the sophomore team initially failed to recognize the unfolding drama. They began their performance with relative ease, eliciting laughter from the sophomore squad, who deemed the rookie team's efforts unimpressive. However, Qin Lie struck again with 2 more three-pointers, propelling the rookie team to reclaim the lead. As the rotation period commenced, the rookie team saw Westbrook, Mayo, and Lopez scoring with remarkable consistency. Meanwhile, the sophomore team's bench failed to produce any standout performances, with Brooks struggling even during the All-Star game. The talent displayed by these players paled in comparison to that of the rookie team's youthful vigor. Consequently, the first-year team extended their lead to double digits. Sensing a shift, the sophomore team observed Durant ramping up his scoring. Given Durant's prowess, even if the first-year team intensified their defensive efforts, they found it nearly impossible to contain him. After all, in an All-Star game, no matter how serious the play, the dynamics of individual matchups and lack of coordinated defensive schemes render it difficult for even the most skilled players to be effectively restrained. Qin Lie's playing time was quite satisfactory, neither excessive nor minimal, placing him comfortably in the middle. However, the player with the most minutes, Beasley, exhibited none of Durant's efficiency. If the two were to engage in a scoring duel, it would undoubtedly be Durant's sophomore team that emerged victorious. Thus, Qin Lie would not show any leniency towards Beasley on the court. Utilizing his prop card, he seized rebounds and took matters into his own hands, sinking 2 three-pointers in the first half. By the time the half concluded, the rookie team led by 8 points, with Qin Lie scoring 15 points from 5 three-pointers, trailing only Durant, who had 16 points, making him the highest scorer for the rookie team. Importantly, his efficiency was remarkably high, with a three-point shooting percentage surpassing that of most players' mid-range attempts. The defensive intensity during the All-Star game made shooting a pleasure, and combined with the prop card, Qin Lie's 15 points were primarily due to a lack of teamwork from his colleagues. During halftime, the sophomore team, aware of the rookie team's aspirations to rebel, resolved to wholeheartedly support Durant. Durant's stature was unparalleled within the sophomore team, and crucially, no one stepped forward to disrupt the harmony. In contrast, the rookie team had at least 4 or 5 players eager to showcase their individual talents. Their ability to maintain a lead was merely reflective of the sophomore team's lack of focus. They possessed talent but lacked any coherent strategy. Fortunately, this was an all-star event, where such considerations were secondary. Fans observed the rookie team competing fiercely, finding it rather entertaining. The sophomore team, however, was not particularly impressive. Qin Lie chuckled during halftime, exclaiming, "Haha, let's take them down in the second half." He was right. Winning was imperative. This time, when Qin Lie spoke, many responded in agreement. For the majority of the first half, they had been in the lead, and a sense of confidence began to swell. More performance was necessary. While the All-Star game was about entertainment, victory was far sweeter. In Chapter 30, chasing the MVP, as the third quarter commenced, Durant confidently sank a three-pointer. Unfortunately, the sophomore team's coach, adhering to a principle of egalitarianism, opted to start some of the bench players from the first half and the second half. While this decision provided most players with an opportunity to shine, their substitutes struggled to defend against the rookie team's starters. Qin Lie, Beasley, and Pau Gasol all came out with unwavering determination, rendering the second-year team unable to mount any resistance. The lead of the rookie team surged into double digits once more. However, during the substitution period in the second half, the tide began to change. Westbrook and Mayo entered the fray, still striving to make an impact. Yet their shooting accuracy faltered. Once Durant returned to the court for the second-year team, he seized the opportunity to close the gap. While the rookie team struggled with missed shots, Durant continued to score, showcasing his exceptional shooting prowess. The rookie team's fervor proved both a blessing and a curse. Their lack of consensus on who should shine was the root cause of their troubles. Even if Qin Lie refrained from vying for possession, it would make little difference, as there were others eager to seize the ball. His presence had already significantly bolstered the rookie team. Without his three-pointers, they would have fallen far behind by now. As the substitution period concluded, the game was poised to enter its decisive phase. At this juncture, Rambis executed a strategic maneuver, pulling Westbrook, whose shooting had been unreliable, and also substituting Lopez, who had proven efficient in the paint, while keeping Mayo on the court. Rambis expressed dissatisfaction with Rose's tendency to play conservatively, thereby reducing his minutes. Consequently, Mayo, Gordon, Qin Lie, Beasley, and Pau Gasol remained on the floor, brimming with confidence yet fiercely competing for ball control. What was amiss with the rookie team? They ought to pass the ball to Qin Lie, who was remarkably accurate. What style of play was the rookie team employing? It seemed as though the opposing side's organization was quite effective. Goodness, Durant's high shooting percentage was merely a factor. If someone on the rookie team would just assist Qin Lie, he too could tally assists. Astonishingly, Qin Lie secured another rebound, converting a fast-break three-pointer. Qin Lie was magnificent. Indeed, Qin Lie's style resonated well. When no one would pass the ball, he took matters into his own hands. His three-point shooting was impeccable. The Rockets ought to increase his playing time, as the team invariably performed better when he was on the floor. Clearly, Yao Ming needed a sharpshooter like Qin Lie to create space. Remarkably, Qin Lie sank yet another three-pointer. Would he perhaps be a contender for the MVP? As the second half intensified, the defense of the second-year team grew increasingly robust, although the individual capabilities of the second-year players were somewhat lacking. Their commitment to defense was commendable. On the offensive end, Durant stood out as a singular force. The second-year team made several attempts to overtake the score, but the rookie team consistently found someone to step up. Their play may have appeared somewhat solitary, yet they managed to score. Impressive, Qin Lie had already netted 10 three-pointers. Durant was equally formidable, reminiscent of their synergy during the preseason. The two certainly shared a unique connection. As the critical moment approached, the coaches on both sides began to assert their presence. They frequently adjusted their players in an effort to optimize both offensive and defensive performances. However, high scorers like Qin Lie and Beasley were not substituted. Typically, coaches allow their top scorers to demonstrate their abilities, leaving the contest for the MVP to be determined by individual prowess. While Rose was on the court, the more active Qin Lie gained favor. At this juncture, Durant had already amassed 37 points, while Qin Lie followed closely with 33 points, leaving Beasley trailing slightly. As the intensity of the game escalated, Gordon and Gasol began to collaborate more effectively, with the rookie team focusing their attacks through Qin Lie and Beasley, making the match increasingly reminiscent of a regular season game. Qin Lie secured a crucial frontcourt rebound. Durant pursued, only to have Qin Lie pivot and, facing Durant's charge, sink a three-pointer. Durant responded with a 2-1 play, showcasing his exceptional skill. With an acrobatic dunk, Durant displayed his prodigious talent. Qin Lie then answered back with another three-pointer, bringing his total to over 40 points. Qin Lie's pivotal three-pointer once again propelled the rookie team ahead as time dwindled to its final moments, igniting excitement among the fans. The intensity of this year's rookie game was unparalleled compared to previous years. The second-year team made another attempt against Durant, who, with remarkable agility, drove through the defense, showcasing his impressive height and ball-handling skills with a remarkably smooth change of direction. The rookie team launched an offensive surge as Beasley charged in for a successful shot, drawing a foul in the process. Although he missed the subsequent free throw, the rebound was deftly tapped out by Pau Gasol. As Qin Lie seized the ball, the crowd erupted with excitement, the 15th three-pointer of the game. With merely 10 seconds remaining on the clock, the rookie team held a 5-point lead. The sophomore team called for a timeout, and upon returning to the court, Durant attempted a three-pointer, which unfortunately did not find its mark. They scrambled for the rebound, and Green followed with another three-point attempt, yet it too was unsuccessful. The freshman team triumphed over the sophomore team with a score of 132-127. Both Qin Lie and Durant shattered the scoring record for the rookie game, but it was Qin Lie who emerged victorious. With an impressive performance of 45 points and 11 rebounds, Qin Lie undoubtedly claimed the title of MVP for the rookie match. After the match, Qin Lie proudly held the trophy, his face beaming with joy as he engaged with reporters. "I must express my gratitude to all my teammates. Their support has been instrumental in my securing this trophy," he said. While his teammates facilitated plays, it was primarily Qin Lie's individual prowess that shone through. Such is the art of accepting an interview. I will continue to strive diligently, awaiting my opportunity to enter the All-Star game as soon as possible. A reporter playfully suggested that his three-point shooting percentage warranted participation in the three-point contest. "There will be opportunities in the future," Qin Lie replied. Domestic commentator Mr. Zhang Rai remarked, "Qin Lie's three-point shooting is both rapid and precise. His abilities are remarkable, truly making him the standout player of the rookie team." Durant's speed from initiation to maneuvering past defenders is impressive, while Lopez has been performing increasingly well this year, exceeding expectations. Scola, unlike during his time with the Rockets, has been notably elusive. Both teams exhibited commendable long-range shooting with high accuracy, creating an aesthetically pleasing contest. The defensive intensity of this year's rookie game was noticeably greater than in previous years. Layups that were often disregarded in the past were now met with genuine defensive effort. The advantage of first-year players in the paint was pronounced, as they dominated both rebounding and scoring within the key area. In the final moments, the desire to win was palpable, and Qin Lie's advantages became evident. His shooting percentage was exceptionally high, complemented by 11 rebounds. Qin Lie demonstrated through his performance that he is capable of achieving even more. His outstanding display in the rookie game also brought great joy to Li Ning. Meanwhile, several other businesses have begun to take an interest in Qin Lie. Qin Lie was also invited to commentate alongside Sun Yu during the All-Star game. Sun Yu's presence was primarily for commercial promotion, as he is signed with a prestigious international brand. It is advantageous to have the support of the domestic market, allowing even those on the periphery to earn endorsement fees. Additionally, his association with the Lakers plays a role. Los Angeles is a major basketball market, and the Lakers are a team that attracts considerable attention. Although Qin Lie and the Great Sage are not closely acquainted, that does not hinder their ability to engage in playful banter together. However, the suspense surrounding this year's All-Star game is rather limited, as it is exceedingly challenging for the Eastern Conference, led by the earnest Kobe, to prevail. The league has also sought to generate some buzz by mending the rift between Kobe and O'Neal, culminating in their joint acquisition of an MVP award. Prior to this, Qin Lie decided to interact with fans on social media. Chapter 31. The Social Media Maven Currently. Social media is still in the process of gaining traction and has not reached the universal usage it will enjoy a decade hence. Nevertheless, Qin Lie has garnered a modicum of popularity, and his statements on social media swiftly reach the ears of fans. Even those fans who are not active on social media will encounter later media coverage. Social media offers a distinct advantage to stars. When the media lacks suitable news, they can create their own buzz. After all, it merely requires a few keystrokes. There's no harm in riding the wave of All-Star Weekend excitement. For instance, regarding the three-point contest, Qin Lie took to social media to analyze the competition, asserting that defending the title would be a formidable task and that the host team held no distinct advantage. He emphasized the necessity of experience, thus placing his faith in the Detroit team. Many fans were left perplexed, questioning how he arrived at such a conclusion, perceiving it as somewhat mystical. Moreover, even if Qin Lie's assessment were correct, one might wonder why he did not favor the Los Angeles team, considering that all four participating teams possessed championship experience. However, Qin Lie's prediction proved accurate, leading numerous fans to earnestly believe that he had meticulously calculated the probabilities. Such blind devotion to an idol is not uncommon. Ultimately, the method of his prediction is inconsequential. What truly matters is the interaction with fans, which in turn generates news for the media. This creates a win-win scenario. Qin Lie's fanbase grows, fans are delighted by his engagement, and the media is satisfied with the stories it can present. As for the inaugural HORSE competition, Qin Lie confidently proclaimed that even if God himself were to compete, Durant would emerge victorious. Having faced him several times, he regarded Durant as the most accurate shooter from various ranges. Such remarks before the competition were intended for amusement. Yet when Durant ultimately secured the championship, many began to appreciate the validity of Qin Lie's analysis, given their past encounters and mutual understanding. In truth, Qin Lie was merely aware of the outcome, as he lacked insight into the other competitors' circumstances, and matters concerning the All-Star event are notoriously unpredictable. Nevertheless, being correct rendered him quite impressive. Many fans followed his lead in predicting Durant's victory, and upon succeeding, they felt a sense of camaraderie, believing themselves to be true connoisseurs of the game. Notably, Durant also engages with social media and responded after his triumph, sparking a minor frenzy as numerous fans took to social media to share their predictions. The surge in social media registrations was substantial, much to the delight of businesses, who viewed Qin Lie as a veritable boon. When it came to the skills challenge, Qin Lie promptly declared that Rose would undoubtedly take the title. As he was the man capable of overshadowing me as the first overall pick, failure was simply not an option, despite being overlooked. Qin Lie's unique manner of speaking has garnered him much admiration. Fans fervently engage with him, appreciating his down-to-earth demeanor. Moreover, a number of young social media enthusiasts, initially indifferent to basketball, have become his admirers, enchanted by his trendy online presence. At that time, the true influence of social media was not yet fully realized. Yet it was evident that Qin Lie was adept at navigating its currents. As social media became increasingly prevalent, it became clear that followers on these platforms also represented significant commercial value. In the recent skills competition, aside from veteran Parker, the other participants displayed remarkable speed. Particularly Harris and Little Mo, yet none could quite match Rose. Unlike purely entertaining contests, the skills and three-point competitions necessitate a certain level of proficiency. One must possess a strong heart. Even the so-called premier point guards can falter under pressure. Regrettably, Qin Lie expressed his disappointment at being unable to participate in the three-point contest, a sentiment echoed by fans and swiftly reported by the media. It is anticipated that as long as Qin Lie performs reasonably well next season, the league will undoubtedly extend an invitation, as the NBA favors players who can generate excitement. Qin Lie astutely observed that the three-point contest is better suited for role players, as they often rely on their ability to shoot upon receiving the ball to thrive in the league. Unless one is a top-tier three-point shooter, it is unnecessary to elaborate on the inadequacy of the current participants whose status simply does not measure up. This year's competition lacked intrigue, with the most prominent name being Lewis. Capono and Cook appeared more likely to seize the championship, though Capono's aspiration to become a three-time three-point king seemed increasingly daunting. Therefore, I predicted Cook would emerge victorious. In the end, my prediction proved correct, and fans lauded Qin Lie as remarkably insightful. Many asserted with conviction that it was not mere luck, but rather his analytical prowess that guided his predictions. Qin Lie merely refrained from overly technical discourse to foster interaction. Yet his understanding of basketball far surpasses that of the average player. Regrettably, he finds himself in a position where many knowledgeable veterans have turned into naysayers, not due to ignorance of the game. Disputes arose between fans who believed Qin Lie's success was a stroke of luck and those who recognized his basketball acumen, with neither side yielding to the other. Yet Qin Lie emerged as the true victor. As the dunk contest approached, Qin Lie shared his insights once more. The competition increasingly prioritizes spectacle. Participants must not only showcase their dunking prowess but also convey their individuality. Of course, this does not apply if one is a historically significant dunker. Qin Lie, please forgive my candor. The fans were utterly elated, while the players met him with disdain. Yet, Qin Lie would not concede, and it was of little consequence if others sought to provoke him. He remains a minor character, untroubled by targeting, but rather anxious about remaining unnoticed. Fortunately, Qin Lie possesses a modicum of integrity. Otherwise, his vitriol might provoke a physical confrontation. It is evident that the towering dunk champion and his diminutive counterpart captivate greater attention. This year will witness a showdown between Howard and Robinson. Fans are likely to resonate more with the smaller player, despite the fact that even the NBA's shorter athletes are formidable. In conclusion, Robinson will triumph as the dunk champion for a second time. The current trajectory seems to align closely with Qin Lie's forecast. Fans are now regretting that they did not follow Qin Lie's predictions to place their bets. Some fans have claimed they did gamble, eagerly anticipating their winnings. Of course, they did not place their bets solely based on Qin Lie's predictions, as it is likely that betting was already closed by the time he made his forecast. The reputation of Qin Lie's predictions has become widely recognized by domestic media. Thus, when he was invited to commentate for the All-Star game, the host promptly inquired which team he believed would emerge victorious from the East or West. To this, both he and Sun Yu predicted a win for the Western Conference. As both are Western players, resulting in a lack of dramatic tension, the host then asked, who will claim the MVP title? Naturally, Sun Yu expressed unwavering support for the team's star, Kobe Bryant. The audience hoped for a divergence of opinion from Qin Lie, who merely shrugged and remarked, Yao Ming has chosen to withdraw, so I cannot fault them. Laughter ensued as Qin Lie affirmed his belief in Kobe and Shaquille O'Neal, stating that as long as their statistics weren't egregiously disparate, the duo would undoubtedly secure the MVP award. This moment of camaraderie dispelled any lingering animosities, encapsulating the essence of the NBA spectacle. Fans watching the broadcast suddenly perceived Qin Lie as an insider privy to confidential knowledge, especially when his predictions proved accurate. It was only when the host inquired about the team's circumstances that Qin Lie and Sun Yu diverged in their opinions, each steadfast in their belief that their respective teams would clinch the NBA championship. The stakes were raised as they engaged in a verbal wager, declaring that the loser would become a mere subordinate. Thus, the two boldly placed their bets. Chapter 32. Injuries and Trades. Both Qin Lie and Sun Yu possess commendable eloquence. Their commentary primarily serves the purpose of entertainment, engaging only for a brief segment. The All-Star Weekend unfolded seamlessly, with Qin Lie accurately predicting every outcome. However, the team's performance remains uncertain, and one can only speculate on its accuracy. It is my hope that Qin Lie will once again offer his insights. The Rockets fans undoubtedly rally behind him, while numerous Lakers supporters exist domestically. Despite the foundation laid by the esteemed Yao Ming, the Rockets have continued to outshine the Lakers in recent years. Unbeknownst to the fans, Qin Lie's other predictions merely reflect the outcomes. With the aspiration for a championship being a mere idealistic hope, a rational fan would not believe in the Rockets' chances of securing a title. Given the persistent injuries and internal strife plaguing the team, which currently grapples with a plethora of challenges. Nonetheless, it must be acknowledged that the team's performance is not entirely dismal. Aside from the Lakers, other formidable teams in the West have also struggled, providing the Rockets with a glimmer of opportunity. On February 17th, the highly anticipated Chinese Derby will witness the Rockets facing off against the visiting Nets. The Nets' record is not particularly poor, and they cannot be entirely dismissed in the Eastern Conference. Yet, their defense is alarmingly inadequate, and Carter increasingly lacks the qualities of a leader. The team's fighting spirit appears to have waned, and Carter's name has been circulated in trade rumors. It is evident that discussions between the Rockets and the Nets have taken place, though they have yet to reach a conclusive agreement. Otherwise, an announcement would have been made during the All-Star festivities. Nevertheless, the rumors have gained considerable traction. Following the conclusion of the game, McGrady opted to announce his surgery directly, bypassing communication with the management, which indicates that the trade talks fell through. His actions irrevocably severed ties with the Rockets, leading to the imposition of a 7-minute restriction upon his return the following season, culminating in a ruthless trade. While McGrady remained, the Rockets parted ways with Alston. One player was sidelined, while another departed, leaving Artest to fulfill his aspiration of becoming a starter. The internal discord within the Rockets concluded in this peculiar manner. However, all of this bears no relevance to the current match. Qin Lie has just returned from injury and is now coming off the bench, while two rookies have emerged in the net starting lineup. Although Lopez and Ryan Anderson have shown promise, they still lack the requisite prowess. The Nets' interior defense is relatively sound, with Lopez displaying solid fundamentals. Yet, their perimeter defense leaves much to be desired, and Carter seems disinterested, merely focusing on scoring. Shortly after the game commenced, Artest and Battier each sank a three-pointer. The Nets began with a commendable shooting percentage, but once rotations commenced, they abruptly faltered. As and the other bench players entered, their shooting accuracy diminished. In stark contrast, Qin Lie stepped onto the court and immediately made a three-pointer. Today, Qin Lie felt exceptionally well, almost as though he were still immersed in the All-Star Weekend. While it is unlikely that any All-Star experience could rival the prowess of the prop cards, under the Nets' lackadaisical defense, Qin Lie swiftly reached double digits in scoring. His remarkable talent was evident, as the Rockets surged ahead as soon as he took the court. Should Adelman decide not to utilize Qin Lie more heavily today, I would be compelled to confront him directly. If Qin Lie performs admirably, surely they wouldn't consider trading him away, would they? That would be utterly heartless. As the Rockets gained a lead, the Nets' performance deteriorated. Although Carter managed to score upon the return of their starters, his efficiency was rather lacking. Conversely, Lopez played commendably, though the young talent did not possess much ball control. Lopez's performance propelled him to become the tactical core of the team in his second year. Alas, injuries plagued him thereafter, and he was unable to rise as a leader. Before the first half concluded, the Rockets had already established a double-digit lead. By the third quarter, Carter showcased a commendable form. Yet he was the sole player performing well for the Nets, while the Rockets benefited from the contributions of Yao Ming, Battier, and Alston, thereby extending their advantage. As the final quarter approached, the game swiftly transitioned into garbage time, allowing Qin Lie to elevate his scoring to over 20 points. Despite his playing time being less than that of the starters, he emerged as the highest scorer for the Rockets, naturally also leading among the trio in the Chinese Derby. Your performance surpassed that of Ryan Anderson by a considerable margin. Off-ball movement 2, three-point shooting 2, free throws 2. The progress you and Brook Lopez have made is striking, as you both showcased your unique attributes. Defense 3, stability 3, off-ball movement 3. Following the game, head coach Adelman expressed his contentment, stating, "I am very satisfied with the victory. We displayed great energy throughout today's match. We maintained our efforts and consistently moved the ball. Our defense played a crucial role as the opponent attempted to close the gap, ultimately securing our victory. However, the subsequent events began to give Adelman a headache. In a three-way trade involving the Rockets, Magic, and Grizzlies, the Magic acquired the seasoned Rafer Alston due to the injury of their starting point guard, Nelson, while the Rockets obtained the young guard Kyle Lowry. Although Lowry had performed decently with the Grizzlies, the team was already focused on developing Qin Lie and Mayo, leaving little opportunity for Lowry, who was traded away for draft picks. At that time, Lowry had yet to showcase all-star potential, leading many to believe that the diminutive guard would not significantly aid the Rockets. The Rockets' choice of Lowry reflected their predicament amidst the team's turmoil. Yet they had indeed identified a promising talent. Subsequently, they acquired Dragic, though unfortunately, neither was retained in the long run. At that moment, Lowry had not yet matured, but he proved to be a competent backup. However, promoting Brooks to the starting point guard position yielded only mediocre results, given Brooks' limited playmaking abilities, and with McGrady sidelined. The question arose as to who would orchestrate the offense. Nonetheless, the cost of alleviating the team's chaos appeared to be worthwhile. Compared to previous seasons, this year's Rockets boasted commendable role players, and if the team could unite, they might achieve commendable success. At the very least, Adelman's strategies, devoid of McGrady's inefficient leadership, would likely be more effective. On February 20th, after experiencing the so-called injury to their star players, the Rockets faced a test from the formidable Mavericks at home. No one could threaten Artest's starting position, and Sheelan was confirmed as the team's sixth man. The Mavericks, with a record similar to the Rockets, were direct competitors. Every victory and defeat against rivals in the same division was crucial. With the return of the previously injured Howard, the Mavericks were also in full swing. As the game commenced, Brooks, who had just assumed the starting point guard role, maintained his composure and passed the ball to Yao Ming, who scored the team's first points in the paint. The once prominent Dampier, who had boasted of being the second-best center in the West during his prime, was now a shadow of his former self, easily overmatched by Yao. However, under Kidd's deft playmaking, the Mavericks wings performed admirably, swiftly taking the lead. Rockets fans were understandably anxious, but soon discovered that the team's new acquisitions were performing quite well. Chapter 33. Stronger than ever in the contest of bench players, the Rockets decisively triumphed over the Mavericks. While the Mavericks' Puerto Rican guard Barria also showcased commendable skills, the Rockets had multiple players stepping up to the challenge. Qin Lie and Old Barry both successfully hit three-pointers, while Lowry exhibited commendable playmaking skills. His passing rhythm is evidently superior to that of Brooks. The performance of the Rockets' rotation effectively curtailed the Mavericks' expanding advantage. In the second quarter, with Yao's return, the Rockets regained dominance in the paint, maintaining stability throughout the first half. The departure of Alston may have a greater impact than McGrady's absence. However, the emergence of various role players within the current Rockets squad is somewhat reassuring. Brooks performed adequately in the first half, providing a stable offensive presence. Should the Rockets experience fluctuations, they are likely to stem from psychological factors, although such influences are not expected to be profound. After all, the players have mostly seized their opportunities, though there is a hint of regret that the trio, including Yao, is not fully realized. The management bears the heavier burden of concern. It appears that the newly arrived guard is more willing to pass to Qin Lie than initially anticipated, and he seems quite robust. One can only hope that the Rockets do not encounter further complications. Unfortunately, Qin Lie is still unable to start alongside Yao more frequently. As a sixth man, he is performing reasonably well, at least enjoying a degree of ball possession. As the first half drew to a close, the Mavericks held a slight lead, their rhythm proving steadier than that of the Rockets. Fans expressed palpable concern after eagerly anticipating the trio of stars. Their spirits had soured with the absence of the three, leaving them feeling desolate and fearful of another fruitless season. During halftime, Coach Adelman offered words of encouragement, though he too found it difficult to gauge how his team would evolve. The Mavericks, on the other hand, aimed to seize the opportunity while the Rockets' mindset wavered. However, the tide shifted dramatically in the third quarter. The Rockets launched into a stunning offensive display, scoring from both inside and outside the arc to quickly regain the lead. The Mavericks, unexpectedly, fell into a scoring drought. Howard, who had performed admirably in the first half, was suddenly contained, and Nowitzki found himself without support. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the Mavericks swiftly adjusted their strategy. They first substituted Dampier, whose presence in the paint had become more detrimental than beneficial, as he struggled offensively and defensively. Initially, the Mavericks brought in a backup center, still unaware of the severity of their offensive woes. With Kidd faltering outside and a non-scoring 5 in the paint, the Mavericks typically relied on Terry to remedy such predicaments. However, with Terry sidelined, they turned to Beria to fill that role. Beria performed commendably, yet their reactions were slightly delayed. Most critically, Nowitzki was stifled. While others managed to score, it was insufficient. Whether Nowitzki's struggles stemmed from his own performance or the Rockets' effective strategy mattered little. The Mavericks failed to break through in a timely manner. By the time Beria entered in the third quarter, the Mavericks trailed by double digits. In their moment of need, they merely exchanged one blue-collar big for another. A miscalculation by Carlisle. He had not anticipated that the Rockets, having navigated their own challenges, would mount a formidable offensive onslaught. During the rotation phase, Qin Lie's performance remained steady, though his contributions were ultimately unnecessary. In the end, the Mavericks opted for a more agile lineup, eschewing a center in favor of a forward-like base, employing double teams against Yao Ming. Since traditional bigs struggled to contain him, they decided to leverage a more flexible offense. Beria and base revitalized the Mavericks' previously stalled attack. Yet it was too late. They narrowed the deficit to single digits, but the double-teaming of Yao opened opportunities for the Rockets' perimeter shooters, culminating in Brooks sinking a three-pointer that secured the victory for Houston. Claiming victory over a contender like the Mavericks during such tumultuous times held significant implications for the Rockets. A few losses at this juncture could have shattered the players' confidence, jeopardizing their season. Instead, they now felt more cohesive than before, seemingly resolving their internal strife. Postgame, Yao Ming expressed, "Without McGrady, we have become more united." Dallas Mavericks head coach Rick Carlisle expressed a sentiment akin to that of others, acknowledging, "I concede that Tracy McGrady is an exceptional player, yet it is undeniable that the Rockets have only grown stronger in his absence." Regarding Rafer Alston, Yao Ming reminisced fondly, stating, "One cannot overlook how pivotal Alston's passing was to our offensive framework. He was the linchpin that connected our plays." 2 days later, the Rockets were set to host the Bobcats. Thanks to the reputation of Joe Johnson, the Bobcats secured the esteemed coach Larry Brown. Upon his arrival, Brown immediately underscored the importance of defense, a prudent move, considering the defensive prowess of stars like Wallace and Okafor. Previously, the team had focused primarily on offense, leaving one to ponder their strategy. This season, the Bobcats have undergone significant transformation, yet they still find themselves a distance away from playoff contention. In a small market, such as Charlotte, achieving success is a gradual process. Recently, the Bobcats executed a trade with the Suns, parting with the scoring dynamo Richardson in exchange for the defensively adept Rajabel. However, this maneuver has introduced new challenges to their offense. Team reconstruction is a step-by-step endeavor. Although Larry Brown may be perceived as somewhat traditional, his expertise surpasses that of an average coach. Nevertheless, facing a Rockets team that excels defensively poses a formidable challenge, particularly with Yao Ming as a dominant force. Teams that prioritize defense must possess a genuine scoring threat, or they risk being relegated to a mere supporting role. In the first quarter of the game, Yao dominated the paint, overpowering his opponents. Both Okafor and Dial lacked the height to pose a significant threat to him. An advantage in the paint often translates to opportunities on the perimeter. To contain Yao, the Bobcats would need to double-team him. Fortunately for the Rockets, Artest found his rhythm early, allowing Houston to seize an early lead. Against a defensively oriented team, maintaining a lead becomes relatively manageable, as the opposition is unlikely to produce explosive scoring. Additionally, with the Bobcats' shorter interior players, Scola's performance at the center position would not be hindered. When Qin Lie took to the court, the Rockets' perimeter offense continued to reap benefits. Shortly after his entry, he successfully sank a three-pointer. His proficiency from beyond the arc is commendable. During his time on the floor, he consistently aids the team in creating space, often allowing the Rockets to extend their lead when he is playing. This synergy with the team reflects a certain fortuitousness. Faced with the Rockets' relentless aggression, the Bobcats were compelled to intensify their defensive efforts to prevent the game from spiraling out of control. However, prolonged defense inevitably leads to lapses. Basketball inherently favors the offensive side, and the Bobcats, fixated solely on defense, were destined to struggle against the Rockets' relentless momentum. Chapter 34. The suitable partner. Qin Lie scores another 3. His shooting percentage is astonishingly high. Lowry once again assists Qin Lie, showcasing their seamless collaboration. Scoring in double digits within a single quarter, this exemplifies Qin Lie's explosive scoring ability. Shortly after the beginning of the final quarter, Qin Lie erupted, swiftly transitioning the game into garbage time. "Your passes are impeccably timed," Qin Lie remarked in admiration. With a willing passer in the backcourt during rotations, Qin Lie is certainly keen to cultivate a rapport with Lowry. Previously, Brooks' style was not conducive to sharing the ball, rendering camaraderie ineffective. However, Lowry is different. Despite both being undrafted, your presence is far more significant than that of Kadeem Allen. 3-point shooting 1, defense 1. Your performance surpasses that of the 9th overall pick, DJ Augustine, by a considerable margin. Ball handling 2, speed 2, passing 2. As a newcomer, Lowry is yet to establish familiarity with everyone. During his training, Qin Lie actively engaged in conversations with Lowry. "I believe your abilities are quite impressive. The Grizzlies will undoubtedly regret not nurturing your talent," Qin Lie remarked. "It's my failure to seize the opportunity," Lowry responded with a hint of resignation. He places considerable importance on his experiences at the inception of his career. "I am not jesting. Your sense of rhythm is commendable, your passing skills are exceptional, and your physique is robust enough for breakthroughs. Your defensive efforts are commendable as well. You are destined to become a formidable point guard. I firmly believe that if you refine your 3-point shooting, you will undoubtedly earn a place in the All-Star game," Qin Lie asserted earnestly. Lowry sensed that Qin Lie was sincere, yet he felt daunted by the prospect of even becoming a starter, let alone an All-Star. Nonetheless, a flicker of ambition lingered within him. He had recognized his shortcomings in shooting, noting that both Conley and Mayo outperformed him in that regard. Before entering the NBA, Lowry had relied somewhat on his physicality, not realizing the paramount importance of shooting at that time. It was only upon joining the NBA that he understood that physical prowess alone would not suffice. Without shooting skills, survival in the league proved challenging. "If only I could shoot threes like you," Lowry sighed. "Then let us learn from each other. We can practice together and communicate frequently." "I also wish to enhance my ball handling and passing techniques," Qin Lie proposed. Having been traded from the team, Lowry found himself at a juncture where he desperately sought validation. Qin Lie actively engaged in conversation with a melodious voice, swiftly improving the rapport between them. On February 24th, the Rockets faced yet another Western competitor, the Trail Blazers. The Blazers had undergone significant transformations this season, primarily due to the emergence of rookies such as Batum, who had secured a starting position, and Rudy Fernandez, who became a key rotation player. Alongside the continued development of Roy and Aldridge, the Trail Blazers had indeed grown stronger. This season, they had risen entirely on the strength of their youth. Previously, they had triumphed over the Rockets, but the current iteration of the Rockets was evidently transformed. They were brimming with enthusiasm and vigor. As the game commenced, the Trail Blazers' formidable defender, Preseason, proved to be quite effective against Yao Ming, one of the league's giants. However, this success was partly attributed to the assistance from teammates, which consequently opened up opportunities for the Rockets' perimeter players. Both Brooks and Artest performed admirably, benefiting Scola in the process. At times, Yao did not need to unleash his full prowess. Simply drawing defensive attention to create opportunities for his teammates was commendable. While Brooks may lack in organizational skills, his outside shooting was commendable. If utilized effectively, this would bolster the team's offensive strategy. The Blazers primarily relied on Roy and Aldridge for scoring, which the Rockets struggled to contain. Although the Rockets maintained a lead, it was not substantial. Once the rotation players entered the game, they managed to extend their advantage. Two key factors contributed to this: Qin Lie's commendable shooting, diligent and unselfish, and Lowry's superior passing ability. Lowry was capable of delivering more assists than Brooks in a shorter span, embodying the essence of a true point guard. The Rockets' offensive options were plentiful. As long as the passing was precise, scoring opportunities would arise. Had the Rockets acquired Lowry sooner, it is likely he would have been the starter, with Brooks better suited for a scoring role off the bench. Unfortunately, Lowry had not fully matured during his time with the Grizzlies, and now, his integration with the Rockets was somewhat delayed, relegating him to a bench role. Lowry's emphasis on passing benefited Qin Lie, who had not enjoyed such fortune while playing alongside Brooks in the past. Another significant reason was Qin Lie's ever-improving prowess. In the earlier stages, he refrained from shooting unless presented with clear opportunities, but the situation had changed. His offensive aggression had intensified. With an appropriate passer, he could emerge as a notable scoring option upon entering the game. By halftime, Qin Lie had amassed 9 points, while Lowry had recorded 4 assists. Though Lowry could not be classified as an assist specialist, his ability to penetrate and distribute paired seamlessly with Qin Lie's movement and catching. Under the performance of the rotation lineup, the Rockets extended their lead to double digits. Carlisle had previously remarked that the Rockets had grown stronger, which seemed like a consolation after a loss, but it was now evident that the Rockets had indeed improved. In recent matches, the Rockets had primarily failed to control the flow of the game, undeniably embodying the demeanor of a formidable team. They played exceptionally well. Upon returning to the locker room, Adelman expressed his satisfaction with the team's performance. With McGrady absent, there were finally no erratic ball stoppages from the perimeter. Although it was unfortunate that no suitable replacements were brought in to enhance the team's capabilities. However, this iteration of the Rockets was not without its flaws. As the second half commenced, Brooks, perhaps overly exuberant, sought to maintain his momentum, resulting in a series of missed shots. Following the team's commendable performance and the accolades received by Brooks, he became less cautious than at the outset. This newfound freedom led him to neglect passing, a tendency exacerbated by McGrady's absence. With only Yao remaining, the likelihood of overlooking the pass was even greater. This player exhibits both strengths and weaknesses. Though he possesses a courageous spirit and competitive drive, his defensive skills and shot selection are lacking, and his rhythm is far from ideal. Had he been slightly taller, the situation might have improved. Fortunately, the prior substantial lead afforded the Rockets some leeway. When offensive issues arose, the Trailblazers seized the opportunity to narrow the gap to single digits. However, once Lowry entered during the rotation period, the Rockets quickly regained their composure, extending their lead back into double digits. While it may not be entirely accurate to laud Lowry as exceptional, he simply refrained from making reckless plays. At this juncture, the Rockets, provided their players maintain discipline, are undoubtedly a formidable team. Qin Lie smoothly achieved double digits in scoring. It is not an exaggeration to say that the Rockets performed their best during his time on the court. However, the outstanding Lowry was quickly substituted, and Brooks came on, only to repeatedly miss shots. Adelman fell back into his old habit of relying on the advantages gained from the bench to help the starters find their rhythm. He seems to have firmly placed his trust in Brooks, a privilege previously reserved for only McGrady. Consequently, Brooks, with the team's lowest shooting percentage, attempted the most shots. In the final quarter, he failed to make any baskets and still refused to pass the ball. Nevertheless, even so, the Rockets managed to narrowly defeat their opponents. Chapter 35. Yao's commitment. We united today. Although our performance in the closing moments was not particularly commendable, we accomplished enough to secure our victory, Adelman remarked post-game. Coaches often speak with bravado, clearly possessing better alternatives, yet perilously teetering on the brink of defeat. However, at this stage, unity is the Rockets' political correctness. They must diminish McGrady's influence. Artest also commented, "This game was peculiar. We knew they would not concede easily. While our record may not reflect it, we have begun to showcase our true capabilities. We are starting to play together as a cohesive unit. In contrast to the inconspicuous rookie Jerry Bayless, you have made your name memorable. Jumping 2, explosiveness 2, speed 2. Your performance is significantly more stable than that of the rookie Rudy Fernandez. Dunking 2, jumping 2, explosiveness 2. You are as diligent as rookie Nicholas Batum, and you deserve more opportunities. Breaking through 2, passing 2, free throws 2. Winning the game can indeed stabilize one's mindset. In truth, since McGrady's absence, the Rockets have consistently triumphed. Therefore, there is little cause for concern on their side, though a sense of regret lingers. This sentiment is also influenced by their home court advantage, as they will continue to play at home. On February 26th, the Rockets faced the Eastern Conference leaders, the Cavaliers. This season, the Cavaliers have bolstered their roster with a point guard, and the addition of Mo Williams has addressed their weaknesses, enhancing their perimeter offensive capabilities, making them a formidable presence this season. However, no matter how hard the Cavaliers strive, they still find it challenging to emerge from the Western Conference. In this scenario, the better their regular season record, the more disheartened LeBron James becomes, as it indicates that the Cavaliers have reached their limits, diminishing the possibility of securing a championship. Since James reached his peak, the Cavaliers have remained a strong team, yet they have often faltered against the Rockets. In their previous encounter, Yao Ming was favored by the referees and made bold statements, and this time, he is equally determined. As the match commenced, both teams displayed an intensity in defense that was unparalleled, particularly the Rockets, who restricted James from scoring. In fact, There is a strategy to counter James. It necessitates a formidable wing defender to match him, alongside a towering presence in the paint to protect the rim. Even at his zenith, James has been wary of such matchups, for instance, against the likes of Leonard and Duncan, who formed a potent duo in their prime. The current Rockets can replicate this, with Battier and Artest on the wings and Yao Ming in the center. As a premier superstar, James can certainly score, yet his efficiency would be significantly reduced. While the Cavaliers possess a respectable interior presence, they cannot be compared to Yao. Zydrunas Ilgauskas is no longer at his peak, and even the peak Lithuanian player cannot contend with Yao. Ben Wallace lacks offensive prowess and height, making it difficult for him to withstand Yao's dominance, while Varejao similarly fails to hold his ground. The Cavaliers' three main big men are indeed competent, yet they lack low-post strength, rendering it arduous for them to exhaust Yao on both ends of the floor, thus offering limited support to James. Consequently, when the Cavaliers face the Rockets, they find themselves at a disadvantage. Although the Cavaliers' offensive capabilities have improved this season, they were limited to a mere 11 and 10 points in individual quarters against the Rockets. Yao can score and draw defensive attention, allowing his teammates to capitalize on outside shots. The Cavaliers' defense may pose some challenges for the Rockets, but those challenges remain within reasonable bounds. On the contrary, the Rockets' resolute defense has rendered the Cavaliers' performance somewhat abnormal. In the end, they were compelled to abandon their usual strategies, resorting to an outside game with James and Mo Williams, both shooting from the perimeter without penetrating the paint, with James attempting shots from beyond his comfort zone. Victory was elusive. Meanwhile, Qin Lie and Lowry, who came off the bench, performed commendably. Their roles were straightforward. Lowry needed only to distribute the ball effectively and hit his shots. The burden of defending James did not fall upon them, which seemed to afford them a sense of ease. In addition to successfully sinking a three-pointer, Qin Lie also executed a penetrating move that drew a foul from Varejao. With the enhancement of his skills, he now possesses a significantly expanded repertoire of offensive capabilities. During the rotation period, Qin Lie and Lowry significantly outperformed the Cavaliers' bench. The Rockets' current second unit has taken shape, demonstrating resilience against any opponent. LeBron's three-point shooting has consistently been decent. When pressed, he can still make the shot. After struggling to penetrate the paint, LeBron managed to sink 2 three-pointers. The Cavaliers' backcourt duo plays effectively, yet they are hindered by Brooks' defensive shortcomings. However, their hopes of overtaking the score seem virtually unattainable. LeBron's perimeter shooting fails to invigorate the Cavaliers' role players. During halftime, Qin Lie assured Yao Ming, "Do not worry. We shall surely defeat the Cavaliers this time." With McGrady absent, Yao's status within the team became unparalleled, prompting numerous players to concur. In the third quarter, the Rockets continued to dominate the Cavaliers. Although the Cavaliers aimed to establish their rhythm, LeBron attempted to drive in once more, but to no avail. Even when he managed to penetrate past Artest and Battier, challenging Yao proved exceedingly difficult. Conversely, Yao took turns punishing the Cavaliers' interior defense, leaving them utterly defeated. Yao, burdened by his considerable weight, often struggled to maintain his stamina. Otherwise, his prowess in the low post would undoubtedly elevate his standing in the league. Such an unrelenting force in the low post is seldom seen today. The Cavaliers were left with no choice but to double-team, and upon Qin Lie's entry, he was granted another opportunity from beyond the arc. With precision, he ensured that Yao's battles would not allow the Cavaliers to leave comfortably. As the final quarter unfolded, Qin Lie's three-point shooting seemed almost supernatural as he continued to score effortlessly. Indeed, he appeared to be in a state of heightened ability. His three-point prowess, combined with the title of King of the Fourth Quarter, rendered him nearly invincible. Remarkably, he remained a secondary player for the Rockets, causing the Cavaliers' defense to overlook him. Suddenly, everyone noticed that Qin Lie had quietly amassed over 20 points. However, he was not the game's highest scorer. That honor belonged to Yao. Fueled by determination, Yao showcased an almost dominant performance, achieving a shooting percentage nearing 90, leaving the Cavaliers without a response. Once the team's lead reached 20 points, Yao contentedly took a seat on the bench. After a resounding victory over the Cavaliers, Yao calmly remarked, "Artest and Battier performed exceptionally well, effectively stifling LeBron's impact." What a display it was! Qin Lie also gained valuable experience, as the Cavaliers' overwhelming defeat allowed 2 rookies to join the atmosphere. Your performance outshone the lackluster second-round pick. Darnell Jackson. Rebounds 1, dunks 1. Your display eclipsed that of the first-round pick, J.J. Hickson. Rebounds 2, dunks 2, explosive plays 2. Chapter 36. Who was most reliable? By the end of February, the Rockets were finally set to embark on their away game journey. They traveled to the East to face the Bulls, a team that had significantly strengthened after securing the first overall pick and was now vying for a playoff spot. The Bulls, known for their offensive prowess, were formidable in their own right, boasting sharp shooting skills, yet their defense left much to be desired. It was quite intriguing to observe that both the Bulls and the Pacers, two future defensive powerhouses in the East, were heavily focused on offense, while the Grizzlies, a tough defensive team in the West, were also embracing an offensive style. As the game commenced, the Rockets quickly took control, with Yao Ming, Ron Artest, and Luis Scola finding their scoring rhythm. However, the Bulls responded well. Although they lacked standout individual performers, their scoring came from multiple sources. The current Bulls resembled a shooting squad, with most players proficient in catch-and-shoot situations. When their shooting touch was on point, it was not surprising to see them overpower stronger teams. Conversely, when their shooting faltered, they struggled significantly. The Bulls certainly had a wealth of talent, including solid contributions from their bench players such as Kirk Hinrich and the recently acquired Miller and Sammons from the Kings. Thus, with both Lin and Lowry performing admirably upon their entry, the Rockets and Bulls continued to exchange points at a frenetic pace. The Rockets had evolved beyond being merely a defensive team or an offensive juggernaut. They exhibited a versatile style that often fluctuated between offensive and defensive strategies, adapting to their opponents. In this clash of offensive firepower, the Rockets maintained a slight edge, primarily due to their superior three-point shooting, a benefit derived from Yao's dominance in the paint. Noah and Miller took turns challenging Yao, presenting him with considerable difficulties. Miller, with his extensive game experience, was tasked with limiting Yao's impact, which in turn opened up more opportunities for the Rockets on the perimeter. The Bulls, lacking low-post capabilities, faced challenges in creating comfortable shooting chances from beyond the arc. Therefore, despite the Bulls' commendable overall offensive performance, the Rockets were able to secure an advantage. The tactical influence of a strong star player can be remarkably effective in such scenarios. Seizing the opportunity presented by the Bulls' lackluster defense, Qin Lie aspired to enhance his scoring. However, after several attempts, he noticed a decline in his shooting accuracy and decided to temper his ambitions. As a bench player, it was imperative for him to maintain efficiency. If necessary, he could always focus on amassing points in the final quarter. Currently, Qin Lie's average score per game was commendable, with many points accrued during the closing moments. Achieving impressive statistics would undoubtedly benefit him in future contract negotiations. Yet, his status as a sixth man was rather unremarkable. Lacking the prestige of a formidable sixth man typically afforded the privileges of a starter, Qin Lie contemplated that in the next contract, he would undoubtedly secure a higher status within the team, at least ensuring his presence during critical moments of the game. The Rockets were leading at halftime, and the atmosphere among the players was quite buoyant. The previously chaotic ambience had dissipated following a string of victories. With McGrady unable to join the team after his surgery, the dynamics of the team continued to shift rapidly. It felt as though, despite the passage of only a few days, an entirely different season had dawned. The Bulls were eager to claim victory on their home court, and Dinagro urged his players to exert a bit more effort. They were youthful and energetic. If they tightened their defense and sharpened their offense, surely the tide of the game could be turned in their favor. However, the young players exhibited inconsistency, making execution challenging at times. As the third quarter commenced, Yao Ming scored, followed by Artest sinking a three-pointer. The Bulls desperately sought to reverse the situation, yet their urgency seemed misplaced. Their offensive strategy was overly simplistic, and their shooting was notably off. Consequently, as they repeatedly missed, the Rockets seized the opportunity to extend their lead to double digits. Nevertheless, the Bulls did not surrender. It must be acknowledged that this group of young players displayed remarkable tenacity. They persevered, continually challenging the odds. Yao Ming, a pivotal strength for the Rockets, experienced greater fatigue in this fast-paced game compared to others. The tactical approach between Yao and Coach Adelman still lacked perfect harmony. Presently, the Rockets represented a compromise from Adelman, who realized that while he struggled to resolve certain issues, Yao could. Yet, at times, the team still veered towards strategies unsuited for Yao. One factor was the enhanced capabilities of role players. Both Qin Lie and Lowry contributed significantly to this outcome. Additionally, since Brooks took on the primary playmaking role, his management of tempo faltered, leading to sporadic offensive lulls. As Yao grew weary, the Bulls began to counterattack. Playing at home, their stamina was noticeably superior. The youthful Noah, significantly lighter than Yao, could not contain him, but when Yao fatigued, he found it difficult to prevent Noah from seizing rebounds. Noah's style of play was already reminiscent of the future generation of centers. Although slightly lacking offensively, their agility allowed them to defend effectively against smaller opponents. Faced with this predicament, the Rockets had no choice but to rest Yao. However, this substitution immediately created offensive difficulties as Brooks struggled to find his rhythm. Throughout the game, Brooks had performed poorly, particularly against Rose, who was not only quick but also considerably stronger, dominating the matchup. While Yao was still on the court, Brooks' shortcomings were less pronounced, but now Rose relentlessly overpowered him, penetrating the paint without Yao's defensive presence. Rose's scoring became effortlessly prolific. Brooks failed to defend against him and attempted to compensate offensively, resulting in a barrage of missed shots. Artest sought to take control of the game, but with Salmons and Deng focusing on him, his shooting percentage plummeted. Without Yao, it seemed as though Rose could single-handedly dismantle the Rockets. The team had no choice but to reintroduce Yao, yet by this point, Rose had already found his rhythm. Upon Yao's return, he was quickly whistled for a foul. And with excessive fouls, he had to rest again. At this juncture, the Rockets had exhausted their options. They had maintained an advantage, only to see the Bulls turn the tide in the end. In this critical moment, Qin Lie's three-pointer revealed who could be relied upon for crucial outside shooting. Importantly, it was not solely his shooting. Qin Lie also showcased commendable defensive prowess at decisive moments. Qin Lie currently boasts a defensive rating of 71, which is adequate during the first 3 quarters, but elevates to exceptional after enhancing his stats in the final quarter. He is not tasked with guarding Rose, but rather Ben Gordon, whose athleticism, while decent, is well-suited to be effectively neutralized by Qin Lie. The Bulls are presently employing a dual-threat backcourt strategy, and Qin Lie's ability to contain one of their key players has proven to be immensely beneficial for the Rockets. More crucially, his offensive contributions are noteworthy. Ben Gordon's individual defense leaves much to be desired. Qin Lie's offensive prowess transcends mere shooting. His speed, leaping ability, explosiveness, ball handling, passing, and ability to penetrate have all proven invaluable in the closing moments of the game. As Qin Lie sinks another three-pointer, he subsequently drives to the basket for an emphatic dunk, causing Adelman on the sidelines to brighten with renewed hope. At this juncture, the Rockets require a standout performance. Chapter 37. The 8-man rotation. Qin Lie successfully intercepts the ball and swiftly advances with it, executing a dazzling change of direction to outmaneuver his opponent, culminating in a spectacular one-man fast-break dunk. Following a scoring drought for the Rockets, Qin Lie emerges as a beacon of hope, showcasing remarkable performances on both ends of the court. His efforts yield numerous offensive rebounds, with many opportunities earned through sheer determination. Another steal. Qin Lie's timely contributions in critical moments are nothing short of astonishing. The Bulls had a chance to regain the lead, as Rose delivered an otherworldly performance, while Yao faced foul trouble that kept him off the court, but Qin Lie thwarted their advances. Dinagro called for a timeout, casting a bewildered glance at Qin Lie, wondering, who on earth is this? Qin Lie is no longer an obscure figure, yet he remains merely a substitute for the Rockets. It is indeed disheartening to witness the core players of the Rockets falter, only to be countered by Qin Lie. Upon returning to the court, the Bulls attempted three-point shots, but to no avail. Consequently, Rose resumed his aggressive approach against the Rockets' point guard, relentlessly attacking the rim, proving nearly impossible to stop. However, on the contrary, Qin Lie consistently managed to deliver unexpected surprises. In the final quarter, Rose amassed 16 points. Yet, Qin Lie did not need to score excessively. His modest contribution was sufficient. With the Rockets in the lead, Rose's improved performance mattered little. What truly counted was Qin Lie's pivotal role in securing the victory for the team. The relentless strikes of Qin have consistently found their mark, prompting Ben Gordon to adopt a much more vigilant approach to his defense. Qin Lie, however, remained unfazed. He continuously engaged in off-ball movements, darting and gliding along the baseline, consistently creating opportunities. The Rockets could not always deliver the ball to him with precision, even though Adelman had expressed his intention to create chances for the scorching hot Qin Lie. Yet, once he received the ball, a mere feint would send the Bulls' defenders into a state of alarm. They would closely trail him, only to be deceived by his shooting fake, allowing Qin Lie to effortlessly penetrate and, before the Bulls' interior defense could converge, execute a smooth mid-range jumper. Should the defenders fail to maintain close proximity, Qin Lie would rise up and score with ease. Fortunately, he was in fine form. With Qin Lie's explosive performance, Artest also found some room to maneuver. As the clock wound down to the final 2 minutes, Artest sank a three-pointer, solidifying the Rockets' position. With Yao Ming's return, the Rockets firmly established their dominance. In the closing moments, the Bulls attempted another three-pointer, yet their shooting accuracy remained dismal. Thus, after a tumultuous journey, the Rockets secured victory, marking their 7th consecutive win. Your stellar performance in the final quarter relegated Rose's explosion to a mere supporting role. Speed 3, jump 3, layup 3. Post-game, Rockets head coach Adelman remarked, "In the second half, when the opponent began their counterattack, our performance faltered somewhat. When Yao encounters difficulties, we need someone to step up. And Qin Lie has done this remarkably well this year. He is a talented young man, and he has now become an integral part of the team." Qin Lie's expressed with a sense of calm. "Rose is indeed a formidable player. However, our collective strength surpasses his. Therefore, when I step onto the court, I am afforded the opportunity to contribute. My significance to the team lies in making an impact when they require my presence. Whether through scoring or defense, I will exert every effort as long as the team needs me." The Rockets remain one of the most formidable teams in the league, and that remains true even now. His remarkable performances have once again captured the hearts of countless fans. There is no doubt that he seized the opportunity, exemplifying the trajectory of a star's growth. Yet, within the Rockets, there are both those who rejoice and those who lament. After Qin Lie emerged, he'd essentially lost all opportunities. Now, the team has officially released this young player who once aided them during challenging times. This exemplifies the harsh reality of professional sports. Players deemed unworthy can be discarded at any moment. Thus, it is imperative for athletes to strive for their own interests, without concern for the profits of capitalists. As March arrives, the Rockets continue their away games, facing the Timberwolves, who were already preparing for the next season. The Rockets secured victory by the third quarter. Qin Lie made a substitute appearance, yet the match did not necessitate his substantial contribution. Your ability to seize opportunities has notably improved, surpassing that of the rookie Bobby Brown. Ball handling 1, passing 1. Your statistics may be modest, but your efficiency greatly exceeds that of Kevin Love. Strength 3, post-up 3, layup 3. Following an impressive 8-game winning streak, the Rockets returned home to face the challenge posed by the Raptors. This season, the Raptors have struggled significantly after acquiring Shaquille O'Neal. They discovered that this former All-Star could no longer provide the assistance they sought, leading to his subsequent trade to the Heat. In their quest for improvement, the Raptors' dismal performance resulted in the dismissal of their head coach. Consequently, the first Canadian NBA head coach, Jay Triano, took the reins. Yet even he failed to clarify the team's direction, leading to the departure of their current cornerstone, Chris Bosh. Confronted with despair and lacking a traditional center, the Raptors fell victim to the formidable duo of Yao Ming and Scola, who effectively showcased a twin tower strategy, resulting in an effortless victory for the team. Qin Lie also adds a touch of brilliance, and his performance has been commendable. Qin Lie has now become quite versatile, capable of functioning as a sharpshooter alongside his partner Yao Ming on the perimeter, or transforming into a pure scorer when the team accelerates its pace. Adelman's utilization of him has become increasingly adept. With Yao resting on the bench, the Rockets have shifted to a faster tempo, now relying on an 8-man rotation. The bench primarily consists of Qin Lie, Lowry, and Landry. This lineup will likely be the one the team employs as they venture into the playoffs. Following McGrady's absence, the Rockets' impressive 9-game winning streak came to a halt as they faced the Jazz on a back-to-back road game. The Jazz, longtime rivals, are well aware of how to counter the Rockets. With Boozer returning from injury, the Jazz have regained their full strength, yet they have ultimately lost their edge, trailing behind other Western powerhouses in the standings. On March 6th, the Rockets hosted the Suns. This year, the Suns have encountered difficulties with D'Antoni's departure. The newly appointed head coach Gentry is also proficient in the fast-paced game. However, with O'Neal on the roster, they struggle to maintain speed. The acquisition of O'Neal was a significant misjudgment. Without the fast-paced play, Nash resembles his previous All-Star form with the Mavericks, merely an average All-Star who cannot lead the Suns to greater victories. The Suns should have traded O'Neal during the summer, but they clung to their fantasies, only to find themselves entangled this season. Nash and D'Antoni truly complemented each other. Now, while D'Antoni earns a substantial salary with the Knicks, the Suns find themselves struggling just to reach the playoffs. Their record isn't particularly dismal. Had they been in the Eastern Conference, playoff contention wouldn't be a concern. Unfortunately, the competition in the West is exceedingly fierce. Nonetheless, fans are delighted to witness the Yao Shaquille showdown once more, unaware that this would be the final season for such a matchup. While O'Neal continues to endure in the league, the younger Yao has reached his limits. Chapter 38. The super sixth man. As the game commenced, O'Neal attempted to post up Yao, only to be met with a resounding block. Subsequently, Yao also failed to convert on his own attempt. Initially, both teams endeavored to showcase their stars, but as neither found their rhythm, they quickly receded into supporting roles. Both players aspired to excel, with O'Neal displaying a stronger desire. Having secured championships in both the Eastern and Western conferences, he no longer needs to prove himself. Yet, in the twilight of his career, the challenge of contending with powerful centers in the league invigorates him, particularly against the popular Yao. While Yao is somewhat concerned, his reserved nature prevents him from pressing too hard. As the two towering giants neutralized each other, both teams instinctively sought to exploit opportunities from the perimeter. However, if the Suns engage in a half-court game, their outside shooting prowess diminishes, especially against the Rockets' defense, where the combination of Artest and Battier creates discomfort for their adversaries. Unfortunately, Artest began the game with a lackluster shooting performance. Conversely, Scola found numerous opportunities, given that the Suns employed a large and small lineup, allowing Scola to hold an advantage at the power forward position. Of course, defensively, they sometimes struggle to keep pace. With only one big man on the floor, both teams would find it challenging to defend effectively. The Suns' lineup is not structured for offensive prowess, but rather a necessity due to Stoudemire's injury. The absence of a key player during their playoff push is unfortunate. However, it seems that the oft-injured Stoudemire has performed better than Yao, who has faced recurring injury issues. This season, Yao has been relatively healthy, yet he ultimately succumbed to the most severe injury. Thanks to Scola's stable offense, the Rockets held a slight lead. However, overall, both teams struggled offensively. Once substitutions were made, both teams experienced an offensive explosion as their big men rested, leading to a faster pace for both the Rockets and the Suns. Following this increase in tempo, Scola found himself less suited to the rapid play, whereas Landry thrived. On the Suns' side, the speedy Brazilian guard Barbosa excelled. The Rockets struggled to contain him. Brooks could match his speed, but his lack of physicality proved a significant disadvantage. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed, relishing the fast pace that allowed him to score more easily. Thus, the two teams, now devoid of defensive restraint, engaged in a wholly different contest. Qin Lie seized the opportunity to score, demonstrating that he was unaffected by the rapid pace of the game. In a situation where everyone struggled to defend, the Rockets managed to slightly extend their lead. It was indeed remarkable that they outperformed the Suns in such a fast-paced game. The primary issue lay in Nash's lackluster performance in the first half, as he consistently missed his shots. Nevertheless, the Suns still managed to score impressively, albeit the Rockets exceeded them. It was not surprising that they were somewhat stronger than the Suns, who were missing key players. When the starters returned to the court, both Yao Ming and O'Neal successfully executed one-on-one plays against each other. Unlike the first quarter, both towering players appeared to be in fine form after the break, allowing the Rockets to maintain their lead. Given that everyone was performing well, one could say that there had been no change in their circumstances. "How are you feeling, Brother Yao?" Qin Lie inquired. "What else can I do? I just keep playing. I can never afford to relax," Yao Ming replied with a smile. O'Neal's abilities may have diminished, but he remains a formidable challenge. Qin Lie also expressed his agreement, noting that O'Neal's weight is indeed greater than during his prime, making it increasingly challenging for him to engage in direct confrontations beneath the basket, even as he ages. Similarly, Yao, with his considerable mass and slower mobility, struggles to adapt effectively. However, the once agile and physically formidable Shaquille is now unable to endure prolonged play, and his defensive movements have noticeably slowed. Consequently, strategizing against O'Neal has become significantly easier. In the Suns' locker room, Coach Gentry was motivating his players. Throughout the first half, the Suns executed their strategy well, albeit Nash struggled with his shooting. The disparity in their game against the Rockets stemmed from this. Following halftime, Nash adeptly adjusted his performance. Brooks maintained his usual defensive approach, allowing Nash to begin scoring. Once Nash regained his shooting touch, his accuracy soared, revealing the Rockets' first guard's defensive inadequacies. Adelman attempted to counter with Battier's mismatches, yet Battier's effectiveness against guards proved limited. Later, Lowry matched up against Nash, but neither posed a significant challenge. When Nash is in rhythm, resolving defensive issues primarily hinges on executing a screen. The critical factor is that the Rockets hesitate to double-team Nash, as his passing poses a greater threat than his scoring. Both teams employed an inside-out strategy during the third quarter, enabling the Suns to reclaim their advantage. Even without unleashing his full firepower, Nash's playmaking skills far surpassed Brooks, putting the Rockets at a disadvantage given the similar circumstances between the two squads. Additionally, Battier and Artest's poor shooting performance added to the Suns' advantage. As the game transitioned to the rotation phase, Qin Lie entered the fray. He quickly seized an opportunity through a well-timed cut, receiving a pass from Artest and executing a layup. Former Rocket Swift attempted to assist defensively but arrived a moment too late. Qin Lie, despite being fouled, managed to score, converting the play into a 2-1. Swift, the quintessential leaper, lacked the necessary intellect. The Suns, having signed him mid-season, hoped he could emulate Stoudemire's contributions. While it is well known that he can leap, not everyone excels at capitalizing on opportunities. It requires acumen as well. The Suns had previously attempted this strategy, much like the Nets did during Kidd's tenure, but to no avail. With the Rockets struggling to attack from the wings, Qin Lie's entrance into the game marked a noticeable shift in momentum, particularly as the fourth quarter approached, coinciding with the rise of Qin Lie's prowess. Qin Lie has recently gained a modest reputation. Even the Suns are aware of him, and they have been relatively diligent in their defensive efforts against him. However, Qin Lie has evolved beyond merely being a three-point shooter. Particularly in the final quarter, he can be described as a versatile wing player. As the last quarter commenced, he drew a foul from Richardson and converted both free throws. Shortly thereafter, he caused Barnes to commit a foul, again making all his free throws. Merely limiting his three-point shots does not suffice to contain Qin Lie's scoring prowess. Yet, neglecting to defend him is also unwise. Once Yao Ming returns, Qin Lie naturally capitalized on his opportunity beyond the arc. Qin Lie is truly remarkable, and the Rockets have acquired a phenomenal sixth man. Each time he steps onto the court, he stabilizes the team's performance. It seems that he now surpasses both Artest and Battier in skill. This is no mere illusion. Qin Lie is indeed excelling. He currently serves as a substitute, which appears to be a strategic decision by the Rockets. Playing as the sixth man is commendable, but Qin Lie has shown exceptional performance as a starter. Indeed, with his increased ball-handling responsibilities, things are looking up. After all, if Battier were to play off the bench, scoring during the Rockets' rotation might become challenging. Given Qin Lie's current performance, could it be said that the Rockets have formed a new trio of superstars? Let us remain modest. We should exercise a degree of humility. Chapter 39, Surpassing Rivals Contain Him, instructed Suns head coach Gentry. They could not allow a player like Qin Lie to continue operating comfortably. However, achieving this was no simple task for the Suns. Nash had regained his shooting touch, and it was even better than usual, allowing them to mount a formidable attack even while slightly slowing down to coordinate with O'Neal. Following D'Antoni's departure, the Suns remained the most potent offensive team in the league. Yet, their defense continued to be a weak point. The Suns heightened their focus on Qin Lie. While he might have encountered some challenges in the first three quarters, the final quarter was a different story. Qin Lie had transformed. The Suns soon realized that Qin Lie not only could make his shots but was also increasingly formidable in ball handling. They found themselves bewildered. Could it be that the peak version of McGrady had returned? Qin Lie is evidently not McGrady. His style of play is markedly more streamlined and efficient. He seizes opportunities with resolute decisiveness, and when opportunities are lacking, he promptly passes the ball, ensuring that the offense remains fluid and uninterrupted. The team's head coach, Adelman, nods slightly from the sidelines, recognizing that Qin Lie is becoming increasingly agreeable to behold. The scoring prowess of Qin Lie has helped the Rockets maintain their composure. Yet the Suns continue to apply pressure. Nash's performance is increasingly impressive, while Brooks struggles to keep pace. In truth, when one examines the statistics, Brooks has performed admirably. However, without his defensive efforts, the game would not have reached such a critical juncture. Players of his caliber ultimately exhibit both pronounced strengths and weaknesses. Presently, the Rockets' other defenders are also unable to contain Nash effectively, yet Adelman chooses to trust the offensively proficient Brooks in the game's closing moments. This decision underscores Adelman's philosophy, favoring progress over defense. Had a defensive-minded coach been at the helm, the choice of the primary ball handler would undoubtedly differ. Alternatively, a decisive switch in defensive assignments might have been preferred, but the Rockets opt to rely on their offensive capabilities. As the clock dwindles to the final 5 minutes, Nash sinks yet another three-pointer. Subsequently, he assists Barnes in scoring, and then drives to the basket successfully. This series of offensive maneuvers could shatter an average team. Regrettably, the Suns' defense fails to safeguard Nash's success. He is not without fault, as he too struggles to contain Brooks. Brooks makes a three-pointer as well. While his outburst lacks the same dramatic flair as Nash's, the Rockets boast additional contributors. Artest hits a crucial three-pointer in a pivotal moment. Then, Qin Lie once again receives the ball, outmaneuvering his opponent to penetrate the paint for a score. Despite the Suns' formidable interior presence with the colossal O'Neal, there is no need for trepidation when driving inside. A direct approach is often sufficient, as O'Neal is unable to provide timely help. However, there is no necessity to deliberately challenge him. It is not merely a matter of difficulty, but rather a concern regarding O'Neal's potential for foul play. This petty individual is hardly a benevolent figure. As long as Qin Lie can score from areas beyond O'Neal's reach, victory is within grasp. The Rockets are not a one-man show, yet the outcome remains similar. In the final moments, Yao Ming serves as a decoy, while Qin Lie, Brooks, and Artest carry the offensive weight of the team. Conversely, the Suns operate under Nash's leadership, with O'Neal contributing to the score. With Nash on the court, O'Neal finds relatively easier opportunities, privileges that Yao Ming does not enjoy. However, despite the inability to effectively defend against each other, the Rockets maintain a slight lead. Both teams are relentless, making for a thrilling contest. Remarkably, Nash sinks another three-pointer. Qin Lie. In crucial moments, the Rockets can always rely on Qin Lie. His long-range shot showcases his immense composure. Brooks drives in and successfully lays it up. The Rockets substitute Brooks for Lowry to bolster their defense. Nash attempts again, but Lowry fiercely disrupts the shot. This young guard is tenacious on the defensive end. The two teams remain locked in a stalemate until the final moments. After Nash's three-pointer misses, Qin Lie astutely protects the backcourt by securing the rebound. The Suns immediately commit a foul, but Qin Lie remains unfazed, calmly sinking his free throws. Barbosa attempts a quick shot but also fails to score. Ultimately, the Rockets triumph over the formidable Suns, averting a consecutive defeat. Qin Lie made a remarkable impact upon his substitution, consistently scoring at crucial moments and ultimately amassing 20 points. He has undoubtedly become an integral part of the team, shining brighter than the rookie Robin Lopez. With enhancements in strength, shot blocking, and defense, his contributions are undeniable. Post-match, Adelman expressed his satisfaction, noting that the team is progressively improving, exhibiting great camaraderie, and boasting numerous outstanding players, all while remaining undaunted by any challenges. During this period, Adelman has enjoyed a sense of vindication. It is no small feat to manage the core of the team. Although McGrady's own missteps led to complications, Adelman has nevertheless achieved success. The fact that the team's performance has improved in McGrady's absence underscores the validity of his approach. Following their victory over the Suns, the Rockets approached their subsequent match against the struggling Grizzlies with a relaxed mindset. Qin Lie has developed a fondness for the Grizzlies, as they have significantly contributed to his progress, as evidenced once again in this encounter. Your performance surpassed that of Daryl Arthur considerably. Mid-range shooting, 1. Post-up, 1. Your efficiency far exceeds that of O.J. Mayo. You truly deserve to be a focal point for the team's development. Steals, 2. Drives, 2. Passing, 2. Your current performance is as stable as that of Marc Gasol. Post-up, 3. Endurance, 3. Three-point shooting, 3. The day after defeating the Grizzlies, the Rockets embarked on a back-to-back away game. They faced the formidable home court of the Nuggets, who are also one of the Rockets' competitors in the Western Conference. Both teams are eager to secure victory, especially with the playoffs looming on the horizon, and the Rockets and Nuggets are keen to gauge each other's strength. The Rockets possess a modicum of confidence against the Nuggets, with the exception of dealing with Chauncey Billups, who proves to be a challenge. Anthony finds himself matched against Artest and Battier in a relentless rotation, a situation he will find no more comfortable than facing LeBron James. The Nuggets boast a commendable interior presence. Martin and Nene are sufficient against average teams, yet the Rockets have the formidable Yao Ming, with Scola and Landry also proving to be competent. Billups is a strong asset, but the Nuggets' defense leaves much to be desired, allowing the Rockets to reclaim offensive momentum. As for the bench, Qin Lie holds his own against J.R. Smith. This season, the Western Conference is rife with formidable adversaries, each with distinct strengths and weaknesses. The only team that can consistently outmatch the Rockets is the Lakers. It remains true even without Qin Lie, now that he is part of the team. Other playoff contenders will lament their misfortune when facing the Rockets. Despite the Rockets' record not yet reflecting a significant gap from their competitors, one must consider the internal strife that plagued the team during the first half of the regular season. The Rockets have achieved their current standing despite this turmoil, a feat that most strong teams cannot replicate. As the game commenced, the Nuggets, playing on their home turf, quickly found their rhythm. Unsurprisingly, Billups effectively subdued Brooks. The performance of the others was standard. It remains to be seen how the Rockets will respond. In the matchup of starting lineups, the Rockets experienced a slight disadvantage in the first quarter. However, they triumphed in the rotation lineup. The issues with Qin Lie's performance were evident, yet Lowry's passing was commendable. And Landry also exhibited a commendable display. Conversely, Denver's sixth man, JR, struggled with a shooting touch today. The Rockets began to assert their dominance from the onset of the rotation, likely influenced by Qin Lie's defensive capabilities, which have reached a commendable level of 73. Chapter 40. Gradually finding one's rhythm. Qin Lie's abilities have significantly improved. After all, J.R. Smith is not exceptionally strong, merely an inconsistent player. On average days, he finds it challenging to gain an upper hand against Qin Lie. Superficially, Qin Lie's playing style appears unchanged, yet his prowess has undeniably strengthened. With him as a supplementary force on the Rockets bench, the team's potential could elevate to a new level. Following the Rockets' lead, Anthony grew somewhat disgruntled, initiating a series of one-on-one plays, albeit with limited effectiveness. While Anthony is a versatile offensive player, his difficulty lies in harmonizing his scoring with the team's dynamics. Coincidentally, Nuggets head coach George Karl is not particularly adept at nurturing such stars. If Chauncey Billups were to manage the rhythm, Anthony might perform better. Yet this would introduce another dilemma. In critical playoff moments, Anthony's individual skill is indispensable. The Nuggets cannot play a team-centric game like the Pistons until the end. Furthermore, if Anthony has not adequately prepared himself with the ball beforehand, he struggles to deliver in the clutch. Additionally, the Nuggets are Anthony's team, with Billups merely assisting. The team's tactical decisions must consider multiple aspects. In the closing moments of the first half, when Anthony missed again, he had no choice but to accept the team's deficit over the previous two quarters. During halftime, Karl communicated with Anthony, urging him to adhere strictly to the strategy and minimize unnecessary isolation plays. Externally, Anthony agreed, but internally, he was unconvinced. Although Anthony started well in the NBA, he now feels targeted. The league seems to favor LeBron James, and he perceives his coach as less than exceptional. In a small market like Denver, he finds it truly unsatisfactory. Were it not for Billups' arrival and the team's improved performance, Anthony would be reluctant to continue with the Nuggets. He is the type to feel motivated to persevere when securing a lucrative contract but subsequently feels discontented once it is obtained. It is not that he despises the team. Rather, he exhibits a somewhat childish temperament. Players who have had a relatively smooth growth trajectory often require the team's encouragement. Frankly, George Karl is not skilled in this regard. As the third quarter commenced, Anthony's shooting touch remained elusive. Meanwhile, Yao Ming dominated the paint, scoring and blocking shots with authority. Anthony is undeniably talented. However, he fails to replicate Yao's impact due to the Rockets' formidable wing defense. In closely matched teams, star players can struggle to perform when heavily influenced by their surroundings. The Nuggets quickly turned to JR as a scoring option. Upon joining Billups, JR targeted Brooks, yielding favorable results. When the Nuggets' pseudo-starter Jones was present, Brooks could evade him. But now he finds it impossible. Fortunately, Lowry's entrance significantly improved the situation. Although his scoring ability is somewhat limited, he plays with caution, embodying the characteristics of a traditional point guard, while his defense has markedly improved. The Rockets must decide how to proceed, as their point guard situation lacks perfection. As the final quarter began, Qin Lie executed a swift fast break, successfully scoring after securing the rebound. With the Rockets establishing a substantial lead, Yao was whistled for a foul. On the road, even a simple screen from Yao at the perimeter requires careful attention. However, larger players often react slower, making them susceptible to fouls away from home. Without Yao, Billups immediately sprang into action, demonstrating his ability to score from the perimeter or drive to the basket. While Scola's rim protection pales in comparison to Yao's, even Anthony found himself more comfortable. After all, when Nuggets players penetrated the perimeter defense, they were often met by Yao lurking in the paint, which was truly daunting. The Nuggets quickly closed the gap, prompting Qin Lie to step up once more. He executed a feint on JR, creating an opportunity for a foul. Consequently, JR accumulated 4 fouls, granting Qin Lie a hidden advantage in their matchup. In the final quarter, JR found it challenging to contain Qin Lie's prowess. Fans marveled at his readiness to take decisive shots in critical moments. This match was marked by fierce competition. Anthony soon found himself in foul trouble as well, bringing danger to the Nuggets. Yao re-entered the game, only to be fouled again by Billups, who proved to be a cold-blooded assassin in clutch situations. At this point, Yao went all out, engaging in fierce confrontations with the Nuggets' robust players, infusing the match with a playoff atmosphere. Nene quickly fell victim to Yao's aggression, accumulating fouls. However, Billups yet again overpowered the Rockets' guards, leading to Yao's sixth foul and exit from the game. With Yu sidelined, the Nuggets' morale soared, gaining a newfound advantage in the paint as Scola also fouled out. The intensity of this game was evident. Nevertheless, amidst the physical contest, Qin Lie seized an opportunity and unleashed a three-point shot, while both teams battled fiercely in the paint. Scoring via shooting also counts, providing an additional point. On the sidelines, Coach Adelman couldn't help but clench his fist in excitement. Qin Lie is truly a player capable of delivering surprises. In the final moments, Billups struck a three-pointer, igniting a flicker of hope for the Nuggets. However, their defensive lapses undermined Billups' efforts, allowing Battier to receive an unguarded pass and sink a three-pointer, plunging the Nuggets into despair. Subsequently, JR's shot was disrupted by Qin Lie, granting the Rockets complete control of the game. After the Nuggets resorted to a foul strategy, JR finally managed to score, but it was too late to alter the outcome. Securing a victory on the road against the Nuggets brought immense joy to Rockets coach Adelman, who remarked, "I am quite pleased with our offensive performance." Even though Yao was not at his best offensively and was ultimately fouled out, the team managed to sustain scoring and identify scoring opportunities. This is a significant victory. We triumphed over a formidable opponent on their home ground. Overall, we played well, particularly in defense, as we thwarted the opponent's relentless assaults on the rim. Qin Lie's shooting was exceptional, and we have great confidence in him. We also hold a strong belief in our other perimeter players. In contrast, Nuggets coach George Karl stated after the game, "I believe we underwent a crucial defensive training session, one that was exceedingly necessary. Recently, due to a series of defeats, injuries, and various pressures, the team's performance has been subpar. However, we are beginning to show signs of resurgence. We fought hard until the end in this match, and such a defeat is, in fact, acceptable." Billups echoed this sentiment, asserting that the Nuggets are improving and will become even stronger before the playoffs. Qin Lie stands out as one of today's commendable performers. While he does not dominate the spotlight, the fans have grown accustomed to following and supporting him. Qin Lie eagerly anticipates the arrival of the playoffs, hoping that the team will encounter no issues and will showcase their true capabilities as they strive towards loftier ambitions. He expressed on social media, "We are gradually entering playoff mode, and I hope the fans can exhibit a bit more patience, for the playoffs are just around the corner. I am looking forward to battling alongside our supporters." Chapter 41. The team's perimeter issues. The Rockets performed commendably in the upper echelon of the Western Conference, yet encountered difficulties against the Lakers. This match revealed the organizational shortcomings of the Rockets. In truth, the team exhibited a commendable performance in the first half, with Yao Ming demonstrating formidable strength in the paint, allowing the Rockets to secure a double-digit lead by halftime. However, as the intensity escalated in the second half, the ball rarely found its way into Yao's hands. The erratic shooting from Brooks and Artest allowed the Lakers to narrow the score gap. In the final quarter, the ball still eluded Yao, due in part to the Lakers' double-teaming, but primarily because the Rockets' perimeter game was lacking. Artest continued to struggle with his shooting. At times, he displayed stubbornness, and although Qin Lie managed to score in double digits in the final quarter, it was not enough to salvage the team. In this match, Qin Lie once again led the team in scoring, yet he remained secondary in the team's strategic choices, a situation that can often be beyond one's control. Kobe's prowess was undeniable. Even as Qin Lie was racking up points, Kobe maintained remarkable efficiency. Frankly, the Rockets' defense against Kobe was inadequate. When Kobe took command of the game in the second half, he should have been met with stronger defensive pressure, indicating that Adelman's understanding of defense still requires refinement. Fortunately, the Rockets remained relatively stable against other teams, easily defeating the Bobcats 2 days later. Larry Brown's reconstruction of the Bobcats has yielded moderate success, though his tactics are somewhat antiquated. The reliance on a slow-paced defensive strategy is becoming increasingly ineffective. Interestingly, during games against weaker opponents, Qin Lie found himself on the court less frequently. Adelman seems to favor Brooks, who continues to be kept in the game despite a shooting percentage below 20. Had Qin Lie partnered with Lowry in the backcourt, the Rockets would have likely secured victory much earlier. Your performance remains remarkably stable, surpassing that of DJ Augustine. 3-pointers 2. Free throws 2, layups 2. On March 14th, the Rockets hosted the Spurs. The Spurs faced challenges due to Jin Billy's injury. Yet they remained a formidable team with a commendable record in the Western Conference, adept at overpowering weaker opponents. As the game commenced, Parker dominated Brooks with ease. Adelman's fondness for Brooks remains a mystery, as the latter clearly exhibits a playing style more suited to a bench role, lacking defense and prone to errant shots, while Lowry's performance significantly outshone that of Brooks. Fortunately, Yao Ming proved to be a formidable force, asserting his dominance in the paint against Duncan, which spared the Rockets from a devastating defeat by the Spurs. As the substitutions were made, both Qin Lie and Lowry delivered steady performances, leading the Rockets to swiftly gain the upper hand. However, upon the return of the starting lineup, the Rockets found themselves overtaken by the Spurs. Once again, the ball struggled to penetrate, resulting in ill-advised perimeter shots. Frankly, if it were a matter of outside shooting, Qin Lie's accuracy would undoubtedly surpass that of Brooks and Artest. The Rockets seem reluctant to adapt, as Adelman persists in believing the team has found its rhythm. Following McGrady's departure, Adelman has been buoyed by the team's improved record, attributing this success to the efficacy of his tactics. While he might consider adjustments during a downturn, the current favorable performance has solidified his conviction that he is unequivocally correct. Qin Lie was also quite frustrated. Despite having scored the highest points for the team on numerous occasions, he still could not win Adelman's favor. Of course, it was certainly an improvement compared to before. But if the team afforded Qin Lie more opportunities, the results would undoubtedly be even better. The Spurs' comeback illustrates that, even with an incomplete roster, their synergy surpasses that of the Rockets significantly. As the halftime break approached, Adelman criticized Brooks for his offensive choices. However, despite the criticism, he would still be utilized. Yao Ming also bore a troubled expression, believing that the team should not rely solely on isolation plays from the perimeter. He merely mentioned this in passing, without any serious emphasis. Given his status within the team, he could certainly demand more passes from his teammates, yet at such moments, he lacked a certain assertiveness. The Spurs would not encounter similar issues. Anyone who dared to play recklessly would find themselves benched by Popovich. Fortunately, the head coach's reminders did have a notable impact. Upon entering the third quarter, the Rockets finally displayed a bit more patience. In truth, if they could just facilitate a few more passes, opportunities would certainly arise. Especially since Yao Ming is a formidable presence capable of disrupting the Spurs' defense. Shortly after entering the game, Qin Lie's three-pointer propelled the Rockets into the lead. Qin Lie's three-point shooting has become increasingly formidable. Given the right opportunities, he is likely to succeed. Therefore, he earnestly hopes to share the court with Yao Ming, as this would facilitate greater chances for him on the perimeter. The Rockets have always relied on Qin Lie's shooting prowess, and he deserves a starting position. However, even if he does not start, it is my fervent plea to Coach Adelman to grant Qin Lie more time on the floor. Indeed, it would be preferable to refrain from allowing his favored player, Brooks, to take reckless shots. Astonishingly, he has once again scored. Qin Lie appears to be stronger than ever. He has been consistently improving, leaving even the Spurs unable to contain him. With a fearless demeanor, he becomes increasingly aggressive in the final quarter. During the rotation period, the Rockets maintained their lead. However, midway through the final quarter, the Spurs began to assert their dominance. Ultimately, it was a matter of star performance, as the combination of Parker and Duncan's pick-and-roll proved nearly unanswerable. Yao Ming continues to demonstrate commendable efficiency, yet Artest and Brooks have once again begun to act erratically. Especially Brooks, whose shooting percentage is low despite his numerous attempts. When Qin Lie is on the court, the Spurs are acutely aware of the necessity to prioritize their defense against him. The reactions of the opponents reveal clearly who poses the greatest threat. However, during a critical moment, Qin Lie was substituted out. Fortunately, a few minutes later, Adelman recognized the shift in dynamics and brought Qin Lie back onto the court. Upon his return, he delivered a swift pass to Yao Ming, enabling him to score effortlessly. As Qin Lie and Yao high-fived in celebration, he softly remarked, "Brother Yao, once you secure the ball, pass it to me, and I shall endeavor to deliver it to you. Should opportunities elude you, I will take the shot myself." Yao nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Artest and Brooks were indeed somewhat unreliable. With Yao's assistance, Qin Lie felt no need to involve others excessively. After Yao secured a rebound and passed him the ball, Qin Lie initiated an offensive drive. Adelman, initially inclined to advise him to pass to the guards, refrained as Qin Lie scored consecutively and adeptly assisted Yao. The Spurs struggled to contain him, as their defense had notably weakened this season. The individual defensive capabilities of their players were, regrettably, not particularly formidable. In the final quarter, Qin Lie demonstrated an undeniable advantage, whether facing Mason or Finley. His passing was exquisitely precise, threading perfectly through the Spurs' defense and allowing Yao Ming to receive the ball beneath the basket. Ironically, the Spurs' attempt at a perimeter defense resulted in an adverse outcome. Yao scored, putting the Rockets ahead, prompting the Spurs to call a timeout. Upon returning to the court, the Spurs reverted to their previous strategy, relying on the dynamic duo of Parker and Duncan, their most potent tactic. After Duncan set a screen, Parker swiftly penetrated towards the basket. Faced with Yao's help defense, Parker executed a floater that found its mark, leveling the score. With only 14 seconds remaining, it was now the Rockets' turn to call a timeout. Chapter 42, The Advantage of Substitutes. I am feeling exceptionally good, Qin Lie declared unequivocally. His performance in the final quarter showcased the highest efficiency from both him and Yao. Adelman was well aware of who was in form, yet in critical moments, the trust in star players remained paramount. The strategy was to first give the ball to Yao, and if that proved ineffective, to seek opportunities from the perimeter. Given the tie, Adelman preferred scoring close to the basket, although opponents seldom afforded such chances. With ample time remaining, the Spurs remained focused on defending against free throws, though their intensity was somewhat tempered. Artest received the ball, and Yao, positioned at the free throw line, reached out for it. After a brief hesitation, Artest passed it to him. Adhering to the coach's directive, upon receiving the ball, Yao promptly passed it to Qin Lie, who had previously expressed his determination, and Yao remained resolute. As Qin Lie sought a screen, the clock dwindled to the final 10 seconds. Yao Ming stepped forward to provide the cover, and with the ball in hand, Qin Lie advanced. The clutch player ability had been activated, and without hesitation, he unleashed a three-pointer from beyond the arc. On the sidelines, Coach Adelman felt a tightness in his chest. Qin Lie truly possessed audacity. With a swish, the basketball found its way through the net, igniting a frenzied roar from the home fans. Only 2 seconds remained in the match, leaving the Spurs with no choice but to attempt a three-pointer. The Rockets adjusted their lineup to a more defensive stance, substituting out Brooks and Yao. The Spurs successfully inbound the ball, and Finley took a shot from beyond the arc. But alas, it missed. With a score of 91-88, thanks to Qin Lie's near buzzer beater, the Rockets triumphed over the Spurs. Your remarkable performance in a critical moment surpassed that of George Hill in significance. Breakthrough 2, defense 2, passing 2. 2 days later, the Rockets faced the Hornets on their home turf. The Hornets were also contenders for the Western Conference playoffs, with a slightly inferior record, though the margin was not vast. Page was sidelined due to injury, yet the Rockets found the matchup relatively manageable. The injury woes affected numerous teams, making it somewhat peculiar that the Rockets improved without their highest-paid player. However, Yao was also absent due to a bout of influenza. As the game commenced, Artest struggled with his shooting touch, while Brooks faced repeated turnovers against Paul. Nevertheless, the Rockets did not fall behind, thanks to Scola's exceptional performance and Brooks' improved shooting. Comparatively, the Rockets' offense exhibited a greater variety of strategies than that of the Hornets, who relied heavily on the pick-and-roll between Paul and West at a rather languid pace, rendering their approach rather mundane. In terms of rotations, the Rockets showcased superior performance. The Hornets lacked quality substitutes. Posey was only marginally serviceable, but contributed little offensively. In contrast, the Rockets boasted players like Qin Lie, Lowry, and Landry, all of whom performed admirably. Particularly, Qin Lie entered the game with a promising demeanor. His level of play had already surpassed that of an average substitute, and against weaker opponents, he was bound to shine. During the rotation period, the Rockets nearly established a double-digit lead. However, upon the return of the starters, the Hornets managed to overtake them. Paul exploited Brooks defensively, while Artest went 0 for 9 from the field. With Yao absent, Artest was unleashed, yet he tended to adapt his play to the situation. Upon joining the Lakers alongside Kobe, he displayed a more disciplined approach focused on defense. Unfortunately, within the Rockets, he seemed intent on taking more shots. Fortunately, by the third quarter, Artest found some rhythm. Otherwise, the Rockets might have faced dire consequences. As the final quarter commenced, Qin Lie immediately drew a foul from Posey, followed by a successful assist to a teammate and a personal basket. This time, Adelman finally wised up, allowing Qin Lie to play the entirety of the fourth quarter. On the court, Qin Lie excelled on both ends, demonstrating remarkable steadiness. Once again, he scored consistently, achieving double digits in points during the closing moments. If Qin Lie's performance in the first half was merely steady, it can now be described as both stable and aggressively assertive. In the absence of Yao Ming, Qin Lie has taken on the significant responsibility of scoring. Moreover, It is rather astute of the Rockets to consistently pair Lowry with Qin Lie in the final quarter. After establishing a solid lead, the Rockets maintained their advantage throughout the game, stretching their lead to 8 points in the final 2 minutes. Surprisingly, the Hornets remained unfazed, opting for 2-point shots without deploying a 3-point strategy. Paul, who had been performing admirably, seemed to hesitate in crucial moments, seemingly shying away from the responsibility. Whether this reflects Lowry's defensive prowess or Paul's reluctance to take risks remains ambiguous. Against the perplexing Hornets, the Rockets naturally secured the victory. Mutombo, starting in place of Yao, may have scored only 1 point, yet his ability to grab rebounds and block shots proves invaluable as a temporary solution in the paint. Adelman praised him, stating that Mutombo doesn't attempt what he cannot achieve. He is exceptionally astute and understands the nuances of the game. He remains a formidable presence in the post, capable of contesting opponents' shots and protecting the boards. The Rockets are currently in commendable form, which explains Adelman's demeanor of a seasoned coach. Apart from the formidable Lakers, the Rockets have managed well against all other opponents. In 2 days, they will face the challenge of the Eastern Conference's Pistons. Following Billup's departure, the Pistons' performance has significantly declined. They are now teetering on the edge of the playoffs in the East, and in the West, playoff aspirations would be a mere fantasy. Both their defense and offense have weakened compared to previous seasons. Furthermore, due to Iverson's dissatisfaction with being relegated to a bench role, he has severed ties with the Pistons. After a few games as a substitute, he found himself on the injury list due to internal conflicts. Though he had an existing injury, it was not severe enough to prevent him from playing. The specifics are debatable. One can hardly blame Iverson for his frustration, as being asked to come off the bench for Stuckey is indeed a slight. Once the game commenced, the Pistons relied on their defensive foundation, making it challenging for the Rockets to find their rhythm. The Rockets' offense currently exhibits some instability, particularly when facing well-defended teams, leading to disarray. Fortunately, the Pistons' offense is equally unimpressive, with Stuckey struggling against Brooks. He could penetrate, yet his finishing ability against the Rockets' interior defense is woefully inadequate. During the rotation phase, Qin Lie and Lowry once again shone, allowing the Rockets to gain a slight advantage. While the lead was modest, it was indeed an advantage. After receiving several admonishments from the head coach, Brooks has learned to be more prudent, focusing on passing to Yao. Whenever Yao receives the ball in the post, his dominance becomes apparent. In the current league, few can withstand Yao's presence in the paint. You must be a bit more selfish, Qin Lie advised. You should also seek more opportunities. Yao chuckled. He increasingly found comfort in partnering with Qin Lie, feeling less favorable towards the other perimeter players. In the first half, the Rockets managed to maintain their lead. However, in the third quarter, the team's defense faltered, allowing the Pistons' young guard, Aflalo, to explode. In truth, compared to Stuckey, it would have been far more prudent for the Pistons to cultivate the more efficient Aflalo, yet they chose to part ways with him. Chapter 43, Victory over the Spurs. The Rockets' defense encountered issues, and Battier's current capabilities had indeed declined. His defensive awareness remained commendable, still exuding the aura of a defensive stalwart. Yet his physical attributes were waning, often failing to contain his opponents in one-on-one situations. Consequently, the Pistons surged ahead in the score. Fortunately, the young player could not sustain his explosive performance, and when Qin Lie took the court in the final quarter, he imparted a lesson to Aflalo. He first drew a foul from the opponent, and then sank a mid-range shot. Lowry had begun to adapt to passing to Qin Lie, and their synergy was growing increasingly harmonious. Under their influence, the Rockets reclaimed the lead. Qin Lie's performance was truly commendable. His defensive prowess was impressive, leaving Aflalo with little opportunity to shoot. This lineup proved effective, and aside from substituting Artest, the Rockets employed this arrangement for the final 4 minutes. Then Yao entered the game, and Qin Lie delivered a brilliant assist to him. The Pistons' defense against Yao was rather lackluster. In the closing minutes, the Rockets focused on setting up plays for Yao, who did not disappoint their expectations, scoring 7 consecutive points and securing the victory for the team. After the match, Qin Lie gave an interview, stating, "We have discovered a method to make Yao comfortable receiving the ball. He has always been our key player. We executed flawlessly before concluding the game, passing the ball to Yao, whose low-post offense was lethal to the Pistons." Regarding his own performance, Qin Lie expressed great confidence. "I can make Yao feel more at ease, and I can also make my shots. In critical moments, I am increasingly capable of scoring. I relish the sensation of making crucial shots." 2 days later, the Rockets triumphed over the Timberwolves once again. As the season neared its end, defeating struggling teams proved to be rather effortless. "Your performance rivals that of Kevin Love," he remarked, noting improvements in stamina, drawing fouls, and off-ball movement. On March 22nd, the Rockets faced the Spurs away in yet another pivotal match. The Spurs had consistently maintained a commendable record, and the outcome of this direct confrontation was of paramount importance, particularly as both teams belonged to the same division, with the Rockets aspiring to clinch the top spot. The starting lineups remained unchanged. However, the Spurs intensified their defensive strategy against Yao, employing not only fronting but also double-teaming. Whenever Yao received the ball, a Spurs wing player would swiftly approach, attempting to strip it away. Under these circumstances, the Rockets appeared somewhat passive in the first quarter, although Artest's performance was relatively promising. Artest's primary challenge remained his inconsistency. Lacking the prowess to be a core perimeter player, and his ball-handling skills were still somewhat lacking. On the Spurs side, Duncan exhibited a commanding presence, quickly establishing a lead. Fortunately, the Rockets capitalized on their advantage. Their bench was significantly stronger. Today, Qin Lie's performance was rather average, yet Lowry excelled. During the rotation period, the Rockets once again reclaimed the lead. In a certain sense, the Rockets have truly transformed. Previously notorious for their lack of depth, their current situation is remarkably different. Upon Duncan's return to the court, he remained formidable, but this time the Rockets held their ground. With Yao Ming being effectively contained, they flourished through multiple scoring avenues. Conversely, the Spurs appeared to rely heavily on their star players, continually allowing Parker and Duncan to take shots. The performances of both teams exhibited a notable reversal. This indicates that the Rockets' defense in the second quarter was commendable, preventing the Spurs from executing their team-oriented plays effectively. Following Ginobili's absence, the Spurs' offensive strategies indeed became limited. In the closing moments of the first half, they were penalized with a technical foul for disputing a referee's decision, allowing Yao Ming to convert the free throw with ease. Leading at halftime against the Spurs left the Rockets players in high spirits. During the intermission, Adelman reiterated the importance of tactical execution, stating that they must accurately interpret the opponent's defense and implement the correct strategy. Spurs head coach Popovich also emphasized the necessity of cohesive offensive play, insisting that their defense needed to improve. While they executed a commendable defense against Yao Ming, they evidently neglected the Rockets' perimeter shooting in the second quarter. In the third quarter, the Spurs intensified their defensive focus. Consequently, the Rockets encountered difficulties as Brooks began to force shots, failing to score. In truth, Brooks is not averse to passing. Rather, he struggles with court awareness. When the opposing defense is lax, he can easily distribute the ball and perform well. However, when faced with a robust defense and uncertain how to proceed, he tends to take matters into his own hands, resulting in missed opportunities. The Spurs' offense was also underwhelming, yet they managed to narrow the score through slightly more stable play. Parker, despite being an attacking guard with less adept organizational skills, has a strong rapport with Duncan, adeptly facilitating the ball to him. This highlights the fundamental differences between the two teams. As the final quarter approached, the Rockets ultimately made the right decisions. When Qin Lie, Lowry, and Yao Ming took to the court simultaneously, the dynamics of the game transformed instantly, rendering previously impenetrable shots suddenly feasible. As Qin Lie and Lowry assisted Yao Ming in succession, the Rockets once again took the lead. Furthermore, under the defensive pressure drawn by Yao, Qin Lie effortlessly sank a three-pointer. At this juncture, Duncan's stamina had noticeably waned, resulting in a decline in his shooting accuracy. The challenge of consistently scoring against you was proving formidable. Even at the pinnacle of his prowess, Duncan sometimes resorted to selectively exploiting his opponents. The Spurs opted for Parker to take charge, as he was in his prime. Parker drove forward, choosing either to shoot or to pass. The Spurs then deployed a more offensive lineup, with Bonner partnering Duncan in what could be described as a large player alongside four smaller ones. This aggressive configuration performed admirably, allowing them to remain competitive in the scoreline. However, in the final minutes, the Spurs hesitated to gamble, reverting to a more defensively sound arrangement. This shift, however, constricted their offensive spacing, prompting them to attempt to utilize Duncan once more. Unfortunately, Duncan's low-post isolation was thwarted by Yao's block. Subsequently, Battier also shone, intercepting the opponent and hitting a three-pointer. Following this, Qin Lie capitalized on the momentum, nailing another three-pointer. With the Rockets in the lead, the Spurs appeared somewhat flustered. Parker attempted a three but failed to convert. Duncan once again faced Yao in isolation, but to no avail. Yao's performance in the closing moments was truly remarkable. Despite being closely guarded by the Spurs, he moved to a high position to facilitate play, assisting both Scola and Qin Lie in succession. Adelman, observing from the sidelines, was elated, witnessing the scene he had longed for. If you could consistently perform in this manner, Adelman might find himself waking from dreams filled with joy. Nonetheless, Yao is not primarily a facilitator. His greatest strength lies in finishing plays. Thus, such scenarios are rare and difficult to replicate. Today, Yao was indeed compelled by the Spurs' defense to adapt. With the Rockets leading and time winding down, Parker's shot once again clanged off the rim, securing the Rockets' victory over the Spurs. Chapter 44. The final stages of the regular season having triumphed over the Spurs and solidified their position as the second seed in the West, Adelman spoke candidly. We still have a considerable way to go in terms of executing effectively. They continually applied pressure, surrounding Yao with defenders and exerting pressure from both flanks. Our response to this was inadequate. Such challenges will undoubtedly arise in the playoffs, necessitating our improvement in this regard. Yao's passing from the high post is essential, thus. I must commend our players. They give their all in every game, competing fiercely against their opponents. Undoubtedly, we can glean valuable lessons from this. And I must discern what proves effective and what may not. I believe our players must also understand that as facilitators, scoring is not always their responsibility. At times, we find ourselves in situations where we impose this expectation upon ourselves. We must perform better. When one area is stifled, it invariably opens opportunities elsewhere. Your performance surpasses that of George Hill. Ball handling 2, dunks 2, penetration 2. With only 10 games remaining in the regular season, the Rockets faced a crucial match against the Spurs, securing a victory. However, they subsequently fell short against the Jazz. The Jazz's defense against Yao Ming proved to be exceptionally adept, with Oker and Boozer making him quite uncomfortable. Moreover, Deron Williams' advantage at the point guard position was glaringly evident. The Jazz's bench also featured players such as Millsap, Kirilenko, and Korver. One could only conclude that the Jazz have a certain mastery over the Rockets, primarily due to Deron, who can stifle the Rockets' point guard while invigorating the entire team. Of course, the Rockets' shooting was somewhat lackluster in this game. While the Jazz's defense may not have been particularly formidable, the Rockets failed to capitalize on their opportunities. Post-game, Yao sighed, expressing, "We missed far too many shots." Adelman remarked, "We displayed a lack of patience in our offense, and we paid the price. I believe our greatest issue was the increased pressure we faced in the second half. This was largely due to Artest's dismal shooting percentage of 20% after attempting over 20 shots. Nonetheless, the Rockets possess commendable adjustment capabilities, which should not hinder their subsequent triumphs. Against a Clippers team already in disarray, the Rockets achieved a resounding victory. Apart from Artest's continued struggles, the other players performed admirably, with Lin once again demonstrating high efficiency. Your efficiency exceeds that of Eric Gordon. Mid-range shooting 2, steals 2, drawing fouls 2. Your presence on the court is significantly more impactful than that of DeAndre Jordan. Rebounds 3, blocks 3, dunks 3. As April arrives, the playoffs draw ever closer. Facing the Suns, who have failed to break into the Western Conference's top 8, the Rockets offered them a gift. Despite leading, they were ultimately overturned in the final quarter. Nash delivered a devastating blow to the Rockets. Undoubtedly, the Rockets once again faltered at the point guard position. In the critical moments, failing to assign Lowry to defend Nash was their gravest error. Fortunately, the Suns are unlikely to reach the playoffs. Otherwise, the Rockets would face yet another troublesome opponent. Presently, the Rockets fear adversaries with formidable point guards. Your performance vastly outshines that of Robin Lopez. Strength 2, physicality 2, dunks 2. Your contributions are far superior to those of Goran Dragic. Ball handling 3, penetration 3, layups 3. On April 3rd, the Rockets once again succumbed to the Lakers, suffering consecutive defeats. In this match, the Rockets attempted to double-team Kobe, but despite not trailing in the first half, their offense faltered in the second half. The synergy between Kobe and Gasol was palpably more cohesive than that of the Rockets lineup. Post-game, Yao expressed his frustration, stating, "Each of us understands the strategy. Yet on the court, we often become disorganized, committing 13 to 20 tactical errors per game. This is our most significant issue. If our execution continues in this manner, our season will be in jeopardy." 2 days later, the Rockets welcomed the Trail Blazers, whose records were remarkably similar. This season, the Trail Blazers have experienced a resurgence, with a group of young talents demonstrating increasingly impressive performances. However, the Rockets began the game with remarkable aggression. Yao Ming dominated the paint with formidable strength and an impressive shooting percentage. Under Yao's influence, the Rockets' perimeter shooting flourished. In fact, the Trail Blazers also performed well in the first quarter, showcasing a diverse offensive strategy. Yet, the Rockets' exceptional start proved to be insurmountable. As the rotations commenced, both Qin Lie and Lowry continued to excel, allowing the Rockets to maintain a firm grip on their lead. Upon his entrance, Qin Lie evidently subdued Fernandez. Qin Lie has grown increasingly confident in his defensive abilities. During the second quarter, Yao Ming was double-teamed, and the Rockets' primary lineup performed rather mediocrely. However, the Trail Blazers struggled offensively as well. Both teams slowed the pace of the game, and the Blazers failed to capitalize on their outside shooting opportunities. Their youth often leaves them at a loss when confronted with challenges. During halftime, Trail Blazers head coach Nate McMillan continually encouraged his players, advising them on the necessary adjustments. Following the commencement of the third quarter, the Blazers indeed improved significantly. Both Roy and Aldridge put forth commendable performances. Nevertheless, the Blazers' point guard position remained a weakness, preventing them from exploiting the Rockets' vulnerabilities. As the rotation period commenced, Qin Lie erupted once more. Even when Roy returned to match up against him, he could not contain Qin Lie. Coach McMillan stood helplessly on the sidelines. When Qin Lie and Yao Ming were on the court together, double-teaming Yao was far from a prudent strategy. Halfway through the final quarter, the Trail Blazers still struggled to narrow the score gap. They began to attempt more three-pointers. Yet their shooting accuracy remained lacking. The Rockets' defense was particularly targeted and effective in the closing moments. As both Roy and Blake failed to land their shots from beyond the arc, the Rockets clinched the victory. Your performance shone far brighter than that of Nicholas Batum. Stamina 2, defense 2, explosiveness 2. Your play was significantly superior to that of Rudy Fernandez. Free throws 1, steals 1, assists 1. On the court, you outperformed the former #1 draft pick Greg Oden by a wide margin. Rebounds 2, blocks 2, vertical leap 2. After defeating the Trail Blazers, the Rockets had only 5 regular season games remaining. However, their position as second in the Western Conference was not secure, as the Nuggets had caught up. On April 7th, the Rockets faced the formidable Eastern Conference team, the Magic, in Houston. Although the Magic boasted a better record, the saying eating, sleeping, and playing against Howard was not without merit, as Yao consistently managed to overpower his counterpart. If the Rockets could break through from the West and face the Magic in the finals, it would be akin to securing a championship by fortunate means. Despite the presence of 3 elite teams in the East this year, the most troublesome Celtics were plagued by injuries. The Rockets' real challenge lay in overcoming the competition in the West, where most of their troublesome opponents resided. Chapter 45, Continuous Improvement and Strength Facing the Magic Once More. Alston had transformed into a formidable adversary. The Rockets trade had indeed rescued the Magic, as they struggled to find a superior guard in the absence of Nelson due to injury. As the game commenced, Yao dominated the paint, scoring repeatedly and even blocking Howard's shot. Howard consistently believed he could challenge Yao, only to be thwarted each time. The Magic displayed slightly better shooting from the perimeter, yet the disparity in the paint was evident. It was not just Yao. If the Magic focused all their defensive efforts on him, Scola would also find opportunities to score. However, Scola struggled to keep pace with Lewis, who posed a significant threat from the outside. Typically, against average opponents, Howard could single-handedly dominate the paint, and his partnership with Lewis was quite effective. Yet when confronted with teams that could neutralize him inside, they would encounter difficulties. Fortunately, there were few teams capable of containing Howard in the paint at present. In terms of the starting lineup, the Rockets held a slight advantage. In the battle of the bench units, the Rockets also fared better. Players like Redick failed to make an impact from the bench, and due to the Magic's disdain for his defense, he could not secure a starting position. In the contest between Qin Lie and Redick, Qin Lie effortlessly maintained the upper hand. Redick's specialty, the three-point shot, found no opportunity to be unleashed in the presence of Qin Lie. Qin Lie's defense may not be particularly robust, yet it suffices to guard a shooter who can only showcase his prowess in the NCAA. With a steady three-point shot, Qin Lie stands as the finest three-point shooter on the Rockets. Lowry also excels in three-point shooting. The two truly make an exceptional duo off the bench. After the Rockets extended their lead, Howard began to guard Yao Ming closely. Yao encountered some difficulty receiving the ball, yet if given the opportunity, he could still score effectively underneath the basket. The pivotal factor was that Howard was unable to secure the rebounds. While Howard undoubtedly possesses superior rebounding skills, when faced with Yao, even if he correctly anticipated the ball's trajectory, he found himself unable to dislodge Yao and could only watch in frustration. This is the essence of being constrained. In the physical battles within the paint, height and strength remain paramount. Facing off against his former team, Alston endeavored to showcase his abilities, particularly against Brooks, as he sought to validate his worth. By halftime, he had even managed to block one of Brooks' shots. However, Alston is merely an average player, and the outcome of the game would ultimately hinge on the performance of both teams' key players. By the end of the first half, the Rockets had already built a lead nearing double digits. When competing against the Magic, the Rockets enjoyed a psychological advantage. During the halftime break, Yao smiled and remarked that he would continue to handle Howard. In truth, Howard was quite unwilling to accept his situation, but the more he resisted, the more challenging it became for him to perform well. Moreover, he lacked a strong facilitator nearby. Oftentimes, the ball did not reach him at the most opportune moment. For an interior player like Howard, whose game heavily relies on athleticism, the timing of receiving the ball during offensive plays is crucial. Thus, the Magic had no choice but to allow him to excel defensively while adopting a more perimeter-oriented offensive strategy. The inability of the perimeter players to deliver the ball to Howard was linked to both his capabilities and the team's roster configuration. Leaving head coach Van Gundy with limited options, the Magic performed decently in the third quarter. However, due to their inability to penetrate the Rockets' defense, Yao had to rely on offensive rebounds for scoring. On the other side, Lewis and Alston both sank three-pointers, quickly narrowing the score gap. When Brooks was struggling with his shooting, leaving him on the court proved counterproductive, as his defensive efforts were lacking and his passing was poor. Without Yao's offensive rebounds, the Rockets could have easily been overtaken. Facing pressure from the defense certainly aided in securing rebounds. When Lowry entered the game, the dynamic improved significantly. His shooting touch was on point, and he hit a three-pointer shortly after coming in. Subsequently, Qin Lie entered and swiftly intercepted Howard, followed by a successful shot. In the final quarter, against Redick, he managed to complete a 2-1 play. Realizing the situation was turning against them, the Magic hastily substituted the struggling Redick. However, by this point, the Rockets had already established a double-digit lead with Qin Lie's assistance. His impact was unmistakable, emerging as a pivotal player during the rotation phase. Landry also brought a burst of energy when he entered, stabilizing the Rockets' performance. As the final 2 minutes approached and the outcome was all but decided, Qin Lie was finally taken out for a rest. The Magic, who had been performing admirably in the Eastern Conference, were dispatched with relative ease by the Rockets. At this juncture, it would be hard to believe anyone would assert that the Magic could reach the finals. Nevertheless, Howard expressed his thoughts after the game, stating that it was advantageous that no one considered them a formidable adversary as they approached the playoffs. The only way they could earn respect was by clinching the championship. Indeed, his words may elicit little concern, for he has suffered greatly at the hands of Yao, with his scoring and rebounding utterly overwhelmed. The head coach of the Magic, Stan Van Gundy, remarked that the Rockets' big men defended with such rigor that we found ourselves unable to execute our offensive strategies. Although we demonstrated some improvement in defense during the second half and managed to narrow the score in the third quarter, our shooting percentage ultimately faltered, preventing us from mounting a sustained offensive surge, all thanks to the formidable defense of the Rockets. Their performance today was nothing short of exceptional. At a crucial moment, Qin Lie, a key contributor to the victory, shared his thoughts in an interview. He stated, "It is vital to secure a win against such a remarkable team. We cannot afford to relinquish our hard-won home advantage. In the final games ahead, we shall continue to perform brilliantly and carry this momentum into the playoffs. I assure you, I will be instrumental in leading the team to victory in the postseason. Your performance has far surpassed that of Qin Lie, speed 2, jumping 2, defense 2. 2 days hence, the Rockets triumphed decisively over the Kings, who were already dreaming of the draft. In the final quarter, Qin Lie fiercely elevated his score to 20. When the opponents surrendered their resistance, accumulating points became effortless for Qin Lie. Your performance rendered Dante Green unable to perceive any signs of fatigue. With a remarkable leap, you achieved a mid-range shooting proficiency that surpassed even that of the interior player, Jason Thompson. Your off-ball movement, dunks, and layups each garnered an impressive increase. Subsequently, the Rockets faced the Warriors, who had also been eliminated early from the playoffs, and naturally, they triumphed with ease. As the regular season approached its climax, Qin Lie exerted every effort to enhance his abilities. Following data augmentation, he consistently engaged in additional training, enabling his physique to acclimate swiftly to newfound attributes. Congratulations. Your shooting percentage has once again surpassed that of the interior players, rendering the performance of Anthony Randolph akin to that of a frenzied monkey. Jumping 2, blocking 2. Your capacity to seize opportunities far exceeds that of Anthony Morrow. Off-ball movement 2, mid-range shooting 2, free throws too. At this juncture, the Rockets had only 2 games remaining in the regular season, while the playoff spots in the Western Conference were essentially secured, leaving only the final rankings to be determined. On April 13th, the Rockets hosted the Hornets. A single victory would solidify their position as the 2nd seed in the West. Chapter 46, the 2nd seed. The Hornets, hindered by Chandler's injury, had not fared well, though they were assured a playoff berth, albeit with a performance significantly inferior to the previous season. They intended to have Chandler return for the final game to acclimate before the playoffs. Currently, they were in a state lacking a formidable presence in the paint. David West, to be candid, was somewhat undersized and struggled to compete at the center position. However, the game commenced with the Hornets performing admirably, primarily due to their effective perimeter defense, which left the Rockets' Brooks and Artest struggling with their shots. Yet, it seemed that everyone had grown accustomed to the Rockets often relying on their bench for salvation. Indeed, as soon as Qin Lie entered the game, he scored with ease. His abilities had markedly improved, and he continued to deliver remarkable performances throughout the first 3 quarters. Partnering with Yao Ming, he scored consecutively from the perimeter and delivered commendable passes. The deficit was quickly overturned. If one were to evaluate solely based on shooting percentages, Qin Lie warranted more playing time. Nonetheless, the Rockets placed considerable faith in their stars, a sentiment echoed throughout the entire league. Only after Qin Lie attains the status of a superstar can he truly showcase his full potential. The game commenced with a palpable ease for the Rockets, largely attributable to the fragility of the Hornets' frontcourt. The starting lineup for the Hornets was sorely lacking in strength, and the bench offered no respite. During the rotation phases, the Rockets dominated the boards with absolute authority, effortlessly overpowering their opponents. Additionally, the Hornets' offensive performance was woeful. Chris Paul displayed a reluctance to take initiative, while his teammates struggled with dismal shooting percentages. The sharpshooter Page's accuracy this season has plummeted to alarming lows, rendering him ineffective against even moderate defensive pressure. Conversely, the Rockets' defense was commendable. Although they faltered at times, most players exhibited solid individual defensive skills. As a result, once they established a lead, their gameplay improved significantly, quickly extending their advantage to double digits. The Hornets appeared somewhat dazed by the onslaught, which dampened their fighting spirit. In the 3rd quarter, Yao Ming wreaked havoc on the court. Paul attempted to take a shot but failed miserably. This match starkly illuminated the Hornets' current struggles, highlighting their severe lack of scoring capability. It is entirely understandable that they might falter in the playoffs. The Rockets effectively clocked out after 3 quarters, allowing the Hornets to tally around 60 points in the final quarter, a testament to their lackluster offensive prowess. During the garbage time, Qin Lie effortlessly accumulated 20 points. A more appealing stat line could facilitate negotiations for his next contract. Of course, the playoffs are the true arena for elevating one's market value, and he will undoubtedly exert every effort. With their victory over the Hornets, the Rockets secured their playoff ranking, thus approaching their final game with a sense of ease. In contrast, their adversary, the Mavericks, must continue to strive for a favorable playoff position. In the 1st quarter, Nowitzki gave his all, while Scola struggled to cope. When Landry stepped in, the results were similarly disheartening. However, during the rotation phase, the Rockets displayed commendable performance. In the 2nd quarter, Yao Ming unleashed his prowess in the paint, allowing the Rockets to surge ahead and establish a double-digit lead. Yet, as the second half unfolded, Artest's performance waned significantly. In the final quarter, Terry exploited the Rockets' point guard position, leading the Mavericks to a comeback victory. Due to Qin Lie's contributions, the Western Conference's final rankings diverged slightly from historical norms. The Rockets finished with a commendable 56 wins, firmly securing the 2nd spot in the West, while Qin Lie garnered 56 victory points. The top 8 teams in the West are the Lakers, Rockets, Nuggets, Trailblazers, Spurs, Hornets, Mavericks, and Jazz. Had the Jazz not faltered in their final game, the Mavericks might have indeed slipped to the 8th position in the West. However, facing the Mavericks may not be the most favorable matchup for the Rockets, as the Mavericks possess a degree of strength. Nevertheless, it is generally perceived that the Rockets should avoid encounters with the Hornets and Jazz, as Brooks may struggle against Paul and Darren. In truth, the Jazz present some challenges. They are well acquainted with countering the Rockets. However, the Hornets have been rather underwhelming this season, likely to be the weakest team in the playoffs. In the Eastern Conference, the top 8 comprise the Cavaliers, Celtics, Magic, Hawks, Heat, 76ers, Bulls, and Pistons. The Bulls suffered an inexplicable defeat in their final game, perhaps aiming to face a depleted Celtics lineup. As for the Mavericks, Their season has primarily been marred by defensive shortcomings, compounded by injuries. Though that is not the principal cause, Carlisle's inaugural season with the Mavericks has yet to achieve optimal cohesion. The Rockets and Mavericks concluded the regular season with 2 wins apiece, although one of those matches saw Yao resting, leading to a lackluster performance from McGrady, and another where the Rockets did not play to their full potential. In terms of roster configuration, the Rockets hold a slight advantage, particularly given the Mavericks' struggles in the paint, where Yao remains an undeniable asset. Contrarily, the lack of offensive prowess from Kidd could hinder his ability to navigate the Rockets' defensive complexities. Ultimately, the outcome remains uncertain until the teams clash on the court. As the season concludes, you have continuously absorbed knowledge throughout the lengthy regular season, resulting in commendable growth. You may have already surmised that the task at hand revolves around rewards. Certain data points, rendered inaccessible due to their excessive nature, will be converted into free attribute points. You have acquired 4 free attribute points. Now, set your sights on the pursuit of the championship. Basketball statistics, maximum value, 100, strength, 70 speed, 76 vertical leap, 83 stamina, 68 explosiveness, 76 three-point shooting, 90 mid-range shooting, 83 layup, 79 dunk, 79 free throw, 87 post play, 70 ball handling, 77 passing, 80 drive, 77 steal, 70 rebound, 85 block, 75 off-ball movement, 77 physicality, 68 drawing fouls, 67 defense, 79 durability, 63 consistency, 63 initially. Qin Lie was merely a marginal player on a team lacking breakthroughs in any aspect. However, it can now be asserted that he has developed into a somewhat well-rounded player of nearly all-star caliber. He possesses 4 free attribute points to allocate as he pleases. Qin Lie believed that there was no need to add more to his already formidable stats. Having only 4 points felt somewhat insufficient. After much contemplation, he was concerned about potential fatigue during the playoffs, as well as the risk of injury. Consequently, he decided to allocate 2 points each to his stamina and resilience. Some weaknesses would have to be addressed at a later time. Following the conclusion of the regular season, there would be 2 days for adjustments, with the playoffs commencing on April 18th. However, the Rockets game would take place the following day, allowing them additional time for preparation. Qin Lie, feeling a bit anxious about the playoffs? Yao asked. I am not anxious. I am exhilarated at the prospect of showcasing my abilities on the playoff stage. Qin Lie responded with a smile. I hope to perform exceptionally well and secure a lucrative contract as a result. That's the right mindset. But be cautious and play as you did during the regular season, Yao encouraged. You have made significant progress this season. The playoffs will certainly present no issues. Yao, what are your thoughts on the Mavericks? Qin Lie inquired. I have longed to take them down, Yao replied with fervor. He recalled a few seasons back when they had a 2-0 lead in the playoffs only to be overturned by the Mavericks for various reasons, leaving him with a lingering sense of injustice. Rest assured, I will ensure we defeat them, Qin Lie declared confidently. His emergence had made the team's first-round opponent somewhat stronger, and he felt a sense of responsibility. Chapter 47, the first opponent, the Mavericks on April 19th. The Rockets' home court was filled with exuberant fans. This season, the Rockets had achieved a level of success in both wins and rankings that the previous Yao McGrady duo had never reached. And the fans were hopeful for a breakthrough in the playoffs. Let us create a grand spectacle. It is time to chase the championship. The fans cheered enthusiastically, while the coaching staff remained particularly cautious. The Mavericks were not a team to be underestimated. During the pregame warm-up, Qin Lie exclaimed, I feel in excellent form. You can all trust in my abilities. Exude sufficient confidence, and your teammates will inevitably remember you on the court. The match is about to commence. With the Rockets' starting lineup remaining unchanged, Brooks, Artest, Battier, Scola, and Yao Ming. The Mavericks also deploy their most frequently used lineup for the regular season, Kidd and Twan Wright, Josh Howard, Nowitzki, and Dampier. As the referee's whistle sounds, the Mavericks seize the opportunity for the initial offense. Nowitzki attempts a strong drive against the defense but fails to convert. It is evident that Nowitzki has yet to find his rhythm. When the Rockets take possession, the Mavericks closely guard Yao Ming. The ball finds its way to Artest, who gestures briefly, realizing that passing the ball inside proves challenging. He quickly executes a somewhat unconvincing shot fake, then drives towards the basket. His movement seems to nudge the defensive player inward, resulting in a foul by Howard. Artest's free throw is steady, allowing the Rockets to score first. The Mavericks then give the ball back to Nowitzki, who successfully capitalizes on his opportunity. The two teams exchange baskets in a back-and-forth manner. Tension fills the air. The Mavericks lineup appears formidable. Pass the ball to Yao Ming. He has been in position numerous times. A splendid play indeed, as Yao should receive the ball. The Mavericks' interior defense cannot contain him. Where is Qin Lie? Why is he not yet on the court? In truth, the Rockets maintain a slight advantage. Considering the Mavericks' starting lineup is not their strongest, they still possess a formidable sixth man waiting on the bench. Halfway through the first quarter, the Mavericks make the first substitution, bringing Terry onto the court. Terry immediately makes his presence felt, sinking a three-pointer that helps the Mavericks take the lead. The Rockets respond sluggishly, allowing the Mavericks to maintain their advantage until Qin Lie finally enters the game. Upon his arrival, he swiftly delivers a perfect pass to Yao Ming, earning enthusiastic applause from the fans. Qin Lie should have been on the court earlier. His synergy with Yao is unparalleled. The Rockets' guards are simply too short. They require a wing player to facilitate interior passes. Do the starters lack wing players? The Rockets' perimeter players seem oblivious to this necessity. Upon his entrance onto the court, Qin Lie found himself being defended by Kid as the Mavericks adjusted their defense. Nevertheless, Qin Lie managed to seize the opportunity. The seasoned Kid, with his wealth of defensive experience and physicality to match the wings, no longer possessed the rapid reflexes of his youth. Qin Lie exploited this, maneuvering into a favorable position, and upon receiving a pass from his teammate, he executed a precise mid-range shot that found its mark. This successful basket bolstered his confidence, while he maintained a nonchalant demeanor. A hint of nervousness lingered within him. Crucially, the coaching staff's faith in him further elevated his self-assurance. Shortly thereafter, he delivered a splendid assist to Scola. Yao Ming reciprocated with a fine pass to Qin Lie, who again converted the opportunity into points. He emphatically clenched his fist, marking a commendable start. His shooting touch was on point today. On the sidelines, Mavericks head coach Carlisle wore a furrowed brow, taken aback by how this seemingly inconspicuous player could instantaneously alter the dynamics of the game. In his playoff debut, why did it feel as though he was even more formidable than during the regular season? Qin Lie's ability has escalated remarkably, yet many in the outside world still harbor impressions of him from the past. Initially, Qin Lie could only execute safe passes, primarily assisting key players with straightforward plays, lacking the capacity to deliver assists that posed a genuine threat. However, he has now significantly enhanced his skills, both in passing and in scoring through various methods. Conversely, Lowry, upon entering the game, appeared somewhat apprehensive, reminiscent of a rookie's debut in the playoffs, lacking the audacity he demonstrated during the latter half of the regular season. He focused solely on diligent defense, hesitating to take shots. This made Qin Lie's performance all the more commendable. Similar to the latter stages of the regular season, it was Qin Lie who propelled the Rockets to a lead after his entry onto the court. Notably, his defense was also commendable, as he immediately marked Terry closely. Terry's initial performance faltered under the pressure of Qin Lie's formidable defense. Qin Lie's defensive strategy was astute, particularly in guarding Terry's mid-range and long-range shots. He remained unconcerned about the possibility of his opponent penetrating the paint, as the formidable Yao Ming was present to deter any such attempts. Even during Yao's brief respite, Mutombo was available to lend support, allowing Qin Lie to place unwavering trust in his teammates. This defensive approach proved effective, as Terry, initially feeling confident and attempting several three-pointers, found his rhythm disrupted by Qin Lie, significantly diminishing the Mavericks' offensive threat. As the second quarter commenced, a refreshed Nowitzki re-entered the fray, leading his team in a counterattack. When paired with Brandon Bass in the post, their offensive prowess was formidable, showcasing the Mavericks' versatility both inside and outside the arc. However, this promising lineup faltered after only a few minutes. While they were indeed potent offensively, they simply could not withstand the might of Yao Ming on the defensive end. Even attempts to circumvent him were rendered futile due to the significant height disparity. Dampier's defense left much to be desired, yet he at least offered some resistance. The Mavericks, lacking suitable options in the paint, faced dire consequences for their performance. Otherwise, their record would not be so dismal. It is worth noting that their roster boasted 3 All-Stars. Yet failing to secure home court advantage in the playoffs was somewhat embarrassing. As the game intensified, the final moments of the first half saw both teams unable to score. However, the Rockets maintained their lead, having preserved a 4-point advantage as they entered halftime. In the first half, Qin Lie managed to score only 6 points. Yet his contribution to the team was evident to those who truly understand the game. He exhibited defensive prowess and facilitated passes. The Mavericks strategically focused on defending against his 3-point shots, However, Qin Lie refrained from forcing attempts, resulting in his modest scoring. This also underscores his ability to draw the opponent's defensive attention, thereby creating space for teammates like Yao Ming. Upon returning to the locker room, Qin Lie received commendations for his efforts. The standout performer for the team was undoubtedly Yao Ming, who utterly dominated the Mavericks' interior defense. It remains to be seen whether the Mavericks will employ double teams in the second half. If they choose not to, Yao Ming could easily secure points. Conversely, if they do double team, the Rockets' perimeter shooting is formidable. Today, they exhibited restraint in their outside shooting, with Artest contributing effectively on both ends of the court. Brooks also showcased commendable shooting, making this iteration of the Rockets difficult to defeat. The Rockets must strive to maintain their current momentum. In the Mavericks locker room, Coach Carlisle, with a serious demeanor, emphasized the importance of defense. He stated, "If we wish to win this game, we must secure our positions and prevent them from moving freely." However, it was Nowitzki's offensive surge that heralded the Mavericks' counterattack in the third quarter. Chapter 48, a big man and four small ones. Nowitzki remained sufficiently formidable. Relying solely on Scola for defense proved to be quite challenging. Scola exerted considerable effort in his defensive duties, yet he was penalized for fouls during off-ball confrontations. His mobility simply could not keep pace with Nowitzki, whose scoring range and diverse offensive repertoire were extensive. When he drew defensive attention, players like Howard or the substitute Terry found easier scoring opportunities. As a premier finisher, Nowitzki's passing ability was also commendable. Moreover, with the organizational finesse of kids supporting him, the Mavericks' ball distribution was relatively sound. They not only leveled the score, but also took the lead. Why do the Rockets always find themselves in such convoluted situations during the playoffs? It's undeniably exhilarating, yet our hearts can hardly endure the suspense. The anxiety is palpable. It's time to bring Qin Lie back in. The fans were on edge, and Adelman's expression reflected concern as well. Although the Rockets ranked second in the Western Conference, their advantages against certain teams did not seem so pronounced. How should they adjust? What strategies can be employed to defend against Nowitzki? To speak candidly, he had never contemplated placing his bets on a rookie who had yet to experience the playoffs. This was not a deliberate attempt to undermine Qin Lie. Any coach would hesitate to pin their hopes on a previously unremarkable novice. Despite Adelman's extensive coaching experience, he could not have anticipated that Qin Lie would ascend so rapidly. While the Rockets' coaching staff was still deliberating their strategies, the situation on the court grew increasingly perilous. In the second half, the Mavericks opted to utilize Beria instead of White, enhancing their agility significantly. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the Rockets promptly initiated substitutions. Adelman had not yet made a definitive decision. It was merely a standard rotation. The coaching staff of the Rockets undoubtedly had numerous contingency plans, particularly tailored to counter Nowitzki. However, the selection of an appropriate strategy in the heat of competition is not easily determined. After all, the stakes in the playoffs are vastly different from those in the regular season. The implications of a loss carry a weight of their own. Upon Qin Lie's entry into the game, the Mavericks intensified their defensive efforts against him. While the Mavericks' defense is not particularly formidable, they remain diligent in monitoring the scoring threats posed by their opponents. To penetrate the Mavericks' defense, one can employ tactical maneuvers or rely on the influence of star players. The Rockets possess both elements, but have yet to harmoniously integrate them. The core issue lies in their organizational capabilities, as the Rockets have numerous scoring options yet have not cultivated a robust passing mentality. Qin Lie was not in a hurry. He immediately began running through tactics. Whenever he received the ball without an opportunity to attack, he sought to pass it to Yao, believing that after a few attempts, they would surely uncover some chances. "Brothers, we must remain patient. They cannot withstand us," Qin Lie declared. He disregarded any concerns about his standing in the team, for when the team faced difficulties, he felt compelled to speak up. As the third quarter neared its conclusion, an opportunity finally arose for Qin Lie. He received a pass from Lowry and, with a swift motion, sank a three-pointer. Shortly thereafter, Yao secured an offensive rebound and scored, stabilizing the Rockets. By the final quarter, Qin Lie was completely exhilarated. The moment he had anticipated had arrived. The stronger his prowess, the more pronounced the enhancement of his performance as the king of the fourth quarter. When Qin Lie first touched the ball in the fourth quarter, he launched a shot from beyond the arc. After Kidd took a break, White, who was tasked with defending him, was left momentarily bewildered upon witnessing Qin Lie score a three-pointer against his defense. What just happened? Is this unfair? Why didn't TU play so assertively when Kidd was guarding? Before the Mavericks could regain their composure, Base was met with a thunderous block from Yao. The synergy between Qin Lie and Yao has been confirmed, as they now frequently share the court together. The Rockets have once again taken the lead, prompting the Mavericks to swiftly pass the ball to Nowitzki, hoping their core player will ignite once more. Nowitzki attempted a three-pointer, but it did not find its mark. However, he subsequently drew a foul from Battier. It goes without saying that Nowitzki's free throws are virtually infallible. As the decisive moment approached, Adelman finally resolved to employ a lineup of one big man and four small players. Qin Lie focused intently on Terry, whose performance in the first half instilled confidence in the coach. Battier was tasked with guarding Josh Howard, while Artest matched up against Nowitzki. It was essential for Nowitzki to be defended from the wing to keep pace with the game, necessitating both help defense and strategic double-teaming. The advantage of employing a larger player alongside four smaller ones was evident, as Qin Lie, Battier, and Artest could switch effectively without issue. Their heights were relatively similar, allowing for a trial of this strategy. However, if one of them were slightly taller, it would alleviate the challenge of facing Nowitzki, who, with his signature one-leg fadeaway, could prove difficult to contest. Thus, maintaining physicality off the ball and during catch-and-shoot situations remained crucial. After a few possessions with this lineup, Coach Adelman noticeably straightened his posture, as the Mavericks' offensive efficiency plummeted. Aside from not allowing Nowitzki to dominate the ball, the other positions posed no significant threat. This lineup was indeed intriguing. Three wings defending collectively proved to be formidable. Yao Ming snagged another offensive rebound, showcasing his dominance, as the Rockets extended their lead to over 5 points. Many fans began to feel a surge of joy. Though there was still tension, anxiety lingered at the thought of a sudden Mavericks resurgence. However, compared to the previous back-and-forth scores, the current atmosphere was much more comfortable. The Rockets had rarely employed this large and small lineup before, primarily because most opponents exploited Houston's relative weakness at the point guard position, rendering their two wings more than sufficient. In the regular season, if Scola struggled, it would typically be Landry or Hayes stepping in. Yet in the postseason, both players exhibited pronounced weaknesses. Landry's defense was lacking, and Hayes offered no offensive threat, particularly against Nowitzki. Fortunately, Qin Lie's outstanding performance led the Rockets to experiment with this strategy, which proved to be quite effective. Crucially, in the final quarter, Qin Lie demonstrated remarkable strength, holding Terry to an abysmal 0 for 3 shooting. Furthermore, the three wings could switch seamlessly, rendering the Mavericks' pick-and-roll tactics ineffective. As the playoffs reached their climax, most teams would stall to allow their stars to dominate the ball. In such moments, possessing excellent individual defense instills significant confidence, complemented by offensive capabilities. While Battier may lack offensive prowess and Artest showed inconsistency from beyond the arc, Qin Lie emerged as the Rockets' most reliable player in clutch situations this season. After hitting his first three-pointer, he followed up with another long-range shot just 3 minutes later, largely due to his limited ball handling and reluctance to force the offense. It is worth noting Jason Kidd's reluctance to shoot. Despite facing the Rockets' most vulnerable defensive segment, he has become accustomed to the habit of only taking wide-open shots. Age has also played a role. Kidd can no longer leap as he did in his youth. Targeted yet unable to retaliate effectively, the Mavericks now find themselves at a disadvantage against the Rockets. Chapter 49. Takedown. I have long warned you all. You must remain ever vigilant against him, denying him any opportunity to shoot. He is a perilous adversary, exclaimed Mavericks head coach Carlisle, expressing his dissatisfaction with the team's defense against Qin Lie. Although Qin Lie is a substitute, he has already secured a position within the coaching staff of the Mavericks. The bench scorers pose an additional challenge, especially with the presence of Terry. Nevertheless, the Mavericks have yet to find their rhythm. In the final quarter, Qin Lie did not capitalize on his enhanced abilities to engage in isolation plays. The strategy did not support such an approach, nor was it deemed necessary. Qin Lie merely needs to focus on solid defense and sees a few shooting opportunities to help the Rockets maintain their lead. As a reliable scoring option in the final quarter, Qin Lie's current scoring, while not extravagant, should not be overlooked. The crux of the matter is that his shooting is consistently sharp and decisive, capable of undermining the Mavericks' confidence in victory. Although he does not possess the ball as a superstar player would, whenever the Mavericks' defense falters even slightly, Qin Lie capitalizes on the opportunity with lethal precision. In truth, the Mavericks players are not lacking in diligence. Veterans like Kidd understand that they must not allow shooters to obtain easy chances. However, it becomes evident that Qin Lie is indeed difficult to defend against. His movement is both vigorous and astute. Furthermore, they have underestimated Qin Lie's shooting prowess. Quick, accurate, and with an undeniable clutch mentality. At this juncture, further discussion is futile. With less than 3 minutes remaining, the Mavericks must give their all. First and foremost, they must deny Yao Ming any shooting opportunities, followed by preventing the Rockets from having open looks from beyond the arc naturally. Their more pressing concern is their own offense. Key players like Nowitzki must step up. Upon returning to the court, Nowitzki attempted a shot from beyond the three-point line. Unfortunately, this year's playoff version of Nowitzki is not in a superhuman mode. A slight interference from Artest resulted in a missed shot. In the Rockets' offensive play, Brooks made a direct drive past Terry, penetrating the paint in an attempt to score, only to be thwarted by Nowitzki's emphatic block. Today, Brooks' shooting from the perimeter has been satisfactory, yet his height proves somewhat inadequate for penetrating the interior. The Mavericks immediately initiate a fast break. Qin Lie's mind was remarkably clear. He did not focus on the advancing kid, but rather accelerated to catch up with the relentlessly surging Terry. As Terry crossed the halfway line, Kid deftly delivered the ball. His pass was exquisitely executed, not merely directed into Terry's hands, but rather positioned a fraction ahead, allowing Terry to receive the ball and shoot without breaking stride. At the moment Kid made the pass, Qin Lie had not fully closed the gap, leading Kid to believe it was an opportune moment to score. By the time Terry received the ball and Qin Lie rushed over to offer a warning, it was already too late. They had not anticipated the remarkable speed of Qin Lie. Terry, seizing the moment, rose to shoot from beyond the three-point line, brimming with confidence and fixated solely on the hoop. However, the sharp sound of the ball meeting a powerful block shattered his dreams of scoring. Qin Lie struck from the flank, forcefully sending the basketball soaring. This moment ignited the entire Toyota Center, erupting in fervor. Truly, he's the pillar of heaven. What an astonishing block. This is the epitome of a basketball player's finest form. The excitement is palpable. This is how the playoffs ought to be played. The successful defensive effort by Qin Lie has significantly boosted the morale of the Rockets players. Following a sideline inbound by the Mavericks, they attempted another offense but were thwarted once more. Subsequently, Brooks redeemed himself by scoring a two-pointer. This young man indeed possesses a remarkable composure. If he refrains from reckless shots, even a slight defensive lapse could be forgiven. However, players of this nature often struggle to control their impulses. The Mavericks, in their next offensive attempt, saw Nowitzki finally draw a foul, converting both free throws. Unfortunately, time was not on their side, as the Rockets maintained a 6-point lead. The Rockets then began to consume the clock. Although their final offensive attempt did not yield points, only half a minute remained. The Mavericks opted for a three-point shot, with Terry taking another attempt, yet it was once again disrupted by Qin Lie and failed to find the net. This time, the Mavericks managed to secure the offensive rebound, and Nowitzki attempted a three-pointer, but it too did not succeed. After the Rockets secured the rebound, the Mavericks were left with no choice but to resort to a foul strategy. Yao Ming stepped to the free throw line and confidently made his shots. While the Mavericks finally managed to score a three-pointer, it was too late. The final score stood at 110-103, with the Rockets triumphing by a 7-point margin, marking a successful start to the playoffs. Yao led the game with 24 points and 13 rebounds, while Qin Lie contributed 17 points as he showcased his skills. With victory secured, Adelman expressed his enthusiasm, stating, "I called numerous timeouts today, hoping we could execute our game plan effectively. The key for us was maintaining our defensive focus." Yao was exceptionally active during the match, dominating the paint. He remarked, "This first game will set the tone for the entire series. We must bring high energy and performance to strive for victory, and we achieved that. However, I am acutely aware that regardless of how this game unfolded or the accolades we receive, as long as we have not won the series, the score remains 0-0. They are seasoned competitors, and I anticipate that the next game will be considerably more challenging." Mavericks head coach Carlisle lamented the difficulty in defending against Yao, who once again delivered a commanding performance. "We did not perform well today. We must forget tonight's poor showing. We failed to move and exhibit agility. We need to create shooting opportunities and capitalize on them. Our defense must also improve, yet it seems we were perhaps overly aggressive in our defense of Dirk." And the referees did not intervene. After the game, Terry stated, "We must remain resilient, especially since this is the Rockets' home court." Following a loss, the Mavericks began to exert pressure on the referees. The Rockets' home advantage, however, did not seem to resemble the previous years when Yao was frequently penalized. The officiating during this match was largely fair, with perhaps a few more free throws awarded to the Rockets due to their inside presence, which is quite reasonable. Yao overhearing such insinuations, felt quite displeased. Qin Lie promptly suggested that during your upcoming interview, you should express your grievances regarding their irregular defensive maneuvers. We shall not indulge them. Both on and off the court. Brother Yao, they are unable to contain you in the paint. Victory is certainly within our grasp this time. I hope so. Yao cautiously replied. He too had never advanced past the first round and did not share Qin Lie's optimism. However, Qin Lie brimmed with confidence. Having gleaned insights from the first match, he had fully discerned the issues plaguing the Mavericks. Their defense had been consistently flawed, not only due to the absence of a formidable center, but also because their backcourt struggled to restrain their opponents. Kid had grown somewhat aged, and Terry's one-on-one defense was inadequate. Their switches were ineffective, rendering both positions incapable of containment. Chapter 50. By any means necessary. 2 days later, the arena once again transformed into a sea of red. Outside, the plaza was teeming with ardent fans. The playoffs represented a festival for many supporters. The palpable enthusiasm of the crowd stirred a fervent spirit in anyone present. This is the essence of home court advantage. During the regular season, such fervor was not as pronounced. Home games merely alleviated the fatigue of long journeys, offering greater comfort in terms of sustenance and rest. Yet, in the playoffs, emotional resonance plays a pivotal role. In crucial moments, some players may indeed require this support. For Qin Lie, however, he relished such a stage. Whether the arena was filled with their supporters or those of the adversary mattered little. A person who has lived a second life is not intimidated by grand spectacles. Rather, he thrives on the excitement. In the second game of the series, both teams maintained their starting lineup without any alterations. After warming up, Qin Lie returned to the bench. Attentively observing the players on the court, he scrutinized the condition of the starters, such as Yao Ming, and assessed how the Mavericks players were faring. He paid close attention to their movements and the execution of tactics, pondering whether there would be any discrepancies. Engaging in a game requires intellect. One cannot simply play blindly without understanding their potential role. Some coaches may articulate their expectations clearly, while others might not express themselves as explicitly. Failing to assess the dynamics on the court and being uncertain about one's responsibilities can lead to even the most skilled players being sidelined by the league. When substitutes enter the game, they must immediately make an impact, which necessitates an understanding of the defensive responsibilities and knowing when to decisively confront certain players, as well as when to exercise caution. Qin Lie has transformed from an unnoticed player into one who now garners commendable statistics, and in the playoffs, he has been reinvigorated. Beyond his enhanced skills, his astute gameplay is a significant factor in this resurgence. In this match, the Rockets initially seized the opportunity to attack. Yet Artest's shot missed its mark. During their second offensive attempt, Yao Ming also failed to score. Many fans watching the live broadcast felt a wave of concern, sensing an ominous start. This trepidation is not unfounded. Over the years, supporters of the Rockets have often encountered similar disappointments. Even when the team plays commendably, issues frequently arise soon after. The shadow of the Rockets' inability to advance past the first round looms over not just the players, but also the fans. Meanwhile, on the Mavericks side, Nowitzki found success with a shot, igniting his scoring mode. If Scola's defense faltered, it was not entirely the case. The reality is that many of Nowitzki's shots depend solely on his touch. Completely disrupting his rhythm proves quite challenging. Moreover, Nowitzki's skill set extends far beyond mere shooting. Just as the fans' anxiety peaked, Artest finally made a basket. Yao quickly secured an offensive rebound, converting it into a 2-1 play. The Mavericks' vulnerabilities in the paint were glaringly evident. Although they initially intensified their defense against Yao, maintaining such intensity was unsustainable. Dampier simply lacked the capability. As the Rockets found their rhythm, Scola and Brooks soon contributed points, reigniting the competition between the Rockets and Mavericks. This season, the disparity among Western playoff teams is not overly pronounced. Both the Rockets and Mavericks face challenges in trying to dominate one another. After all, while both teams rely on star players, their success is not solely dependent on them. Both coaches bring tactical acumen to the table. However, the Mavericks' scoring tends to be more concentrated. This is primarily because they have managed to limit Yao's touches, while Nowitzki's opportunities are considerably simpler to create. Yao's lower scoring can be attributed to the Rockets not fully capitalizing on their advantages, yet it also reflects the fact that the Rockets possess multiple scoring options. Whereas the Mavericks have fewer scoring threats this season, the Mavericks were the first to make substitutions. Kidd, playing the point guard position, risks becoming underutilized without several scoring threats alongside him. The Mavericks starting lineup contains blue-collar players both inside and outside, making Kidd's lack of scoring somewhat awkward. Furthermore, the Mavericks' strengths lie in Nowitzki and Terry, who generally allocate little effort to defense, necessitating defensive partners around them, which does not align well with Kidd's style. Consequently, external observers remain skeptical about Kidd's future with the Mavericks. Acquiring an aging player who struggles with offense and comes at a high cost could, if the Mavericks fail to secure a championship, become a quintessential case of failure. Nowitzki would remain merely a perennial underachiever. In competitive sports, success and failure often define one's legacy. In truth, Kidd and Nowitzki could complement each other. The issue lies in the Mavericks' overall roster cohesion. The Rockets, unfazed, did not rush their substitutions and executed a more effective defense against Terry. However, the Mavericks introduced a potent offensive option, even if he did not score. Terry altered the dynamics of the game. Upon Terry's entry, the pressure on Nowitzki diminished, resulting in an overall improvement in the Mavericks' scoring. Adelman, sensing the urgency of the situation, quickly turned to his bench for reinforcements. As Qin Lie took to the court, Mutombo joined to assist Yao Ming for a brief 2 minutes. Yet, the situation did not improve. Brooks committed a turnover, and Artest's shot missed the mark. The Rockets nearly concluded the first quarter trailing. Fortunately, upon Yao's return, Qin Lie executed a tactical maneuver that led to a layup opportunity, resulting in a foul by Dampier. He stood at the free throw line and converted both attempts, finally bringing an end to the chaotic few minutes for the Rockets. The Mavericks, however, failed to capitalize on their opportunities. Their offense was certainly not lacking, yet at times it felt somewhat lacking in execution. Qin Lie's significance was once again affirmed. Like Terry, he possessed scoring ability, and even if he did not score immediately, he could exert pressure on the Mavericks' defensive setup. At the start of the second quarter, as Qin Lie and Lowry collaborated with Yao on the perimeter, the Rockets orchestrated an impressive offensive display. With Kidd resting on the bench, neither Terry, Beria, nor White could defend Qin Lie effectively. Coupled with Lowry's timely passing, Qin Lie scored 5 consecutive points with a layup and a three-pointer, subsequently creating a shooting opportunity for Yao, which significantly widened the Rockets' lead. The Mavericks hastily reintroduced Kidd. This was fundamentally a matter of experience. While White was tenacious and a decent defender during the regular season, his effectiveness diminished considerably in the playoffs. As the game progressed, the Rockets switched between a small ball lineup and their standard formation, with Qin Lie playing extensively before finally taking a breather. By the end of the first half, although Nowitzki was the leading scorer, the Mavericks found themselves trailing. Carlisle's expression grew increasingly grim. Despite Yao's struggles with receiving passes, Nowitzki was the most frequent visitor to the foul line, yet they remained behind, leaving them with no excuses. It would be inaccurate to say the Mavericks' adjustments were ineffective. Yao's performance had not matched his previous standards, but the current iteration of the Rockets seemed less susceptible to being targeted. While the East Side may not shine, the Rockets' perimeter scoring was still formidable. "Yao, let us strategize on how to deliver the ball to you," Qin Lie suggested as they retreated to the locker room. "You needed to elevate his game. Otherwise, Adelman might, out of habit, revert to the Princeton offense, inadvertently forfeiting their interior advantage, which could lead to unforeseen complications." At the very least, Qin Lie hoped to ensure that Yao would command a greater share of ball possessions. Chapter 51. Players who influenced the game on the surface. The issue of Yao's ball possession seemed unrelated to Qin Lie. However, if Yao were to become a secondary player on the court, the Rockets would unintentionally devolve into a scenario led by Brooks and Artest, resulting in unpredictable outcomes. Even if Yao were closely guarded by the Mavericks, making offense difficult, he could still relinquish ball control to Qin Lie. Qin Lie's notion is to allow Yao Ming to serve as an intermediary, thereby seizing more opportunities. Shouldn't the team's most proficient shooter be afforded the chance to take more shots? Without explicit backing from Adelman, Qin Lie must rely on his own ingenuity. Communicating with Yao Ming regarding passing issues also translates to enhancing their synergy. Qin Lie did not engage in conversation solely with the Yao. This season, there is no team that can truly be deemed invincible. It is the last opportunity for the Rockets to advance further in the playoffs. Qin Lie eagerly yearned to seize this opportunity with his own hands. In this manner, his inaugural season in the NBA would be imbued with profound significance. Having chosen to embrace basketball in this lifetime, he aspired to shine even more brilliantly on the court. "My friends, today my shooting touch is exceptionally hot. When I step onto the court, I implore each of you to have faith in my shots. I will assist our team in overcoming our opponents, and together we shall dazzle in the playoffs. Trust me." Qin Lie spoke earnestly. In Qin Lie's eyes glimmered a spark, momentarily catching the attention of his fellow Rockets players. Suddenly, Artest approached him, giving him a playful slap on the back, and burst into hearty laughter, proclaiming, "You've got guts. When the time comes, just follow my lead and we'll take them down together. The Mavericks are but a minor threat on our turf. Ha ha ha. Let's defeat them." In the Rockets' locker room, the atmosphere grew increasingly animated, with players radiating enthusiasm and determination. "Details, we must master the details," resonated through the room. Meanwhile, in the Mavericks' locker room, Carlisle was motivating his players. "In the first half, we had our moments of advantage. We know how to stay ahead. In the second half, we just need to execute well. I have faith in you all." In the third quarter of the match, the Mavericks made adjustments similar to those of the previous game. This time, rather than starting with Beria, Terry joined the starting lineup. Therefore, despite Carlisle's outward demeanor suggesting confidence in a comeback, he was, in fact, quite anxious. It was, after all, his first time leading a team in the playoffs in the Western Conference, where the competition felt significantly more formidable than in the East. Carlisle harbored his own uncertainties. Consequently, he exerted pressure on the referees from the outset, driven by apprehension. Regardless of the lineup, the Mavericks' strategy centered around maximizing Dirk Nowitzki's offensive opportunities. The Rockets, on the other hand, sought to leverage Yao Ming's scoring ability, yet the player's characteristics differ. If he were to step out for a catch like Nowitzki, his threat would diminish considerably. Meanwhile, the Mavericks relentlessly circled around, making it challenging for Yao to receive the ball in the low post. Even when he did receive it, the Mavericks would double-team him. This led the Rockets to adopt a strategy distinct from that of the Mavericks. Adelman was not particularly fond of star isolation plays, including Yao's low-post actions. However, throughout this season, there were instances when the team desperately needed Yao's low-post threat. With the opponent's defense tightening, Adelman found justification for using Yao as a decoy. This meant that the Rockets were not as diligent in ensuring the ball reached Yao, allowing other players to take more shots. Such a strategy tested the shooting accuracy of the other players. Rationally, it was indeed a clever approach and often quite effective. Yet, there were occasions when this could backfire. Stars are stars precisely because they can perform under pressure in high-stakes playoff situations, even when circumstances appear less than ideal. Conversely, average players may falter even when executing what seems to be a logical play. Adelman's lack of a championship title can be attributed to the fact that, despite the rationality of his team's play, they often encountered unpredictable challenges. Presently, Adelman's choices seem to be a balanced mix. True contenders would always find ways to exploit the Mavericks' vulnerabilities in the paint. Given Yao's limited stamina, the Rockets' approach could be deemed cautiously sound. As the third quarter commenced, the Rockets played commendably, with Scola and Brooks maintaining decent shooting percentages. However, it wasn't long before Nowitzki began to seize control of the game. Artest, unable to sustain his accuracy, allowed the Mavericks to regain the upper hand. The influence of star players invariably prevails in the playoffs. Historically, the Rockets had leveraged this advantage. Yet had Roy and Aldridge not been relatively inexperienced in their first playoffs, the Rockets might have faltered once more. Now, however, the playoff experience of Nowitzki, Terry, and Kid far surpassed that of the Rockets. Nowitzki's immense prowess posed a significant threat if he sensed that the Rockets were lagging. The dynamics of the game could shift at any moment, rendering the outcome unpredictable. Should the Mavericks gain the upper hand, it might be too late for Adelman to strategize around Yao. Fortunately, the circumstances had changed, and so had the roster. Now, with Qin Lie on their side, Adelman displayed a keen awareness, promptly bringing him onto the court when the situation demanded. "Coach, rest assured." When Qin Lie took the court, he solemnly assured Adelman. His face clearly radiated confidence, prompting immediate vigilance from his opponents. "Guard against him," Carlisle cautioned from the sidelines. As Qin Lie commenced his off-ball movement, Yao Ming had already taken a seat on the bench. Nevertheless, the Mavericks defenders remained relentless in their pursuit of Qin Lie. With his deft maneuvering, Brooks seized the opportunity and decisively sank a three-pointer. What had appeared to be a challenging situation for the Rockets suddenly transformed. In the subsequent possession, Artest also netted 2 points, marking his second successful shot of the quarter. It seemed that with Qin Lie's arrival, the team's morale had rejuvenated. "Pass the ball to me." Qin Lie incessantly called for the ball. The Mavericks' defense was indeed disrupted by his presence. While they were uncertain of the Rockets' strategy, they were acutely aware of Qin Lie's sharpshooting prowess. The Rockets managed to stabilize their performance, maintaining a slight lead. Before long, the game progressed into the final quarter. With Yao Ming returning, The Rockets shifted to a lineup of one big man and four smaller players, signaling an intention to double-team Nowitzki. This formation allowed for tighter coverage on the wing, facilitating better opportunities for double-teaming, as the wing defenders could move more swiftly. It was alongside Yao Ming that Qin Lie could fully unleash his potential. Upon Yao's entry, Qin Lie received the ball and drove to the basket, drawing a foul from Nowitzki. The home crowd erupted in jubilant cheers. Qin Lie stood at the free throw line, responding to the fans with a smile. His free throws were remarkably steady. Both Qin Lie and Yao Ming displayed exceptional composure at the line. Qin Lie exuded confidence. I find his smile incredibly charming. He looks so handsome. Indeed, Qin Lie is quite dashing. I would love to go on a date with him. He made both free throws. And it was now the Mavericks' turn to attack. Amid the fans' anticipation, Qin Lie suddenly launched an aggressive steal. Terry deftly protected the ball, but he was soon knocked off balance by Qin Lie, causing him to lose possession. The referee did not blow the whistle, and Qin Lie seized the basketball, accelerating forward. He dashed like lightning towards the opposing half-court before launching into a powerful, thunderous dunk. Chapter 52. Never surrender an advantage. Phew. The explosive performance of Qin Lie elicited ecstatic exclamations from the entire audience. Terry, positioned behind, turned pale, attempting to convey to the referee that Qin Lie had committed a foul. However, the referee deemed it a splendid play. There was no direct contact between the two. It was indeed a blunder on Terry's part. While Terry felt disgruntled, a tinge of apprehension towards Qin Lie began to creep in. Qin Lie is far more robust than they had envisioned. Just a moment ago, he was jostled, as though struck by a speeding vehicle, leaving him no opportunity to react. Elevated by the title of King of the Fourth Quarter, Qin Lie is truly dominating his opponents in every aspect, be it physical prowess or capabilities on both offense and defense. On the sidelines, Carlisle signaled for an offensive play. The Mavericks must rectify the situation by executing a more effective offense. The recent turnover should not weigh too heavily on their minds. In the Mavericks attack, both Nowitzki and Terry were tightly guarded, prompting Kidd to attempt a three-pointer. Unfortunately, his two attempts were unsuccessful. Although Kidd's three-point shooting is commendable, relying on him for salvation is unrealistic. Terry's attempt from beyond the arc was once again thwarted by Qin Lie's interference. The defense exhibited by Qin Lie was remarkably focused, adeptly keeping pace with Terry's rhythm. Ultimately, it was Base who broke the deadlock for the Mavericks. Much like the Rockets, the Mavericks, comprised of less prominent players, found it easier to seize opportunities. This illustrates a defensive strategy wherein both teams sought to force the ball into the hands of the opponent's least proficient scorers. By employing Base, the Mavericks aimed to ensure that every position possessed some offensive capability. When Dampier was on the court, his role was predominantly defensive. In contrast, the Rockets' current roster boasts players with significant offensive prowess. Hayes, for instance, was not particularly favored by Adelman. He merely needed to provide a physical presence in the paint alongside Mutombo. If possible, he could remain on the bench, contingent upon Landry's performance. Within the Rockets' 8-man rotation, only Qin Lie, Lowry, and Landry had the opportunity to shine. As the fourth quarter progressed, Nowitzki hit a three-pointer, marking his first field goal of the quarter from active play. The Rockets' defense in the final period denied Nowitzki any easy shot opportunities. He was compelled to shoot the moment he received the ball, as any hesitation would likely result in double-teaming, while allowing others, such as Kidd or the Mavericks center, be it Base or Dampier, to shoot was manageable. Howard could be given space as his long-range shooting had waned in reliability. Thus, while the playoffs often spotlight star players, there are occasions when role players can emerge as X-factors when they find their rhythm, as defense tends to overlook them. The Mavericks placed significant emphasis on their rankings, with Yao Ming being paramount, while the others were of similar standing. They clearly prioritized Qin Lie, whereas players like Battier, who seldom attempted shots, were afforded more leeway. Nowitzki's three-pointer provided a glimmer of hope for the Mavericks, but soon after, Yao secured an offensive rebound and scored, extending the Rockets' lead to 6 points. Subsequently, Terry finally managed to score under Qin Lie's pressure, yet Qin Lie responded with a three-pointer, deepening the Mavericks' sense of despair. A minute later, Nowitzki, despite defensive pressure, managed to score. When it was the Rockets' turn to attack, Qin Lie expertly lobbed the ball to Yao, who converted once more. As the game approached its final minute, the Rockets maintained a steady lead, leaving the Mavericks feeling as though their efforts were futile. They pulled a big man from the court, positioning Nowitzki at center, essentially introducing another shooter in a last-ditch effort. In the closing moments, many teams resort to a three-point gamble, But this is often a desperate tactic, aimed solely at grasping a slim chance. Most teams falter in such situations. And the Mavericks were not fortunate today. They attempted 3 times, succeeding only once. Throughout this process, both Qin Lie and Brooks found their marks. The Mavericks had to accept the reality of failing to secure a victory on the road. In the second game of the series, the Rockets triumphed once more, 103-94. In this contest, 6 Rockets players scored in double figures, showcasing a multifaceted offensive attack that outperformed the Mavericks' reliance on isolated star play. Our rebounding protection was insufficient. After the game, Carlisle remarked that their opponents exerted significant pressure in the paint. It wasn't too bad, not at all. Once we return to Dallas, we will be in a similar position as they are, with several days to regroup and diligently prepare for the upcoming matches. Adelman stated, "We hope to capitalize on our advantages to the fullest extent, but it ultimately depends on the opponent's defense. Regardless, we are resolute in making more strategic plays in the paint. Upon returning home, the Mavericks are sure to exhibit some changes, and we can reasonably anticipate what those adjustments might be. The battlefield is about to shift as the Rockets seek to secure a pivotal game in the series. Should they swiftly claim another victory, the series will essentially be in their favor. Fans are filled with both anticipation and anxiety, while the Rockets players experience a spectrum of emotions. The third game will commence in 3 days, and both teams will be thoroughly prepared. They will undoubtedly be more challenging to contend with, and we must be mindful of the referee's calls." Yao Ming shared his insights, noting that the officiating standards between home and away games will inevitably differ. He is often the target of scrutiny, yet others should also strive to avoid unwarranted fouls. On April 24th, the Rockets arrived in Dallas with great enthusiasm, aiming to seize the critical game point, but things did not unfold as smoothly as anticipated. At home, Nowitzki erupted, allowing the Mavericks to level the series. In truth, both teams employed similar tactics. The Mavericks focused on limiting Yao while allowing Nowitzki to take the lead. The Rockets, in turn, utilized Yao's ability to draw defensive attention, creating opportunities for their other players. However, in this match, Brooks and Artest, the primary perimeter scorers, struggled significantly. The presence of a substitute like Qin Lie often means that by the time he enters the game, it is already too late. In contrast, Nowitzki's shooting percentage against the Rockets surpassed that of his performance in Houston, despite their staunch defense. The two teams are inherently closely matched, and with each other's strengths and weaknesses in play, the Rockets naturally failed to secure the series advantage. Following the match, Nowitzki expressed, "What an extraordinary game. We have finally triumphed. We must once again give our all, leaving victory in Dallas." Yao Ming remarked, "The Mavericks are a formidable team. We cannot expect to defeat them easily. We must remain vigilant and perform exceptionally during the game. We need to focus more on attacking the basket rather than simply relying on outside shots. At times, the bait inadvertently transforms into a supporting role, and the Rockets have not fully capitalized on their advantages in the paint." Head coach Adelman has echoed this sentiment, albeit with a hint of deflection in his tone. The Rockets lack players adept at controlling the tempo, and without timely interventions from the coach, it is not uncommon for their perimeter game to spiral out of control. However, a single defeat is not necessarily detrimental. It allows for early identification of issues and adjustments, thereby enabling the Rockets to gain clarity as they approach the playoffs, with hopes of advancing further. Chapter 53. Is it a crisis? On April 26th, the battleground reignites at the Mavericks' home, the American Airlines Center. The Mavericks fans stand in eager anticipation, hoping their team can rekindle past momentum and embark on a winning streak. The Rockets remain vigilant in response. Prior to the game, Coach Adelman emphasized the necessity of passing to Yao Ming. Following a loss, Adelman often recalls Yao as a pivotal asset. The starting lineups for both teams remain unchanged, although the players' roles may vary slightly from before. This time, Yao scores first, demonstrating that if the intention is to pass, the Rockets can indeed deliver the ball inside. Meanwhile, during the Mavericks' offensive plays, Nowitzki continues to make his shots. Throughout the series, Nowitzki has consistently posed the greatest threat. The Rockets must contain him, but such a strategy would require relentless double-teaming. Nevertheless, with the Rockets leading the series, they are unlikely to resort to such reckless tactics. The Mavericks' ball movement is commendable, and attempting to double-team could backfire on the Rockets. After Yao's initial score, Scola also finds success in scoring. In this match, the Rockets' interior game flourished, while the Mavericks excelled from the perimeter, a reflection of the team's typical dynamics. Artest's performance has not been as swift as that of Josh Howard in finding his rhythm. When disregarding defense, Artest's perimeter play leaves much to be desired. Overall, the performances of both teams appear evenly matched. With half of the first quarter elapsed, Terry is the first substitute to enter the game. Terry's substitution aligns perfectly with the Mavericks strategy, as his playing time rivals that of genuine starters, ensuring he always enters before other substitutes. Soon after, the Mavericks are compelled to make a second defensive switch, as Dampier has committed 2 fouls. With Bass entering the game, the Mavericks sacrifice height but tighten their defense on Yao, as double-teaming becomes essential for containment. Subsequently, Qin enters the fray. Although he comes onto the court a few minutes after Terry, he is, in fact, the first player off the Rockets bench. Upon seeing Qin's arrival, Terry feels a momentary pang of anxiety. After several matchups, Terry has developed a slight apprehension, even though he often does not need to assume the primary defensive role. The physical advantages of Qin Lie are exceedingly apparent, and his speed is commendable, particularly in the final quarter. Terry felt as though Qin Lie was increasing his pace with each passing moment. This was not merely a figment of his imagination, however. Terry attributed it to his own shortcomings. Should the Mavericks secure another victory in this match, Terry's situation might improve, for he possesses a resilient spirit. Nevertheless, Qin Lie's three-point shooting in the first half left Terry feeling quite disheartened. The Mavericks' defense against Qin Lie was relatively tight. Yet they needed to pay greater attention to Yao Ming, which ultimately allowed Qin Lie to capitalize on opportunities from beyond the arc. Furthermore, Qin Lie executed this shot almost in defiance of the defense, brimming with confidence. Adelman, on the sidelines, offered a few encouraging claps. As Qin Lie displayed steadiness in his defense, the Rockets became increasingly inclined to utilize him. With Howard missing a three-pointer, the Rockets maintained a slight lead at the end of the first quarter. In the second quarter, Nowitzki returned to the court after just a minute's rest. It was clear that the Mavericks had begun to intensify their efforts. They understood that if the Rockets were to secure a decisive advantage on their home turf, their chances in this series would likely diminish. The defense against him was commendable. Carlisle was visibly anxious on the sidelines. Yet, while he fervently shouted instructions, he managed to maintain his composure, which was somewhat remarkable. The Mavericks successfully contained both Qin Lie and Yao Ming, yet Lowry managed to score again. In their defensive strategy, the Mavericks faced challenges, as they were not a particularly strong defensive team and had to make difficult choices. Once the starters returned to the game, they continued to focus on limiting the more formidable threats posed by the Rockets, but Battier quietly sank another three-pointer. This season, the Rockets have undoubtedly witnessed their role players performing at their peak in recent years. Unable to achieve optimal defense, the Mavericks responded with offensive efforts. Nowitzki's efficiency had waned somewhat, as the Rockets occasionally employed double teams. Nevertheless, Nowitzki remained resolute, once again becoming the game's leading scorer. However, the Rockets' multifaceted offensive approach allowed them to maintain a slight advantage. The Mavericks were feeling frustrated, as they often believed that a marginally improved performance could secure them victory. The Rockets, lacking a superstar from the perimeter, did not exhibit explosive scoring capabilities. It seemed their wins were largely attributable to solid defense and a bit of luck. Yet the Mavericks had only managed to secure a single win thus far. Continuing in this manner, they sensed potential complications ahead. Before the halftime break, Terry's shot failed to find the mark, and upon returning to the locker room, Carlisle reiterated several crucial points. In the second half, they must ensure that the Rockets are made to feel uncomfortable. Their previous victory was predicated on making the Rockets' offense ineffective and inefficient. Our defense against Yao Ming must not waver in the slightest. Carlisle remarked that their defense seemed somewhat haphazard. During the regular season encounters, they did not exert such stringent pressure on Yao Ming. The Mavericks' defense largely operated within normal parameters. The commendable performance in the first 2 games was primarily due to the Rockets' cohesive play. However, despite their efforts, they were unable to completely neutralize Yao. The Mavericks' interior defense proved to be more formidable than anticipated. Historically, their consecutive seasons of bolstering their interior presence had indeed led them to a championship. As the third quarter commenced, Kidd hit a shot, instilling an unsettling feeling within the Rockets. Should Kidd pose a significant offensive threat, it would disrupt the Rockets' defensive structure, which has always been vulnerable at the point guard position. The silver lining was that Kidd's impactful performances were sporadic, yet Nowitzki remained relentless. As the cornerstone of the team, Nowitzki clearly excelled. Yao's attributes did not allow him to score as forcefully as Nowitzki. Crucially, in the third quarter, Yao served as a decoy. But the other Rockets players did not capitalize on this. Artest and Scola's shooting was not as effective as before, allowing the Mavericks to regain the lead. By the way, Terry was again in the starting lineup for the second half. The Mavericks had a tendency to surge in the third quarter. And while the Rockets were somewhat prepared, they were unable to withstand the pressure. The offensive issues persisted. When it came to scoring, the Rockets lagged behind the Mavericks. Nonetheless, the Rockets remained composed, with Adelman making timely substitutions. It was uncertain whether to commend the veteran coach for his experience in high-pressure situations or to criticize his lack of adaptability. With just over 2 minutes left in the third quarter, Qin Lie took the court. However, the Mavericks immediately focused their defense on him, preferring to allow Lowry an opportunity to shoot instead. Lowry seemed somewhat unaccustomed to taking on the offensive mantle. The Mavericks appeared to have pinpointed the Rockets' vulnerabilities, disrupting their rhythm. Carlisle, with his hands tucked into his pockets, seemed confident that as long as the Rockets' bench players failed to make an impact, they could wrap up the game. Many Mavericks fans exhibited smiles, contrasting sharply with the anxious Rockets supporters who were watching the live broadcast. Could it be? Would another calamity ensue? Who among the Rockets would rise to the occasion? Suddenly, there was a nostalgic yearning for McGrady. Nevertheless, Qin Lie and Yao would surely shine. Fans were both anxious and hopeful. What should Qin Lie do? Chapter 54, The Cautious Yao. As the game reaches its final quarter, fans are undoubtedly filled with anticipation. Yet Qin Lie can only focus on performing to the best of his abilities on the court. Within the team's strategy, he cannot dominate the ball like a superstar. So he must strive to excel in every small aspect. Brother Yao. Upon receiving the ball, Qin Lie exhibited almost no hesitation, swiftly delivering it into the paint. At that moment, Yao Ming had yet to fully pivot, yet as Qin Lie's pass arrived, Yao turned just in time to receive it. A perfect synchrony of ball and player. The Mavericks' defense was utterly unprepared for Qin Lie's rapid-fire assist, leaving them only to watch as Yao effortlessly scored. Qin Lie and Yao exhibited a remarkable synergy. However, it is only through enhancing his performance in the final quarter that he can decisively deliver such excellent passes. Meanwhile, the Rockets commenced double-teaming Nowitzki. Kid found an opportunity beyond the three-point line, having previously made a similar shot in the third quarter. Yet this time, he failed to convert. Scola secured the rebound, and Qin Lie instantly dashed forward. The Argentine displayed keen awareness, tossing the ball to the swiftly advancing Qin Lie. At this moment, the Mavericks' defensive players, who had retreated rapidly, had already returned to their half of the court. As Qin Lie observed Terry, who had turned sideways and adopted a fierce demeanor, he stood poised beyond the three-point line and launched his shot. Terry leaped desperately to interfere, yet he fell short by a fraction. Regrettably, his height was insufficient to obstruct Qin Lie's fervent gaze towards the hoop. The ball swished through the net. The Rockets fans watching the live broadcast could not contain their excitement and leapt from their seats. With a pass and a shot, they closed the gap to 5 points. Mavericks head coach Carlisle could not help but utter a curse. Yet, this was merely an emotional outburst. Theoretically, the Mavericks executed their offensive and defensive strategies adequately. They simply failed to score while the Rockets succeeded. Such is the nature of basketball. Ultimately, it is about who can successfully place the ball through the hoop. The Mavericks called a timeout, subsequently adopting a more stable defensive posture. The Rockets double-teamed Nowitzki, while the Mavericks countered by double-teaming Yao Ming. In reality, if a swap were possible, the Rockets might hold a slight advantage. However, the dynamics of the court are invariably unpredictable, and containing Nowitzki is a greater challenge than stifling Yao. Nowitzki's range of motion is significantly broader. The Mavericks relied on Nowitzki to draw the Rockets' defensive attention, while Kid orchestrated the rhythm, facilitating a team-oriented style of play. It was both a strategy and a necessity at times. The opponent compels you to act in such a manner. Kid still possessed skill, enabling Dampier to score. Furthermore, midway through the final quarter, Kid sank a three-pointer. As the Rockets focused on limiting Nowitzki, defensive vulnerabilities inevitably arose. Nevertheless, compared to the time when Nowitzki was dominating, the Mavericks' offensive efficiency had undoubtedly diminished. The Rockets maintained a slender lead, leaving the Mavericks with a sense of helplessness. With 4 minutes remaining, Kid found another opportunity for a three-pointer, but this time he missed. Upon returning, Yao Ming also failed to convert his shot. It was once again the Mavericks' turn to attack, and Nowitzki intended to ignore the defense and go for a strong drive. However, Qin Lie suddenly surged in, striking decisively to swat the ball away. Nowitzki's technical movements in the face of defense were flawless. It was merely the slight delay in execution that allowed Qin Lie to seize the opportunity. As Qin Lie prepared for a rapid counterattack after blocking the shot, Kid resorted to a tactical foul. Qin Lie was forcefully yanked, leaving 2 deep gashes on his hand. However, upon reaching the free throw line, he executed both shots with unwavering precision. As time dwindled, the pressure on the Mavericks intensified. They refused to concede. And as the clock ticked down to 3 minutes, both Nowitzki and Howard found themselves in foul trouble. Yet, the Rockets faced no such issues with fouls today. Scola, the most frequently fouled player, was not even on the court. With 2 minutes remaining, Artest missed a three-pointer, yet the Rockets maintained a 5-point lead. It was the Mavericks' turn to attack, and Terry opted to take a shot. However, throughout the final quarter, Terry struggled to find his rhythm. Confronted by Qin Lie, he once again missed the mark. Show some courage and keep shooting. Prove yourself, Qin Lie encouraged. Terry, infuriated, erupted with a barrage of expletives. Qin Lie remained entirely indifferent, relishing the sight of opposing players faltering under pressure. After another round, the Mavericks substituted in a sharpshooter for their interior line, poised for one final attempt. Terry, displaying remarkable courage, launched a three-pointer while under Qin Lie's vigilant defense, only to once again miss the mark. The Rockets began to manage the clock, and with time dwindling, the Mavericks resorted to a tactic of fouling. Brooks stepped to the free throw line, converting one of 2 attempts, indicating the weight of pressure on the players. However, it mattered little, as the Rockets' lead was substantial. Subsequently, Nowitzki positioned himself beyond the three-point arc, receiving the ball and shooting without hesitation. His gaze was resolute. Yet the shot failed to find its target. Although Nowitzki is formidable in the playoffs, this moment did not elevate him to the realm of the extraordinary. This miss effectively sealed the Mavericks' fate. They opted not to foul again, allowing the final seconds of the game to elapse. The Rockets players could no longer contain their exuberance, celebrating loudly on the road as they secured a 3-1 lead in the series, clinching match point. Qin Lie exchanged high fives with each of his teammates, exclaiming with joy, "How about that? I told you I could do it." The performance of Qin Lie may not be exceedingly remarkable, yet he undoubtedly proves to be a player of significant contribution. In the context of playoff victories, even teammates who have had their time diminished by him respond with delight. Following the game, Adelman expressed a sense of pride, stating, "They were double-teaming Yao Ming. Our focus was on securing offensive rebounds, and tonight we finally accomplished that." Yao, having experienced the sting of previous defeats, was resolute in avoiding any negativity when conversing with reporters, asserting, "We still need to win another game. We must remain vigilant. We have encountered such situations before. From my perspective, the playoffs are currently at 0-0. However, Yao was perhaps unprepared for the renowned critic Barkley, who voiced his support for the Rockets, proclaiming that they would prevail in this series. The Mavericks rely too heavily on jump shots. I have little admiration for any team that solely depends on that scoring method. Nonetheless, as a commentator, Barkley's words need not hold much weight. The Rockets must focus on performing well, for in that case, whether or not there is criticism becomes inconsequential. Mavericks head coach Carlisle seemed to have little else to assert, instead opting to apply pressure on the referees, stating that officiating should be a science rather than an art. "If I were in this position, yet my actions and performance were detrimental to the league's fairness and integrity, that would indeed be an unfortunate circumstance. After all, the Mavericks find themselves teetering on the brink, and he may be striving to enhance their chances of victory." After the match, Qin Lie accepted an interview, stating, "It was a challenging game. We fought until the final moment to secure a significant victory. This series is likewise indicative. The Mavericks' strength cannot merely be judged by their ranking. Nevertheless, I firmly believe that the Rockets are the superior team. If the Mavericks become increasingly formidable, I shall strive to contribute even more for the team. It is time to put an end to Yao's first-round curse." Chapter 55. A shift in mindset. On April 29th, the fans in Houston exuberantly expressed their emotions. The Rockets had returned to their home court, and should they triumph here, it would mark the first time during the Yao era that the Rockets advanced to the second round of the playoffs. Anticipation surged among the fans, albeit coupled with a hint of trepidation, much like Yao himself, who felt a sense of inner conflict. The Mavericks were fighting for survival, and Terry finally took the starting position. In many respects, the Mavericks bore a striking resemblance to the Spurs, despite their distinct characteristics. Even in desperation, they turned to their sixth man to start. The Rockets' starting lineup remained unchanged. After all, victors need not alter their approach. Caution was imperative, as a counterattack from the Mavericks was inevitable, Yao warned. He had been preoccupied with the desire to secure a victory and progress to the next round. As the game commenced, Nowitzki assisted Howard in scoring. The Mavericks came out with fierce intensity, signaling their intent. However, the Rockets responded with Yao assisting Scola for a basket. Back on their home court, the Rockets players felt invigorated. It would not be an easy task for the Mavericks to bring the game back to Dallas. Frankly, the Mavericks' relentless effort was somewhat daunting. With Terry in the starting lineup, their offensive capabilities had indeed improved. As the Mavericks diversified their scoring options, the Rockets could no longer focus solely on guarding Nowitzki, resulting in him finding his rhythm. Midway through the first quarter, Nowitzki scored 5 consecutive points, granting the Mavericks an advantage. The Rockets quickly called a timeout, yet they did not immediately adjust their lineup. Upon resuming play, Artest scored, momentarily easing the tension on the court. The Rockets' response to the Mavericks' offensive onslaught primarily rested on their defensive efforts. A few minutes later, the Mavericks still held the lead, and Qin Lie took to the court. The impact of Qin Lie's entry onto the court was immediately apparent, drawing the Mavericks' defensive focus towards him. Consequently, Artest found himself with relatively unobstructed shooting opportunities, allowing the Rockets to narrow the score gap. The trio of Rockets substitutes, Qin Lie, Lowry, and Landry, exhibited remarkable vigor. Meanwhile, the Mavericks' Dirk Nowitzki and Jason Kidd seized more opportunities on the court, with their substitutes, Bass and Beria, also delivering commendable performances. The intensity of the offensive exchanges between the two teams escalated, surpassing even that of the starting lineups, creating an exhilarating back-and-forth dynamic. Qin Lie scored a three-pointer. His consistent ability to sink three-pointers has established him as a shooter the team can wholeheartedly rely upon. Lowry also made a three-pointer, showing marked improvement in his play. Beria responded with a three-pointer of his own, proving to be a delightful surprise from the Mavericks bench, consistently making noteworthy contributions in the limited time he is given. The simultaneous presence of Qin Lie and Yao Ming on the court was a sight to behold, as it was evident that Yao would have ample opportunity to showcase his skills beneath the basket. The two of them truly enhance each other's performance. One can only hope that Qin Lie had joined the Rockets a few years earlier, with Qin Lie as a more aggressive scoring option. The Mavericks' defense is already struggling to improve. To be candid, their offensive game remains relatively stable compared to their defense. However, their explosive scoring capability has not shown significant variation. When the Rockets intensify their efforts, the Mavericks' situation remains unchanged. Perhaps it is due to Terry's earlier involvement, which has left the Mavericks devoid of surprises. Nowitzki continues to challenge the Rockets' defense, yet unlike Yao Ming, he often resorts to shooting from the perimeter, failing to create ample space for the team's outside players. This is a primary reason why the Mavericks' offense frequently devolves into isolation plays for their stars. Even with Kidd on the court, it is difficult for other players to find open shots in the Mavericks' half-court sets, making it more advantageous for Nowitzki to handle the ball. Although the Rockets lack a proficient organizer, they have still received tactical support on offense this season. Adelman's strategy, though it sometimes exhibits duality, has indeed aided the team in enhancing their offensive play, particularly among role players. Previously, the Rockets relied heavily on star isolation plays, which were not always efficient. It is challenging to determine which method is superior. The key lies in finding the right balance. One must not overextend and should possess solutions in times of difficulty. The Rockets seem to be experiencing a phenomenon akin to the Qin Lie law, where the team tends to gain the lead once he steps onto the court. This time, shortly after Qin Lie's entrance, the Rockets surged ahead in points. His shooting accuracy is one aspect contributing to this. Additionally, Qin Lie is not devoid of ball handling skills. He simply utilizes them sparingly. At times, a sudden display of such ability can catch the Mavericks' defense off guard. His height presents a conspicuous advantage, as the Mavericks' backcourt is somewhat undersized. Both Terry and Beria, their two offensive guards, are relatively short, allowing Qin Lie to occasionally disregard their defensive efforts. The Mavericks often resort to having Kidd defend Qin Lie out of necessity. Ideally, a veteran like Kidd should not expend excessive energy in this regard. In this postseason, the Mavericks appear determined to bolster their wing and interior positions. Against the Rockets, these areas have been thoroughly exploited. Had their interior players been slightly more competent or their wings a tad taller, they would not face such difficulties in this series. Each time, it feels as though the gap between the two teams is minimal, with the Mavericks merely falling short. When Qin Lie again scores over a Mavericks defender, owner Mark Cuban is understandably frustrated. In the closing moments of the first half, Yao Ming first blocked Howard and then scored 2 points on the offensive end. The Rockets displayed their distinctive style in the second quarter, effectively integrating inside and outside plays while moving the ball, allowing them to lead the Mavericks by 4 points. It seemed that if they extended their lead a bit further, the Mavericks might falter. They stood precariously on the edge, bearing significantly more pressure than the Rockets. The Mavericks were fortunate to have halftime for adjustments. However, upon returning to the locker room, Coach Carlisle realized that they had little to modify. They had already utilized all their strategies in the first half. Team leader Nowitzki was somewhat subdued. Yao carried substantial psychological pressure, and Nowitzki felt similarly. He was not preoccupied with the next round. After all, he is a player who has experienced the finals. What concerned Nowitzki was the impending decline of his prime. If he continued to merely accompany the team through the playoffs year after year, his career might end in such a manner. As time progresses, his abilities will inevitably wane. This season seems to be another disappointment. It is a demoralizing sentiment. Before the series began, the Mavericks players held onto a glimmer of hope for a miraculous outcome. Yet now they seem to confront the grim reality looming ahead. Carlisle sensed the players' emotions and could only offer motivational speeches. As the head coach, he too felt uncertain. Perhaps this season is destined to unfold as it has. Their roster still falls short. Conversely, the atmosphere among the Rockets players is markedly more positive, to the extent that the veterans have to remind them not to become overly exuberant, as their lead is not substantial and the game still holds uncertainties. In the second half, I will also make three-pointers. Qin Lie spoke with unwavering confidence. The coaching staff perceived his self-assurance as a promising omen. Chapter 56, A Desired Breakthrough. In the third quarter, the Mavericks launched a fierce offensive, with Nowitzki living up to expectations by scoring the first basket. The Mavericks were singularly focused, intent on mounting a surge to reverse their fortunes. They had no inclination to slow down and seek opportunities. They believed that if an offensive push succeeded, it would be a triumph. If not, then it would be disregarded. The Rockets anticipated their opponent's slightly frantic approach and adopted a more composed defensive strategy. The Rockets' defense remained relatively secure, and the Mavericks occasionally faltered under pressure. Yao Ming swiftly seized the opportunity to score during this quarter. Qin Lie sat on the sidelines, observing with clarity. The Mavericks appeared fierce, yet their performance was not as formidable as before. However, the Rockets were also uncertain, opting for a relatively cautious approach, refraining from seizing the opportunity to expand their lead. With a favorable score at home and merely a step away from clinching the series, it was prudent for the Rockets to proceed with caution. After all, the team lacked a masterful organizer, and many matters could not be rushed. Yao Ming, on the court, exerted himself quietly, providing solid rebounding support. Qin Lie also began to rise alongside his teammates to watch the game, joining the home crowd in vociferously rallying for the players on the court. Their excitement was palpable, almost overwhelming. The sensation of striving for victory in the playoffs is distinctly different from the mere ebb and flow of the regular season, due to Scola's foul troubles. It was Landry who first took to the court. Typically, Scola is not prone to fouls, but the intensity of the playoffs seemed to influence him. He was desperately trying to defend against Nowitzki, while other Mavericks perimeter players pressed in, necessitating earnest supplementary defense, which often led to fouls being called. When he performed well and exited the game, the players on the bench greeted him with enthusiastic camaraderie. This was undoubtedly the zenith of the team's spirit. Even those not on the court maintained a buoyant mood. During the tumultuous first half of the regular season, it would have been difficult for most to envisage such a moment. At last, it was Qin Lie's turn to take the court, and the other substitutes beside him could not conceal their envy. The Qin Lie team has truly emerged in the playoffs, fully aware that their future has been irrevocably transformed. The image of him striving for a contract at the beginning of the season feels like a distant memory. Upon receiving the pass, Qin Lie immediately executed a shooting motion, skillfully deceiving the Mavericks defender and shifting their center of gravity. It was not the realism of his feint that caused this reaction, but rather the precision of his shooting that prompted an instinctive response from his opponent. Qin Lie skillfully exploited the defensive player's center of gravity, taking 2 decisive steps inward while maintaining possession of the ball. Just as the opposing team adjusted and began to close in, he effortlessly executed a mid-range jump shot, which found its mark. His movements were remarkably fluid. Qin Lie's performance felt even more refined than in the first half. A smile graced his lips as he aimed to secure the victory for his team in the remaining minutes on the court. The Mavericks held their ground in the third quarter, not allowing the Rockets to gain an advantage, yet they failed to reclaim the lead. To be candid, the Mavericks displayed more resilience than anticipated, feeling a sense of dissatisfaction as the game progressed. However, there lingered a hint of emotional numbness within. This was particularly true for the veteran players, who seemed to be executing strategies mechanically. Externally, they continued to exert effort and motivate their teammates, yet internally, they felt somewhat unmoved. While some players genuinely sought to fight, such fervor often yielded no miraculous outcomes. The Rockets players, too, displayed a lack of steadiness in their shooting at this juncture. Both teams experienced fluctuations in their shooting percentages, with moments of brilliance swiftly followed by missed opportunities. Yao quietly dedicated himself to defense, creating more offensive chances for his team as perimeter shooters. Others seized the moment, and Qin Lie was no exception. As the fourth quarter neared its midpoint, Qin Lie sank a three-pointer, extending the Rockets' lead to double digits. It was not so much that the Mavericks collapsed, but rather that the score fluctuated significantly, though the Rockets consistently maintained the lead. The Mavericks quickly narrowed the gap. Nowitzki was indeed capable of scoring. Yet, every time the Mavericks fans glimpsed hope, a Rockets player would rise to disrupt their momentum. The Mavericks struggled to contain all their opponents, inevitably exposing defensive weaknesses. In truth, they were simply off their game, albeit not completely unraveling. As time passed, the cheers from the Rockets fans grew increasingly fervent. The Mavericks players recognized that with a deficit of less than 10 points, crossing that threshold seemed unlikely. In the final minutes, the score oscillated around 10 points. With time dwindling, the Mavericks resorted to three-point attempts. As the final minute approached and the realization set in that recovery was unattainable, the Mavericks chose to concede. Both teams substituted their starters, allowing some players who had not previously seen action to make their debut. Meanwhile, the fans in the stands, along with the substituted players, began to celebrate. No unexpected turn of events occurred. The Rockets triumphed over the Mavericks once more on their home court, successfully advancing past the first round of the playoffs with a series victory of 4-1. In an instant, the Rockets' home arena transformed into a jubilant sea of celebration. Mavericks head coach Carlisle extended his congratulations to the Rockets, acknowledging their formidable prowess. Yao, filled with excitement, recognized that a rookie like Qin Lie might find it hard to fathom the elation of finally overcoming the first round. Yao declared, "This is the most significant victory of my NBA career, thus far. This represents a monumental stride. For me, it feels immensely gratifying." As the time on the clock expired, I could scarcely believe the reality of the moment. Clearly, having taken this significant step forward, we must now set our sights even higher. He composed himself and remarked, "We have prepared thoroughly for this playoff. Our defense is a source of pride, and we have consistently maintained control of the game's tempo." Other players also shared their sentiments. Battier expressed, "We have awaited this moment for a long time. I have been here for 3 years." And one can truly sense the disappointment among the fans. They are fervent supporters of victors, and we are thrilled to bring them this triumph. The recently arrived Artest, having previously advanced further in the playoffs, made a bold proclamation, stating, "To break through the first round brings such joy to the fans, and I relish the sentiment. I am not content with merely advancing past the first round." Qin Lie also remarked, "We are undoubtedly one of the finest teams in the Western Conference this season, and advancing beyond the first round is merely a reflection of our standard. This season's Rockets are the strongest iteration yet, and our aspirations certainly extend far beyond just surpassing the initial round. In my assessment, there is no absolute dominator in the current league. Why shouldn't the Rockets venture further? We have endured challenges this season, yet we have emerged resilient, showcasing superior performance in the playoffs compared to previous years. I firmly believe we harbor no fear of any adversary. Frankly speaking, defeating the Mavericks in the first round is an excellent start. Our forthcoming opponents will likely not present a greater challenge than the Mavericks." Qin Lie now celebrates the team's playoff breakthrough with fervor, much like his fellow teammates. Following this jubilant moment, they will rest adequately before gearing up to confront their next adversary. At the very least, the Rockets will not encounter the league's most formidable opponent until the Western Conference Finals. This affords them the opportunity to gradually elevate their performance to its zenith. Such a scenario would be a splendid narrative. Chapter 57. The Rockets maintain an advantage as the playoffs unfold with great intensity. The first round in the Western Conference is comparatively less fierce, lacking the cutthroat competition witnessed during the regular season. In fact, prior to the Rockets' advancement past the first round, the outcome of their next opponent had already been determined. The Hornets faced injury woes towards the season's conclusion. Their interior player, Chandler, returned for the playoffs, but was in subpar form, unable to assist the Hornets in withstanding the onslaught from the Nuggets. Moreover, the Hornets star, Paul, was thoroughly outmatched by Billups, exhibiting none of the prowess he displayed in the previous season. To speak candidly, while external evaluations of Paul are notably high, his playoff performances have been inconsistent, revealing a tendency to falter against stronger opponents. When faced with the Nuggets, their renowned defensive capabilities failed to materialize, and their already struggling offense was laid bare. Although they managed to unleash a momentary surge in their first home game, they did not avoid a humiliating defeat. Throughout the four-game series, the Nuggets delivered a resounding thrashing to the Hornets, marking a rare and significant margin in playoff history. With a stunning 58-point victory over the Hornets, the latter scored merely around 10 points in 3 of the quarters, a veritable disgrace. However, they had previously exhibited a similar performance against the Rockets, albeit the Rockets' offense was not as relentless as that of the Nuggets, thus rendering the outcome less surprising. The small butterfly, Qin Lie, did not eliminate the number 58, inevitably bestowing upon Paul a nickname that will last a lifetime. One cannot blame others for such circumstances if one lacks resilience. Thus, the Rockets' opponent in the second round is the Nuggets. In the regular season, the Rockets also held an advantage over the Nuggets. While the Nuggets possess a slightly stronger interior than the Mavericks, Yao Ming consistently demonstrates dominance. In the first round of the Western Conference playoffs, 3 teams secured victories in a 4-1 series. Besides the Rockets and Nuggets, the formidable Lakers also emerged victorious. The Lakers, aside from experiencing some challenges at the point guard position, excel in every other role. With Kobe Bryant complemented by a tall lineup, few teams can contend with them. The Jazz were the first to strive for a victory at home, but in other instances, they were thoroughly outmatched. Why do strong teams often lose their first away game? One reason is the need to acclimatize to the referee's calls, while another is that the opposing team is fighting for their survival. If a team loses 3 consecutive games, hope diminishes significantly, making the first home game the moment when the opponent's resistance is at its peak. Once this initial struggle is overcome, the true capabilities of each team are revealed. This season, the Lakers have maintained absolute superiority over other Western teams. Comparatively, the Rockets have not fared poorly. The Rockets possess defensively adept wings to challenge Kobe, and Yao Ming can contend with the Lakers' twin towers. Furthermore, the Rockets' relatively weaker point guard position is matched by the Lakers' vulnerabilities. It is only against the Rockets that the Lakers must truly engage in a hard-fought battle. Their second opponent will not present a significant challenge. The transformation of the San Antonio Spurs, akin to a delicate butterfly, has led them to advance to the second round of the playoffs. Historically, when faced with the familiar Mavericks, the Spurs found themselves at a disadvantage, particularly in the absence of Ginobili. This time, however, their opponents were the youthful Trailblazers, who were entering the playoffs with their core players for the first time. Despite the Trailblazers' exuberance, they could not topple the seasoned Spurs. The Blazers performed commendably, with Roy and Aldridge making significant contributions to secure an initial victory. Nevertheless, they struggled to counter the formidable duo of Duncan and Parker, particularly Parker, whose presence exploited the Trail Blazers' vulnerabilities at the point guard position. The Spurs adeptly capitalized on their opponent's defensive lapses, employing an incessant pick-and-roll strategy that ultimately wore down the Trail Blazers throughout the series. As they advanced to face the Lakers, the Spurs soon discovered that their clever tactics would not suffice. Meanwhile, in the Eastern Conference, the first round showcased a mix of intensity and overwhelming dominance, epitomized by the Cavaliers' dismantling of the Pistons, who were now devoid of Billups. The Pistons appeared utterly stifled by the Cavaliers, unable to contain James since the departure of Wallace, leading to a one-sided series that underscored the inadequacy of the Pistons' anticipated star, Stuckey. Regrettably, the Pistons faltered completely, and the myth of the once mighty franchise crumbled like a fleeting dream, now awakened to harsh reality. The matchup between the Hawks and the Heat proved to be a tightly contested affair, as both teams boasted similar strengths. The Hawks triumphed through collective teamwork, while the Heat relied on Wade's individual brilliance. With neither team exhibiting formidable defensive or offensive prowess, the gameplay oscillated between lockdown defenses and uncontainable scoring, creating a fascinating spectacle. Ultimately, the series culminated in a decisive Game 7, where Wade's stellar performance fell short of securing victory, illustrating that even superstars require reliable support in the postseason. The Celtics and Bulls also battled through to a Game 7, highlighting the struggles of the Celtics, who had won 21 more regular season games than the Bulls yet faced such arduous challenges. Garnett's injury played a significant role, but even during their championship run last season, the Celtics encountered similar difficulties. Coach Rivers seems unable to fully harness the potential of his star players. Last season, the trio carried the team to victory, while this season's lineup issues have hampered their tactical execution. Rivers, it appears, excels only when working with a less talented roster, often squandering the talents of multiple stars. In their 7-game showdown, the Celtics ultimately triumphed, aided by a self-inflicted setback from the young Bulls. Meanwhile, the Magic, who aspired to reach the championship, stumbled early, suffering a setback against the much weaker 76ers. Despite Howard's dominance in the paint and impressive shooting percentages, the team faltered in critical moments, relying too heavily on their perimeter players. Fortunately for the Magic, the 76ers lacked the capability to capitalize on their opportunities. Awakening from their slumber while trailing 1-2 in the series, the Magic rallied to secure 3 consecutive victories, advancing with a sense of relief. As the teams progressed to the second round of the playoffs, it became evident that most possessed a measure of talent. The path to the conference finals would not be straightforward, with the Rockets and Nuggets set to commence the earliest series of the second round. After the team's training session, Qin Lie quietly practiced his shooting. "I have a very good feeling about this," said Yu with great enthusiasm. After breaking through the first round, he exuded a different aura altogether. "Are you no longer afraid of being overshadowed?" Qin Lie chuckled. "So I'm merely speaking in private. Yao still holds some superstitions." After a moment of contemplation, Qin Lie remarked, "Brother Yao, we are certainly superior to the Nuggets, but you must remain vigilant regarding your physical fatigue. We are reliant on you in the paint." "Rest assured, I feel splendid," Yao grinned in response. Qin Lie silently hoped this was indeed the case, for the opponents had already transformed. Chapter 58. The fluctuations of the Nuggets in facing the Nuggets. The Rockets must exercise caution with Billups. If Paul was thoroughly outmatched, one can only imagine the plight of players like Brooks. Nevertheless, the Rockets' defense can somewhat contain Anthony, and with Yao's advantage in the interior, the Rockets have historically triumphed more often in their regular season encounters. After all, Billups is not merely an offensive guard. Under standard analysis, the Nuggets may not pose as much of a challenge as the Mavericks. Of course, the dynamics of the playoffs will undoubtedly introduce variables. The second round will necessitate greater effort than the first. This season, the Nuggets starting lineup has proven relatively stable, featuring the formidable quartet of Billups, Anthony, Martin, and Nene, with the somewhat questionable starter, Dant Jones. Additionally, the Nuggets boast a superb sixth man in J.R. Smith, who frequently takes the court, particularly during critical moments. It seems that every team in the West possesses an exceptional sixth man, the Spurs with Gin Billy, the Mavericks with Terry, and the Lakers with Odom. Thus, it is hardly surprising that the Rockets find themselves facing 2 opponents with similar configurations in succession. Qin Lie's status can merely be categorized as that of the sixth man. His meteoric rise has yet to earn him the strategic stature of a super sixth man, much like the Mavericks. The Nuggets are a team characterized by potent offense but frail defense, with their defensive capabilities possibly even slightly inferior to those of the Mavericks. Their head coach, George Karl, has always been an advocate of high-paced defensive play. On May 3rd, the Rockets reignited the flames of the playoffs in Houston for the second round. Home court advantage is indeed a boon. Every match commences in a familiar setting, allowing players to fine-tune their performance to its utmost potential. As the game commenced, Billups exhibited a robust demeanor, scoring first. Rockets head coach Rick Adelman wore a serious expression, having repeatedly emphasized the importance of defense at the point guard position prior to the game. Nevertheless, the Rockets had little cause for concern. Their interior defense was solid, making it arduous for opponents to fully exploit the vulnerabilities at the point guard position. Billups, not one to favor aggressive attacks, posed a lesser threat as long as the Rockets players remained focused. As anticipated, the Nuggets continued to channel their offense through Anthony. Billups is the type of player who thrives on rhythm. When he lacks that feeling, his threat diminishes significantly. Meanwhile, Yao Ming capitalized on opportunities in the paint for the Rockets. The combination of Martin and Nene was formidable, yet none could withstand Yao's presence. The Nuggets had to either circumvent him or double-team him, but their defensive execution often proved inadequate. The Rockets needed to exercise patience, diligently seeking opportunities amidst tactical shifts. After Yao scored 4 points, the Nuggets adjusted their defensive strategy, elevating their level of intensity. Yao quickly transformed into a decoy, prompting the Rockets to shift their focus to outside shooting. This strategy had become second nature to the Rockets, although they occasionally misjudged their decisions. Following the shift, the Rockets experienced a brief stagnation in their offense, while the Nuggets, aside from Billups and Anthony, also found scoring opportunities in the paint. Their interior players relied on easy baskets, underscoring Billups' strong playmaking ability. Had the Rockets acquiesced to a trade involving Billups and Prince for McGrady back then, they might have reached unprecedented heights. Unlike now, McGrady's contribution was virtually negligible. After taking the lead, the Nuggets promptly brought J.R. Smith into the game. Their intention was clear: to bolster their defense and establish a commanding advantage while the Rockets were still recovering, striving for an away victory. However, pursuing victory relentlessly does not always yield success. Upon entering the game, J.R. Smith's performance was underwhelming. While not entirely absent of impact, he fell short of expectations. In contrast, Qin Lie made an immediate impression by drawing a foul on J.R. Qin Lie has now become the foremost figure on the Rockets bench, and it is certain that the Nuggets have conducted their due diligence on him. The Nuggets head coach, George Karl, has indeed instructed his players to focus on defending him. However, the Nuggets' defense leaves much to be desired, and J.R. Smith tends to be somewhat erratic. As Qin Lie emerged, he engaged in a brief period of movement without the ball, causing his primary defender, J.R. Smith, to momentarily lose focus. Upon receiving the pass, Qin Lie found himself under pressure from J.R. Smith, resulting in a foul. Conversely, when J.R. Smith attempted to penetrate the paint offensively, he was thwarted by the towering presence of Yao Ming. Subsequently, J.R. refrained from venturing inside, opting instead to take shots from beyond the arc, yet his shooting percentage remained inconsistent. The contrast between the two sixth men became distinctly apparent, especially as Qin Lie entered the game slightly later than J.R. Smith. The efficiency of Qin Lie is evidently superior. Qin Lie appears to possess a keen intellect, exhibiting a profound understanding of the game, whereas J.R. Smith relies predominantly on instinct, leaving both teams occasionally bewildered by his intentions. Curiously enough, with Qin Lie's arrival, the Rockets began to seize control of the match. Whether one attributes his prowess to skill or luck, it is indisputable that Qin Lie has become a boon for the Rockets this season. The decline in the Nuggets' offensive efficiency can also be partially ascribed to the alternating rests of Billups and Anthony. Moreover, the overall quality of the Nuggets bench players pales in comparison to that of the Rockets. It is not solely Qin Lie who shines. Lowry and Landry have also exhibited commendable performances. Particularly, Landry seems well acquainted with the Nuggets' rhythm, consistently seizing opportunities to score. Upon the return of both team starters, the Nuggets found it increasingly challenging to contain the Rockets. Following a score by Yao Ming in the paint, the Nuggets tightened their defense. Consequently, in the second quarter, the Rockets showcased improved accuracy from beyond the arc, with Qin Lie, Artest, and Brooks all sinking three-pointers, swiftly erasing the Nuggets' slender lead. On the sidelines, Nuggets head coach George Karl displayed signs of impatience. He had intended to decisively eliminate the Rockets, but found the game reverting to its original state, pondering if a steadier approach would have been wiser. As the Rockets took the stage, Qin Lie proved to be more reliable than the opposing sixth man, defying expectations for a minimum salary player. Qin Lie embodies the essence of a non-typical sixth man, demonstrating remarkable steadiness. In truth, as long as the Rockets effectively defend against Billups, they have little to fear from the Nuggets. Indeed, Anthony's performances against the Rockets have always been underwhelming. He is unable to vanquish them. The tandem of Brooks and Lowry at the point guard position is also promising. As long as the Rockets emerge victorious, we shall refrain from casting blame. As the halftime break approached, the Nuggets reiterated their emphasis on offensive efficiency. Players like Qin Lie have not garnered much attention, as evidenced by his modest performance of merely 7 points in the first half, resembling that of an ordinary bench player. The Rockets, however, expressed satisfaction with their offensive execution. Adelman remarked, "Our initial shooting was somewhat tense, yet our performance improved in the second quarter. As long as our offense is correct, we must be more decisive." On the defensive front, they remained vigilant against Billups, acknowledging that Anthony would continue to be a primary offensive threat, necessitating strong defensive efforts. The coaching staff of the Rockets believed that maintaining their competitive form would enable them to control the game. As the third quarter commenced, Anthony displayed remarkable tenacity, aggressively penetrating the paint, an area in which he excels. The Nuggets initially started strong, but soon faced challenges. Chapter 59, Crucial Defense. In the second half, the Nuggets encountered difficulties primarily on the defensive end. In their attempts to contain Yao Ming, Nene committed excessive fouls. Following a commendable performance, Nene's exit seemed to sap the Nuggets' momentum as they entered the third quarter, and their pace began to slow. While intensifying their defensive efforts, they struggled to maintain offensive flow. Yao Ming was in fine form, seizing opportunities to score. Had the Rockets' passing been a touch more precise, they would undoubtedly have found the game more manageable. Conversely, as the Nuggets' offensive efficiency waned, Billups became increasingly assertive. With Brooks fouled out, Lowry stepped in to diligently contain the formidable Billups. In the second half, J.R. Smith appeared considerably more cautious, likely chastised during halftime. The score remained tightly contested in the third quarter, with the team capable of gaining an early positional advantage likely to seize victory. "What's the matter? Afraid to shoot in front of me?" Qin Lie taunted as he entered the fray. J.R. Smith retorted with a scoff, declaring, "I could dismantle you with one hand. Then give it a try." Qin Lie scoffed back. The two exchanged barbs, yet the third quarter saw little substantial confrontation. While the Nuggets relied heavily on the efforts of Billups and Anthony, the Rockets played a more cohesive game. Yao Ming held a significant advantage over most centers in the league, yet the task of containing him was not particularly daunting. Thus, most opponents would make concerted efforts to lock him down. Yao Ming resembled a powerful weapon that, while not always utilized, often posed a greater deterrent than a direct threat. As the final quarter approached, Qin Lie felt a sudden lightness enveloping him. Beyond the enhancement of his physical prowess, there was an element of psychological relief as well. As the final quarter approached, Qin Lie exuded an extraordinary confidence. The Denver Nuggets were the first to score in this period, achieving points through a collaborative effort, culminating in a mid-range shot by Martin. While the Nuggets possess some ability for interior shooting, it is utilized sparingly. Currently, the Rockets are meticulously guarding several key players of the Nuggets, compelling them to innovate their strategies. However, this merely serves as an enhancement to their offensive repertoire. In pivotal moments, they still prefer to rely on their star players to resolve issues. When it was the Rockets' turn to attack, Qin Lie executed a clever cut, momentarily evading his defender and successfully landed a shot. "See? I'm more daring than you," he taunted after his successful attempt. Unexpectedly, J.R. Smith responded by sinking a three-pointer. "I told you, I'm going to dominate you." Following his provocative remarks, Qin Lie displayed remarkable focus in defense. Sensing that J.R. Smith might be provoked into taking a shot, Qin Lie's actions were prompted by J.R. Smith's subpar shooting performance today. Unexpectedly, this player proved to be quite formidable, sinking a three-pointer despite tight defense. However, in the subsequent possession, Qin Lie received a pass from Yao Ming and also successfully made a three-pointer. The triumphant J.R. Smith was oblivious to the fact that in the final quarter, Qin Lie seemed to execute his moves with remarkable swiftness. This resulted in J.R. Smith adhering to his previous rhythm, suffering two setbacks against Qin Lie. Frustration began to brew within him. How could he allow this young Rocket to gain the upper hand? Consequently, J.R. Smith launched a series of three-point attempts. Driven by fierce determination, Qin Lie was immediately filled with joy, as J.R. Smith, this unpredictable player, managed to score just once. Under the relentless interference of Qin Lie, J.R. Smith's subsequent three attempts all missed the mark. Even the Nuggets head coach, George Karl, was left speechless and decided to substitute J.R. Smith. Meanwhile, in a fit of frustration, as J.R. Smith was shooting, the Rockets' Artest and Battier both successfully converted their shots, finally granting the Rockets an advantage in the final quarter. The cheers from the fans surged like a tide, invigorating the Rockets players, who felt an endless surge of adrenaline. With J.R. Smith sidelined, the Nuggets opted for a dual guard strategy, pairing veteran Anthony Carter with Chauncey Billups. The intention was to stabilize their play, with Carter leading the offensive charge. However, their dual guard defense struggled to hold firm. They intended for Billups to switch and defend Qin Lie, but Carter found it challenging to contain Brooks. Brooks, who had earned Adelman's favor, was quite competent offensively. The issue was that Carter was primarily a stabilizing presence and contributed little offensively. The Rockets were also able to switch defenses, with Qin Lie matching up against Billups, yielding satisfactory defensive results. Consequently, the Nuggets' strategy appeared to backfire. Though J.R. Smith occasionally acted impulsively, his talent was undeniable. When on the court, he could significantly impact both ends of the game if the circumstances were favorable. However, his inconsistency posed a threat. At times, he could elevate the team's performance, while at others, he could drastically lower their potential, placing George Karl in a difficult position. Observing the Rockets extending their lead, Karl had no choice but to reinsert J.R. Smith. The Rockets' strength was formidable, especially with Qin Lie's aggressive play in the final quarter, making it impossible for the Nuggets to maintain stability. Upon returning to the game, J.R. Smith understood the gravity of the moment and focused on defending Qin Lie diligently. Meanwhile, the foul-prone Nene had also re-entered the game as the Nuggets began their final push. With Anthony's shooting efficiency waning, Billups decisively took a critical shot, nailing a three-pointer right in front of Brooks' defense. Billups' poise in clutch moments was remarkable. He often unleashed unexpected shots that were difficult to defend against. Adelman continued to trust Brooks, Yet he was compelled to micromanage, deploying Brooks for offense and Lowry for defense. Brooks' defensive capabilities were limited, and frustratingly, he was unable to switch effectively against other players. While Lowry was not entirely dependable, he was a better option against Billups due to his stronger physicality, which often made a significant difference in defensive maneuvers. Billups, a robust guard, did not frequently exploit his physical advantages like Deron Williams, but when necessary, he was unreserved in using them. Billups' assertiveness began to breathe life into the Nuggets' momentum. During one of the Rockets' offensive possessions, Artest's outside shot failed to find the basket. Yet, at that crucial moment, Yao Ming stepped up, capturing an offensive rebound and drawing a foul from Nene, who surprisingly fouled out with 6. Yao's prowess lay in his ability to convert free throws, and after sinking both attempts, the Rockets regained their composure. The Nuggets, now without a key interior player, felt their momentum wane significantly. The Nuggets' backup big man, Anderson, showed promise in rebounding, but his shooting and physicality still left much to be desired. Seizing the opportunity, the Rockets intensified their defensive efforts, nearly forcing the Nuggets to a 24-second violation, ultimately compelling them to take a desperate shot that missed. The Rockets' solid defensive foundation provided them with considerable confidence as time continued to slip away under their relentless pressure. As the game approached its final minute, the trailing Nuggets opted for a small ball lineup in a desperate gamble. However, just as they set their strategy in motion, complications arose. Suddenly, Qin Lie advanced, using his body to maneuver past Old Carter and successfully executed a steal. Chapter 60. Embrace the mindset. We can achieve it, George Karl exclaimed. In the final moments, the Nuggets trailed by 5 points with merely a few seconds remaining. They were compelled to score and promptly implement a foul strategy. Meanwhile, for the leading Rockets, it sufficed to safeguard against the Nuggets' three-point attempts. At this juncture, if the Nuggets opted for a two-point shot, it would hold little significance. The opposing team had deployed 4 perimeter players, and naturally, the Rockets countered with 4 perimeter defenders, while Yao Ming remained seated on the bench. Qin Lie closely guarded J.R. Smith, aware that this player could occasionally sink miraculous shots, and he could not afford to grant him any opportunities. The Rockets' most stringent defense focused on Billups and Anthony. As the referee's whistle pierced the air, the Nuggets players surged towards the three-point lines. The Rockets maintained a vigilant defense, ensuring that none of their assigned players slipped away. Billups and Anthony were effectively obstructed by the Rockets' defenders. The Nuggets executed their inbound play with remarkable steadiness, and Martin received the ball. While Martin's reception was merely a transition, at that moment, the Rockets had not entirely contained Billups. The sheer strength of Billups was formidable. Even with Lowry applying pressure, Billups managed to surge past him. A handoff pass ensued, with Martin providing an additional screen. Billups, despite still being closely guarded, launched a shot. Many fans erupted in expletives as Billups miraculously netted a three-pointer. The Rockets promptly called a timeout, and Yao Ming, upon receiving the ball, was sent to the free throw line by the opposing team. In a critical moment, Yao converted both free throws flawlessly. Next came the Nuggets' inbound play again. This time, Billups did not receive the ball, and time was running short. It seemed unlikely that Billups or Anthony would have the chance to receive it. The ball found its way into J.R. Smith's hands, and Qin Lie observed him with a calm demeanor. At the final moments of the game, Qin Lie's defensive prowess was nearly unparalleled. He exhibited no fear. J.R. Smith, with relentless footwork, executed a swift lateral move and leaped high into the air. His remarkable athleticism enabled him to attempt a forceful shot in those critical seconds. However, despite his fluid movements, he could not shake off Qin Lie. With impeccable timing, Qin Lie maintained perfect synchronization with J.R. Smith's rhythm, extending his hand just in time to disrupt the shot as Smith ascended to release the ball. At this moment, Qin Lie's leap is no less impressive than that of J.R. Smith. What is paramount is his remarkable accuracy and judgment. J.R. Smith's shot was indeed hindered. As the basketball struck the rim with a forceful thud, it ricocheted far out, only to be slightly touched by a player positioned ahead. Qin Lie turned swiftly, reminiscent of a sleek cheetah, extending his long arm to seize the basketball. The Nuggets players were momentarily stunned before hastily committing a foul. At this juncture, merely a little over 2 seconds remained on the clock. In the midst of the intense game, regardless of the penalty, the Rockets should have secured the victory. He calmly stepped up to the free throw line, sinking both shots effortlessly. The Nuggets players immediately deflated, realizing they had no chance of catching up. Time was no longer on their side, and ultimately, Billups attempted a half-court shot. Failing to make it, the game came to a close. Qin Lie scored 14 points. A modest contribution, yet his significance to the game is unequivocal. Following the match, Nuggets head coach George Karl remarked, "We had numerous opportunities to emerge victorious, and it is truly regrettable that we fell short in the end." He expressed his belief that the forthcoming 48 minutes would prove to be exceedingly challenging. Adelman stated, "We have been tempered by the previous series, and the team has become more dynamic and resilient. We have undergone a transformation. Thus, in the face of the Nuggets' fluid passing, we maintained our rhythm and secured the victory." Yao Ming conveyed, "I feel invigorated. As long as I can contribute to the team's triumph, I am willing to do whatever it takes." Qin Lie spoke of the team's vitality during the rotation period, stating, "Everything stems from desire. We yearn to contribute to the team's victory. When the team encounters difficulties, I believe in my ability to make crucial shots. That is my role on the court." After securing victory in the opening match, the players of the Rockets were brimming with excitement, feeling as though they had broken through thorns to find a vast expanse ahead. However, while this mindset fostered commendable performances, it also risked underestimating the challenges that lay ahead. In the second game of the series, the Nuggets seized the advantage on their home court. The essence of this game bore little distinction from the first, save for the fact that Billups showcased an even stronger performance, his contributions aiding the Nuggets in narrowly overcoming the Rockets. From the first two encounters, it was evident that both teams possessed their strengths. The disparity in overall capabilities was minimal, rendering the outcomes of either side's victory quite justifiable. Compared to the regular season, Billups exhibited heightened aggression. It was no surprise that a player of his caliber, having received the FMVP award, posed a significantly greater threat during the playoffs. In the second game, although Qin Lie scored more, issues regarding the team's cohesion emerged. Thus, his additional points held little significance, as his tactical role was not as pivotal. After the victory, opposing coach George Karl remarked, "The Rockets and we are evenly matched. The team that excels in the finer details will prevail." Post-game, Adelman commented, "At times, our offense can be overly simplistic. This is the Western Conference semifinals. We need to exercise greater patience. Playing away will undoubtedly be more challenging. But we must maintain our rhythm. We possess the capability to dominate the game." Yao Ming added, "We should have anticipated the difficulties of the match. With each step forward in the playoffs, the resistance intensifies, and we must exert greater effort. When we play away, we will fight just as hard. There will be no difference." Before heading to the away game, Qin Lie proactively engaged in a discussion with Adelman. "Coach, I believe I can shoulder more responsibility. The more crucial the moment, the more the team can rely on me. That is my essence. I cannot explain why, but I simply can. Do not rush." "The team will certainly need your performance," Adelman responded. Qin Lie's performance has indeed garnered increasing attention from the coaching staff. However, there are many instances where it is unnecessary to take risks for change. Should challenges arise, Qin Lie could emerge as a pivotal X factor, and the Rockets would undoubtedly increase his playing time. Adelman perceives his eagerness to take the initiative as a positive sign, emphasizing the necessity for players to maintain a profound desire to win. In fact, Qin Lie has now gained recognition. Had he not yet become a key player, the coaching staff would likely have dismissed his antics. With an additional day to adjust between home and away games, the Rockets hope that their players can set aside previous successes and failures. The Nuggets' home court is a formidable venue, situated at high altitude, and Adelman wishes for all players to concentrate their energy on the forthcoming matches. The starting lineups for both teams remain unchanged, and significant adjustments in playstyle are not anticipated. The outcome of the game will largely depend on each team's individual performances. Qin Lie secretly resolved to unleash a greater degree of aggression. Previously, he was cautious, fearing that Dayo's breakthrough in the first round would be unexpected. However, now that they had reached the second round of the playoffs, Qin Lie should fully liberate himself. Chapter 61. Return without accomplishing anything. On May 9th, the Denver Nuggets home arena, the Pepsi Center, was bustling with a throng of spectators. The home crowd was equally fervent, directing jeers towards the Rockets players. With a smile, Qin Lie did not hold much reverence for the home team, as they had previously triumphed over their opponents on this very court during the regular season. While playing away may present certain challenges, the essence of the game ultimately lies in the strength of the teams. Both sides fielded their original starters, and familiarity with each other's lineups was evident. Thus, in the playoffs, significant surprises were unlikely. As the match commenced, the Nuggets initiated the offense. They directed the ball towards the interior, aiming to seize an early advantage. However, Yao Ming's stable performance successfully disrupted Martin's shot. Nevertheless, the Nuggets swiftly secured their first points. Playing on their home turf, the Nuggets exhibited remarkable dominance, particularly Anthony, who seemed to possess boundless energy, aggressively penetrating the paint and drawing a foul from Yao Ming. Meanwhile, the Rockets' two wings, Artest and Battier, methodically executed their strategy of attrition. When Qin Lie took the stage against Anthony, their encounters were few. In the eyes of the public, his foremost label remained that of a marksman. Qin Lie has successfully crafted his persona throughout the season. Should opponents underestimate him by believing he is solely a shooter, he will undoubtedly deliver an unexpected surprise. As for transcending this label, that will be a matter for the next season. The Rockets, initiated by Artest's first basket, swiftly found their rhythm in the game. Compared to the Nuggets, the Rockets, while playing away, exhibited a somewhat slower start, yet their offense displayed coherence. Frankly speaking, the Rockets' decisive quick passes were somewhat lacking, although their ordinary passing has shown improvement. When their tactics are fully executed, scoring opportunities are abundant. However, they still grapple with consistency and optimizing Yao Ming's advantages, which remains insufficiently integrated. The Nuggets, adhering to their established strategy, gained an advantage through a fierce offensive surge and subsequently introduced J.R. Smith as their sixth man, hoping to further extend their lead. Nevertheless, due to J.R.'s performance in this series being far from his first-round form, the Nuggets were hesitant to substitute him impromptu. Meanwhile, the Rockets maintained a standard substitution pattern. If the Rockets do not encounter foul issues, their first substitution timing remains fairly consistent. The duration that rotational players can remain on the court, however, depends on their performance. Qin Lie typically remains on the court for an extended duration, particularly during the second and fourth quarters, which aligns well with his style of play. Upon his entry into the game, J.R. Smith tends to monitor him closely. Qin Lie's performance throughout the series has surpassed that of his adversaries, much to J.R. Smith's chagrin. However, the Nuggets' defense often lacks focus. As long as the Rockets persist in their ball movement, they are bound to discover opportunities. When J.R. Smith is tasked with guarding Qin Lie, he is inclined to pay attention to the movements around him. Conversely, when Qin Lie receives the ball and prepares to attack, his opponents frequently rush in, employing a rather gamble-like defensive strategy. As long as Qin Lie remains composed, he can seize the advantage. Shortly after taking to the stage this time, he capitalized on J.R.'s leap, drawing a foul from the opposing player. Qin Lie wished to take a more proactive approach in this match, yet he refrained from forcing any shots prematurely. As a substitute player, he understood that initiative must be tempered with discernment. Subsequently, he assisted Landry in executing a layup, earning a nod of approval from his coach. This was his primary objective, to better assist the team in seizing opportunities. The more judiciously he played, the less wary the Nuggets' defense would be of him. Once the opposing team settled into a rhythm, Qin Lie could seize the moment to make impactful plays, which would likely yield positive results. The Nuggets bench performed admirably, and after Qin Lie entered the game, the Rockets were unable to reclaim the lead. Indeed, competing away from home proved to be a formidable challenge. Qin Lie matched up well against J.R. Smith, while issues arose in Landry's defense, revealing the Rockets' interior substitutes as somewhat lacking in height. Observing the offensive continuity, Nuggets head coach George Karl was visibly excited. When the starters returned in the second quarter, he instructed Billups and Anthony to mount another offensive surge. However, the trailing Rockets displayed remarkable tenacity in their defense. After a brief respite, Billups and Anthony struggled to find their rhythm in the second quarter. The Nuggets attempted to orchestrate their offensive tempo based on their experience, yet they often felt constrained against the Rockets. Such is the nature of competition among elite teams. They do not allow opponents to achieve their objectives easily. At times, the Nuggets appeared naively confident, assuming that their adversaries in the second round of the playoffs would be as easily subdued as lesser teams. They often entertained the notion of swiftly dispatching the Rockets, which proved untenable. As the Nuggets' offense momentarily stagnated, Qin Lie and Yao Ming collaborated to execute assists. Just before Qin Lie exited the game, he sank another three-pointer. While the Rockets had yet to overtake the score, they successfully prevented the Nuggets from extending their advantage. They stabilized their performance and narrowed the scoring gap. Withstanding the Nuggets' fierce onslaught away from home set the stage for a more favorable second half. They discerned that Anthony had begun to exert himself excessively. The Rockets' relentless strategy was not without its challenges. Anthony aimed to decisively dominate the Rockets on their home court, frequently leveraging his physicality to penetrate their defense, exuding a commanding presence, yet it exacted a considerable toll. While Battier's contributions were noteworthy, Artest's strength and weight were comparable to Anthony's. Should Anthony opt for a confrontational style of play, he must be prepared to face the ensuing repercussions. Crucially, even if the perimeter players experienced fatigue, it would not significantly impact their strategy. They preferred not to rely on Artest's less efficient isolation plays to resolve issues. While the Nuggets, despite Billup's strategic acumen, could not forego Anthony's isolation tactics. The third quarter is pivotal. We should attempt to counterattack, Adelman remarked. They will undoubtedly intensify their efforts in the second half, yet I do not believe they can elevate their performance further. We have adapted to their rhythm. It is time to induce discomfort for them. We are on the cusp of overcoming them. George Karl remarked that, in the eyes of the Nuggets, it was the halftime break that salvaged the Rockets. Had they exerted just a tad more effort, the Rockets might have faltered. This is our territory. We must seize control. Karl expressed his unwavering confidence in the team. Having secured home court advantage and currently holding a lead, his perspective is not entirely unfounded. However, their offensive plays consistently fell short of the desired outcome, which was no mere coincidence. The Rockets possessed the capability to withstand their assaults and retaliate. Of course, the veracity of competitive sports can only be discerned on the court. As the third quarter commenced, Yao Ming successfully received the ball and scored in the paint, seemingly heralding a shift. Yet, shortly thereafter, Anthony committed a turnover during a strong drive. The Nuggets' momentum in the second half did not mirror the sharpness exhibited in the first. Billups' shot helped the Nuggets regain some dignity, but Yao Ming found his rhythm, repeatedly drawing fouls from Nene and Martin. George Karl, visibly frustrated, gestured animatedly on the sidelines. Why did the same defensive strategy falter in the second half? Often, the nuances of the game can lead to vastly different outcomes based on minute details. Fortune smiled upon the Rockets. In Chapter 62, The X Factor, Yao Ming once again snatched an offensive rebound, demonstrating a commanding performance in the second half. Alas, just when the Rockets were on the verge of overtaking the score, the Nuggets consistently sank their shots. Although Anthony's efficiency had waned, Billups was excelling. The Rockets' defense against Billups could very well determine the series outcome. Is Qin Lie set to enter the game? Qin Lie is a fortuitous presence for the Rockets. His entrance could facilitate their pivotal moment in reclaiming the lead. The Nuggets proved to be more resilient than anticipated, while the Rockets mounted a counterattack in the third quarter. The Nuggets held their ground. Moreover, J.R. Smith opened the second half with a three-pointer, signaling danger for the Rockets. Players like J.R. Smith can be a source of disappointment when relied upon heavily. However, if opponents underestimate him, they may find themselves in trouble. Indeed, Qin Lie is a blessing for the Rockets. Upon his entry, he received a pass from Yao Ming and successfully made a three-pointer, albeit a somewhat forced attempt. Yet it found its mark. Qin Lie flashed a smile at the camera on the sidelines, a promising omen. In the closing moments of the third quarter, Billups struck again. Even with Lowry coming in to defend, he could not thwart him. Billups is undoubtedly a player with a formidable heart. Had the Nuggets relied solely on Anthony, they would not have reached this point. While Anthony appears formidable, he often fails to determine the outcome of the game. Thanks to Billups' extraordinary performance, the Nuggets entered the final quarter with a lead. The Rockets fans grew increasingly anxious. If the Rockets were subdued on the road until the end, the series might prove exceedingly difficult to turn around. The Rockets are not a team known for creating miracles, although they advanced past the first round this season. Their fans remain hesitant to harbor high hopes. As the fourth quarter commenced, a feeling of rhythm returned to J.R. Smith, who once again launched a shot from beyond the arc. However, this time, Qin Lie did not afford him a comfortable opportunity to shoot. Qin Lie successfully disrupted J.R.'s shot and swiftly turned to seize the rebound. He then propelled the ball forward with remarkable speed, decisively taking the shot before the Nuggets defenders had fully established their positions and scored. At this moment, the Nuggets remained oblivious to any irregularities. However, Qin Lie soon struck again with a three-pointer and subsequently delivered an exquisite assist to Yao Ming, allowing the Rockets to take the lead. In the span of 4 minutes, he showcased exceptional performance on both ends of the court, prompting the Nuggets to finally recognize the threat posed by Qin Lie. Yet, their defensive strategies remained largely unchanged. It was not until Qin Lie sank 2 more three-pointers that the Nuggets began to feel a sense of urgency. In this match, Qin Lie delivered a series of three-point shots, executing them either from a catch-and-shoot position or with a sidestep. Typically, he might have opted to pass. But now he seized the opportunity to shoot, leaving the Nuggets' defense utterly unprepared. It was impressive. Qin Lie's scoring explosiveness was truly remarkable. Today, he finally reached the 20-point mark, a performance long overdue. I recall a stretch during the regular season when he played with such aggression, and now, at last, he has erupted in the playoffs. Haha. Both Qin Lie and Yao Ming showcased formidable strength today. let us go. The numerous Rockets players watching the live broadcast were filled with excitement, while the Nuggets found themselves momentarily halted. We cannot allow him to shoot. We cannot allow him to shoot. George Karl exclaimed in anger. He had previously cautioned his players about their defensive responsibilities, yet Qin Lie managed to score consecutively. Upon re-entering the game, Anthony drew a foul. Although it seemed he had expended too much energy in earlier confrontations, missing a free throw. During the Rockets' offensive play, Qin Lie received the ball and assisted Artest for a successful shot. Midway through the final quarter, the Rockets extended their lead, and the Nuggets, despite being on home turf, began to feel the pressure. As they returned to defense, Qin Lie sensed that Billups might attempt a surprise shot. Sure enough, after passing, Billups received the ball again and unexpectedly took a shot from beyond the arc. Billups focused solely on the defenders in front of him, unaware that Qin Lie was attentively monitoring him from the side. As Billups made his move, Qin Lie surged forward, leaping high to deliver a resounding block. Billups was taken aback, not anticipating such timely help from a Rockets player. On his next shot, Billups was far more cautious, leaving Qin Lie without an opportunity for another sneak attack. However, Billups' rhythm was disrupted, resulting in a missed shot. On the offensive end, Qin Lie once more delivered a quick pass, enabling Yao Ming to score, which pushed the Rockets' lead to over 5 points. With the game in their favor, the Rockets intensified their defensive efforts. In the final minutes, it appeared as though the Nuggets were stifled by the Rockets' defense. Anthony's shot failed to find the mark, and he ultimately earned points only by drawing fouls, but he also reached 5 personal fouls, placing the Nuggets in a precarious situation. As time dwindled, the Nuggets added another perimeter shooter. J.R. Smith made a 2-point basket, but his attempts to close the gap with 3-pointers resulted in 2 misses. The defense displayed by Qin Lie left no room for the opposing team whatsoever. J.R., however, dared to take his shot. As the Nuggets seemed to struggle with his missed attempts, the newly substituted Kleza failed to convert a 3-pointer, and neither did Billups. Some home fans on the sidelines had become too anxious to watch. Just as the game approached its final seconds, Billups managed to sink a crucial 3-point play. He truly exhibited an extraordinary level of composure, prompting the Rockets to call for a timeout. Nevertheless, after Billups secured 4 points, the Rockets still maintained a 3-point lead. They began to control the clock. Brooks intended to wait until the last few seconds to take his shot, but Qin Lie audibly demanded the ball with just 5 seconds remaining on the shot clock. The feel at the end of the chain was remarkably pleasant, prompting Brooks to instinctively pass the ball. After receiving the ball, Qin Lie soared high, completely disregarding J.R. Smith, who was also leaping to contest the shot. Despite a slight height advantage and a subtle lean back, J.R. Smith exerted every effort yet failed to make contact with the basketball. Another 3-pointer sank. As the 4th 3-pointer from Qin Lie soared through the air, numerous Houston Rockets fans watching the live broadcast could not contain their excitement and leapt from their seats. Truly exceptional, utterly magnificent. The performance of Qin Lie effectively extinguished the hopes of the Nuggets, although they have not surrendered. Subsequent attempts by Billups and Anthony resulted in dismal failures. The Rockets, playing away from home, have reclaimed a home court advantage with their own hands. Qin Lie, having scored 24 points, has once again secured the highest score of the match after a long absence. There is no doubt that he emerged as the X-factor of the game. Post-match, Adelman expressed pride, stating that our victory today was straightforward. We triumphed due to our resilience. The players' performances instilled trust, particularly Qin Lie's contribution in the final quarter, marking him as the linchpin of our success. George Karl lamented, "We messed it up," while Billups expressed regret, noting that our offense lacked patience. This was true for both myself and others, as we simply exhibited a degree of impatience. After the game, Yao Ming praised Qin Lie, stating that people witnessed what he is capable of, his 3-pointers, his defense, and the unique qualities he brings. Qin Lie is an integral part of the team. Qin Lie solemnly stated, "I merely maintain my focus. It is through concentration that one can anticipate and subsequently act decisively. I have affirmed that I shall accomplish what the team requires of me." In Chapter 63, The Summit Battle, the Rockets sought to capitalize on their momentum to secure a pivotal victory, yet it proved challenging to achieve this on the road. In the 4th game, the Nuggets triumphed at home, leveling the series at 2-2 once more. The Rockets' performance mirrored their previous outings, with the defeat primarily attributable to 2 factors: Billups' explosive performance at critical moments and Yao Ming's struggle with foul trouble. Throughout this postseason, you had not consistently been the primary offensive focus. At times, he served as a tactical decoy, effectively managing his fouls. However, in this match, he could not evade them. It is likely that the league preferred not to conclude the series too swiftly, as the officiating against the Rockets on the road was somewhat stringent. Unable to contain Billups proved insurmountable. The Rockets exerted their utmost effort, but Billups' tenacity prevailed. Post-match, Adelman remarked, "We did not perform adequately. We failed to control the boards and could not stifle the Nuggets' offense. Nonetheless," he noted, "we have already secured a victory on the road. Thus we maintain our home advantage upon returning to Houston." George Karl expressed, "We finally found our rhythm. This is the vitality we need. We can create opportunities through relentless movement, and even when we travel to Houston, we can continue this approach." With the series tied at 2-2. The forthcoming confrontation in Houston's pivotal match assumes immense significance. Yao, brimming with determination before the game, declared, "In Houston, I shall undoubtedly rise to the occasion." Qin Lie has also intensified his shooting practice to ensure he is thoroughly familiar with the home court's rim. The Nuggets proved to be more challenging than anticipated, yet they possess the capability to secure victory. Both teams field the same starting lineup, devoid of any unnecessary embellishments. As the game commences, the Rockets bench exhibits a commendable seriousness. Upon his return, Lowry, who is closely associated with Qin Lie, meticulously analyzed the game footage. Currently, his offensive capabilities do not match those of Brooks. Thus, he must demonstrate his prowess on the defensive end. "We are undoubtedly destined for victory," Qin Lie encouraged his teammates. On the court, Billups was the first to score, seemingly finding it increasingly effortless to exploit Brooks. The latter's capacity for confrontation is regrettably lacking. Nevertheless, the Rockets responded, with Artest and Yao Ming successfully contributing points. On the offensive front, Brooks also made a shot. This is precisely why Adelman values him, regardless of the defensive onslaught he endures when it comes to offense. Brooks exudes confidence. Meanwhile, with Anthony's shooting percentage not being particularly high at the start, Billups grew increasingly assertive. The Rockets even opted to have Battier switch to defend. The Nuggets starting player, Jones, lacked defensive prowess, making Brooks switch defensively a feasible choice. Battier's defense against Billups was certainly more effective. Although Billups occasionally accelerates unexpectedly, he generally maintains a steady pace, allowing wing players to keep up. However, the Nuggets swiftly made adjustments, bringing in J.R. Smith. Upon his entry, the defensive switch faltered. J.R.'s approach against Brooks was casual, and the defensive transition could have been worse. Fortunately, J.R. Smith did not find his rhythm in this game, and the Rockets managed to hold their ground. The Rockets maintained their own tempo, rarely opting for substitutions simply because their opponents performed well. With just over 2 minutes remaining in the first quarter, Qin Lie finally took to the court. Upon the entry of Qin Lie and Lowry onto the court, the Rockets' defense became markedly more balanced. While Lowry faced challenges against Billups, he did not exhibit the same shortcomings as Brooks. Upon his entrance to the court, Qin Lie cast a taunting smile at J.R. Smith, provoking an immediate reaction from the latter. J.R. Smith, in a previous interview, acknowledged his emotional nature and his inability to tolerate the taunts of adversaries. However, Qin Lie showed no inclination to indulge him. Should J.R. Smith decide to take matters into his own hands and attack, Qin Lie would welcome the challenge. His confidence in his defensive capabilities is unwavering. J.R. Smith made his attempts, but out of 3 shots, he could only manage to score once. In the first quarter, Qin Lie failed to find an opportunity to shoot. Yet he remained undaunted, continuously moving without the ball in accordance with tactical requirements, seeking chances on the court. Shortly after the commencement of the second quarter, Qin Lie emerged with a scoring opportunity. He received the ball from the wing and executed a precise 3-point shot that found its mark. Following the basket, he provocatively cast a glance at J.R. Smith, who was ready to engage in a contest. Indeed, the Nuggets head coach, George Karl, was surely aware of J.R.'s temperament. Nonetheless, having a competitive 6th man is often advantageous. Ultimately, players should express their unique attributes freely. The decision to utilize them rests with the head coach. Given that the Rockets consistently gain an advantage when Qin Lie is on the floor, one might wonder if keeping him in play would guarantee victory for the team. It certainly stands to reason Adelman ought to make greater use of Qin Lie. Crucially, Qin Lie is not only capable of making shots but can also deliver swift passes to Yao Ming, demonstrating a remarkable synergy. His prowess in securing offensive rebounds is commendable. Qin Lie is indeed becoming increasingly formidable. In this initial pivotal matchup, he displayed exceptional enthusiasm. During the second quarter, he successfully contested 2 offensive rebounds, converting them into scores. His rebounding skills have notably strengthened, placing him among the more proficient wing players. In his matchup against J.R. Smith, his scoring repertoire continues to expand. Conversely, J.R. Smith, under Qin Lie's defensive pressure, often resorts to shooting from beyond the arc. In the second quarter, J.R. attempted 3 three-point shots, yet only succeeded with 1. Had it been the final quarter, Qin Lie would have been even more adept at defense. At that juncture, the Nuggets would find it utterly futile to rely on J.R. to unlock the game for them. In the first half, Qin Lie performed commendably, engaging in nearly a full quarter of play. Both teams exhibited equal prowess, showcasing moments of brilliance, yet neither could decisively dominate the other. Given that it was the Rockets' home court, they placed significant emphasis on the crucial battle, exerting tremendous effort in defense. Thus, the match did not devolve into the high-scoring exchanges seen previously. With the heightened intensity of their defense, Yao Ming's contributions were effectively contained, underscoring the advantages of playing at home. When comparing his performance against that of Billups, it was commendable. Qin Lie and Lowry exchanged a fist bump, with Lowry asserting, "I am not afraid to confront him," though he did miss 2 opportunities to score. Presently, Lowry is nearly sharing playing time with Brooks. Both are diligent, yet their performances remain somewhat inconsistent. Upon returning to the locker room, Adelman raised the bar for his players, stating that in a home game, failing to assert a clear advantage is perilous. We must invigorate ourselves, everyone. As we are at home, we should be more dynamic than they are. In the second half, I need you to disrupt the Nuggets' offense. The Rockets players, while spirited, occasionally exhibited signs of tension. The pressure of this pivotal game does not diminish simply because they are on home soil. As the third quarter commenced, the Rockets managed to force Anthony into a turnover. However, he ultimately scored, demonstrating the Nuggets' relentless determination. "It's all right. At this pace, we can win," Qin Lie murmured to his teammates on the court. Chapter 64. The Rockets' defense in the third quarter was notably impressive, yet their offense appeared somewhat constrained. The Nuggets, in the second half, were resolute in denying Yao Ming any opportunity for a comfortable offensive play, consistently double-teaming him upon receiving the ball in the paint. Meanwhile, Artest encountered some shooting difficulties, which resulted in the Rockets trailing despite their solid defensive efforts. The silver lining was that Nene encountered foul trouble while attempting to defend Yao Ming. Qin Lie believes that as long as the Nuggets do not possess a distinct advantage, he can contribute significantly to the team upon his arrival. His confidence is not unfounded. His prowess in the final quarter can indeed sway the dynamics of the game. There have been numerous occasions when he has been tempted to utilize victory points for acquiring items, yet he has managed to restrain himself. The moment has not yet arrived. The Nuggets are not formidable enough to squander victory points. However, should they falter in a critical match, Qin Lie may very well resort to exchanging victory points for items to aid the team in turning the tide. After all, if defeat is imminent without the use of items, it would be a squander of valuable victory points. Qin Lie believed that if he sensed an unfavorable situation requiring the use of props, it was imperative to act sooner rather than later. Otherwise, by the time the final quarter arrived, he would already have enhanced his abilities, making any potential reversal more challenging. The prospect of acquiring necessary items became increasingly difficult. As he was not the tactical linchpin of the team, often, he found himself eager yet powerless to effect change. This was precisely why, during previous losses, he had realized too late that the situation had soured. The current match mirrored this sentiment, as he would only take to the court as the game neared its climax. Thus, he resolved not to purchase any items this time, opting instead to adopt a more proactive approach in the final moments. The points of victory must be wielded judiciously. With Anthony exhibiting remarkable prowess in the third quarter, Qin Lie advanced his entry by a few seconds. This indicated that Adelman was also feeling the pressure. With the home court advantage slipping away, failing to turn the tide could likely result in the Nuggets seizing the series. This was not merely a matter of winning or losing one game. It pertained to the psychological edge. Should the home team falter against their adversaries, standing precariously on the edge of a precipice before heading to the away game, a collapse would be all too easy. The emergence of Qin Lie may alter the course of events, though Adelman remains uncertain. However, as the playoffs progress, he undeniably harbors greater expectations for Qin Lie. The answer will reveal itself in 2 minutes' time. Upon taking the court, Qin Lie delivered a swift pass to Lowry and executed a three-point shot. With 6 points, Qin Lie significantly altered the dynamics of the game. While the 6 points are the most evident contribution, his defensive efforts also played a crucial role. The 3 defensive plays by Qin led to J.R. Smith's offensive maneuvers, culminating in Billups securing a three-pointer in the final moments of the third quarter. The Nuggets, despite their commanding lead established in the second half against the Rockets' formidable defense, saw that advantage evaporate in mere minutes, regardless of the extent to which Qin contributed. Substituting him onto the court a bit earlier was indeed a prudent decision. The tactical position of a player within the team subtly transforms through such nuanced influences. Qin Lie has repeatedly succeeded in assisting his team, leading to his increasing prominence on the court. As the third quarter drew to a close, Nuggets head coach George Karl advised J.R. Smith to remain composed during the game. He urged Smith not to rush his scoring attempts, but rather to learn the art of observation, for he is capable of achieving much more. This is the hope of George Karl. Should J.R. Smith continue to be subdued by Qin Lie, the Nuggets would often find themselves in a precarious position, as Smith's offensive contributions are integral to the team's strategy. If he falters, the Nuggets will undoubtedly encounter difficulties. However, J.R. Smith is not entirely oblivious. He recognizes the formidable challenge presented by Qin Lie. As the final quarter commenced, he surprisingly shifted his focus primarily to defense. He closely marked Qin Lie, denying him any opportunity to receive the ball. Yet, after a series of off-ball confrontations, Qin Lie suddenly made a decisive cut, momentarily escaping Smith's grasp. After enhancing his strength and resilience, Qin Lie often found himself at a disadvantage against J.R. Smith. Upon receiving the ball, J.R. Smith immediately closed in once more. With J.R. Smith's physical prowess, he could indeed excel in defense when focused. However, Qin Lie feigned a strong drive, drawing the defense and before seizing the opportunity to pass the ball to Yao Ming, assisting him in scoring. This was merely a modest attempt, after which Qin Lie directly drew a foul from J.R. Smith. After the initial probing step, Qin Lie swiftly initiated the play, while J.R. Smith, pushed aside, reached out, certain that the referee would blow the whistle. Meanwhile, the Nuggets found themselves facing minor difficulties in their offense. Both Billups and Anthony failed to make their shots, allowing the Rockets to seize the opportunity and take the lead. In critical moments, a mere one-point advantage can easily galvanize the entire team. As the final moments of the match unfolded, Qin Lie exhibited a formidable aggression that caught the Nuggets off guard. Adelman felt a sense of relief, ever since he recognized the synergy between Qin Lie and Yao Ming. The team had adjusted Yao's rest periods, allowing the two players to collaborate more effectively. Qin Lie did not disappoint. He skillfully capitalized on Yao's interior advantages. The crux of the matter lies in the inadequacy of the Nuggets' defense. Even when they recognized Qin Lie's threat, they were at a loss as to how to counter it. J.R. Smith was indeed a suitable matchup, yet he could not contain him, leaving the Nuggets with limited defensive options. Ultimately, the Nuggets were left to rely on their offense. If J.R. Smith could not manage Qin Lie, they had to turn to Billups and Anthony. Unfortunately, Anthony was somewhat diminished by the Rockets' wing defense. Relying solely on Billups was not ideal either, as he was not the type to save the team through scoring. His strengths lay more in delivering unexpected strikes rather than serving as a primary offensive force. However, all too often, the narrative of how a team unfolds is dictated by factors beyond their control. The dominance of Qin Lie continues unabated. Shortly thereafter, Qin Lie breaks through J.R. Smith's defense, driving into the paint, where Anthony commits a foul in an attempt to provide support. The Rockets' defensive performance remains consistently solid. When Anthony, leveraging his robust physique, forces his way into the lane again, he is met with a block from Yao Ming. In both offense and rim protection, Yao outshines the Nuggets' interior players. While the Nuggets boast a considerable number of big men, none can replicate Yao's impact on the game. Trailing in points and facing an obstructed offense, the Nuggets resort to a lineup of 1 big and 4 small players. This time, instead of introducing an additional guard, they opt to keep the stronger-bodied Kleiser on the court. The Lithuanian is sufficiently robust, ensuring he can hold his ground. Under the Rockets' fierce defense, the Nuggets require such players to engage in the battle. Kleiser's successful three-pointer signifies the Nuggets' refusal to surrender. However, with only 1 big man remaining on the court, Yao seizes the opportunity to inflict damage in the paint. The Nuggets have not relaxed their defense on Yao, yet they are not executing with the perfection characteristic of a well-defended team. In the final quarter, Qin Lie's passing grew remarkably stronger, rendering the Nuggets incapable of entirely preventing Yao Ming from receiving the ball. What an incredible display. The 2-1 play, with Qin Lie's assertive layup, pushed the Rockets ahead by 8 points, solidifying their lead. It is truly exhilarating to witness the Rockets perform so dominantly in the closing moments of the game. Qin Lie undoubtedly deserves the utmost credit. His presence in the fourth quarter was undeniable. They must guard against the Nuggets' 3-point attempts. Exceptional. Qin Lie's blocks are simply invincible. Chapter 65, Stars and Strategies. As the final 2 minutes approached, the trailing Nuggets found themselves relying solely on the players' instincts. J.R. Smith received the ball and took a shot. But Qin Lie's defense was exceptionally tight, causing his attempt to be thwarted once again. In the preceding minutes, J.R. Smith had refrained from shooting, fully aware that he could not surpass Qin Lie. However, in the dying moments, he found himself out of options, resorting to a gamble for a miraculous shot, which he believed was his worth on the court. Yet, on this occasion, J.R. Smith attempted 3 shots, none of which were successful. Billups also failed to score, and it seemed the Nuggets had been forsaken by the goddess of victory, although Anthony managed to score in the final moments. The 2 points held no significance for the Nuggets. Anthony merely added to his statistics, while the Nuggets remained powerless to alter their fate. They even resorted to a symbolic fouling strategy, yet no miracle unfolded. The final score was 104-95, with the Rockets claiming victory in this crucial matchup. The home arena erupted into a joyous celebration, as if the Rockets had already advanced. A playoff victory can indeed evoke such exuberance among the fans. Qin Lie once again emerged as a pivotal figure in the team's triumph, showcasing remarkable prowess on both offensive and defensive fronts. Following the conclusion of the match, it was time for the head coach to take center stage. Questioning the officiating has become a customary aspect of the playoffs to exert pressure on the referees. Coaches typically disregard the potential fines amounting to tens of thousands of dollars. George Karl, in a fit of agitation, exclaimed, "I believe they received numerous advantages from the referees' calls today." In the locker room, every player felt a sense of frustration, whether they were guards or our towering players. Yao Ming attempted at least 20 jump shots and 20 free throws, while Nene accrued 6 fouls, with at least 3 or 4 being utterly unfounded. In many matches, we yearn for fair and just officiating from the referees. Such fairness would benefit this series and foster healthy competition between teams. However, what we witnessed were chaotic calls that altered the course of the game. We do not appreciate this. We desire a fair contest. For me, having to sit here at the press conference voicing these concerns while worrying about the ramifications of my every word is not what I aspire to. This should not be part of a coach's responsibilities. Listening solely to George Karl's remarks may lead one to believe that the Nuggets were unfairly treated. In reality, he is exaggerating. The free throw disparity between the 2 teams is negligible, with Yao's attempts being significantly fewer than Anthony's by just a handful. The Nuggets' loss can primarily be attributed to their inability to make crucial shots, rather than the officiating. Regarding the fouls in the paint, one must respect the referee's standards when playing away. Yao faced similar calls in Denver. It is not surprising that the Nuggets continue their aggressive defense against him in Houston. In truth, the Nuggets seek to gain favorable treatment upon returning home, which would provide them an opportunity to recover in the series. In the NBA, one should not place trust in a coach's statements before or after a game. They can deploy smokescreens, fabricate narratives, and render players ineffective. Those who are genuinely honest seldom thrive in the coaching ranks of the NBA. With the team securing a pivotal victory, Adelman expressed his satisfaction, commenting on Yao's commendable performance. "Our strategy has liberated him from the center position. He no longer merely stands in the paint." As another key contributor to the Rockets' success, Qin Lie remarked post-match, "We are all thrilled to have secured this crucial game, and I am particularly pleased. However, we still require one more such performance in this series. I believe we possess the capability to achieve this." The 6th game between the 2 sides is set to take place in Denver. Should the Nuggets manage to equalize the score once more, the outcome of a potential 7th game remains uncertain. Evaluating individual player capabilities, the Rockets do not possess the same level of prowess as the Nuggets. After all, Yao Ming faces greater constraints in the paint. Thus, they aspire for their team to secure a direct advancement to the Western Conference Finals while playing away. Yao has also prepared himself for the possibility of facing aggressive defense on the road. He stated, "I will focus on defense and strive to grab rebounds. At that moment, you all should decisively shoot from the perimeter. Rest assured, brother Yao, I will certainly make the shot," Qin Lie confidently proclaimed. The defensive strategies of both teams remained unchanged. The Nuggets did not opt to start their 6th man like the Mavericks. However, in the nuances of the game, one can trust they would make adjustments. At this point, the Rockets had grown quite familiar with the Nuggets' tactics, and Qin Lie and his teammates were well prepared. In this match, Yao Ming received the ball in a relatively high position at the outset, while not venturing into the low post made receiving the ball easier. It diminished the threat he posed. Yet, this time Yao turned and shot, the basketball smoothly swishing through the net. indicating his fine touch. He raised his fist in a gesture of resolute determination. Meanwhile, Billups was not in his best form, making an uncharacteristic mistake right from the start. Both teams were eager for victory, but the Nuggets seemed to be trying too hard. The Rockets felt good about returning to the away game. And Artest also sank a shot. The Nuggets were the first to score, courtesy of Anthony, who utilized his robust physique to draw a foul. However, he only converted one of 2 free throws, hinting at something amiss. Anthony's choice to confront the Rockets' defense head-on in this series may not have been the wisest decision. George Karl, the coach, harbored some dissatisfaction with his team's core player. Anthony's style did not completely align with the Nuggets' tactical approach. Karl preferred a fluid game with movement and opportunities arising for all, whereas Anthony favored isolation plays. It is difficult to determine who is right or wrong. It can only be said that the two were not particularly compatible, and neither made concessions for the other. Adelman faced similar challenges. Yet the Rockets resolved their situation in an unusual manner. After Anthony departed from the Nuggets, Karl managed to achieve commendable results in the West with a more modest lineup, proving his worth. Yet the postseason failures illustrated the limitations of a team without superstars. Now, Karl could only watch with some frustration as Anthony supported the team's scoring in a less efficient manner. He even found himself somewhat envious of Adelman, whose star players were notably more agreeable. After Yao's initial basket, the Nuggets tightened their defense around him. Nene and Martin defended him as if they were wrestlers. In this scenario, Yao willingly played the decoy, allowing Brooks and Artest more opportunities to shoot. The Rockets' efficiency today indeed exceeded that of the Nuggets. Thus, George Karl found himself envious, as the Rockets' occasional poorly executed outside shots did not significantly impact the Nuggets. He could only begrudge the Rockets' performance at their best. The situation took an unexpected turn when the Nuggets opted to bring J.R. Smith into the game earlier than anticipated. This substitution, though somewhat forced, proved effective. J.R. Smith promptly hit a three-pointer, followed by Billups, who also sank a three. The Nuggets' offense seemed to find its rhythm, quickly closing the gap in the score. Now, it was time for the Rockets to respond. Chapter 66, the Western Conference Finals beckon. Just as the Nuggets were gaining momentum, the Rockets introduced Qin Lie. It seems that, at some point, Rockets coach Adelman had begun to anticipate Qin Lie's performance with the same eagerness as the fans. Upon entering the game, Qin Lie swiftly secured a rebound. In addition to scoring, Qin Lie now frequently showcases his prowess in rebounding and passing. After 2 plays, he once again collaborated with Yao Ming, successfully completing a layup after receiving a pass from Yao at the high post. His shooting is exceptional, yet he is not solely defined by his ability to score. The value of Qin Lie has truly manifested during the playoffs. One might call it uncanny. But once Qin Lie steps onto the court, the Rockets begin to seize the advantage. As the first quarter drew to a close, Qin Lie sank a three-pointer, solidifying the Rockets' lead. J.R. Smith, although feeling somewhat rattled at times after Qin Lie's entry, found his rhythm again in the second quarter, helping the Nuggets claw back into contention with consecutive baskets. Throughout the first 3 quarters, Qin Lie faced challenges in completely stifling the opposition. However, J.R.'s scoring came in bursts. When he was on fire, he would make several shots, but once his touch faded, he would miss repeatedly. After weathering those tense moments, the Rockets regained control. Yao Ming secured an offensive rebound and made a decisive play. Although Yao's opportunities to receive the ball have been limited, his efficiency in the chances he gets has been commendable. In this postseason, Yao's form has been impressive. It is precisely due to Yao's formidable presence that many of the Rocket strategies can be executed with conviction. The Nuggets' failure to capitalize on opportunities to turn the game around can be attributed to Chauncey Billups' off night. Billups, who has previously been a key player, is not immune to lapses in performance. His struggles to find his shooting touch were evident. Even when he missed shots, he managed to draw fouls due to his physical advantages, but he missed one of his free throws, which speaks volumes, given his 90 free throw shooting rate. Following a surge from the Nuggets, the Rockets began to spread their scoring. Battier hit a three-pointer, and Scola made a mid-range jumper. In this exchange, the Rockets once again took the lead, while the Nuggets struggled offensively, with both Anthony and Nene failing to convert their shots. Anthony bears a significant burden for the Nuggets' struggles in this series. He has been thrown off by the relentless defensive efforts of Artest and Battier. Frequently, the Nuggets have relied on him to take charge of the offense, creating a vicious cycle where his inefficiency only deepens. Billups' poor shooting exacerbated this cycle. In the final 2 minutes of the first half, the Nuggets players appeared somewhat disheartened. despite it being their home court. Where they needed to secure a victory to prolong the series, their urgency was palpable, with Anthony missing another shot in the closing moments. The Rockets led by 8 at halftime. In the locker room, the atmosphere among the Nuggets was tense as George Karl had erupted in frustration. Anthony sat alone, head bowed and silent. Noticing the discord, an assistant coach quietly alerted Karl. He managed to rein in his anger and addressed what the team needed to accomplish in the second half. However, the Nuggets' peculiar atmosphere could not be easily mended. Naturally, at this stage of the playoffs, the Nuggets players did not wish to lose. Though their spirits were low, they were determined to fight hard in the second half. As the third quarter commenced, Martin, despite missing a shot, charged in for an offensive rebound and dunked, releasing some pent-up frustration. Anthony then drove in and drew a foul from Yao Ming. The Nuggets often start strong, but their intensity tends to wane quickly. After withstanding the Nuggets' initial onslaught, Yao and Artest began to score. Perhaps due to a shift in mindset, the Nuggets' defense against Yao faltered on several occasions, and he capitalized, tightening the game further. They habitually turned to J.R. Smith, who was in fine form and scored again. Particularly when Anthony rested and Billups led the team, the Nuggets' offense appeared more fluid, with contributions from both J.R. Smith and Qin Lie. Yet, the Nuggets seemed to be lacking something, as they repeatedly squandered opportunities. The Rockets began to rotate their players, and Qin Lie utilized clever movement to draw fouls, converting all his free throws and extending the Rockets' lead once more. After several sequences, the Nuggets players appeared mentally fatigued. Adelman, on the sidelines, appeared significantly more relaxed, pleased with Qin Lie's movements, which embodied the essence of the Princeton offense. Initially, he had appreciated Qin Lie's understanding of tactics but hadn't anticipated his rapid development and skill. In the final quarter, with Anthony back on the court, the Nuggets embarked on their last push, opting for a small ball lineup in a bid to intensify their offense. However, they did not foresee that Qin Lie would score 4 consecutive points to start the fourth quarter. George Karl shot a furious glance at J.R. Smith, who felt unjustly accused. Despite his vigilance, Qin Lie managed to score twice right before his eyes, leaving him powerless to respond. Today, Qin Lie felt exceptionally well, and as the final quarter unfolded, it seemed unstoppable. Although the Nuggets mounted a brief counterattack, with Anthony and Qin Lie sinking three-pointers, they merely reduced the deficit to its previous level, remaining behind. This encapsulates the frustration of a trailing team. The pursuit of points feels endless. How does one proceed? The crux of the matter is that after their brief surge, the Nuggets struggled to maintain their offensive momentum. Their defense remained consistently mediocre, allowing the Rockets to score reliably for the majority of the game. When the Nuggets faltered offensively, the Rockets seized the opportunity to extend their lead. Consequently, the Nuggets resorted to attempting more three-pointers in a desperate bid to close the gap. In truth, the Nuggets are not primarily a three-point shooting team, yet in their contest against the Rockets, they often found themselves compelled to gamble on long-range shots. Why? Because penetrating the interior proved challenging. Yao Ming's threat extends beyond offensive prowess. His rim protection is formidable. Of course, part of the issue lies in the Nuggets' own lack of depth in certain areas. Regardless, the Nuggets opted once more to chase points from beyond the arc. However, Anthony missed his three-pointer, J.R. Smith followed suit, and Qin Lie's attempt also fell short. Billups, who had struggled earlier, displayed a commendable level of composure, opting to pass rather than force a shot. The consequence of this was that the Rockets' lead ballooned to double digits. The Nuggets now found themselves not merely on the edge of a precipice but with one foot already dangling in the abyss. What could they do now? It seemed the players were incapable of rational thought. The Western Conference Finals beckoned to the Rockets. Chapter 67, the fiercest rival J.R. Smith's three-pointer once again missed its mark, prompting some Nuggets fans in the stands to depart prematurely. In the final minute of the game, the Nuggets substituted their starters, and we extend our congratulations to the Rockets, who advanced to the Western Conference Finals with a series victory of 4-2. Despite being on the road, the Rockets players were still filled with exuberance. This season's breakthrough felt indescribably wonderful. Yao Ming joyfully proclaimed, "Regardless of which team we face next, we are now unafraid." As the series concluded, both the Nuggets players and coaching staff extended their best wishes to the Rockets. After the match, Qin Lie expressed, "We will encounter stronger opponents, but it is truly magnificent to stand on a higher stage. I shall continue to perform well. I deeply relish the competitive spirit of the playoffs." Meanwhile, the Lakers concluded their series in 5 games, with Kobe leading the team to triumph over the Spurs. During the regular season, both teams exhibited a balance of victories, Yet the absence of Qin Lie in the playoffs severely hindered the Spurs. In truth, the Spurs showcased commendable teamwork, but Kobe's prowess was simply overwhelming. This postseason, the Spurs appeared to lack their former defensive strength, with their offensive capabilities being particularly frail. Aside from Duncan and Parker, their role players underperformed significantly. It seems that the Spurs team dynamic has taken on a somewhat superficial quality, revealing their reliance on star players for success. When faced with genuine contenders, even a single absence can prove detrimental. The Rockets and the Lakers are set to clash on the grand stage of the Western Conference Finals, both representing the top two teams from the regular season, with no dark horses emerging in the Western playoffs this year. In the East, the Cavaliers surge forward, sweeping their opponents with a resounding 4-0 victory over the Hawks. This series can only be characterized by LeBron's invincibility. Without solid interior defense, restraining LeBron is an arduous task. The Hawks, confronted by the Cavaliers' defense, failed to execute their offensive strategies. It can be said that the Hawks, as a postseason team with average capabilities on both ends, struggled to showcase their strengths against formidable opponents. While the Cavaliers played with ease, the other Eastern matchup between the Celtics and the Magic was fiercely contested. The Celtics seemed evenly matched against any opponent, pushing their series against the Magic to a decisive seventh game, ultimately emerging as the series losers. The Celtics' most significant setback was Garnett's injury, while the Magic benefited from a stroke of luck this season. Their strength is not considered elite, and the Magic's vulnerabilities aligned perfectly with the Celtics' incomplete roster. In this scenario, both teams lost crucial matches. Fortunately, in the final two games, Howard dominated the paint, allowing the Magic to narrowly advance. It was the Celtics' own inconsistent offense that provided the Magic with an opportunity. In reality, if fully healthy, the Celtics would reign supreme in the East. Now, with the injury-plagued Celtics eliminated, neither the Cavaliers nor the Magic seem particularly formidable. Fans now yearn for a matchup between the 23rd and 24th, yet the Magic have historically posed a challenge for the Cavaliers. Since it appears that LeBron will not have the chance to confront Kobe in the finals while he is still in his prime, it is acceptable for other matchups to unfold on the grand stage. Qin Lie aspires to aid the Rockets in vanquishing their formidable adversaries, the Lakers. After all, this presents the Rockets with a prime opportunity to seize the highest honor. However, it is undeniable that the Lakers are a challenging opponent, having previously bested the Rockets during the regular season. Yet, the Rockets' strength has undeniably grown alongside Qin Lie's ascent. They are now more formidable than they were during the regular season, not to mention that Qin Lie's strategic advantage is precisely reserved for confronting the Lakers. In mid-May, the Western Conference Finals commenced. The Lakers' roster this season exhibits only a modest commitment to defense, while their vulnerabilities in other areas are virtually non-existent. Their starting lineup was finalized only towards the end of the regular season, primarily featuring Ariza's elevation. The other positions, including Fisher, Kobe, and the dual towers of Gasol and Bynum, are the standard configuration for this season. In all honesty, the Rockets' lineup is entirely capable of matching the Lakers' setup, though Kobe's exceptional prowess renders them somewhat disadvantaged. However, just as the Rockets' wings can wear down Anthony, they too can exhaust Kobe. Moreover, since Qin Lie's emergence, the Rockets' bench has arguably surpassed that of the Lakers. Hence, the Rockets certainly possess a chance against the Lakers, though the influence of elite players in the playoffs is profoundly significant. Confronted with a more formidable Kobe, they may find it difficult to contain him as effectively as they did Anthony. Pre-game analyses are merely theoretical. Both teams brim with confidence. Ultimately, the outcome can only be discerned through the contest itself. When facing the Lakers, the Rockets must also perform vigorously on the road, introducing an element of uncertainty. At the Staples Center, Lakers fans eagerly anticipate their team's resurgence atop the Western Conference. This time, their opponent is not the long-standing rival Spurs, leading fans to believe the challenge will be considerably simpler. The Rockets, lacking McGrady, appear less intimidating to both fans and players alike. However, from the outset of the game, Yao Ming's assertive display sends a clear message to the Lakers. The situation is far from straightforward. Yao swiftly scores for consecutive points, rendering Bynum akin to a raw rookie in his presence. The Lakers had previously believed that their trio of tall players would suffice to defend against Yao. But the playoff version of Yao is far more formidable than they anticipated. They are compelled to replace the somewhat naive Bynum with Gasol to contend with Yao. Gasol possesses considerable experience in battling Yao, yet when Yao is in prime condition, Gasol must resort to circumvention tactics to even marginally impede Yao's dominance in the paint. With Yao's commanding performance, perimeter players like Artest capitalize on the opportunities presented. By the midway point of the first quarter, the Rockets, leveraging their inside advantage, have secured a lead. In truth, Gasol is performing admirably, but Odom's entrance fails to bolster the interior defense. Odom is versatile and capable of executing various tasks. Yet when the team requires him to truly confront opponents, he falls short both inside and outside. At this juncture, while Kobe is still fine-tuning his rhythm, he lacks substantial impact. Bynum's defense appears excessively immature in the playoffs, contributing to the Lakers' predicament. After Qin Lie took the stage, his responsibilities were relatively light. This was not only due to the fact that the rookie did not receive considerable attention, but also because, as a newcomer, the team was not entirely confident in entrusting him with more challenging tasks. In the face of the Lakers, Qin Lie often did not need to directly guard Kobe. He could switch to defending players like Ariza, thus experiencing relatively little pressure on the defensive end. However, the Lakers placed considerable emphasis on Qin Lie, as his previous performances had undoubtedly captured their attention. Consequently, he waited several possessions before seizing his opportunity. The Lakers' defense was generally average, yet Ariza's commitment to defense remained commendable. Nevertheless, Qin Lie still managed to create chances for himself. Chapter 68, The Radiance of a Minor Character with a Successful Three-Pointer. Qin Lie continued to showcase his consistent performance on the grand stage of the Western Conference Finals. He embodied the essence of a lethal shooter, instilling a sense of threat in any opponent. When the Rockets bench players entered the game, they effectively helped stabilize the team's lead. However, once Kobe returned from his rest, the Rockets faced a more challenging situation. A player of Kobe's caliber not only tested the Rockets' defensive capabilities but also compelled the team to invest more energy in defense, inevitably impacting their offensive flow. Although Kobe's shooting percentage had not yet reached its peak, he still played a crucial role in keeping the Lakers competitive in the scoreline. During a brief encounter with Kobe Bryant, it became evident that he was nearly impossible to contain. Often, his missed shots were merely a reflection of his own rhythm. Creating scoring opportunities seemed to come effortlessly to him in comparison to other star players. The Houston Rockets faced formidable opponents in the playoffs, such as Dirk Nowitzki and Carmelo Anthony, who were also offensive powerhouses, yet they still fell slightly short of Kobe's prowess. His athletic gifts were exceptional, showcasing superior explosiveness, initiation, and synergy with the basketball. One could argue that he embodied the technical finesse of a guard while exhibiting the competitive spirit of a forward. However, it is essential to remember that Kobe was human, not divine. His dilemma lay in the incompatibility of his scoring instinct with team dynamics. When he endeavored to uplift his teammates, his scoring ability would often falter. Conversely, during moments where he seized control of the game, he frequently neglected to distribute the ball. Teams with robust defenses could exploit this weakness, severing his connection with his teammates. If he were to engage solely in individual play, even his immense talent would struggle to propel a team through the playoffs. The Rockets aimed to capitalize on this aspect, yet doing so was no trivial task. They needed to pose a significant challenge to the Lakers, thereby highlighting the issues with Kobe's offensive rhythm. In the initial stages, the Rockets performed admirably, having reached a point where they could induce Kobe's dilemma regarding decision-making. In the first quarter, he was still inclined to involve his teammates, but by the second quarter, his urgency increased, leading him to take more shots himself. The optimal strategy against Kobe would be to allow him to recklessly dominate the game and then employ double teams or other tactics to limit his efficiency. As observed, the Rockets' strategy of wearing him down while providing interior support was effective. In the closing moments of the first half, Kobe made a buzzer-beater shot, showcasing his formidable talent. Yet the Rockets maintained their lead, which was commendable. Upon returning to the locker room, Coach Rick Adelman encouraged his players, acknowledging the Lakers as the most challenging adversaries. The Rockets' ability to lead at halftime was indeed uplifting. The Lakers were not without their weaknesses. The Rockets' defense in the first half was commendable. In the second half, they aimed to continue exhausting Kobe, while on offense, they intended to execute their strategies, relying on teamwork to overcome the Lakers. Both Yao Ming and Ron Artest had performed well in the first half, and the efficiency of the bench was promising, leaving Adelman feeling a sense of excitement. Prior to coaching the Rockets, defeating the Lakers had been his primary aspiration, and now the opportunity lay within reach, igniting his hopes for the team to seize it. The Lakers were undoubtedly dissatisfied with their performance in the first half. Coach Phil Jackson remarked that they needed to elevate their offensive play, cautioning against merely following the Rockets' pace. With increased focus and aggression, he recalled their previous encounters with the Rockets, believing they could perform better. As the third quarter commenced, the Rockets swiftly scored first, but soon, Kobe Bryant erupted. His performance revealed to all that he had not been effectively contained in the first half. Rather, he simply had not yet found his rhythm. With both three-pointers and aggressive drives to the basket, when Kobe's touch returned, he showcased to the defenders the essence of versatility. Rick Adelman became increasingly restless on the sidelines, pacing back and forth, urging his players to tighten their defense. The Rockets exhibited commendable moments, particularly as Brooks began to find his scoring touch. The Lakers' point guard struggled to exploit Brooks, who stood as the Rockets' defensive weak link. Even the seasoned Fisher could not keep pace with Brooks' agility. Fisher, now an older veteran, was a steady presence alongside Kobe, serving as a reliable support. However, age had diminished his youthful nimbleness. He possessed a robust physique, capable of withstanding heavier guards. Yet he found it challenging to keep up with quicker opponents. Brooks, being a speedster, activated the Rockets' momentum once more. This season, the advantages of the Rockets' role players began to shine through. Despite Kobe's singular brilliance on the court, his scoring alone seemed insufficient to dictate the game's outcome amidst the Rockets' multifaceted attack. Consequently, the Lakers introduced their sixth man, Lamar Odom, previously a starter. Odom transitioned to this role this season, ensuring no adjustment issues upon his entry, allowing him to make an immediate impact. While Odom had faced challenges as a starter, he seemed well suited for the sixth-man role. Upon Odom's arrival, the Lakers' offense transformed into a more fluid entity. With Bynum on the floor, the team was often confined to battling Yao Ming in the paint, which, while effective in wearing down the giant, also crowded the interior. Consequently, certain strategies became rigid. However, Odom's partnership with Pau Gasol introduced a different dynamic. Both could stretch the floor, drawing Yao away from the basket. The Lakers' trio of big men did not hinge on one superior combination, but rather on their ability to adapt strategies based on the opponent. Currently, the Lakers boast one of the league's premier frontcourts. Yao, as a formidable presence, certainly posed challenges for the Lakers' more agile style of play. Following Odom's integration, the Lakers' offense blossomed further, prompting the Rockets to sense impending danger. The Lakers, leveraging their rotational depth to break through, compelled the Rockets to undertake similar measures. In truth, Qin Lie's prior contributions had not been particularly remarkable. The Lakers, unlike previous adversaries, had a sixth man positioned in the interior, obscuring any direct matchup between Qin Lie and Odom. If he avoided engaging Kobe directly, he remained in a shadowed realm on the court. Kobe commanded a significant portion of the defensive focus, leaving the rest of the attention directed toward the three towering players. In the matchup between Qin Lie and Ariza, the two found themselves quietly exhausting one another. However, as the final quarter commenced, Qin Lie felt as if a once monochromatic character had suddenly been infused with vibrant hues. At the onset of the fourth quarter, Qin Lie deftly penetrated past Ariza to execute a mid-range shot. Subsequently, he delivered a splendid assist to the towering Yao Ming in the paint. The interaction between Qin Lie and Yao has become a hallmark of the Rockets. After 2 rounds, Qin Lie executed a remarkable 2-1 against Vujasic. This player, whom the Lakers had noted before the game, gradually faded from their attention during the match, only to reassert himself in the final quarter and capture the opponent's focus through sheer performance. However, by that moment, what difference would it make if the Lakers had taken notice? Chapter 69, adding a touch of elegance you cannot allow him to score so effortlessly, admonished Phil Jackson with gravity. As Kobe found his rhythm, the Lakers should have been poised to secure victory. Yet, unexpectedly, Qin Lie emerged once more for the Rockets. In the final quarter, Qin Lie would join the starting lineup for a decisive stand, while Ariza prepared to contend with Artest. And Kobe intended to extend the utmost courtesy to this uninvited guest by personally matching up against him. Should the Rockets deploy 3 wings against a smaller lineup? It would seem fitting for Odom to guard the least threatening battier. Conversely, if the Rockets fielded 2 interior players, it appeared most appropriate for Kobe to focus on Qin Lie. Thus, after a brief but impactful emergence, the previously unassuming Qin Lie became the focal point for fans of both teams. While he would not primarily guard Kobe on defense, the fact that Kobe chose to defend him was exactly to Qin Lie's advantage. Qin Lie commenced an incessant dance without the ball, skillfully exhausting the opponent's core on the offensive front. Delightful. If Kobe were to follow this seemingly insignificant player in relentless motion, even without receiving the ball, it would still prove advantageous. Should Kobe lack the patience to trail him, then, alas, Qin Lie would indeed find the opportunity to score. Kobe had not anticipated how troublesome Qin Lie could be. Focus on your offense and strive to produce impressive statistics, Qin Lie remarked to Kobe. You cannot contain me. Are you certain you wish to reveal your vulnerable self? You shall find no opportunity to shoot in my presence. Kobe scoffed in response. Qin Lie chuckled, remarking on the audacity of those who lag behind. Kobe, momentarily taken aback, could not restrain himself and unleashed a torrent of expletives. Qin Lie engaged in a verbal exchange with Kobe, yet it was merely a matter of endurance, with no detriment to himself. Kobe, too, found himself in a state of frustration, constrained by a limited vocabulary that circled around the same few expressions. The crux of the matter lies in his realization that trading barbs with a bench player like Qin Lie bore no significance. Furthermore, Qin Lie did not primarily defend him, leaving Kobe with no opportunity to assert his offensive prowess, which was undoubtedly vexing. Perhaps this exchange with Qin Lie contributed to a slight decline in Kobe's shooting efficiency. The Lakers are currently in dire need of points. As Kobe's shots failed to find their mark, their urgency only intensified. Meanwhile, the Rockets began to apply a degree of pressure in response. Qin Lie exhibited commendable defensive capabilities, as his relentless double-teaming left Kobe feeling quite uncomfortable. Whenever Kobe missed a shot, he would be met with derision. Artest also incessantly taunted Kobe. Currently, the Rockets employed a configuration of 3 wing players, persistently targeting Kobe in their defense. Already struggling to find his rhythm, Kobe was further provoked by the verbal assaults from Qin Lie and Artest, which incited his frustration. Consequently, various elbowing actions began to surface, primarily endured by Artest and Badier, as Qin Lie was not the main defender. However, the most unfortunate was Yao Ming, who endured the most arduous battles in the paint. Particularly as time dwindled, the Lakers' defense became increasingly brutal, indicative of their growing desperation and impatience. After Yao scored once more in the paint, the Lakers resorted to aggressive fouling. On the offensive end, they began to gamble on 3-point shots. Nevertheless, the Rockets showcased exceptional defensive prowess. After double-teaming Kobe, the defenders swiftly rotated to cover the Lakers' open perimeter shooters. The Lakers' aspirations to close the gap with 3-pointers faced significant obstacles. At this moment, the Lakers' role players were indeed struggling, appearing unprepared for the Rockets' formidable challenge on their home court. Fisher missed a 3-pointer, Ariza failed to connect, and Vujasic, who was brought in specifically for his shooting, also could not deliver. Ultimately, the burden fell back on Kobe to take the shots himself. However, even his attempts from beyond the arc were unsuccessful. Kobe's shooting touch was lacking today, aside from a single successful 3-pointer during a stellar third quarter. The other 6 attempts resulted in dismal misses. Just as Kobe grappled with his frustration, Qin Lie suddenly emerged, landing a piercing 3-pointer. In the final minutes of the game, the Lakers, preoccupied with chasing points, found their defensive energy waning significantly. Qin Lie has been patiently awaiting the opportune moment. Once it arrives, he will not hold back. Astonishing. Qin Lie's shooting prowess is remarkable. His relentless energy is evident as he continuously sprints back and forth, maneuvering along the baseline, leaving even Kobe unable to keep pace. This exemplifies the attitude that every player should embody. It is no surprise that Qin Lie has achieved success. His timely assistance in defending against Kobe has been commendable. Indeed, Qin Lie's defense is quite impressive. He has successfully disrupted the opponent's 3-point attempts on 2 occasions. Observing quietly, his speed of movement is truly astonishing. Just moments ago, he was on the opposite side, and in an instant, he lunged to contest the 3-pointer. Victory against the Lakers. The Rockets are on the verge of triumph over the Lakers, dear friends. The Lakers players are undeniably showing signs of mental strain. The more they strive to score, the more their shots fail to find the mark. Kobe has charged inside, drawing fouls on 2 occasions. However, these points are merely a drop in the bucket. Not to mention he missed a free throw. In a moment of desperation, Kobe also made an error on the defensive end. Qin Lie seized the opportunity to break free, receiving the ball and preparing to make a layup, when Kobe fiercely pulled him down. Qin Lie expressed his disdain with a remark before joyfully sinking a free throw. In the closing moments, the Rockets demonstrated patience in their internal and external coordination while maintaining a lead. Under the pressure of the Lakers' frantic defense, several times they sent Yao Ming to the free throw line. Yao's free throw shooting was exceptionally steady. Upon reaching the line, he consistently scored. At this point, the Lakers found themselves in a predicament. Even though Kobe had scored the highest points of the game despite stringent guarding, the score gap never diminished to within 5 points. Ultimately, as the clock ticked down to the final seconds, the Rockets began to manage the time adeptly. Although opportunities were dwindling, the Lakers opted for a strategy of fouling. With the Rockets reliably converting their free throws, Kobe managed only a layup in the dying moments to add to his statistics. In the first game of the Western Conference Finals, the Rockets asserted their dominance, defeating the Lakers and rendering the competition in the West intriguingly uncertain. After the match, Rockets head coach Rick Adelman proudly declared, "We possess a team capable of overcoming any challenge. The young players, you never know what they will accomplish. Every night, we strive within the 48 minutes. Regardless of our performance, we will continue to give our all." Yao is pivotal to our success. He consistently asserts his advantage in the paint. Players like Artest, Brooks, and Qin Lie also excelled, unafraid of any challenge. Lakers head coach Phil Jackson commented, "I was not pleased with the opening of this game. It lacked control and balance. We did not execute our offense effectively. We failed to contain Yao, and our play became chaotic in the final quarter. Frankly, I am uncertain whether the team can perform worse than today." Kobe reflected, "We were indeed too complacent. Both our offense and defense were below par. However, we will undoubtedly make a comeback. I am confident of that. This is merely one game. And while everyone is disappointed by the loss, so are we. Yet, we should not be overly critical of ourselves. We are a strong away team, and we believe we can win anywhere." Qin Lie expressed that he would assist the team in achieving victory, just as he had in the past. Chapter 70, An Unexpected Turn of Events. In the opening match, the Lakers faltered, and in the subsequent game, it was the Rockets' turn. Indeed, Kobe made some statements that were not mere boasts. The Lakers' first game was far from their usual standard. In the second game of the Western Conference Finals, they commenced with considerable aggression. However, Kobe's assertions were not entirely accurate. The most notable aspect of their performance in the second game was not the dazzling display of the duo, Kobe and Gasol, but rather their ability to entangle Yao Ming in foul trouble. Yao's efficiency was remarkably high, achieving a double-double in just over 20 minutes, yet due to foul issues, he was limited to such playing time. Aside from the poor start and Kobe's explosive performance, the Rockets were not at a disadvantage in other aspects. The contributions from the bench, Qin Lie and Landry, outshone those of the Lakers players. Nevertheless, without the advantage of Yao Ming, they ultimately succumbed to defeat. The Rockets' strength lies in their abundance of players, yet their weakness is the absence of a definitive star like Kobe. Yao, who relies on his teammates for passes, is also more susceptible to challenges. This encapsulates the plight of a dominant center, formidable in impact yet vulnerable to targeting. The Lakers' victory signified more than merely ensnaring Yao in foul traps or employing front defense tactics. They showcased their ruthlessness through various provocations, minor infractions, and deliberate fouls. In this encounter, it was not only Yao who faced scrutiny. Artest, Scola, Battier, and Qin Lie were also targeted. Artest and Fisher were ejected, while Battier suffered an elbow strike that left him bleeding. Qin Lie and Scola bear various scars, emblematic of the seasoned teams of the West. The Lakers and Spurs are no strangers to fierce competition. When faced with non-threatening opponents, they exhibit their finesse with poise, yet when confronted by formidable rivals, they swiftly resort to underhanded tactics. In the aftermath of the game, Kobe did not shy away from these realities, stating, "If you do not play with tenacity, you will be overwhelmed. In this playoff, one must consistently demonstrate their aggression. I look forward to the challenges of playing away." Kobe embodies a fierce spirit, delivering hard hits during the game, yet remains indifferent when opponents reciprocate. Yao Ming expressed his agitation, saying, "I don't even know how the foul occurred. Since it was called, it stands. We possess ample fighting spirit. There is number one on our home court." The television commentator, exhilarated by the intensity of the match, proclaimed, "I enjoyed today's game. This is what the playoffs are about. The forthcoming matches will be exceedingly captivating." The Lakers seem to fear the Rockets, who have several tenacious players, and Artest is not even the foremost among them. The playoffs are a brutal dog-eat-dog battle. After the match, Qin Lie remarked, "We will not be intimidated by them. I will confront them on the court." The Rockets returned home, seething with discontent, eager for retribution. However, the team still lacks a leader akin to Kobe. Artest was once again ejected, merely venting his frustrations, which bore no significance for the game. In the aftermath, Kobe displayed his characteristic arrogance, stating, "We conclude each quarter in the right manner." Fisher added, "We responded like a championship team. Our performance clearly reflects our objective, to win the championship." Yet, the Rockets face a greater dilemma beyond the issues of this particular game. Yao Ming is injured. With Qin Lie having altered many dynamics, the encounter between the Rockets and the Lakers is no longer merely a second-round affair. In the opening match, although Yao was subjected to rough treatment, there was no incident akin to Kobe's knee collision. Qin Lie has always been attentive to this matter. He firmly believed that Yao Ming would not suffer an injury this time, yet Yao Ming twisted his ankle at a crucial moment in the game. In a timely manner, Qin Lie expended 20 victory points to procure a healing potion for the esteemed Yao Ming. Before, Qin Lie had not utilized any victory points. But now he possesses 65 points, having expended 20, leaving him with 45. However, a powerful item card requires 30 victory points. After a thorough examination, Diyu has decided to enter a ceasefire. Qin Lie's injury recovery potion has not led to Diyao's immediate dismissal. Yet it remains uncertain when he will be able to return to the field. Prior to this, Qin Lie must address the issue with item cards. Should he purchase a single powerful item card, or perhaps 5 random item cards to test his luck, or alternatively, acquire 2 less potent item cards? While random item cards may seem advantageous, as they guarantee at least an item card valued at 20 victory points, there remains the risk of obtaining a card that offers no assistance in the current situation, thereby rendering the victory points wasted. Qin Lie still hopes for a powerful item card to resolve the issue. He does not wish to leave it to chance. After all, he is not the core of the team, nor does he have the luxury to negotiate tactics with the coach based on whatever item card he draws. Brother Yao, we will await your return, Qin Lie said to the injured Yao Ming. Yao also encouraged them, stating, I will be back soon. You must hold on. In reality, the news of Yao's absence brought despair to Rockets fans. The team's strength was already somewhat lacking, and without Yao's formidable presence, hope seemed to diminish. Not to mention the outside voices, which essentially pronounced the Rockets' demise. On May 25th, the 4th game commenced in Houston. The Lakers aimed to seize the series point decisively, avoiding any further complications. Prior to this, they had altered their starting lineup, replacing Bynum with Odom. With Yu unable to play, they did not revert to their original starters. The Rockets opted to have Hayes, who had seen limited playing time, take the starting position. Coach Adelman believed this lineup still possessed defensive capabilities, rather than recklessly opting for an all-offense approach. However, the efficiency of this lineup was unexpectedly effective. Not only did it perform well defensively, but it also left the Lakers somewhat bewildered on the offensive end. Perhaps even Adelman did not anticipate such stellar performances from the players. With Yao absent, the Lakers' defense became highly focused, particularly on Artest. However, they did not foresee problems arising elsewhere. They considered Battier, one of the least threatening players, to be a non-factor, only for him to suddenly find his rhythm and score consecutively. Battier's eruption shattered the Lakers' defensive strategy. Initially, their plan was to lock down Artest while keeping an eye on Scola and Brooks. Now that Battier was on fire, hitting 3-pointers with precision, the Lakers were forced to adjust their defense. Yet, this adjustment created further complications, as Brooks left Fisher struggling to keep pace. The Rockets' unexpected surge caused confusion among the Lakers, leading to a scoring drought that lasted until Kobe managed to score over 3 minutes later. Following that, Kobe missed a shot, allowing the Rockets to extend their lead into double digits while the Lakers were caught off guard. The Rockets' explosion was surprising, yet not entirely unexpected. The role players' hot streak was unforeseen, but the Rockets had diversified their offensive strategies throughout the season, allowing role players to potentially shine. The Lakers had underestimated them. In such circumstances, when Qin Lie entered the game, he merely needed to add to their momentum. Chapter 71. The Lakers bewildered upon entering the game. Qin Lie scored immediately, revealing cracks in the Lakers' defense. Both he and Lowry performed admirably, with the Rockets bench outplaying the Lakers' rotation. Remarkably, Qin Lie's 2-1 play further extended the Rockets' lead during their rotation, signaling that Kobe needed to return to the court swiftly. The Lakers, caught off guard by an unexpected start, found themselves in a state of disarray. At this juncture, a halftime respite was desperately needed to regain composure, yet the moment had not yet arrived. Upon the return of their key players, the situation improved slightly, but they still struggled to devise a solution to their predicament. Primarily, they were unprepared for the unfolding scenario. As a prestigious and seasoned team, the Lakers often succumbed to complacency, leading to untimely setbacks. Their inability to confront challenges with appropriate strategies was evident. On the sidelines, head coach Phil Jackson maintained a facade of calm, yet internally, he grappled with confusion. How could this transpire? It shouldn't be happening. Kobe was visibly agitated, unable to remain seated. Initially, Zen Master intended for the star players to cool off on the bench, believing the Rockets were not their equals, and that a brief respite would suffice to rectify the issues. However, it soon became apparent that events were not unfolding as they had envisioned. Kobe and the other prominent players were compelled to re-enter the fray to stabilize the situation. What was happening? The Rockets were exceptionally formidable today, with most players performing beyond expectations. Their offensive play was remarkably fluid, reminiscent of the peak Princeton offense of the Kings. Yet, it wasn't as exaggerated as it seemed. The Rockets' scoring was not excessively high. Rather, it was the Lakers' offensive struggles that were glaring, with the Rockets' strength lying in their defense. The Lakers' bench was woefully inadequate, raising questions about how they had achieved the top record in the West. The starters were equally lackluster, with Fisher being overwhelmed. Odom ought to be coming off the bench. His performance as a starter was as soft as tissue paper. In the astonishment of fans, the Rockets entered halftime with a double-digit lead. Had it not been for the halftime break, the Rockets could have maintained their advantage as the Lakers players failed to regroup in the first half, playing exceptionally well. The sidelined Yao Ming celebrated by high-fiving everyone. This was the way to play. Adelman was somewhat exhilarated, recognizing that the Lakers' defense had consistently faltered. If they executed their tactics effectively, opportunities would arise. This was what he had consistently urged them to achieve, and now they should be feeling the results. In the second half, they needed to maintain their rhythm. Back in the locker room, the ever-composed Phil Jackson could no longer contain himself and reprimanded the Lakers players. I do not wish to discuss tactics, for this is fundamentally a tactical issue. Do you believe we have already advanced? You are becoming complacent. How can you compete for the championship against Eastern teams? This is not the caliber of basketball we should be displaying. In the second half, I expect to witness your transformation. In the third quarter, the Lakers' defensive issues persisted. Fisher struggled to keep pace with Brooks, leaving little recourse for the team. When Brooks is in form, he can be exceptionally troublesome. Had he been inconsistent, the Lakers might not have discerned the extent of Fisher's defensive shortcomings. Consequently, the Lakers made adjustments within 3 minutes, substituting Odom. Despite the Lakers' supposed advantage in the paint, Odom seemed to vanish. Akin to a meticulous young man reluctant to engage in physical confrontation beneath the basket. Less than 3 minutes later, Fisher also exited the game. The Lakers' bench guards were not particularly effective, prompting Phil Jackson to afford Fisher a bit more leeway, though he was clearly struggling. A utility guard's primary responsibilities are defense and shooting, yet Fisher faltered in both regards today. The Lakers had no choice but to turn to Farmar. With Kobe's shooting woes, they explored various rotations. The reason for substituting other players when Kobe underperformed is simple. As a superstar, replacing him would signify the Lakers' capitulation. Moreover, losing is trivial compared to the discord among the team's core. Nevertheless, the Lakers' disarray necessitated a resurgence from a superstar like Kobe to salvage the situation. Relying solely on the Lakers' role players would only lead to further humiliation. After all, the triangle offense cannot thrive without elite players. To be frank, the triangle offense is hardly deserving of the title top-tier strategy, as it is fraught with limitations. Throughout NBA history, apart from Phil Jackson's encounters with Jordan and Kobe, other coaches deploying this strategy have faced considerable defeat. This approach is tailored for superstars who possess elite one-on-one capabilities. Thus, the Lakers had no realistic chance of mounting a comeback relying on other players, as the strategy simply does not support it. However, the Lakers' defense in the second half was notably targeted. Aside from Brooks' continued speed, Battier and others were effectively neutralized. Battier's offensive contributions had devolved to mere opportunistic plays. Had the Lakers not been complacent in the first half, the Rockets would not have easily secured their lead. Brooks, however, found his rhythm completely, forcing the Lakers to insert younger guards to exploit Brooks' defensive weaknesses. In this scenario, Lin also emerged as a scoring option for the Rockets, particularly in contrast to the off-form Artest and other wings lacking offensive initiative. Upon ascending, Qin Lie showcased the prowess of a premier marksman, reminiscent of a Rockets' initial launch. After Qin Lie received the pass from Scola, he decisively shot without even glancing at the approaching Kobe, making the basket with unwavering confidence. Kobe, visibly frustrated, retreated to the bench. His emotions were palpable, causing him to appear disjointed on the court, and even more so as he sat down. Subsequently, Qin Lie faced off against Shannon Brown and Vujasic. Both defenders were relatively enthusiastic, though their abilities were questionable. One lacked height, while the other was sluggish in lateral movement, rendering them inadequate against the formidable Qin Lie in the final quarter. During this time, Brooks's accuracy waned, while Gasol erupted in dominance within the paint. As the Lakers desperately sought to close the gap, the Rockets needed someone to step up and contribute points. Qin Lie is indeed a qualified candidate. After several missed shots by the Rockets, he seized the ball. Faced with the rapidly approaching defense of Vujasic, Qin Lie refrained from passing the ball immediately. Instead, he executed a sudden change of direction and strode past Vujasic before launching a shot. The satisfying swish of the basketball as it fell through the net added to the Lakers' challenges in their pursuit. Shortly thereafter, he powered through with a layup over Shannon Brown, completing a 2-1 play. Qin Lie remains the most reliable player, truly deserving the title of the Rockets' most stable asset. It feels as though his playing style is increasingly reminiscent of a star player, showcasing a strong ball handling and aggressive attack, truly impressive. Chapter 72. Determination. It is hard to believe how well the Rockets are playing. There is always someone stepping up for the Rockets, deserving the victory in every match. The team's morale is exceptionally high. I eagerly await Yao's return to proclaim, Rockets, champions. In the final quarter, the Lakers truly awakened. Utilizing a large lineup with 4 smaller players, Pau Gasol dominated the paint, while the perimeter players relentlessly fired away to close the gap. With Kobe attracting defensive attention from the outside, he facilitated shots for the Lakers' role players. Under Gasol's reign in the paint, the Lakers' perimeter players finally found their rhythm. However, this was not the Lakers' typical mode of operation. Although Kobe appeared to be playing reasonably, it was evident that he had grown disillusioned with the game. A powerful takeover of the match is the hallmark of a normal Kobe, and indeed, a normal Lakers team. In such circumstances, as long as the Rockets maintain their composure, they cannot simply relinquish victory. Amidst the numerous missed shots by others, Qin Lie emerged to stabilize the situation. Truth be told, if the Lakers were granted another quarter, the outcome could have been quite uncertain. The Rockets indeed exploded in performance, yet their players still fall short compared to the Lakers. The fact that they held on for so long is commendable. Conversely, as long as someone can thwart the Lakers' scoring momentum, it will undoubtedly undermine their confidence. The performance of Qin Lie exerted immense pressure on the Lakers. Ultimately, after Qin Lie's emphatic rejection of Shannon Brown's hasty shot, followed by Farmar's missed three-pointer, the Lakers found themselves devoid of hope. In the home arena, the fans stood in excitement, reveling in the spectacle. With such a display from the team, what more could the fans desire? Many passionately chanted Qin Lie's name, while others called out the names of different Rockets players, even unleashing a cacophony of cheers devoid of discernible meaning. The playoffs can indeed yield unexpected outcomes, leaving fans in a state of exhilaration. In the 4th game of the series, the Rockets triumphed over the Lakers by a substantial margin of 20 points, leveling the series at 2-2. Post-game, Lakers head coach Phil Jackson expressed his frustration, exclaiming, "Do you feel embarrassed about losing? Do we feel embarrassed? No, we do not. Houston played exceptionally well. Let us commend them for that. I truly mean it." Adelman remarked, "Words cannot convey what I wish to express to the team. Yesterday, they learned of Yao's inability to play, and today they showcased such remarkable basketball. It is simply astonishing. We are a team that works hard and possesses great resilience." Yao himself expressed his joy, stating, "I believe my teammates have once again demonstrated the character of this team. We do not yield, regardless of the circumstances. We shall not easily concede." Kobe reiterated that the loss was a failure to perform at their potential, saying, "I do not believe we underestimated them. I simply feel that we did not bring enough energy from the outset, lacking the proper focus and urgency. You know they will play hard. They will not surrender easily. They started strong today, very accurate, while we dug ourselves into a deep hole from the beginning. They played with tremendous energy and concentration. They gave their all, while we lacked the necessary sense of urgency." Brooks, who performed admirably, stated with pride, "We never believed we would be eliminated." Qin Lie remarked that in the absence of Yao Ming, the series would prove to be quite challenging. However, we still hold on to the hope of securing a victory, and we will have individuals rising to the occasion. Should circumstances turn unfavorable, I shall bear the responsibility on the court. While experiencing an unexpected triumph is exhilarating, we have come to recognize the formidable nature of the Rockets, which presents a greater challenge. A crucial factor remains that the Lakers maintain home court advantage. 2 days hence, the Rockets return to Los Angeles. The Lakers have once again adjusted their lineup, reinstating Bynum to the starting position. This is indeed a judicious decision in Yao's absence. Bynum still possesses the potential to make an impact. As the game commenced, Kobe, playing on home turf, proved to be unstoppable. Artest found himself once more effectively contained by the Lakers, while Brooks struggled to find his shooting accuracy. Brooks is notably an unpredictable player, making it unrealistic to anticipate his explosive performance in every game. In this contest, there was little recourse for Qin Lie, as the Lakers, buoyed by their home court advantage, exhibited an overwhelming spirit. He refrained from hastily deploying his special cards, aspiring instead for them to assist his team in clinching the series rather than merely securing another victory. Caution was paramount. Should the Rockets manage to secure another win, he would unleash his finest cards without reservation. Otherwise, they would be cornered, fighting for every ounce of effort. Without being pushed to the brink, it was wise to conserve resources, for his aspirations reached far beyond the immediate summit. In this pivotal confrontation, the Rockets faltered in the first half. The Lakers executed flawlessly on both offense and defense, showcasing their formidable prowess. Perhaps this outcome was beneficial, allowing the Lakers to vent their frustrations, making it increasingly difficult for the opposition to replicate such fervor in the future. After the game, Phil Jackson, regaining his composure as a revered coach, stated with a smile, "It is my hope to conclude this series at the Rockets' home." Meanwhile, Adelman expressed his resignation, lamenting, "We committed too many errors and shot poorly. We have previously noted that this team encounters significant troubles when plagued by mistakes." In the midst of this, Qin Lie, during an interview, exuded confidence, proclaiming, "The series is not over. We will undoubtedly win the next game. Mark my words." Countless fans hold an affection for Qin Lie. Yet there are also many who harbor disdain towards him. Following the defeat, he faced external scrutiny, with some vehemently criticizing his interview remarks as mere bravado. "If you possess the ability, stand up and prove it," they retorted, dismissing him as merely coasting on Yao Ming's legacy within the Rockets, asserting that without Yao, he would be rendered ineffective. Qin Lie remains unfazed as the online discourse surrounding players intensifies. Victorious moments are celebrated, while defeats invite criticism, a reality to which he has grown accustomed. Nevertheless, he still takes to social media to express his thoughts. Should circumstances shift, a wave of support may follow. If setbacks occur, they are not insurmountable. He stated, "In truth, a greater number of fans stand in his favor." Qin Lie, press on. You are exceptional. When Yao Ming is unable to play, the Rockets ought to rely more on Qin Lie, whose performance is evidently the finest among the team. Trust in Qin Lie. During times of crisis, he will rise to the occasion, just as he has in the regular season. Even in defeat, our support remains unwavering. Injuries are not held against you. To speak frankly, Qin Lie indeed felt a surge of encouragement. However, this very encouragement demanded that he maintain his composure. Should the game commence unfavorably upon returning to his home court, he would promptly deploy his most formidable item card. In such a case, the decisive seventh game would hinge solely on luck. If they could secure victory in the sixth match, then the 30 victory point item card would be preserved for the tiebreaker, allowing him to astonish the Lakers. At the end of May, the sixth game of the Western Conference Finals continued in Houston. The Rockets did not alter their starting lineup, despite earlier suggestions that Qin Lie should be included. Such notions were merely the fanciful wishes of fans. Nevertheless, even as a substitute, Qin Lie was determined that the team would not succumb to defeat again. With Yao having expended 20 victory points, it was imperative for him to assist the team until Yao's return. Chapter 73. Everyone stands firm, dressed impeccably in a suit. Yao sat on the sidelines, yearning to participate in the game, yet his ankle condition forbade it. However, the Rockets players on the court were far from resigned to fate. The fervent crowd rallied passionately for the players. The atmosphere of the home court imparted a unique energy to the athletes, amidst the cheers of their supporters. The Rockets were the first to land a shot. Scola exhibited extraordinary performance, swiftly dominating Gasol to score 6 points. Scola, a pivotal player for the Argentine national team, may not possess the athletic prowess of Gasol, which hindered his development in the NBA, yet his capabilities were hardly inferior. When he was in good form, Gasol would find it challenging. Sensing the tide turning, Kobe hastily increased his attempts, but his shooting touch was lacking. The Rockets' perimeter defense was undoubtedly among the league's elite. Artest and Battier, emboldened by their home court, were unyielding, making Kobe uncomfortable. Indeed, the Lakers' most significant issue lay at the point guard position. Fisher was utterly incapable of containing Brooks. Brooks had fully grasped Fisher's weaknesses, exploiting this advantage and allowing the Rockets' perimeter to seize opportunities. Scola's mid-range shots reflected the same trend. Although the Lakers had reduced Fisher's playing time, it was not sufficiently decisive. Coach Phil Jackson held sentimental regard for Fisher, continuing to start him, even as the Lakers faced difficulties stemming from poor starts, inevitably placing the blame on the veteran. The Rockets, familiar with the nuances of their home court's defensive measures, proved formidable. Had their offense been even slightly more effective, the Lakers might have swiftly found themselves in dire straits. As it stood, the Lakers still managed to resist. They first substituted Odom into the game, adhering to a familiar rotation pattern, Bynum starting, then Odom entering if circumstances faltered, or vice versa. After a few adjustments, Coach Jackson finally benched Fisher, leading to a more fluid offensive performance from the Lakers. Fisher indeed had a heart of steel, yet he was thoroughly restrained by Brooks. Moreover, his capabilities had noticeably declined. In subsequent seasons, the Lakers would discover their point guard position growing increasingly feeble. Interestingly, after Farmar was introduced, Brooks found himself less comfortable, as his scoring and playmaking were affected. At this moment, Qin Lie made his entrance, accompanied by the ever-passionate passer, Lowry. Subsequently, Kobe took a moment to rest. Qin Lie felt exhilarated. The only players on the Lakers wing who posed a challenge to him were Kobe and Ariza, with the Rockets flourishing offensively. Ariza no longer matched up against Qin Lie. Thus, faced with the relatively weaker defense of the other players, Qin Lie consistently found opportunities to shine. The Lakers sensed something amiss, yet Qin Lie rarely held the ball, creating an impression that the Rockets' Brooks and Artest warranted stronger defensive attention. The Lakers did not prioritize him, and Qin Lie remained unfazed. He had become an assassin, lurking in the shadows when the team performed well, only to emerge suddenly to deliver a lethal blow to the opponent. Shortly after entering the game, he scored 5 points from 2 passes by Lowry, sharing a joyous high-five with his good friend. While Brooks had the capability to disrupt the Lakers' defense, Lowry was still Qin Lie's preferred partner. With Yao unable to play, he relied on Lowry to deliver him some excellent passes. However, with Kobe's return, Qin Lie's comfort was diminished. In the second quarter, Kobe found his rhythm and began scoring more frequently. The Lakers managed to halt their downward spiral, yet they still trailed by double digits. The Lakers players were frustrated. Despite being the strongest team in the West, they struggled against a depleted Rockets squad. When the Rockets were at full strength, they had not felt such difficulty. Several factors contributed to this, one of which was the Lakers' noticeably poor defense this season. Had they faced a fully intact Spurs team, they might have encountered significant issues. However, the Spurs had been crippled by injuries this season. Historically, the Lakers had not faced overly troublesome opponents on their path to championships. Now, confronted by a Rockets team that retained its defensive foundation and employed Princeton-style offense, the Lakers found themselves ill-prepared. The style shift due to Yao's injury caught them off guard as well. Their greatest challenge stemmed from their initial loss, which ensured that the Rockets would leverage their home court advantage to resist. After all, this Rockets team was not weak, if not for injuries. They would be on par with the Lakers. Presently, they were making the Lakers extremely uncomfortable, with a chance to cause an upset. Yet, in the Lakers' home arena, the Rockets' strengths would likely struggle to manifest, necessitating some external assistance. For now, Qin Lie needed only to perform normally. "I told you, we will dominate them," Artest shouted upon returning to the locker room. Ironically, he was one of the poorest shooters on the Rockets, but he indeed brought a measure of ferocity to the team. "We will win," Brooks added excitedly. With the Rockets gaining momentum, they merely needed to maintain their composure in the second half. Qin Lie's heart was filled with joy. It seemed unnecessary to utilize the props prematurely. In stark contrast, the atmosphere within the Lakers' locker room was far from pleasant. Phil Jackson expressed his dissatisfaction with the players' performance, particularly regarding their defense. He lost his temper, and in this series against the Rockets, the Zen master truly felt undermined. Kobe, too, was displeased. He vocally instructed his teammates on what needed to be done. "Are you here in Houston merely to sleep? Wake the hell up. We are performing abysmally. Do you intend for me to kick your butts in the second half?" The outbursts from the head coach and the team veteran had a noticeable effect. As the third quarter commenced, the Lakers presented a different demeanor. They quickly read Brooks' movements, resulting in turnovers on his part. Subsequently, the Lakers scored consecutively, narrowing the gap in the scoreline. A typical Lakers team is undoubtedly formidable. The Rockets, relying solely on Brooks, would not suffice. With just a modicum of defensive assistance, they managed to contain the speedy guard. Recognizing the shift in momentum, the Rockets promptly made adjustments, bringing Qin Lie and Landry onto the court to bolster their scoring options. Landry made an immediate impact upon entering, followed by Qin Lie's successful shot, effectively breaking the stalemate for the Rockets. Under ordinary circumstances, Battier and Hayes lacked offensive prowess. Although the Lakers' defense was not particularly strong, they could still effectively contain Brooks, Artest, and Scola when focused on defensive collaboration. However, the situation changed when all 5 Rockets players on the court became scoring threats. The current Bynum, however, seemed somewhat lacking. His performance alongside Odom against the Rockets mirrored a clash of titans yet to find their footing. The introduction of Odom and others did not resolve the issues at hand. The Lakers continued to struggle defensively, while the Rockets remained agile in their defense. The Lakers found themselves at a loss for a solution. Chapter 74. A slap in the face. What is happening? Can you only play well for half a quarter? Do you still remember that you were the top seed in the West? Lakers head coach Phil Jackson felt a tightness in his chest. The Rockets' substitutions had an immediate and profound effect, while the Lakers' changes seemed to yield minimal results. The Zen Master's mind was now in disarray. With the Rockets capable of scoring at will, which players should they focus on limiting? A team without an absolute core can often face such dilemmas, making defensive strategies challenging to implement. Qin Lie is indeed a perilous figure, yet as a substitute, he does not appear to be the most formidable player on the Rockets. As time unfolds amidst the Lakers' turmoil, we arrive at the final quarter, a moment where Qin Lie can truly unleash his potential. The Lakers now find themselves in dire need of star power to score, requiring Kobe and Gasol to step up, trailing behind. They also necessitate role players capable of sinking shots from beyond the arc. It is in this manner that they begin to close the gap, while the Rockets hesitate to impose stringent defenses on the Lakers stars. As the fourth quarter commences, Gasol and Odom strive to display their tenacity within the paint. Landry may find opportunities to score, yet his defensive shortcomings are evident. Even with athleticism, a lack of height and reach often renders him ineffective. Moreover, Brooks struggles against Farmar. And should the Rockets fail to find scoring, the Lakers will undoubtedly narrow the deficit. Should the Lakers achieve a lead, the Rockets, fueled by sheer determination, are likely to falter. At this juncture, the need for scoring is paramount, and Qin Lie persistently calls for the ball. Finally, Brooks passes it to him. And without a glance at the approaching Vujasic, Qin Lie rises and releases a three-pointer. It finds its mark. In these critical moments, one must rely on Qin Lie. He never disappoints, stepping up when his teammates falter. This is the essence of Qin Lie. He truly embodies his words, rising to the occasion when the team faces adversity. After Qin Lie's three-point shot found its mark, he subsequently secured the rebound with remarkable defensive prowess. He then received a pass from Hayes and surged towards the paint. As Odom came to assist defensively, Qin Lie executed a graceful mid-air twist to score. The referee's whistle blew simultaneously, signaling a 2-1 play. With Qin Lie scoring 6 consecutive points, the Rockets extended their lead. The Lakers quickly sought to adjust, with Kobe sporting a stern expression, stepping up to guard Qin Lie directly. Each time the Lakers closed the gap, Qin Lie responded with a decisive play, causing both players and coaches alike to feel the strain. The thought crossed their minds, why is it that he always makes his shots at such crucial moments? If only Qin Lie were on the Lakers roster. At the onset of the season, Qin Lie was overlooked by many, with the Rockets nearly unable to retain him. At that time, acquiring Qin Lie seemed an exceedingly simple endeavor for any team. Little did anyone anticipate his remarkable improvement, to the point where he could now influence the progression of the Western Conference Finals. The Lakers have intensified their defensive efforts against Qin Lie, while on the other side, Landry has drawn a foul from Odom. In terms of disappointment, Odom certainly does not disappoint. The Lakers trio appears almost insurmountable, yet each possesses distinct vulnerabilities, particularly Odom and Bynum. If not utilized effectively, they risk becoming mere ordinary players, squandering their considerable talents. Both players have swiftly declined upon joining other teams, underscoring the challenge the Lakers face in maximizing their potential. Nonetheless, even for the Lakers, many observers find themselves exasperated by the inexplicable actions of the two on the court. Without the formidable Yao Ming, the Rockets' interior defense seems to be rendered ineffective, making the Lakers' advantage appear somewhat futile. Initially, the Lakers intended for Pau Gasol to dominate offensively, exploiting the Rockets' interior weakness. As Qin Lie suddenly erupted, aiding the Rockets in extending their lead, Kobe found himself compelled to take charge of the game. The Lakers, though not trailing by a significant margin, still held a glimmer of hope for a comeback. Kobe's shots found the basket, yet fortune was not in the Lakers' favor tonight. Following his successful basket, Brooks, who had previously seemed contained, regained his touch and scored as well. Kobe attempted a three-pointer, but it failed to find its mark. While his three-point shooting was within the realm of normalcy, it paled in comparison to his performance throughout this series against the Rockets. His mid-range shots were still effective, however. His desire to rapidly close the gap with three-pointers appeared counterproductive. In response, he exerted tremendous effort to keep pace with the tirelessly moving Qin Lie, leading to a swift depletion of his stamina. On the sideline, Coach Phil Jackson exhibited signs of unease. Nevertheless, the Lakers struggled to maintain their defense. Odom committed another foul, consistently arriving a moment too late in his defensive efforts and inadvertently reaching for the ball. Frustration mounted for Kobe, who, when it was the Lakers' turn to offense, aggressively attacked the paint, disregarding the defense. However, the Rockets anticipated his move, and his layup was thwarted by Landry. Despite Landry's lackluster rim protection, Kobe's refusal to pass allowed the Rockets to converge upon him defensively. It was evident that Kobe was becoming increasingly fixated. Under such circumstances, the opponent could confidently double-team him. When the Rockets took their turn on offense, Kobe fiercely defended Qin Lie, but his teammates failed to contain Brooks. During the Lakers' next offensive possession, Kobe once again showcased his individual prowess, scoring even as two Rockets defenders converged upon him. Regrettably, it proved fruitless, as Odom committed yet another foul. With 4 fouls in the final quarter, Odom was forced to exit the game after reaching the limit. One could hardly question Odom's efforts. He had indeed tried to defend, albeit with less success. The Lakers opted to forego a traditional inside presence, deploying Walton alongside 4 smaller players. Kobe then attempted another three-pointer, but it too failed to connect. On the sidelines, coach Phil Jackson appeared to be near a breaking point. With time slipping away, the situation seemed dire. The Lakers called a timeout, during which the Zen master communicated with Kobe, urging him to draw defenders and create opportunities for open teammates. They were in dire need of three-pointers, and Kobe recognized that he could not single-handedly resolve the situation. Upon returning to the court, Walton attempted a three-pointer, but his shot clanged off the rim. He was promptly substituted for other role players, yet at such a crucial juncture, none of these players proved effective. Kobe's expression remained resolute. He had long since realized that he could rely only on himself, as his teammates were unreliable. Kobe drove into the lane, drawing a foul but converting only one of 2 free throws. Frustrated, he opted to commit a foul, effectively signaling his exit from the game. As the final minute approached, coach Phil Jackson, recognizing the dwindling hope of victory, decided to bench Kobe. He substituted in several sharpshooters, feigning a refusal to concede defeat while implementing a strategy of fouling. Ultimately, after 2 fouls, the Lakers could only manage a mere 2 points. Leaving everyone perplexed as to the role players' contributions, their scoring proved inconsequential. Consequently, the Rockets secured yet another home victory over the Lakers, astonishing the outside world. Following the Lakers' acquisition of a series point, many believed the Rockets would falter, but they displayed remarkable resilience, silencing their critics with their performance. Such is the nature of basketball. Chapter 75. The pressure of Game 7. We will surely triumph in Game 7. After the match, Qin Lie issued a declaration. Before utilizing his props, he sought to garner some attention, which seems rather innocuous. In truth, it is not only Qin Lie who is fervently supporting the Rockets. Brooks has also expressed his commitment to help the team secure victory. However, Qin Lie's prominence is more substantial, attracting greater attention from the public. Numerous fans have already stated that should the Rockets triumph in Game 7, they would purchase the sneakers endorsed by Qin Lie. If the Rockets reach the finals, I shall purchase 10 pairs. 10 pairs? I scoff at such a modest number. I am prepared to buy 100. I would even rent out the entire venue. For as long as Qin Lie can assist the team in winning, my band of brothers and I shall ardently support him. The partnering merchants must be overjoyed at present. Albeit somewhat apprehensive, they genuinely hope that Qin Lie can help the team succeed. The series has been dragged into a decisive Game 7. And Lakers head coach Phil Jackson is furious. He has openly criticized Pau Gasol's defense, while Scola has performed admirably. We have no excuses, no other reasons. The issue lies within our defense, particularly Gasol's. Of course, Pau's amiable nature and the fact that he is not the primary star make him a convenient scapegoat. Had Kobe underperformed, Zen Master would likely have to console him. Nevertheless, Phil Jackson has asserted that there is nothing to fear in Game 7. It is our home court, and we shall capitalize on that to perform well. Adelman, on the other hand, has praised his players, stating that the Rockets fear not the pressure of Game 7. Supportive media outlets also assert that the Rockets possess experience in such high-stakes games. However, the Rockets' recent history in Game 7s has not been particularly favorable. It is anticipated that winning in the Lakers arena will prove exceedingly difficult. On the last day of May, Qin Lie once again accompanied the team to the Staples Center. Here, no one believes that the Rockets can create a miracle by defeating the mightiest Lakers in the West on their turf. In reality, the Rockets harbor scant hope. When faced with a disparity in strength, even home advantage cannot ensure consecutive surprises, let alone on the road. The Lakers were fully prepared, aggressively attacking the basket and forcing Scola into foul trouble. They subsequently displayed formidable defense, not allowing the Rockets to score for a significant portion of the first quarter. The Rockets players had not anticipated that the series would extend to Game 7, which compounded their tension. Their shots were erratic and failed to find the mark. Moreover, they were inadequately adaptable, merely opting to shoot without strategic foresight. Scola was met with a decisive block from Gasol. Artest was ruthlessly denied by Ariza. Bynum dominated the paint. And Hayes, too, found his attempts thwarted. Brooks, when he drove in, faced similar rejection. The scene resembled a college team competing against elementary schoolers. It appeared as though the two teams were not on the same competitive level, with the Rockets resembling a developmental league team engaging in a scrimmage. At this moment, Qin Lie had already selected his item cards. The most advantageous cards were those that conferred a degree of defense-ignoring attributes. These were the previously utilized three-point rain card and the scoring king card. Three-point rain card. This card doubles the three-point shooting accuracy for the duration of the match and grants a defense-ignoring effect of 40. Scoring king card. This card enhances the accuracy of any scoring method by 30 and bestows a defense-ignoring effect of 50. Given that the Lakers boasted 3 towering players, drawing fouls on the road would not be an easy feat. Qin Lie's strategy was to resolve the issue from the perimeter. Which item card, then, would prove to be more advantageous? In the regular season, Qin Lie achieved an impressive three-point shooting percentage of 45.1, which further ascended to 46.2 during the playoffs. His two-point shooting percentage was commendable as well, standing at 45.6 in the regular season, closely mirroring his three-point success, albeit slightly decreasing to 45 in the playoffs. Should he sustain his three-point accuracy, an increase to an extraordinary 90 would render him invincible. A rise of 30 points would yield a success rate exceeding 70. Yet there remains potential for enhancement in other scoring methods as well. The distinction between a 40 shooting rate disregarding defensive pressure and a 50 rate under the same conditions remains elusive for Qin Lie. The crux of the matter lies in whether his scoring prowess, once he displayed an atypical performance, would yield a greater advantage under intense defense, whether a doubled shooting percentage would prove more formidable than a consistent increase of 30. It is evident that under stringent defense, his shooting percentage would undoubtedly decline. His current high accuracy is, in fact, a result of being a role player who has not attracted significant defensive attention. Notably, his three-point shooting once surpassed 50, but it subsequently diminished as defenses intensified, particularly after the Lakers deployed Kobe to guard him. Qin Lie believed that seizing the initiative at the outset was paramount. If the opponent were to react and employ various tactics such as double-teaming later on, the effectiveness of his strategy might diminish significantly. He also had to contemplate the possibility that the item cards might not be as effective as anticipated. Thus, utilizing the three-point rain card to secure an early advantage seemed most appropriate. After all, a three-point shooting percentage reduced to 30 would still yield comparable results when doubled or enhanced by 30. Nevertheless, Qin Lie had devised 2 strategies. If the Lakers did not start strong, the scoring king card would appear to be a more prudent choice, allowing him to adapt to the tactics while maintaining a semblance of deception. However, should the Lakers dominate from the outset, he would have no choice but to gamble with the three-point rain card. In fact, it would have been preferable for the Lakers to falter, thus sparing the need for the item card altogether. Yet, such a scenario seemed unlikely. As the game commenced, Qin Lie quickly discerned the dismal state of affairs. "Coach, let me go in. We need someone to score," he urged Adelman. However, Adelman too was feeling the pressure. A thought of substituting Qin Lie crossed his mind, but he restrained himself. He remained steadfast in his principles as a renowned coach, believing that sending in a substitute too early might produce counterproductive results and undermine the confidence of the starting players. If the substitutes failed to make an immediate impact, the game could spiral out of control. It was essential for the starters to deliver a counterattack to alleviate the pressure they were under, enabling the game to progress in earnest. There is little that can be done regarding the situation with Qin Lie. One must simply exercise patience. Meanwhile, before Kobe had fully unleashed his prowess, the Lakers surged ahead to a double-digit lead. Although the Rockets exhibited commendable tenacity in their defense, preventing the Lakers from delivering a decisive blow, their offensive performance was woefully inadequate, with no player able to find the mark. In a moment of desperation, Adelman had no choice but to summon the team's 3 principal substitutes onto the court. Qin Lie, Lowry, and Landry were summoned in a moment of crisis. "Pass me the ball," Qin Lie instructed Lowry as he took to the court. Once they entered the game, it was Scola who seized the opportunity to score first. But that was the extent of his success. Qin Lie persistently sought the ball, and in his third possession on the court, the sphere finally landed in his grasp. At that moment, Kobe had yet to leave the game. He stood before Qin Lie with arms outstretched, bracing himself against any attempt Qin Lie might make to penetrate the defense. He was equally vigilant in thwarting a potential shot. However, Qin Lie was known for rarely forcing a shot in the presence of an opposing defender, particularly when that defender was a formidable player like Kobe. Yet, on this occasion, Kobe's assumptions proved erroneous. With an impassive expression, Qin Lie effortlessly launched a shot from beyond the arc. Kobe, somewhat incredulous, turned to witness the basketball gracefully descend into the net. It marked the Houston Rockets' first three-pointer of the day. Coach Adelman, situated at the sidelines, clenched his fist in triumph. At last, they had scored, and the team's fortunes appeared to be shifting, offering a glimmer of hope. At that moment, Adelman did not dwell on the past. For Qin Lie soon took another shot from three-point range, narrowing the score gap to a single digit. Chapter 76, The Unreasonable Three-Pointer. Qin Lie, the true cold-blooded assassin. Qin Tianzhu, the sole savior of the Houston Rockets. After Qin Lie made 2 three-pointers upon his entrance, the countless anxious and frustrated fans of the Rockets finally exhaled. The players of the Lakers also began to feel a twinge of nervousness. In a decisive Game 7, who wouldn't be on edge? Even the Lakers, who boasted a stronger performance on their home turf, felt a sense of apprehension. Kobe intensified his focus on defense, and fortunately for the Lakers, Qin Lie's final shot of the first quarter did not find its mark, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. Qin Lie seemed somewhat perplexed. Is the three-point rain card not effective? How is it that the third attempt resulted in a miss? What is the mechanism behind the efficacy of this item card? Qin Lie's heart was not entirely certain, yet he exuded confidence on the surface. I feel better than in the previous matches. Pass me the ball. At the conclusion of the first quarter, Qin Lie explicitly expressed his stance while everyone gathered to discuss tactics. Qin Lie has become significantly more audacious than before, causing some of his teammates to feel a sense of unease. However, given that others are struggling to make their shots, it is indeed worthwhile to provide Qin Lie with an opportunity to shine. Adelman has also remarked that when the chance arises, one must decisively take the shot, not just Qin Lie, but all players as well. We possess the capability to secure victory. What we need to do is to cast aside our burdens and play at our own rhythm. While it is easy to speak of relinquishing burdens, the actual execution proves to be quite challenging. At this moment, both teams are finding it hard to breathe, and their minds are not as sharp as usual. The second quarter swiftly commences, with Kobe taking a brief respite from the game. The Lakers, despite their lead, remain unaware of the gravity of the situation. Upon returning to the court, the basketball finds its way back to Qin Lie. He raises his hand and takes the shot, only for Vujasic to come barreling towards him. Prior to entering the game, Phil Jackson had advised Vujasic to diligently defend against Qin Lie. He indeed lunges at Qin Lie, prompting the referee's whistle to sound. Yet, the basketball arcs gracefully through the air, undeterred, and swishes through the net. 3-1. The fans at Staples Center collectively gasp in astonishment. How could a mere substitute for the Rockets manage such a feat? Surely, the goddess of victory favors the illustrious Lakers. How is this possible? Teammates help Qin Lie to his feet. He stretches his body, feeling no discomfort, and confidently sinks the free throw. The Lakers, now a bit rattled, return to their offense, only to see Gasol miss his shot. Scola grabs the rebound and passes it to Lowry, who swiftly relays the ball to Qin Lie as the Rockets launch a rapid counterattack. Qin Lie halted just 2 steps beyond the three-point line, and the Lakers players, caught off guard in their frantic pursuit, could only watch as he effortlessly sank another three-pointer, with his 4th consecutive shot from beyond the arc. The Lakers' once comfortable double-digit lead dwindled to a mere 2 points. Phil Jackson, quick to respond, immediately summoned Kobe Bryant to the court. Upon Kobe's entry, the Lakers players regained their composure, allowing Farmar to execute a successful layup. As the Rockets launched their next offensive play, Qin Lie once more received the basketball beyond the three-point line. His remarkable performance had already captivated his teammates, and their foremost inclination was to pass the ball to him. As soon as Qin made the pass, Kobe had already arrived to defend. The reflexes of a superstar far surpassed those of a role player. Qin Lie executed a feigned shot with a swift motion, while Kobe, exhibiting a heightened level of concentration, instinctively adjusted his center of gravity. He almost instantaneously recalibrated himself, showcasing an unparalleled coordination. However, Qin Lie had already seized the opportunity to take a genuine shot. With another three-pointer, the gap between the two teams dwindled to a mere point. Kobe, consumed by frustration, could not comprehend how, after having secured a substantial advantage, the Rockets could unexpectedly surge forth. Why was it so arduous for him to lead the team to victory and clinch the championship? It seemed as though the universe conspired against him, a cruel twist of fate indeed. Last season, the trio of superstars from the Celtics had bested them, and now, the depleted Rockets were also making their mark. Were the Lakers to be treated like a defenseless child? In the Lakers' offensive play, Kobe rose up from beyond the arc, determined to respond. His resolve was formidable, yet the shot clanged against the rim. In his fury, Kobe's attempt lost its elevation, resulting in the ball crashing against the hoop and rebounding far away. Just moments after entering the court with Kobe, Brooks fortuitously retrieved the basketball. The Rockets launched a rapid counterattack, with Brooks accelerating to finish a layup, thereby overtaking the score. The Lakers hastily called for a timeout, momentarily disoriented. Neither the players nor the coaching staff had anticipated such an unfolding of events. In just half a quarter, Qin Lie managed to score 16 points from 5 three-pointers, which was truly extraordinary. "Let us remain composed. This is our territory, and victory shall belong to us," the Zen master declared emphatically to his players. However, the disarray in their hearts was not so easily mended. The Lakers aimed to immediately neutralize Qin Lie upon resuming play, intent on overpowering the Rockets. To curtail the Rockets' mobility, the Lakers temporarily adjusted their lineup to 1 big man and 4 smalls. Despite their undeniable advantage in the paint, the Lakers began to adapt to the Rockets' configuration, indicating that even the Zen master was feeling the pressure. The primary target of the Lakers' strategic shift was undoubtedly Qin Lie. Yet, it proved that prior to Curry's emergence in the league, teams were still lacking in imaginative defensive strategies against the three-pointer. The Lakers' defense against Qin Lie, while rigorous, was merely standard protocol. For a player of such caliber, one could argue it represented the highest level of defensive effort, yet it still fell short. Upon returning from the timeout, Kobe drew a foul from Battier, helping to put his team back in the lead. However, moments later, Qin Lie received the ball and executed a drifting three-pointer, reclaiming the lead for the Rockets within mere seconds. Kobe could hardly believe it. This shot from Qin Lie was far from conventional. Turning back, Kobe attempted another shot, but this time it did not find the net. In the presence of the Rockets' wing, Kobe's shooting percentage was not sufficiently high. Even when the Lakers had previously held the lead, the Rockets' struggles stemmed from their own offensive shortcomings, not from any lapse in defensive diligence against Kobe. As the Rockets took their turn on offense, Kobe tightly guarded Qin Lie. Qin Lie failed to receive the ball, and the Rockets' offense fell short once more. However, in the Lakers' offensive play, Vujacic also missed his shot from beyond the arc. Kobe, feeling a sense of urgency, harbored the desire to take control of the game prematurely, as his teammates were proving to be a source of immense frustration for him. In truth, Kobe placed greater faith in his own abilities, feeling more anxious watching his teammates shoot than when he himself was taking a shot. Once again, in the Rockets' offensive sequence, Qin Lie received the ball. This time, Kobe's defense effectively stifled Qin Lie's movements, causing him to halt. With unwavering focus, Kobe, though skeptical of Qin Lie's capacity to handle the ball against him, remained vigilant, prepared for any eventuality. Yet, Qin Lie made no unnecessary movements. Rising for a shot after 3 minutes, slightly leaning back, Kobe immediately closed in on him, swearing that his defense was impeccable, believing Qin Lie could scarcely see the basket. However, when he turned around, he was astonished to see the basketball swish through the net. Kobe was on the verge of madness. His defense had been flawless. So why was Qin Lie able to score? This defied all logic. Chapter 77. Intense battle. Qin Lie felt he had previously misjudged Sanfin Yuka. The 30 victory points he had exchanged undoubtedly yielded a divine-grade item card. Now, standing beyond the three-point line, he experienced a sensation akin to the hoop being as vast as the ocean. Meanwhile, the Lakers fervently endeavored to prevent Qin Lie from receiving the ball. Before the rift, Qin Lie lamented the lack of imagination in the league's defense against three-pointers. Now, he finds himself somewhat helpless, as the team's ability to create opportunities for three-point shots is also lacking. The players and tactics of the Rockets simply cannot harmonize with Qin Lie to fully exploit the potential of the three-point barrage. However, perhaps Qin Lie's influence has transmitted to his teammates. As the Lakers fervently defended against him, Artest managed to sink a three-pointer. Odom also responded with a three-pointer. Yet the Rockets still maintained a 5-point lead. The distinction between trailing by double digits and leading by 5 lies in Qin Lie's performance. At this juncture, Adelman was keenly aware of the need to keep Qin Lie on the court as he made substitutions. The Lakers, too, realized that their strategy of deploying one tall player alongside four smaller ones merely granted the Rockets an opportunity. They still required an advantage in the paint. With Odom's return to the court, the Lakers steadied their position. In the final minutes of the first half, the Lakers relied on the interior prowess of Odom and Gasol to stabilize the situation. In a moment of adversity, Qin adeptly maneuvered to retrieve the ball and seized the opportunity to score 2 points with a swift layup. This encapsulated his performance in the first half, where he impressively made 7 out of 9 attempts from beyond the arc, accumulating a total of 24 points. Thanks to his remarkable display, the Rockets managed to overturn the deficit, leading by 3 points at halftime. Qin Lie was indeed quite dissatisfied. Had the team coordinated with him more effectively, the Rockets might have surged ahead by double digits. He realized that even with external advantages, a higher team synergy was essential to fully unleash his potential. As halftime approached, Qin Lie sought a dialogue with head coach Adelman. He expressed his desire to take on a more prominent role in the second half, hoping for his teammates to provide him with off-the-ball screens. The coaching staff recognized that if Qin Lie could seize more opportunities during his prime moments, the Rockets' prospects would undoubtedly improve. Being seasoned individuals in the sport, they understood Qin Lie's rationale. However, the Rockets had not historically played in such a manner, and altering their approach now could yield unpredictable outcomes. Furthermore, Adelman harbored doubts that Qin Lie would maintain his exceptional shooting rhythm under the Lakers' staunch defense in the second half. While players may experience fleeting moments of brilliance, sustaining such performance is often elusive. The coaching staff believed it improbable for Qin Lie to retain his first-half shooting percentage after the break. Nevertheless, Adelman commended and reassured Qin Lie, promising him greater opportunities in the second half. However, devising specific tactics for him at this juncture was already too late. If he diligently executed the strategies, opportunities would surely arise. Yet, in his heart, Adelman contemplated that Qin Lie could serve as a decoy. With the Lakers' defensive focus on him, other team members would likely benefit. In Adelman's strategy, even Yao Ming could function as a decoy, let alone Qin Lie. As the third quarter commenced, the Rockets maintained their starting lineup, with Qin Lie still on the bench. To be candid, in such a critical Game 7, Adelman exhibited a degree of caution. It is no wonder he had not triumphed in the past. Nonetheless, Qin Lie's performance in the first half invigorated his teammates. Following the halftime intermission, the Rockets' offense showed signs of improvement. However, the Lakers responded with even greater fervor. The Lakers, driven by a championship aspiration, found it unacceptable to be inexplicably surpassed by the Rockets. The extraordinary shots made by Qin Lie are truly beyond comprehension. Their head coach, Phil Jackson, did not express anger during halftime. Instead, he encouraged the players. "I know you will be champions. You can play even better basketball. You performed admirably in the first half, with just a few minor errors. We shall correct those in the second half. We will triumph at home and advance to the finals once again." As the third quarter commenced, Brooks made a decisive drive to score. However, this ignited the vigilance of the Lakers. Their defense became notably aggressive. This is the Lakers' home court, and the referees are less inclined to penalize their players. Only Kobe received 2 fouls for excessive contact, but he had committed few infractions prior, so it posed no issue. The crucial aspect was that the Lakers adeptly managed to control fouls among their 3 key players, thereby maintaining an advantage in the paint. At this moment, Kobe finally sank a 3-pointer. Despite Brooks and Scola contributing points, the Rockets found themselves in a challenging position. Kobe's shooting rhythm had improved, and he also drew Battier's 4th foul. Their rebounding continued to lead as expected. Consequently, the Lakers surged ahead in the score. To be candid, Adelman found himself regretting his earlier decisions. Had he known, he would have started Qin Lie, but it was not too late. The Rockets reintroduced Qin Lie to the game. Upon Qin Lie's entry onto the court, the foremost beneficiary was Brooks. As the Lakers' defense focused on Qin Lie, Brooks successfully sank a 3-pointer. Subsequently, Hayes managed to steal a point within the paint. Adelman nodded slightly at the sidelines. This was precisely the outcome he desired. As long as Qin Lie can continue to draw the defense, the Rockets' offense can flow seamlessly. However, the Lakers' dominance in the paint is still burgeoning. Bynum is becoming increasingly formidable in the interior. Observing the situation, the Rockets remain in a challenging position, yet Qin Lie has finally received the ball. Initially, the Lakers were quite vigilant towards him. However, as other Rockets players began to score, the intensity of their defense against him has lessened significantly. In truth, the Lakers do not truly believe that Qin Lie can sustain his extraordinary performance from the first half. As soon as Qin Lie was about to pass the ball, Kobe immediately pressed forward. Qin Lie stood firm, preparing to execute a screen. Kobe was momentarily struck by a sense of déjà vu, as if he were once again facing Tracy McGrady. In comparison, although Qin Lie's static talent may not have been as exaggerated as McGrady's, it was certainly commendable. His approach to set a screen for Qin Lie, who immediately sprang into action. He took a significant step towards Hayes and then, in an instant, executed a reverse dribble, returning to his original position. Just as Kobe intended to maneuver around Hayes, he discovered that Qin Lie had pulled the ball back and was launching a shot. Kobe reached out in a token gesture to contest the shot. Surely, he wouldn't make it, would he? With a lingering doubt, Kobe turned back, still convinced that Qin Lie would miss. However, he watched in disbelief as Qin Lie's shot found its way into the basket. The score flipped once more, and Qin Lie's three-pointer sent a chill through the Lakers. "Do not allow him to shoot from beyond the arc," urged Phil Jackson from the sidelines, feigning calm. Kobe leaned in to whisper to Bynum, insisting that he should have closed in sooner. Bynum felt somewhat aggrieved. As an interior player, his reflexes were not as swift. After all, Kobe had also been slow to react. Upon returning to the play, Bynum secured an offensive rebound and scored, revealing the Rockets' vulnerability in the paint. When it was the Rockets' turn to attack, Kobe clapped his hands emphatically, determined to tightly guard Qin Lie. Yet, even before crossing half-court, Qin Lie began to move. Sensing potential trickery, Kobe took a step forward and then retreated, aligning himself along the three-point line for defensive coverage. In that moment, Qin Lie received the ball 2 steps beyond the arc. He immediately initiated his shooting motion, and Kobe, neglecting the risk of being faked out, rose to contest the shot. However, Qin Lie performed an unexpected maneuver, deliberately leaning towards Kobe. Chapter 78. Records and victories within reach in this era of the NBA. There are indeed masters of drawing fouls, though most rely on penetration to elicit them. While it is not unheard of to draw a foul by initiating contact, such occurrences are relatively rare. This technique has yet to be fully developed, and the methods employed are not particularly diverse. However, Qin Lie had witnessed the performances of numerous future greats. While he may not be an expert, he certainly possesses an understanding. Relying solely on this tactic for sustenance would be untenable for Qin Lie, but employing it occasionally catches defenders off guard. Qin Lie executed a shooting motion, subsequently leaping into the air to challenge Kobe, resulting in their bodies entangling in a fierce struggle. As a consequence of Qin Lie's maneuver, both players tumbled to the ground. Upon rising, Qin Lie's hand remained entangled with Kobe's arm. In a fit of anger, Kobe retaliated with an elbow strike, causing Qin Lie to once again fall to the floor. Teammates from both sides rushed in, nearly provoking a brawl. Fortunately, the Lakers managed to restrain Kobe and escort him away, leaving Phil Jackson in a state of anxiety, the thought of a conflict arising. Jeopardizing Kobe's participation in the subsequent game was enough to drive him to distraction. As no substantial altercation ensued, the match swiftly resumed. Qin Lie was awarded 3 free throws, and following the conclusion of these attempts, the Rockets retained possession of the ball. Kobe was caught off guard by Qin Lie's performance, yet he too lacked composure, failing to refrain from swinging his elbow. At most, Qin Lie would have been entitled to only 3 free throws. Frankly speaking, such attempts to draw fouls can be immensely taxing on the player themselves. Those not sufficiently robust should certainly avoid this tactic, as repeated attempts could inevitably lead to injury. While the referees reviewed the footage, Qin Lie regained his composure, stepping up to the free throw line with a deliberate calmness, successfully converting all 3 attempts. The Rockets surged ahead, while Kobe found himself with 4 personal fouls. Crucially, Lakers head coach Phil Jackson was apprehensive that Kobe might, in his frustration, overexert himself and commit further fouls. Although it was unlikely for a situation to arise at Staples Center where Kobe would be sidelined, the referees were not excessively stringent, yet should Kobe commit another foul, the Lakers would find themselves in a precarious position. Would Kobe abandon guarding Qin Lie to focus on Artest? Their previous confrontations suggested that guarding Artest might pose an even greater risk than facing Qin Lie. The game would not pause for Zen Master to make a decision. Thus, amidst his indecision, Kobe continued to primarily defend Qin Lie, while the Zen Master remained inactive. "Your acting is utterly pathetic," Kobe scoffed. Qin Lie retorted, "It's certainly better than your atrocious fouls. Were it not for Los Angeles, you would have long since been disqualified for excessive fouling." I remarked, "Are you afraid?" "Afraid of losing, which is why your actions are so extreme." Kobe was immediately incensed and unleashed a torrent of expletives. To be frank, Kobe felt somewhat aggrieved. While he had committed significant fouls earlier, it was evident that Qin Lie had deliberately sought a foul when he just received the ball. And Kobe had no intention of fouling. Nevertheless, Kobe remained undeterred. Despite having 4 fouls, he continued to defend against Qin Lie with various physical contacts. This exemplified Kobe's bravery and the confidence that came with being a superstar. At this juncture, the referees were unlikely to penalize a player of Kobe's caliber lightly. As long as his actions were not excessively aggressive, a bit of robust physical contact would pose no issue. Qin Lie also felt the weight of fatigue. Contending with Kobe was an extraordinary drain on his energy. In the final 2 minutes of the third quarter, Qin Lie found himself without any opportunities. Kobe faced the same predicament, with only Artest and Gasol managing to score for their respective teams. This reflects the intensity of the game, as following the clashes, both sides became even more competitive. Scola and Artest were afforded chances at the free throw line, yet perhaps due to exhaustion, neither could convert. This indicates that the Lakers were resorting to more aggressive actions in their pursuit of victory, leveraging their home court advantage with various wrestling maneuvers. Upon Qin Lie's return to the court in the third quarter, the Rockets managed to halt their downward spiral, preserving a slender 3-point lead. As the final quarter commenced, there was no time for respite. The decisive moment of Game 7 had begun. The instant the final period commenced, Qin Lie felt a surge of energy. With the activation of his king of the fourth quarter skill, all his attributes, including stamina, experienced a notable enhancement. As Qin Lie's speed and overall abilities surged, the Lakers' defense struggled to adapt. While Kobe instinctively maintained his defensive posture, he suddenly realized that Qin Lie had vanished. With increased speed and explosive power, Qin Lie effortlessly evaded his defender. Lowry delivered the ball, and Qin Lie launched a three-pointer swish that marked his 9th three-pointer of the game. The Lakers fans trembled with anxiety, and a chorus of groans resonated throughout the Staples Center. Yet, the Lakers exhibited remarkable resilience. On the offensive front, Kobe drew defenders, allowing Ariza to successfully execute a layup. When play returned to Qin Lie, he did not receive the ball, but Lowry's aggressive drive created a scoring opportunity, ensuring the Rockets' offensive momentum continued. After 2 unsuccessful attempts to receive the ball, Qin Lie seized a defensive rebound and advanced the ball himself. Naturally, Kobe remained vigilant, stepping up his defense. This time, he positioned himself beyond the 3-point line, denying Qin Lie the space to showcase his skills. Qin Lie dribbled, then abruptly halted before swiftly accelerating inward. Kobe exhibited remarkable lateral movement, managing to keep pace despite a few subtle gestures. However, Qin Lie was unable to penetrate, prompting him to pull the basketball back and execute a swift change of direction beneath his legs, once again driving towards the interior. Kobe quickly regained his positioning, resulting in a moment of physical contact between the two. At the instant they collided, Kobe firmly established his stance. He approached from the side and slightly elevated his leg, suggesting a possible obstruction, though it was not severe. What his opponent did not anticipate was that following the confrontation, Qin Lie seamlessly retreated and launched a shot. Qin Lie retreated a significant step, yet Kobe's leap to interfere proved futile. Another three-pointer, the 10th one. Not only the fans, but even the players from both the Lakers and the Rockets were left astounded. 10 three-pointers in a single game. What sorcery is this? We are not in an era dominated by reckless three-point shooting. Legends like Curry, Clay, Harden, and Lillard have yet to grace the league, and occurrences of more than 10 three-pointers in a game are exceedingly rare. Crucially, after Qin Lie made that shot, the Rockets surged ahead by 7 points. When the Lakers returned to offense, Kobe, unable to contain himself, attempted a three-pointer but lacked the rhythm of Qin Lie, resulting in a clank that left the Lakers fans disheartened. Meanwhile, Qin Lie had already begun demanding the ball from his teammates. He sought the ball beyond half-court, embodying the essence of a top-tier player ready to take on the challenge. The Rockets did not typically employ such tactics. Yet Qin Lie's performance was so exceptional that not only was Lowry willing to pass him the ball, but even Brooks, upon entering, showed the same willingness. The entire roster of the Rockets was captivated by Qin Lie's brilliance. Fortunately, that shot did not go in. It felt as though the Lakers' home crowd collectively held their breath. Kobe finally responded with a signature fadeaway jumper. In truth, Kobe should not focus on three-pointers. There is still time for the Lakers. Goodness. Qin Lie once again faced Kobe and made his 11th three-pointer, extending the Rockets' lead to 8 points. Could the Rockets defeat the Lakers on their home court and ascend to the finals? Qin Lie's performance today has been nothing short of extraordinary. He has already made 11 three-pointers, while the record for the most three-pointers in a single game is held by Kobe with 12. Will Qin Lie equal or even surpass Kobe's record? However, the three-point record pales in comparison to the ultimate question: which team will emerge victorious in this Game 7 of the Western Conference Finals? A matter of utmost concern for the fans. Chapter 79, Perfection. The climactic battle between the Rockets and the Lakers in Game 7 has crossed the midway point of the final quarter. Pau Gasol once again secured an offensive rebound and scored decisively. In this critical moment, Pau Gasol showed his mettle. Nevertheless, the Rockets maintained a 9-point lead. Just moments ago, Qin Lie had sunk another three-pointer, stretching the lead to 11 points. Lakers head coach Phil Jackson was visibly anxious. After Odom's three-point attempt failed, the Lakers called for a timeout. Odom was substituted out, and Vujacic was brought in, transforming the Lakers lineup to one featuring a large player alongside four smaller ones. They were now being forced to scramble for points. Following the timeout, the Rockets took possession, and Qin Lie demanded the ball again as he crossed half-court. In response to his deviation from the set play, Adelman chose to acquiesce. Kobe immediately closed in, but Qin Lie forcefully swung the ball with his left hand, pushing aside Kobe's attempt to steal. Had he not been assertive, Kobe might have leveraged his body to wrest the ball away. Such a borderline foul maneuver would likely go uncalled by the referees. After securing the ball, Scola moved in to set a screen. Qin Lie accelerated towards the direction of cover, while Kobe directly reached out to push aside Scola in order to squeeze through. On the other side, Ariza had already positioned himself to intercept Qin Lie. Scola, displaying a cunning nature, turned and maneuvered downward, even reaching out to nudge Kobe. Qin Lie neither forced his way inside nor intended to pass the ball. He simply elevated behind Scola. Ariza, taken aback, swiftly leaped from the side in an attempt to block, while Kobe hurriedly extended his hand to interfere. Yet, they were still a fraction too late. Qin Lie initially intended to seize the opportunity under the cover, with no subsequent plans, thus exhibiting remarkable decisiveness. To be candid, Qin Lie was not in the optimal position to strike, as three defenders stood before him. The Lakers presumed he would maneuver to the side or retract the ball to the opposite end. It was not the final shot, and in the current league, shooting directly at a defender is frowned upon. Consequently, the reaction of the two Lakers players was slightly delayed, and he scores again. Qin Lie's 12th three-pointer, equaling Kobe's record. The Rockets surged ahead by double digits, asserting their undeniable dominance. At this juncture, panic must not ensue, as the domestic basketball commentator nearly shouted in excitement. Many Rockets fans watching the live broadcast could not contain their exhilaration. So formidable, so invincible. Do not allow him to receive the ball, do not let him catch it. Although it was the Lakers' offensive possession, Phil Jackson could not restrain his vocal urgency. In this possession, Kobe forcefully secured 2 points. Yet this was insufficient. The Lakers trailed significantly, and time was dwindling. The Lakers adjusted their defense, focusing entirely on preventing Qin Lie from receiving the ball. It was not Kobe defending, but Ariza instead. Kobe was visibly displeased, yet he had no recourse. The team required his scoring prowess, and the prior exertion in defending Qin Lie had taken its toll. He could not afford to shadow Qin Lie from the front court to prevent him from receiving the ball. There existed another strategy, namely double teaming. As Qin Lie received the ball over half court, but with the Lakers trailing by a considerable margin, they needed to guard against the Rockets' other players. Ariza, with his height and long reach, ensured that his Rockets teammates refrained from taking risks with any passes. Ultimately, Artest's shot failed to find the mark, and the Lakers successfully defended this time. However, in their offensive sequence, Vujacic also missed his shooting opportunity. On the sidelines, Zen Master seemed ready to charge onto the court in frustration. Kobe wore a frown of discontent. During the Rockets' offensive play, Brooks suddenly accelerated, driving in and drawing a foul from Gasol. While Gasol's foul count was not an issue, the critical factor was the Rockets' free throws. Little Blackbean exhibited remarkable composure, effortlessly sinking the free throw. When it came time for the Lakers to attack, Kobe demanded the ball early. Facing the defense, he executed a pull-up jumper, sinking a three-pointer. Kobe, who had struggled with his shooting touch earlier, awakened at this pivotal moment. Yet, time was down to the final 2 minutes, leaving the Lakers with scant opportunities. In the Rockets' offensive play, the Lakers' defense grew increasingly aggressive. The Rockets found it challenging to secure chances from beyond the arc, and amidst the tussle for position, the referee suddenly called a foul for an off-the-ball infraction. Artest, the one penalized, felt aggrieved and approached to argue, while the Lakers players were equally incensed, nearly igniting a conflict. This time, it was the Rockets who had to pull their man away. Qin Lie and Hay seized Atesh and pulled him away, as they were in the lead and had no need for any antics. During the Lakers' offensive play, Kobe once again took control of the ball for a one-on-one showdown. This time, the Rockets unexpectedly employed a double team, resulting in Kobe being forced to halt his dribble. However, in this crucial moment, Kobe maintained his composure, refraining from a forced shot and instead passing the ball to Fisher. Although Fisher's performance throughout this series had been lackluster, it must be acknowledged that he possessed some merit to secure the starting position at point guard for the Lakers. In the most critical moment, he indeed made the shot. Though it was merely a two-pointer, its significance was paramount. The Rockets fans felt a surge of anxiety. The team could not afford to falter in the final minutes. Their worries were not unfounded, as the Rockets had a history of unpredictability. Yet, this iteration of the Rockets was decidedly different. When it was time for the Rockets to mount an offense, the Lakers' defense remained exceptionally strong. The Rockets were also consciously managing the clock, as the shot clock neared expiration. Brooks took a forceful shot from beyond the arc. His attempt, however, veered slightly off target, and the ball ricocheted off the rim. Both Scola and Gasol, engaged in positioning, failed to leap entirely, causing the basketball to bounce off as they inadvertently touched it. At that moment, Qin Lie, who had been tirelessly running without the ball, suddenly appeared in the vicinity where the ball was descending. His rebounding instincts were commendable, particularly under the heightened intensity of the final quarter. Qin Lie swiftly extended his hand, thwarting the advancing Lakers players. He then turned and dribbled the ball away, just when everyone anticipated that Qin Lie would take his time. He executed a swift turnaround and launched a three-point shot. Could it be? Such an impeccable shot. Qin skillfully executed his 13th three-point shot, once again achieving remarkable precision with yet another trifecta. Qin Lie not only shattered the record for the most three-pointers made in a single game, but also undermined the confidence of the Lakers. In the final minute, trailing by 10 points, the Lakers truly felt they could not catch up. The crux of the matter was their exhaustion, both physically and mentally. Qin Lie's performance was utterly unreasonable. How could they possibly continue? The Rockets' lesser-known players displayed a lack of sportsmanship. Why exert such effort while merely earning a minimum salary? In the dying moments, the Lakers resorted to mindless three-point attempts. Kobe's shot failed, Vujacic's attempt missed the mark, and even Gasol's final effort did not find its target. In the final moments, Qin Lie refrained from further outbursts, while Brooks skillfully managed the clock. The Rockets players exhibited remarkable composure at the conclusion of the decisive Game 7. Encountering no further complications, the Lakers executed a foul strategy only once in the dying seconds. Although Brooks converted just one of his 2 free throws, it proved sufficient. With a score of 100-89, the Rockets triumphed on the road, miraculously advancing to the finals. With an astonishing 13 three-pointers, Qin Lie scored a total of 45 points, single-handedly transforming the fate of the Rockets. Perfection. Chapter 80, The Championship Goal. The Rockets' head coach, Adelman, was overjoyed. He had finally led his team to triumph over the Lakers. He exclaimed with excitement, "I am truly proud of our team, every single member. And all their efforts are commendable." Qin Lie's performance was nothing short of miraculous. Now we can confidently declare that our goal is the championship. The dejected Kobe ultimately acknowledged that the Rockets fought with greater tenacity, deserving their hard-won victory. The Rockets astonishingly advanced to the finals. Ha ha ha. I have long asserted that this season, the Rockets would be champions. Ah, what a thrill. Qin Tianshu, the true leader of the Rockets. Ha ha ha, my friends, I have already gone to see Qin Lie's sneakers. The miraculous advancement of the Rockets to the finals has left the fans, just like Adelman, ecstatic beyond measure. Qin Lie appeared remarkably composed, primarily to maintain his faade. Yet, within him, a tempest of excitement surged. The sensation of clinching a decisive Game 7 was undeniably gratifying. In an interview, he reflected on the upcoming finals, noting that the Eastern Conference Finals concluded a day earlier, with the Magic triumphing. With a hint of jest, he remarked, "By the time the finals arrive, Yao should be back on the court, indulging in meals, slumber, and dominating the game. I relish watching that." In the Eastern Conference Finals, a confrontation between LeBron James and Dwight Howard unfolded. Howard, a premier defensive anchor in the paint, ostensibly posed a challenge for James. However, the Magic's wing defense was somewhat lacking. Effectively containing James required both perimeter and interior support. Nevertheless, despite failing to restrain James, the Magic still secured victory in 6 games. This demonstrated that there are myriad strategies to combat superstars. The Magic's offensive prowess eclipsed that of the Cavaliers, as their three-point shooting exploited vulnerabilities in Cleveland's defense. While the Cavaliers exhibited solid team defense this season, their individual defensive capabilities were somewhat deficient. Furthermore, the combination of Zydrunas Ilgauskas, Ben Wallace, and Anderson Varejao paled in comparison to Howard. Presently, Howard was at his zenith, having firmly established himself as the premier center in the league. As for Yao Ming, his inability to outperform Howard merely indicated that even the best can encounter limitations. Following the conclusion of the Western Conference Finals, the Rockets had 4 days to adjust. The Magic had an additional day, allowing both teams ample time for recovery before the finals. After medical confirmation, it was announced that Yao would indeed return for the championship series. On the Magic's side, a key player, Jameer Nelson, was also set to make his comeback. Nelson, the team's primary playmaker, faced a different situation than Yao, having missed half the season. His return in the finals seemed somewhat belated, as regaining rhythm and adapting to the team's tempo requires time. Any misstep could jeopardize the team's performance. Historically, Nelson's return had not benefited the team, often disrupting the newly forged chemistry within the Magic. The ascension of both teams to the finals was somewhat unexpected. The league had anticipated a showdown between the 23rd and 24th players. Initially, it was merely LeBron's absence that altered the narrative, but thanks to Qin Lie's influence, it transformed into a clash between the league's top centers. Both the Rockets and the Magic entered the finals with formidable momentum, yet the Rockets held a psychological edge against the Magic. Compared to their Western Conference battle against the Lakers, the players' mindset was markedly more relaxed. Post-game, Magic head coach Stan Van Gundy expressed, "The playoffs are an entirely different contest. The significance of a regular season sweep is negligible. Otherwise, the Rockets would not have triumphed over the Lakers." He continued, "What distinguishes us now is our evolution into a more balanced team, one with enhanced defensive capabilities and greater resilience. I believe our chances of victory will be significantly elevated." In response, Rick Adelman stated, "The playoffs and regular season are undoubtedly distinct. However, we are fully prepared for the upcoming matches. We have carried over our perseverance, tenacity, and courage from the playoffs, and we will commence with our defense, ultimately striving for the championship." Upon encountering their rivals, both teams may perceive a golden opportunity. Prior to this moment, neither was regarded as the preeminent team in their respective conferences. However, the ultimate outcome must be determined on the court. The Rockets players, on the grand stage of the finals, are reunited with their former teammate Alston, a serendipitous twist, as both have ascended to the pinnacle of competition following their separation. The Magic, having endured the absence of Nelson due to injury, have relied heavily on Alston's contributions to persevere. With Nelson's return for the finals, Alston is expected to retain his starting position, albeit his playing time will undoubtedly be curtailed. Besides Alston, the Magic's starting lineup is bolstered by the team's 3 key players, Howard, Lewis, and Turkoglu, alongside the rookie Qin Lie, who possesses a commendable 3D skill set. While Lie's status as a rookie allows him to start, it underscores the need for Qin to strive for improvement. Moreover, the Magic's reliance on a rookie to complement Turkoglu on the wing reveals a slight deficiency in that area. Nevertheless, with the addition of Pietrus from the bench, the Magic's wing play is certainly more formidable than that of weaker teams, though it cannot rival the tenacity of the Rockets. The defensive prowess of Artest and Battier will undoubtedly challenge Kobe's comfort on the court. The offensive prowess of the substitute Qin Lie is unmatched by any member of the Magic. The crux of the matter lies in the return of Yao Ming, who, upon resuming his position as a starter, poses a formidable challenge for the Magic's linchpin, Dwight Howard. Factors such as height and skill, alongside psychological elements, contribute to this dynamic. Despite the Magic's superior regular season record, the opening battle unfolds at the Amway Center, the home of the Magic. Howard begins the game with great fervor, and after winning the tip-off, he seeks to isolate Yao. Whether he perceives Yao's recent return as an opportunity to exploit or wishes to make a strong impression in the finals is uncertain. Nevertheless, Howard has a penchant for challenging Yao, despite often facing defeat. He receives the ball with his back to the basket, spins around to face Yao, and attempts a drive. Although his movements lack the fluidity of a guard, he indeed makes an effort. Unfortunately, the outcome is not favorable. Yao nearly blocks his shot, which ultimately fails to find the net. When the Rockets take possession, Yao, with his back to Howard, pivots to execute a smooth hook shot, which finds its mark effortlessly. This exemplifies the disparity between them. Yao's height and technique dominate, making his task against Howard appear deceptively simple. On the sidelines, Magic coach Stan Van Gundy appears increasingly discontented. Howard, buoyed by a relatively easy path through the Eastern Conference playoffs, seems to have inflated confidence, mistakenly believing in his own prowess. Howard has long desired to assert dominance in the low post, a hallmark of a powerful interior player in this era, yet he simply lacks the capability. Van Gundy may indulge Howard at times, but tactically, he will not coddle him. If Howard fails to capitalize on his opportunities to score, he should focus on securing rebounds in the paint instead. The Magic's true strength lies in their perimeter shooting. Their version of one-star and four shooters is a unique strategy. Howard, primarily a defensive force and rebounder, allows the perimeter players to take their shots. As the game progresses, it becomes evident who truly leads the Magic. With Howard's ceremonial antics concluded, the main event officially commences. Chapter 81. Catalyst. Aside from Howard's comical attempts to single-handedly challenge Yao at the outset, the Magic performs commendably. Hito TRKO Lu connects with a three-pointer, followed by Rafer Alston's successful floater. However, the Rockets are no slouches themselves. After Yu scores again in the paint, Howard intensifies his defensive efforts against him. Howard's inability to learn from past encounters is notable. He embodies a certain pride typical of the strong, unwilling to contest Yao like a mere minor player. Yet his behavior also reflects childish stubbornness. After Artest misses his first shot, he finds success on his second attempt. Following him are Brooks and Scola, with all Rockets players contributing significantly, save for the defensively focused Battier. This exemplifies the Rockets' current offensive modus operandi, which is flexible and team-oriented. Beyond key moments, their collaborative approach proves quite effective. The lead oscillates between the two teams, keeping the contest fiercely competitive. However, Howard's performance does not match the excellence seen in previous Eastern Conference series. Indeed, the adage rings true: eat, sleep, and play against the beast. After Dayo's return, his performance is commendable, bringing a sense of reassurance. Nevertheless, caution is imperative during away games, as he may attract fouls. Perhaps dissatisfied with their initial performance, the Magic promptly made adjustments. They first substituted Pietrus and subsequently modified their interior strategy. Qin Lie will also take to the field shortly. Many fans are filled with excitement, as his performance in the Western Conference Finals has been remarkably outstanding. It is no longer just the domestic fans who wish to see him in action. Fans from all around share the same anticipation. Upon his entry into the game, Qin Lie initially showcased a defensive prowess that had been somewhat overlooked. His interference caused Pietrus to miss his shots. As the first quarter drew to a close, Qin Lie's layup propelled the team into the lead. This seemingly ordinary score from a running play brought immense joy to the fans watching the live broadcast. The consistent performance of Qin Lie has now become their assurance of victory in their hearts. The true potential of Qin Lie was revealed during the second quarter when he shared the court with Yao Ming. In the face of the Magic, Qin Lie felt reassured in his role to support Yao in the paint. However, the stringent defense the Magic employed against Yao opened avenues for the Rockets from beyond the arc. As the second quarter commenced, Qin Lie swiftly sank a three-pointer from the baseline. Initially, the Magic's defense against him was notably tight, yet as the quarter progressed, it appeared to relax somewhat. Perhaps the Magic, after contending with Qin Lie, realized he did not possess the formidable prowess he displayed during the seventh game of the Western Conference Finals. Instead, he seemed rather ordinary, akin to the other perimeter players of the Rockets. None of the Rockets seized the opportunity to shoot when it arose, and Qin Lie appeared unremarkable. Although Qin Lie has experienced moments of prominence, he remains largely a secondary player. With each new opponent, they must adapt anew. Their unfamiliarity with Qin Lie means that merely reviewing footage cannot provide true insight. Once they face him, opponents are often uncertain about the level of defensive rigor required to contain him. After a brief encounter, the Magic's defenders might mistakenly conclude that Qin Lie is merely a product of lesser defensive efforts from Western players, believing they possess superior skills. It is not surprising that the Magic may harbor such illusions, as the Rockets' adversaries in the West are not renowned for their defensive prowess. While the Magic may not be the pinnacle of defensive teams, their capabilities surpass those of the opponents the Rockets previously encountered. Thus, just as they begin to think their defensive intensity is sufficient to handle Qin Lie, he begins to score. Shortly after sinking a three-pointer, Qin Lie seizes another opportunity to net a two-pointer. The Magic's head coach, unable to contain his frustration, shouts from the sidelines, prompting his players to pay greater heed to Qin Lie. Qin Lie remained unperturbed, refraining from taking forceful action. He simply executed the usual tactics while, upon receiving the ball. Sought ways to pass it to Yao Ming. The defenders of the Magic were left in a state of confusion, pondering why Qin Lie had chosen not to engage. They dared not relax their guard, and as a result, Qin Lie alleviated the offensive pressure on his fellow Rockets players. Adelman expressed his satisfaction. Qin Lie did not seek to claim glory through ball-dominant plays, which aligned perfectly with his expectations. It was commendable to create opportunities first and draw the opponent's defensive attention, thereby easing the burden on his teammates. Qin Lie found merit in this approach. Without utilizing any prop cards or activating skills, he functioned best as a hidden assassin. This strategy alleviated considerable pressure while allowing him to maintain efficiency. After all, the Rockets had not devised a strategy tailored for him, and forcing his hand could complicate matters. Regardless, the pressure on the Rockets against the Magic was significantly less than before, allowing Qin Lie to enhance their efforts. Nevertheless, his offensive prowess kept the Rockets in the lead. The Magic, however, remained resilient, with Lewis hitting a three-pointer to keep the score close. Competing in the finals was no simple feat. The Rockets' defense against Lewis was equally challenging. At times, the Rockets performed better with a larger player accompanied by four smaller ones. But Coach Adelman merely employed this tactic as a special measure rather than a regular strategy. On one hand, the Rockets were not configured to play with a larger player and four smaller ones, as their wing players were somewhat limited. Additionally, Adelman's entrenched tactical mindset, as a renowned coach, made it difficult for him to adapt easily. The situation was manageable, and the Rockets maintained their lead. After Qin Lie took a rest, Brooks also scored a three-pointer. While Alston was on the court, he closely guarded Brooks. Regardless of the circumstances, Brooks had replaced Alston's position on the Rockets, which undoubtedly left Alston somewhat displeased. During the regular season, he had been particularly attentive to defending Brooks. The two were quite familiar with each other, and Brooks struggled to achieve high efficiency against him. In this regard, Alston's defense against Brooks was certainly superior to that of Old Fish. However, Nelson's return resulted in decreased playing time for Alston. Brooks held an advantage against the recovering Nelson, who was a shorter and stockier guard with less speed. After missing a significant portion of the season, jumping back into the high-intensity finals would certainly be an adjustment for him. Nevertheless, Nelson was a favored player of Van Gundy, who placed considerable trust in this decisive guard. Prior to his injury, Nelson had experienced the peak of his career and earned an All-Star selection. Van Gundy believed that for the Magic to triumph over the Rockets in the finals, they required Nelson's performance. Before Nelson's return, Van Gundy had contemplated the integration challenges. However, after Nelson expressed a strong desire to return, he leaned more towards the positive aspects. Alston had been performing adequately, but facing his former team could pose difficulties. Consequently, the Magic adjusted some rotations. To attribute their struggles solely to Nelson would be an oversimplification. The initial issues arose with the wing players. Qin Lie's entrance had ignited the Rockets' offense. The Magic's paramount concern now lay in defending you and figuring out how to maximize Howard's impact, along with the matchups on the wings. Playing at home, they could not afford to fall behind. Chapter 82. Expanding the advantage. Our three-point shooting percentage is alarmingly low. This does not reflect our true capabilities. During the halftime break, Magic head coach Stan Van Gundy remarked, "We are capable of making our shots, and we must also improve our rebounding protection. Dwight, you need to elevate your game. We all believe you are a superior player. I require more offensive contributions. I am confident in my ability to score." Howard stubbornly retorted. Van Gundy's jowls quivered slightly, which was quite unnecessary. In the Rockets' locker room, the atmosphere was undoubtedly more buoyant, as they were the leading team. Upon realizing their opponents were the Magic, thoughts of the championship began to take root in their minds. It became evident that they could indeed dominate the Magic. Adelman expressed his excitement, stating, "I have said, whether at home or on the road, as long as we execute our strategies effectively, we can defeat them. Of course, we must not become complacent in the second half. We need to maintain our focus and execute our tactics diligently." As the third quarter commenced, the Magic charged forth with great fervor. After all, this was their home court. Their regular season performance had surpassed that of the Rockets. They had merely fallen victim to an unexpected sweep. Unfortunately, Lee's three-point attempt failed to find its mark. The Rockets' perimeter defense was undeniably formidable. Howard sought the ball again, this time opting to back down Yao Ming. It was unclear what motivated his decision. Perhaps it was an inexplicable confidence, for his post moves were rather lackluster. Yao did not push Howard away but instead contained him. Howard's slow approach in confronting Yao truly represented a relinquishment of his advantages. Realizing something was amiss, Howard squeezed in a couple of steps. Yet he found himself unable to locate the hoop. In the presence of Yao, Howard's height became a disadvantage. He quickly pivoted towards the baseline, attempting a reverse layup. It would be inaccurate to assert that Howard lacked any technical skill. Rather, his abilities simply did not align with the level of inside confrontation required. However, as Howard ventured towards the baseline, he discovered his path obstructed by Yao. Yao's position was solid, and Howard nearly stepped out of bounds. Straining to maneuver and attempt a shot, he was ultimately thwarted by Yao's decisive block. Then Gundy could hardly bear to watch. What was Howard thinking? The crux of the matter is that Yao Ming struck again, leaving Howard feeling somewhat embarrassed. He had intended to repay with a block, but as he leapt, he realized just how elevated Yao's release point truly was. The Magic, however, found a glimmer of hope as Lewis emerged, opening the second half by scoring a three-pointer. Although Lewis's signing with the Magic was certainly at a premium, he proved to be a fitting complement to Howard. With Lewis creating space, Howard had the opportunity to showcase his skills in the paint at times. Yet, when confronted by Yao, he quickly reconsidered his options. While he could capitalize on easy passes, attempting to engage in one-on-one play was merely a source of humiliation. Howard's current advantage lies in his stamina. During the brief moments when Yao rests, he can indeed dominate the Rockets' other interior players. The Rockets' other big men also lack sufficient height, allowing Howard to reign supreme in the paint. Following Lewis's three-pointer, the Magic executed a commendable offensive display for a few minutes. Qin Lie also made a three-pointer, narrowing the score gap to under 5 points. However, Lie soon had to be substituted due to his inability to withstand Artest's physicality. In comparison to the Lakers, the Magic's wings displayed a certain deficiency in their physical confrontations. While Lie and Pietrus exhibited decent defensive awareness, they struggled in terms of physicality. As for Turkoglu, he is marketed as a point forward. Yet his mobility on the court appears somewhat sluggish. Relatively speaking, this is the least aggressive wing the Rockets have faced in the playoffs. Pietrus entered the game without making much of an impact, playing it too conservatively. The Magic's offense was not lacking, but under the Rockets' defense, they were unable to find their rhythm. Meanwhile, on the offensive end for the Rockets, Battier hit a three-pointer. Both Battier and Qin Lie are akin to assassins. They may not take many shots, but when they do, they strike with ferocity. Of course, Qin Lie's aggressiveness has been increasing, while Battier's contributions on the offensive end have dwindled. Once Qin Lie entered the game, Yao secured another offensive rebound and scored. Shortly thereafter, Lowry made a three-pointer, allowing the Rockets' lead to surpass the double digits, exceeding their advantage at halftime. Although Lewis managed to score in the final moments, preventing the Magic from entering the fourth quarter with a double-digit deficit. The signs of their first game defeat were becoming increasingly evident. Little did they know, Qin Lie would undergo a slight transformation as the fourth quarter commenced. Qin Lie harbored no intentions of presenting a delightful surprise to the Magic. For the sake of victory in the series, he understood the necessity of concealing his strengths. In the fourth quarter, it was far more advantageous to assist Yao in dismantling the Magic's interior defense. The more Howard faltered in confidence, the less formidable the Magic would become throughout this series. Although Howard's singular star status seemed peculiar, he remained the nucleus of the Magic. Without him, their scattershot strategy would undoubtedly devolve into the disarray of a weaker team. His tactical influence was unmistakable on both defensive and offensive fronts, even if such nuances eluded numerical representation. However, due to his discernible strengths and weaknesses, Howard became an easy target. Against the Rockets, bolstered by Yao, he would likely not require special attention. He was simply at a disadvantage against Yao, an inescapable reality. As the fourth quarter commenced, Lewis's shot missed its mark, casting a pall over the Magic's spirits. When it was the Rockets' turn to attack, Qin Lie suddenly evaded his defender, receiving the ball and driving to the basket, drawing a foul from the Magic's interior player, Gortat. The Polish hammer remained a mere substitute for the Beast, contributing little more than a token effort each game, primarily due to his inadequate defense, which did not align with the Magic's tactical requirements. Observing Gortat's struggles to protect the rim, Howard hastily re-entered the game after a brief respite. However, shortly after his return, Qin Lie delivered the ball to Yao, who executed a 2-1 play beneath the basket. Howard wore an expression of vexation, having committed his fourth foul. Against Yao, Howard found himself at a loss, his spirit waning. The Magic's offense began to falter, with Lewis and Turkoglu tightly marked, while Nelson and Alston struggled to find their rhythm in the second half, leaving the scoreboard barren for them. A few minutes later, Howard desperately drew a foul from Yao, Yet at the free throw line, he managed only one of 2 attempts. In this regard, he could not rival Yao. Midway through the final quarter, the Rockets extended their lead to double digits. The Magic decided to take a gamble, bringing in J. Redick, who had previously been relegated to a minor role. Although Redick possessed commendable shooting skills, his inability to evade defenders and his subpar defensive capabilities had relegated him to limited use within the team. Once on the court, Redick seemed to vanish entirely, succumbing to Qin Lie's relentless pressure. Conversely, Pietrus, now free from Qin Lie's interference on the wing, successfully sank a three-pointer. Yet this moment would prove to be the final flicker of brilliance for the Magic, as Yao struck again with 2 consecutive baskets. The scent of collapse wafted through the air for the Magic. Qin Lie's steal culminated in a thunderous dunk, the jeers of the fans ineffectually attempting to deter him. Time dwindled, and the Magic's offensive woes persisted. Howard secured an offensive rebound but found no space to shoot, opting instead to pass the ball. The Magic's perimeter shooting also faltered, with Lewis failing to convert. Pietrus charged into the paint, attempting a forceful layup, only to be met by Yao's emphatic rejection. Qin Lie executed a mid-range jumper with precision. The Magic, despite the circumstances, chose to persevere. As the match approached its final minute, trailing by 12 points, they finally substituted their star players. In the wake of the Magic's resignation, veteran Barry made a layup and subsequently sank a three-pointer, adding insult to injury. In the opening game of the finals, the Rockets triumphed over the Magic with a score of 98-85. Yao Ming made a triumphant return, contributing 20 points and 14 rebounds, while Howard, despite also achieving a double-double, was effectively subdued by Yao throughout the game. Rockets fans were exuberant, as if they could already see the championship trophy beckoning them. After the match, Yao remarked, "We executed our game plan effectively today, but I believe they will be truly prepared for the second game." He further asserted, "This is our finest opportunity, and we must not let it slip away." Adelman expressed his joy, stating, "With Yao's return, we have gained a cornerstone, and we have become significantly stronger. We are very confident about the series." Conversely, Magic head coach Stan Van Gundy commented, "Our performance in the second half was lacking. We missed numerous opportunities, but this is not our true selves, and we can make the necessary adjustments. It is only natural for the losing side to maintain a semblance of bravado. However, it is a reality that the opposing team will certainly regroup and become more formidable in their second home game." Following the team's practice, Qin Lie also engaged in additional shooting drills alongside Yao Ming. Qin Lie's foremost concern now revolves around Yao's physical condition. Yao reassured him, declaring that he feels splendid and has fully recovered. "I am well aware of how to handle Howard," he asserted with a rare display of enthusiasm, clearly exhilarated by the prospect of advancing to the finals. "Brother Yao, I promise to deliver the ball to your hands during the game," Qin Lie remarked with a smile. "I will also keep an eye on your positioning. Together, we shall vanquish them," Yao responded with palpable excitement. As the series progressed to its second match, both teams maintained their earlier momentum. Upon entering the Amway Center, the Rockets were met with a far more fervent chorus of boos than before. The discussion surrounding Yao and Howard had incited the fans of both teams, and the Rockets were certainly not a welcome presence among Orlando's supporters. However, the core dynamics of the team and the outcomes of the regular season could not compare to the thrill of the finals. As the team approached the possibility of clinching the championship, they found themselves confronted by adversaries whom they perceived as utterly detestable. The home crowd of the Magic now harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the Rockets, as well as towards Yao, who had chosen this moment to make his return against them. Qin Lie must undoubtedly have garnered some animosity. Should he excel in the upcoming performances, the opposing fans will likely develop an even greater disdain for him. However, for the players of the Rockets, this is a mark of honor. Qin Lie harbored a profound fondness for this exhilarating sensation. Such a stage ignited a fervor within one's soul. Regrettably, he found himself seated on the bench, suppressing the exhilarating emotions that coursed through him. The Magic once more seized the opportunity to initiate the attack. This time, Howard refrained from his usual obstinacy, yet the Magic's attempt from beyond the arc went awry. Undoubtedly, the Magic were still in need of a premier scorer. Lewis, this multi-million-dollar gentleman, despite his compatibility with Howard, could not alter the fact that he was merely a subpar all-star. In this match, the Magic also intensified their defensive efforts against Yao Ming, who struggled to receive the ball in optimal positions. Meanwhile, the Rockets' Brooks also failed to convert from the perimeter. In truth, the two teams often exhibited comparable strengths. In such scenarios, the vanquished party would invariably feel a deep sense of frustration. The Magic managed to score first, yet Battier subsequently missed his three-point attempt. Following that, Howard's offensive effort also fell short. It appeared that Howard was somewhat haunted by the presence of Yao. Otherwise, his prowess would not have been so significantly curtailed. After several exchanges, Yao finally seized an opportunity, successfully executing a mid-range shot from a relatively distant position. This exemplified Yao's formidable capabilities. He could withstand physical confrontations in the low post while also possessing an excellent shooting touch. Howard could only envy such attributes, which he currently lacked. Ultimately, the Magic had no choice but to rely on their outside shooting to establish momentum, with Turkoglu sinking a three-pointer. This individual was particularly well-suited to the Magic, as his playmaking abilities compensated for the deficiencies in their backcourt. With Howard anchoring the interior, Turkoglu often felt free to operate. Thus, he aspired for his finest years to coincide with the prime of Howard's career. It wasn't until over 4 minutes into the game that Howard finally registered his first points, albeit through a somewhat contentious free throw, leaving Yao feeling quite innocent. Howard himself perhaps sensed the home court advantage, as he converted only one of his 2 attempts. Overall, the score remained tightly contested between the two teams. The match resembled a defensive struggle, which, to be candid, might not align with the aesthetic preferences of some fans when it comes to a potential finals matchup between the Magic and the Rockets. Nonetheless, for the supporters of both sides, the tightly contested defensive battle was undeniably exhilarating. It seemed as though both teams had opportunities, with the competition being intensely fierce. The Magic, playing on their home turf, were the first to make adjustments, substituting players less than 5 minutes into the game. Qin Lie remained perplexed as to why the Rockets' opponents consistently substituted players earlier than they did. The Rockets' coach, Adelman, sometimes exhibited an unwavering demeanor. This phenomenon was largely coincidental. The 3 Western Conference opponents all possessed players who epitomized the role of a super sixth man, while the Magic were simply lacking in depth. Lie, the rookie starter, often raised concerns regarding his performance. Although substituting in Pietrus did not significantly improve the situation, the offensive capabilities of both teams remained unimpressive. The Rockets' offense also experienced difficulties, particularly when Yao Ming struggled to receive the ball comfortably, resulting in a less fluid outside shooting game. The Magic's defense retained some effectiveness, bolstered by Howard's elite ability to provide help defense. With both teams exhibiting solid interior defensive strategies, opportunities for penetrating drives were scarce, leading to a greater emphasis on outside shooting. Crucially, neither team possessed particularly formidable penetrators. In all honesty, despite the stark differences in their tactical approaches, the two teams exhibited a few similarities. As the match progressed with mounting tension, Qin Lie entered the game. Upon his arrival, he executed the plays with unremarkable consistency. As the most scrutinized figure on the Rockets bench, he occasionally found himself overlooked by the Magic's defenders. Consequently, Qin Lie managed to score a modest 2-pointer, only to fade back into the background, tirelessly running off the ball on offense and diligently fulfilling his defensive responsibilities. It was as if the player who had once eliminated Kobe in the Western Conference Finals was a distant memory. Nevertheless, it remained a fact that the Rockets gradually gained a slight lead after Qin Lie's entrance. This is the hallmark of a good player, one who manifests their value beyond mere statistics. Indeed, the Rockets maintained a relentless defensive pressure on the perimeter, effectively restricting the Magic's wing players. Chapter 84, The Uncontainable Assassin. Lewis penetrated the paint for a layup, only to be met with another rejection from Yao Ming. In the second quarter, Lewis faced a dismal start, yet soon his shooting prowess ignited, as if Yao Ming's blocks had unblocked his meridians. Lewis began to score relentlessly, establishing an undeniable connection with every Magic offense. 3-pointers and 2-pointers flowed effortlessly from his hands. The Rockets, regardless of whether it was Scola or Landry, found it exceedingly difficult to contain Lewis. The man worth $1 billion revealed his brilliance. However, despite Lewis's explosion of talent, the Magic failed to surpass the score. The Rockets continued their scoring spree, with Yu and Qin assisting each other. Although Howard and Yao exchanged minutes on the court, Gortat proved incapable of defending against Yao. Coach Van Gundy observed with growing anxiety and swiftly reinserted Howard into the game. Yet, Howard struggled against Yao, leaving Van Gundy visibly frustrated. Logically, it should not have been this way. Even if there was some restraint, it should not have been so exaggerated. Yet Howard could not showcase his prowess. Compounding the issue, aside from Lewis, none of the other Magic players could find their rhythm. Turkoglu faltered, and even J.J. Redick failed to make an impact. Alston was replaced by Nelson. Yet the situation remained unchanged. Thus, despite Lewis sinking 4 3-pointers and amassing 18 points in the quarter, the Magic still trailed significantly. It was astonishing. Qin sensed that both teams were playing at a slower pace, unsure whether to commend their defense or attribute it to something else. Adelman and Van Gundy, with Adelman regarded as an offensive maestro, had both teams struggling to score effectively. In truth, the Rockets could have performed better. Substituting Battier to guard Lewis might have yielded better results. However, Adelman refrained from such a move, believing that his current lineup might not fully contain Lewis, yet offered a semblance of stability. Furthermore, he reasoned that Lewis could not maintain such a fervent display indefinitely, as he lacked that capacity. In the waning moments of the first half, Redick missed a 3-pointer, and the Rockets held a 6-point lead. Once again, the Rockets were in the lead, causing the Magic fans in the stands to lose much of their enthusiasm, their boos diminishing in volume. Upon returning to the locker room, Coach Van Gundy erupted in anger, exclaiming, "Look at what kind of basketball we played in the first half. We exhibited no energy, no spirit. If we continue like this, we will soon be finished. This is our home court, and our performance cannot disappoint the fans like this." The Magic did not fall behind by a significant margin, however, apart from Lewis. Their performance was indeed lackluster, which left Van Gundy quite anxious. Should they lose another home game, their chances in this series would be severely jeopardized. In stark contrast, the Rockets' locker room resonated with laughter and camaraderie as the players brimmed with confidence. They believed the Magic would remain vulnerable, just as they had been during the regular season. Yet, upon entering the second half, the Magic players appeared to awaken from their slumber. Howard surged forward, receiving the ball and executing a thunderous dunk that left Yao Ming unable to intervene. Soon after, Turkoglu and Alston also found their shooting touch. Lewis even drew a foul from Scola. In a matter of possessions, the Magic managed to close the gap, instilling a sense of danger within the Rockets' ranks. Unfortunately, the Magic's resurgence did not endure. On the Rockets' side, Yao and Artest each found the basket. Subsequently, Yao's imposing block tempered Howard's aggression significantly. Just as the Rockets regained the upper hand, circumstances shifted once more. Yao was called for his 4th foul, followed by Turkoglu sinking a 3-pointer, allowing the Magic to take the lead. The Rockets promptly called a timeout, and Yao had no choice but to exit the game early. At this juncture, the Rockets found themselves at a loss, prompting Adelman to finally opt for a lineup of 1 big and 4 smaller players, deploying 3 wings to defend against the Magic's perimeter shooting. This strategy proved effective. The Rockets' smaller defensive unit moved with greater agility, momentarily denying the Magic any opportunities for 3-point shots. Although Howard capitalized on Yao's absence to score 4 consecutive points, the Rockets remained unfazed. As their own outside shooting began to flourish, Qin Lie skillfully executed a 3-pointer, while Lowry swiftly completed a layup during a rapid counterattack. Conversely, the Magic opted for a different strategy, seeking to dominate the paint in the absence of Yao Ming by deploying a twin tower lineup with Gortat and Howard. However, this decision proved to be misguided. When both Gortat and Howard were on the court simultaneously, they appeared utterly bewildered regarding their roles. Gortat managed to draw a foul in the paint but failed to convert both free throws. He even struggled to secure rebounds. As the final quarter commenced, Qin Lie scored 6 points within 2 minutes. The presence of 2 towering figures made the Magic's defense unable to keep pace with the Rockets' rhythm. It was only then that Van Gundy realized his error and promptly substituted Gortat. By that time, however, the Rockets had already established a lead. The explosive scoring ability of Qin Lie in the 4th quarter has caused considerable distress for Van Gundy. When he instructed his players to apply stringent defense on Qin Lie, it seemed as though Qin Lie was rendered inert. However, when the defensive focus wavered, Qin Lie would suddenly unleash a flurry of points, catching everyone off guard. Nevertheless, the Magic managed to regain their composure. In the absence of Yao Ming, Howard's dominance in the paint was still evident. He drew fouls on consecutive plays, crucially converting both free throws. It seemed that with Yao Ming sidelined, Howard's confidence soared. On the sidelines, Adelman expressed some regret for not substituting Yao Ming in sooner. His reactions during the game sometimes lagged, but fortunately, it was not too late. Once Yao Ming entered the game, Howard appeared visibly diminished. Yet, Howard was not resigned to defeat. He once again challenged Yao Ming, only to inevitably falter. Qin Lie felt that Howard truly need not resort to isolation plays. A simple drive to the basket would suffice. Perhaps it was due to the inadequacy of the Magic's playmakers, who failed to deliver exquisite passes, resulting in Howard's current offensive approach often appearing somewhat awkward. As the Magic aimed to close the gap in the score, They inadvertently allowed the Rockets to gain the upper hand. The spirits of the Magic players seemed to wane, with Brooks once again penetrating past Nelson. Van Gundy made a decisive choice to forego the point guard. With Alston's inconsistency and his favored player Nelson faltering, he entrusted the ball-handling duties to Turkoglu, thereby adding a shooting option. Van Gundy's selection fell upon Redick, though the rationale behind his choice remained unclear. Redick had previously struggled with accuracy, compounded by his defensive shortcomings. Perhaps he believed Redick could exploit Brooks' height disadvantage and shoot directly? He may have overestimated Redick's capabilities, as he lacked that proficiency. At this juncture, only 5 minutes remained in the game, with the Rockets maintaining a slender lead. The Magic's defense was commendable this time. Artest found himself compelled to force his way in for a layup, only to be met with a resounding block from Howard. Yet, before the Magic fans could even take solace in the moment, they witnessed a flash of red as it appeared at the spot where the basketball descended. Qin Lie gracefully snatched the basketball from midair, executing a deft step and a layup. It was a flawless shot. As Howard landed, a look of anxiety flickered in his eyes, yet he found himself powerless to alter the outcome. Chapter 85. The roar of the home crowd, Qin Tianju proclaimed. I only take the crucial shots. What a splendid display. Whenever the team requires Qin Lie's prowess, he invariably rises to the occasion. This is Yao's first appearance in the finals, and he certainly could have benefited from a player like Qin Lie. When my teammates are in the zone, I refrain from competing for the spotlight. Yet, when the team encounters adversity, I am quick to step forward. Who wouldn't he admire such a player? In our region, the sneakers endorsed by Qin Lie have sold out completely. Does anyone have stock available? Haha, we are in the same boat here. Brothers, fret not. For it is rumored that signature sneakers for Qin Lie will soon be released. As the fans eagerly anticipate more thrilling moments, Qin Lie once again dazzles with his performance. On the defensive end, he suddenly closed in on Howard, swiftly intercepting the ball with a precise reach. After a swift break, Qin Lie deftly passed the ball ahead to Brooks, who accelerated to seize it and executed a flawless layup, extending the Rockets' lead to 6 points. Subsequently, Lewis capitalized on a free throw opportunity, converting both attempts, yet Yao Ming responded with a basket of his own. As the clock dwindled, the defenses of both teams intensified. Following 2 scoreless possessions for each side, the game entered its final 2 minutes. The trailing Magic grew increasingly anxious, and Howard committed a turnover. But the Rockets failed to capitalize on the opportunity. With just a minute remaining, Turkoglu finally found the net. However, during the Rockets' ensuing offensive play, Qin Lie penetrated the defense and passed to Yao, who executed a resounding dunk, momentarily halting the Magic's momentum. Van Gundy, acutely aware of the dwindling time, recognized that their only hope lay in 3-point attempts. Lewis, undeterred by tight defense, managed to sink a shot, but prior to that, the Magic had resorted to a foul strategy, resulting in Brooks converting both free throws. Yao then proactively received the ball, was fouled, and also made both free throw attempts. Lewis, unfortunately, found no opportunity for a shot, and Redick's 3-point attempt missed the mark as the game concluded. The Rockets triumphed on the road with a score of 97-90, taking a 2-0 lead in the series. In the aftermath, Magic coach Van Gundy expressed his frustration, stating that while his players had exerted considerable effort, numerous turnovers had thwarted their hopes. He affirmed that the game was not over and that they would continue to fight back, even on the road. Adelman remarked that the Magic's performance was commendable, acknowledging that they had several chances to secure the win. Fortunately, every player displayed remarkable tenacity, withstanding pressure at critical moments to achieve victory. Yao continued to shine as the standout player, while Qin Lie's contributions in the final quarter proved crucial. Yao expressed his joy, stating, "We return home with a victory and aim to conclude the series. We are close to the championship. This is my first finals, and we are ready." Qin Lie also accepted an interview, stating, "My sole aim is to assist the team in winning the series. I am a man of my word." There is a palpable belief in his commitment, as he has consistently delivered in the past. The media has extolled that Yao Ming has finally found the companion he has long needed. Upon returning to Houston, the team was met with a fervent welcome from the fans. While Houston is no stranger to championship victories, it must be noted that such triumphs belong to the previous century. The fans have yearned for another trophy for over a decade. Their hero of yesteryear was Olajuwon, and now they seek to witness the rise of a new champion. The Rockets players returning to their home court are brimming with ambition. Apart from the veteran Barry, none have tasted the sweetness of a championship. Even the ageless Uncle Mu has only experienced the finals once. This presents the finest opportunity and none are willing to let it slip away. The Magic, too, are resolute in their determination, striving with all their might regardless of being the visiting team. The Magic have opted against altering their lineup, perhaps out of stubbornness, or perhaps in faith that their starters will bring them fortune, as they have in the past. Rockets. Championship. The home crowd roared, creating an awe-inspiring atmosphere. Waves of chants, perhaps more pressuring than jeers, surged through the arena. The Magic initiated the offense once more but failed to score. Turkoglu launched a three-pointer, only to clang off the rim. The Rockets, however, were first to find the basket. Courtesy of Brooks. The Magic's defense was commendable, yet they were oblivious to who would take the shot for the Rockets. In truth, the Rockets' defense faced a similar dilemma. The Magic lacked a definitive scoring threat, rendering them inferior to the Rockets. The Magic, despite being on the road, did not falter, as Lewis quickly contributed to the scoreboard. While Howard has struggled in this series, Lewis's performance has notably improved. Yet, you swiftly responded with a hook shot, maintaining the Rockets' lead. Back on their home turf, the Rockets players displayed remarkable shooting touch. Before long, all but Battier had registered points. Though Battier may appear a liability offensively, his defensive prowess is commendable. And his shooting is not to be underestimated. The Magic dare not leave him open. Conversely, Alston has unexpectedly shone for the Magic. Perhaps his familiarity with the Rockets' home court has enhanced his shooting touch, significantly better than before. The Rockets fans were taken aback to see Alston sink a three-pointer, reminiscing how recently he was one of their own. Alston's performance spurred Brooks, who soon found success with a few impressive shots. In the Rockets' home arena, both teams surprisingly engaged in a scoring duel. However, this was merely an illusion, as moments later, both teams concurrently intensified their defensive efforts. Qin Lie took to the court on schedule, earning the enthusiastic cheers of the audience. The team presently feels in good spirits, and Qin Lie does not intend to overly showcase his abilities. Understanding when to remain understated and when to step into the spotlight is crucial, especially when one has not yet established a tactical position. Nevertheless, the Rockets' offense flows smoothly, and Qin Lie has successfully reaped the benefits. Shortly after his entrance onto the court, he was presented with a commendable opportunity. Refraining from seeking the limelight does not imply that he would refuse the chance when it presents itself. Qin Lie decisively released a mid-range shot, and the basketball found its mark with unwavering precision. On the scoreboard, the Rockets extended their lead from a mere 2 points to a commanding 4 points. Qin Lie once again garnered a tumultuous ovation from the fans, now heralded as a hero in Houston. Subsequently, he executed a commendable defensive play. After 2 rounds, the Rockets smoothly entered the second quarter with a 4-point lead. A promising start, they were one step closer to securing the game point. As the second quarter commenced, Qin Lie seized an opportunity for a swift drive, effortlessly scoring a 2-1 layup. Exhilarated, he triumphed over the defenders without the need for a late-game surge in prowess. Following his successful free throw, he indulged in a touch of playful banter, proclaiming, "Hey, my friends, you ought to realize that you cannot contain me. Do you understand? I am merely holding back. I need not score excessively against you." The opposing players, incensed, retaliated with a torrent of vulgarities and intensified their defensive efforts against him. Qin Lie, however, remained utterly unconcerned, inviting them to guard against him. After all, he was merely a substitute. Chapter 86. This substitute is unusual. It became evident that Qin Lie truly did not mind being closely guarded. As both sides intensified their defensive efforts, the Rockets' offense became less fluid. Yet they still managed to score from multiple sources. The presence of Yao Ming can effectively draw away a defender from the Magic, which is beneficial for the Rockets. In the latter stages of the first quarter, faced with a double team, Yao adeptly distributed the ball, allowing Artest to sink a three-pointer. Although Artest's shooting percentage in the playoffs is not particularly impressive, he possesses a fearless shooting mentality, often managing to make crucial shots, thus posing a challenge for defenders. When it was the Magic's turn to attack, a somewhat overzealous Alston surged into the paint for a floater, only to be met with a resounding block from the ever-familiar Yao. Soon after, the first quarter concluded with the Rockets maintaining their lead. As the second quarter commenced, the Magic's defenders inexplicably overlooked the threat posed by Yao. Qin Lie seized another opportunity, penetrating the lane and successfully challenging Beatty, achieving a remarkable 2-1. Subsequently, Lowry also found his mark, causing the situation for the Magic to deteriorate. Fortunately, the Beast finally rose to the occasion. He secured an offensive rebound and scored on a second attempt, followed by a perfect finish after receiving a pass from Turkoglu. The Magic tightened the score, proving that the finals were indeed no simple affair. Even though the Rockets had some control over the Magic, defeating the opponent still required an unwavering commitment. The two teams exchanged blows, and in this phase, Qin Lie's performance was not as pronounced, as he spent more time diligently focusing on defense. In the latter half of the second quarter, Qin Lie took a breather. However, just a few minutes before the halftime break, the Magic launched a counterattack. Lewis hit 2 3-pointers, while Brooks mindlessly charged the lane, only to be thwarted by Howard's emphatic block, with Yao's final attempt failing to find the net. The Magic managed to equalize the score. The Rockets recognized the necessity of defending against the three-point shot. Lewis had previously had very few opportunities. But the Magic clearly excelled in this area and capitalized on the chance, just as Qin Lie consistently seized opportunities to score. The Rockets' defense occasionally exhibited a slight lapse in vigilance, naively hoping their opponent would not discover any weaknesses, particularly with a sharpshooter like Lewis, who requires only a sliver of space to release his shot. One cannot afford to be complacent. Moreover, the threat posed by Turkoglu, who facilitated passes to Lewis, was also significant. While the Rockets' wings could often suppress the offense, it would be a mistake to assume they could do so effortlessly. Upon returning to the locker room, Adelman chastised the team. "Do you think that because we are leading in this series and returning home, you can relax and celebrate prematurely? This is the finals. No one will concede. If we cannot maintain our focus and allow them to defeat us at home, you will surely regret it." He emphasized the need to defend against their outside shooting and protect the boards. Meanwhile, Van Gundy encouraged his players. "This is how we can play well. It does not matter if we are on the road. Our task is to execute our strategy and make our shots. They have won on the road. We can do the same. We must bring the game back to Orlando and show everyone what we are capable of." Both coaches aspire for their teams to better leverage their strengths and avoid succumbing to the rhythm set by their opponents. However, in the realm of competition, there can only be one victor, and only one team can truly fulfill the expectations of its coach. As the third quarter commenced, the Magic appeared to carry forward the momentum from the final moments of the first half. Hito Trko Lu struck first, enabling the Magic to reclaim the lead, causing a moment of anxiety among the Rockets' home fans. Fortunately, Yao Ming responded by stepping beyond the arc and sinking a shot, demonstrating his reliability. Subsequently, Lewis's missed three-pointer illustrated that the Rockets would not falter in the third quarter. The current iteration of the Rockets has indeed matured into a formidable team, displaying remarkable consistency. Nonetheless, their offensive efforts in the latter half appeared somewhat stagnant, suggesting that they should have integrated Qin Lie into the game sooner. Indeed, even when Qin Lie was not scoring, his contributions were exceedingly rational. His impact was arguably greater than that of the Rockets' other perimeter players. Particularly noteworthy was his synergy with Yao Ming, especially in their passing exchanges. The partnership between Qin Lie and Yao Ming has emerged as the new ace for the Rockets. As the second half unfolded, the Magic exhibited commendable resilience. Shortly after the Rockets regained the lead, the Magic, buoyed by the scoring of Alston and Lewis, surged ahead once more. Thankfully, Battier responded with a three-pointer, preventing the Magic from maintaining their advantage for long. Following several tense exchanges in which neither team gained a decisive edge, Lewis seized an opportunity to connect on another three-pointer in the waning minutes of the third quarter. Observing the precarious situation, Adelman acted without hesitation, bringing Qin Lie into the fray. Qin Lie is undoubtedly a boon for the team. As soon as he stepped onto the court, Yao Ming drew a foul shot. Subsequently, Brooks also penetrated the defense, drawing a foul. Qin Lie's entrance significantly expanded the team's offensive space, providing the Rockets players with a more liberated environment for their attacks. His prowess is evident, compelling the Magic's defense to take him seriously. Even when he is stationed beyond the three-point line, his presence aids the Rockets' offense. What a splendid shot. I had a feeling Qin Lie would score. His three-point attempt was executed with remarkable decisiveness. The Magic's defense remained intact, yet he still succeeded, showcasing the fundamentals of shooting. It is said that Qin Lie trains with great rigor, often engaging in additional practice sessions alone. If he were to hear the announcers praise him so fervently, he might feel a bit bashful. Nevertheless, since his arrival, the Rockets' offense has indeed improved, even when Yao takes a breather and Howard scores 4 consecutive points. The Rockets maintain their lead. With a mere 1-point advantage, the focus now shifts to the fierce battle in the final quarter. Qin Lie perceived that the pressure on the Magic was intensifying. While they might have been competing fiercely earlier, as the match drew closer to its conclusion, their anxiety heightened. The prospect of the Rockets seizing match point loomed ominously, threatening to prematurely conclude the series. The key players of the Magic had yet to experience a finals. making the burden of potential defeat even more daunting for those lacking experience in such high-stakes situations. Naturally, some players may feel a surge of excitement, but this typically occurs among those leading in the series. As the final quarter commenced, an exhilarated Qin Lie scored a two-pointer. At that moment, Howard was on the court, taking a brief respite. The perimeter players for the Magic suddenly found themselves struggling to execute their strategies. Subsequently, Qin Lie scored again. The Magic's head coach, Van Gundy, was bewildered by the Rockets' bench players who seemed to intensify their performance in the final quarter. It appears that Qin Lie often finds himself in such situations. The coaching staff of the Magic has concluded that Qin Lie, by conserving his energy, capitalizes on the defensive lapses of his opponents, consequently increasing his shooting attempts. This phenomenon may also be attributed to mere coincidence. However, the Magic do not perceive any relaxation in their defense. In this particular match, where the Magic exerted themselves with great fervor, they finally became aware of Qin Lie's unusual performance. Chapter 87. Unbeaten, seizing match point. How could this be? Qin Lie managed to defeat our defense while in possession of the ball? Stan Van Gundy expressed his frustration from the sidelines. In the first three quarters, Qin Lie refrained from extraneous movements, promptly passing the ball when opportunities to receive it were absent. However, in the final quarter, he began to create scoring opportunities for himself. During the preceding two games, there was no necessity for Qin Lie to showcase such skills, and thus he remained understated. Now, as the Magic trailed closely, poised to reclaim the lead at any moment, Qin Lie was compelled to step forward. The Magic swiftly adjusted, bringing Howard back onto the court after a brief respite of merely 1 minute. Presently, Howard showcased remarkable stamina, able to contend with perimeter players on the court. If only Yao Ming possessed such endurance, perhaps Qin Lie would not have been required to take the spotlight. Upon Howard's re-entry, Lewis promptly scored. The Magic's perimeter players indeed required the steadfast presence of the beast, even though his contributions often resembled those of a blue-collar center. Nevertheless, the Magic's defense faltered anew. As they focused on Qin Lie and Yao Ming, Lowry capitalized and scored. It became evident that Nelson had yet to regain his rhythm. Yet Van Gundy remained inclined to utilize him. The Rockets had gained an advantage, albeit unstable. The Magic refused to concede. Howard quickly seized an offensive rebound, drawing a foul that led to Landry's exit. The interior battle between the two teams was intriguing, with Yao Ming and Howard frequently vying for offensive boards. Of course, Howard exhibited superior rebounding prowess. Yao Ming often secured offensive rebounds in the playoffs primarily due to opponents circumventing him. When the Magic employed fronting defense, it allowed Yao Ming to establish position, facilitating easier rebounds. Had it not been for the inability to contain, the Magic would have preferred not to front. Although the Magic managed to score, the Rockets executed a commendable defense against their three-point attempts, making it quite challenging for the Magic to overtake. When Brooks entered the game, he swiftly scored against Nelson, prompting Van Gundy to recognize the necessity for substitutions. However, following the changes, Qin Lie once again made his mark. He exploited a mismatch, drawing a foul from Lewis, and displayed remarkable steadiness at the free throw line. The pressure mounted on the Magic, necessitating someone to rise to the occasion. Yet, Howard excelled defensively, and the Magic lacked perimeter players capable of effectively handling defensive challenges. As the game approached its final 5 minutes, Qin Lie assisted Yao Ming, extending the Rockets' lead to 6 points. It was now the Magic's turn to attack, and through a pick-and-roll strategy, Pietrus drew a foul from Brooks. There seemed to be a deliberate targeting of Brooks, and Turkoglu followed suit with a similar play. Adelman promptly adjusted, bringing Lowry onto the court. Lowry was significantly sturdier, unfazed by the Magic's somewhat unrefined isolation plays. Indeed, the Magic struggled to penetrate, with Pietrus mishandling the ball after a stop, resulting in a turnover. After Qin Lie intercepted the ball, he surged ahead, swiftly outpacing the Magic's defenders to execute a spectacular dunk. The Magic promptly called for a timeout, hoping to disrupt the Rockets' momentum. Upon resuming play, the Magic's adjustments bore immediate fruit as Lewis sank another three-pointer. Adelman, visibly agitated on the sidelines, lambasted the Rockets' defense, insisting that his players must prevent Lewis from receiving the ball. Nevertheless, during the Rockets' offensive play, Qin Lie once again lobbed the ball to Yao Ming, who, upon receiving it, turned to dunk, forcing the Magic to commit a foul. However, fouling Yao was nearly tantamount to gifting points. In the Magic's offensive efforts, they continued to search for three-point opportunities. This time, the Rockets successfully denied Lewis the ball, leading Turkoglu to attempt a shot himself, which unfortunately missed the mark. Turkoglu then opted to pass to Pietrus, but Qin Lie effectively disrupted his shot as well. Following a string of missed three-pointers, Turkoglu attempted a drive, drawing a foul from Yao, though it was not particularly concerning as Yao was managing his fouls well that day. Competing at home certainly provided a more comfortable atmosphere. When it was the Rockets' turn to attack, Artest's shot failed to find the net, but Qin Lie secured the offensive rebound. As time dwindled, Qin Lie expertly managed the clock before calling for a screen. He drove into the paint and dished the ball to Brooks, who had just entered the game. Brooks successfully nailed a three-pointer, shattering the hopes of the Magic players. With an 8-point lead in the final seconds, they lacked the confidence to mount a comeback. The Magic called for another timeout, allowing the Rockets to devise their defensive strategy. Upon returning to the court, the Magic struggled to find any opportunities to shoot. Ultimately, Turkoglu was forced to attempt two desperate three-pointers. After their gamble on three-pointers failed, the Rockets clinched the game with an undefeated record, securing the series. The arena erupted with cheers, the championship was within reach, and the fans were enveloped in joy. After the game, Magic head coach Stan Van Gundy appeared somewhat disheartened, attributing the loss to their shooting in crucial moments. He remarked, "I understand that the finals differ from other games. We must hit those shots under intense defense. But we fell short." Conversely, Adelman expressed his elation, stating, "Our players performed remarkably. We knew we could not afford to lose at home. We have a goal to achieve. With a player as great as Yao Ming and strong finishers, we must remain humble and persevere." Yao also declared, "In the next game, we will prepare with utmost dedication, striving to conclude the battle." During an interview, Qin Lie spoke about his impressive performance in the final quarter, remarking with a smile, "As long as I am on the court, I will undoubtedly contribute to the team. You see, I have always believed in my ability to score at crucial moments. We cannot rely solely on Yao to resolve everything for us." In anticipation of Game 4, the league had arranged for an additional day of adjustments. At this point, the public was fervently speculating that the Rockets would sweep the Magic in the finals. During a training break, Qin Lie inquired, "Brother Yao, do you think we will sweep the Magic?" "I just want to win the championship. Whether we sweep or not is actually of little importance," Yao replied. However, he quickly added, "Nevertheless, it would be preferable to secure the championship as soon as possible." That feeling. Yao chuckled as he patted Qin Lie on the back. "Let us settle this in the next game." Qin Lie also broke into a smile. The atmosphere within the Rockets team has been exceedingly joyful these past 2 days, with everyone eagerly anticipating the moment they will lift the trophy. The Qin Lie has now amassed 21 victory points, and even 20 victory points would suffice to exchange for a commendable item card. However, it seems unnecessary. The Rockets players might currently exhibit a somewhat erratic mindset. Yet the Magic, under immense pressure, are unlikely to capitalize on their vulnerabilities. As a team reliant on shooting, the Magic may falter more easily under such duress. On June 11th, the Rockets' home arena will once again transform into a sea of red. The fourth game of the finals will commence on their turf. The league is poised for the awards ceremony, awaiting only the Rockets to secure the final victory. This moment likely represents the pinnacle of unity among the Rockets players, all eager to conclude the series. As Qin Lie stepped onto the court, he was immediately met with a thunderous ovation, with fans and players standing closely together. Chapter 88, the final performance of the season. The Magic, somewhat obstinate, continued to field their original starting lineup, despite diminishing the utilization of Qin Lie in each game. Although they lost the jump ball, their frontcourt defense forced the Rockets into a passing error, allowing the Magic to score first on the counterattack. It was evident that the Magic were unwilling to exit the stage of the finals without a fight. Howard wore a serious expression, embodying a relentless spirit as the game commenced. Following this, Artest missed a shot, but Yao Ming secured the offensive rebound. Yao's performance against the Magic was remarkably steady. The Magic, fueled by determination, started the game on a strong note, with Lewis and Turkoglu both making successful shots. Howard even blocked Artest's attempt. Noticing the troubling situation, Adelman promptly called a timeout. "Wake up, everyone," the veteran coach admonished. The Rockets players, preoccupied with thoughts of the championship, had begun the game somewhat distracted. After receiving a stern reprimand, they returned to the court, gradually solidifying their defense. On the offensive end, Brooks managed to score. Alston responded in kind. Finally, it was Yao's turn to seize an opportunity and score, as both teams entered into a fierce contest for dominance. Qin Lie sat on the sidelines, observing with keen clarity that the Magic players were somewhat off their game. They were charging forward recklessly, and it was likely that if the Rockets were to successfully thwart this assault, the Magic's morale would plummet. The Rockets had actually been quite proficient in defending against three-pointers during this match. However, a brief lapse in their concentration had led to their current deficit in points. Adelman was not overly concerned. Considering the entire series, losing a single game was a manageable setback. Therefore, he chose to wait until the anticipated rotation time before sending Qin Lie back onto the court. Qin Lie had long been filled with impatience, rushing onto the court and feeling a wave of exhilaration wash over him. While sitting on the sidelines allowed him to clearly observe the dynamics of the game. Nothing could compare to the sheer satisfaction of participating firsthand. No matter how captivating an event might be, being a spectator could never rival the thrill of being a player. Upon his entrance to the game, Qin Lie, perhaps envisioning the championship within reach, seized the ball without even glancing at his defender and launched a three-point shot. In a certain sense, his demeanor appeared somewhat uncharacteristic. Yet, fortune favored him, as the defending player did not anticipate Qin Lie's decisive action. Despite Lie's attempts to interfere, Qin Lie's shot found its mark. The crowd erupted in jubilation. This was the first three-pointer of the match. Previously, not only had the Magic failed to score, but the Rockets had struggled as well. However, with Qin Lie on the court, a distinct energy emerged. His presence was undeniable upon his very first touch of the ball. One could sense that the Rockets' championship aspirations were secure. Qin Tianju proclaimed, "Let us settle this once and for all." After Qin Lie made a three-pointer, he delivered an exquisite pass to Yao Ming. Yao then secured an offensive rebound, igniting the Rockets' momentum in their attack. Qin Lie felt quite pleased with himself today. The Magic responded well, and Alston found his rhythm. However, he quickly fell into foul trouble, receiving his second foul and having to leave the game. After Alston's departure, the Magic struggled to score towards the end of the first quarter, with only Howard managing to earn a free throw opportunity from an offensive rebound, making just one. All other attempts from beyond the arc failed, allowing the Rockets to catch up in points. As the second quarter commenced, Howard exerted himself fully, executing a powerful dunk. Frankly speaking, the Magic were disheartened after failing to take the lead in the first quarter, but Howard's determination grew as the game progressed. He subsequently drew a foul from Yao Ming. Had Howard maintained this vigorous form consistently, the Rockets would have found it challenging to overcome the Magic. Unfortunately, his fiery performance was fleeting. Even at this juncture, when Yao received the ball, he still struggled to contain him. Howard had not rested prior, but after Yao scored, Van Gundy opted to give him a brief respite. The Magic's rotation strategy was perplexing, as Howard was truly in his element. While he sat out, Gortat's shot was blocked by Yao Ming. Then, Qin Lie, Battier, and Brooks each hit a three-pointer, granting the Rockets a lead. It was only then that the Magic realized they needed to bring Howard back into the game. Gortat's defense was significantly inferior to Howard's. However, upon returning to the court, Howard lacked the fervor he had previously displayed, leaving the entire Magic team appearing somewhat lifeless. Van Gundy's decisions were questionable. The score remained tightly contested as the second quarter began. Yet, within a few minutes, the Magic showed signs of collapse. As the Rockets surged ahead, poised to take a double-digit lead, Lewis's three-pointer temporarily steadied the Magic. Nevertheless, their momentum faltered again, and fortunately, halftime provided them with a momentary reprieve. In the locker room, Magic head coach Van Gundy could only encourage his players. He stated, "We played too impatiently in the first half. If we can perform more assertively and shoot accurately in the second half, we will secure victory." Meanwhile, during the halftime break, Adelman was somewhat exhilarated. The Rockets had played remarkably well in the second quarter, significantly improving their chances of success. He remarked, "We are truly fortunate. Many NBA players go their entire careers without the opportunity to compete in the NBA Finals. And here we stand on this grand stage, so close to the championship. Go forth and fight. You are the best." The morale of the two teams is now strikingly disparate. The players of the Magic find it increasingly challenging to muster their fighting spirit. Upon returning to the court, they exert themselves in a rather mechanical manner, with the spark in their eyes noticeably dimmed. Nevertheless, both teams, despite their contrasting forms, chose to bolster their defenses at the onset of the third quarter. In the initial 2 minutes, it was the Magic who scored first. Shortly thereafter, Alston sank a three-pointer, indicating the Magic's intent to close the gap. However, their momentum swiftly waned once more. The Rockets, spearheaded by Scola, began to find their offensive rhythm. The Magic players, it seems, have lost their patience, often. Their attacks lack the finesse of multiple passes, and they hastily attempt shots. Van Gundy urged his players to remain composed, yet they struggled to heed his advice. The Magic made adjustments to their lineup, but the situation did not improve. Meanwhile, the Rockets seized the opportunity to consolidate their lead. Qin Lie returned to the stage at the opportune moment. Upon entering the court, Qin Lie swiftly executed another three-point shot, showcasing his exceptional form today. Simultaneously, Yao Ming successfully made his own basket. The Rockets extended their lead to double digits once again. "We are the champions." The home crowd erupted in fervent cheers, while the Magic players were left feeling overwhelmed by the cacophony. They appeared somewhat lifeless on the court, disregarding all else, solely focused on shooting, relentlessly continuing to take shots. As the final quarter commenced, the Magic's defense seemed to lose its intensity. Qin Lie felt that this would be his final performance of the season. Chapter 89. Summer arrives as the game approached its final quarter. The atmosphere in the Rockets' home arena was electric, with fans ready to give their all. Yao Ming opened the scoring with a successful shot, filling him with excitement. The Magic, however, did not concede easily. Nelson finally sank a three-pointer. Yet, when it was the Rockets' turn to attack, Artest, like a long-awaited flower blooming from an iron tree, also made a three-pointer. In that moment, Artest could not help but let out a triumphant roar. The Magic, however, seemed to have lost their response. Howard no longer charged towards the basket. Instead, the Magic repeatedly attempted three-pointers from the perimeter. To be candid, their shooting percentage had improved compared to earlier. Lewis, Turkoglu, and Redick all found success. Yet they missed frequently as well and committed numerous fouls. The defense, at times, was rather rough and not as effective as before. Qin Lie swiftly seized the opportunity and scored a three-pointer. The expressions of the players on the court starkly contrasted between excitement and numbness. The Magic relied on their three-point shooting, preventing the Rockets from extending their lead, yet they were unable to close the gap. As the clock dwindled to 4 minutes remaining, Yao Ming secured an offensive rebound and scored. The difference between the two teams remained approximately 10 points. The Magic did not relinquish hope, maintaining their strategy without any adjustments. With only 2 minutes left, Qin Lie received a pass from Yao Ming and made another basket. Subsequently, Yao Ming executed a remarkable block on Lewis. However, upon landing, Yao Ming fell to the ground. Upon observing the peculiar expression on Yao's face, Qin Lie felt a sudden pang of unease in his heart. Qin Lie swiftly approached Yao, inquiring about his condition. Yao assured him that he was fine, albeit slightly limping as he made his way to the sidelines before re-entering the court, his face now adorned with a broad smile. In the final moments, the Magic seemed to be eager to conclude the game. With Lewis and Alston both missing their three-point attempts, the match drew to a close. In the last 20 seconds, the Rockets ceased their efforts, while the atmosphere in the arena transformed as fans began to celebrate. "We are the champions! We are the champions!" As the clock ran out, the entire venue erupted in jubilation. All the Rockets players commenced their celebrations, with Qin Lie exuberantly shouting and embracing his teammates. The Magic, as rivals, extended their congratulations before quietly departing. No one could have anticipated that the Rockets, despite losing key players, would triumphantly advance to the finals and sweep their opponents to claim the championship. Champagne erupted in joyous celebration. Qin Lie and his teammates joyfully engaged in various activities, only hurriedly taking a quick shower and changing into their championship t-shirts at the urging of the staff. Upon witnessing the expressive visage of Big Yao, Qin Lie exclaimed, "Brother Yao, we have accomplished it. Indeed, we have triumphed." Big Yao reflected with a sense of fulfillment, having battled in the league for several seasons. He perceived the significance of their achievement more profoundly than Qin Lie. Throughout the series, Big Yao delivered an exceptional performance, averaging 19.5 points and 11 rebounds, undoubtedly securing the FMV accolade. Qin Lie delivered an impressive performance, although his statistics were not particularly striking, with a maximum of only 17 points in the fourth game. Upon securing the championship and the FMVP award, Yao was overwhelmed with emotion. He expressed his gratitude, stating, "Thank you, Houston, for placing your trust in me. I am grateful to my teammates. It is your unwavering support that has propelled me forward and fostered my continuous improvement. I extend my heartfelt thanks to my family for their steadfast encouragement. To everyone in the team, I believe this is merely the beginning. We shall return to this pinnacle once more." Qin Lie felt a twinge of emotion as he began to regain his composure. Realizing that there was something amiss with Yao's movements, he recalled that what they had exchanged was merely a potion for alleviating injuries. Following the celebratory parade after their championship victory, news finally broke that Yao had sustained a hairline fracture in his left foot and would likely require surgery. "Haha, it's nothing. I shall recover swiftly," he assured. When Qin Lie made the call, Yao's voice was still filled with optimism. After Qin Lie clinched the championship, "He has been exceedingly busy, now basking in the fervent spotlight. Numerous commercial endorsements have sought his favor, whether from domestic or international brands. In truth, the same applies to Yao Ming. However, Qin Lie's current commercial value has yet to reach the heights of Yao's. Nonetheless, he embodies genuine potential. Qin Lie conveyed to Zhang William his principles. He exclusively engages with brands that entail no risk. In other words, they must be reputable, well-established businesses. Furthermore, the product should not present any additional complications. Items such as health supplements or financial products are to be avoided. Regarding pricing, naturally, the higher the better. The value of Qin Lie is undoubtedly poised for continual ascent, rendering any collaborations at a modest price merely ephemeral. Indeed, numerous merchants are seizing the opportunity of the Rockets' championship victory to engage in short-term partnerships with him. Many products, in truth, bear no intrinsic connection to sports. They merely seek to capitalize on the prevailing fervor. As long as the pricing remains reasonable, capitalizing on the hype poses no issue. Ultimately, however, the paramount focus remains on the basketball shoes. During the playoffs, Qin Lie's formidable ability to drive sales prompted Li Ning to reach out early, opening the door for negotiations. Other sneaker brands, initially dismissive of Qin Lie, now find themselves filled with regret and have approached him tentatively. However, the international giants remain reluctant to concede on profit-sharing demands. Consequently, after extensive negotiations, Qin Lie ultimately signed with Li Ning. The previous endorsement fee was converted from renminbi to US dollars, with a slight increase in amount, accompanied by a commendable profit-sharing arrangement. Nevertheless, only the signature shoes would qualify for this profit-sharing. Following Qin Lie's suggestion, his signature shoes will be priced higher than Li Ning's standard offerings. Observing the operational models of foreign brands, Li Ning has consistently sought to capture diverse product markets. They harbor ambitions to penetrate the high-end market, aligning perfectly with Qin Lie's insistence on superior quality and elevated design for his signature shoes, which he plans to introduce to the upscale market. Is profit-sharing not the goal? With his robust sales potential, both parties can reap rewards together. Reminiscent of Nike's partnership with Jordan. However, Li Ning remains cautious, as both sides have agreed to trial the collaboration for 3 years before considering future contract extensions, prioritizing initial terms. After all, there are still subtle differences in their expectations for this partnership, necessitating a careful assessment of market response. Following the launch of the high-end shoes, Li Ning may also introduce more affordable versions, though these will not bear the signature branding. With the renewed partnership solidified, a series of promotional activities will unfold in the summer. This summer is destined to be challenging for Qin Lie. There are other endorsements in the pipeline, with 2 beverage deals already in negotiation, one from the United States and the other domestically, representing different product categories that allow for simultaneous representation. Additionally, there is a car deal under discussion, along with a clothing line. It is no exaggeration to say that Qin Lie is a true fashion icon. Fortunately, with Zhang William's assistance, Qin Lie is managing to maintain his training regimen and stay in shape. Otherwise, it would be quite difficult. This period has indeed been exhausting. And once your contract is finalized, we will need to promote it domestically. I have never been this busy since I began working. However, I must ensure that everything regarding your affairs is handled impeccably. Just a few days ago, you mentioned how enjoyable your earnings were. So, what is on your mind now? Surely it is something positive, as work should always be balanced with leisure. Are you attending the yacht party? I specifically organized it for you. And those ladies, what figures they have. Indeed, summer does call for a bit of relaxation. Chapter 90, Multi-Team Recruitment. Congratulations, host, on successfully securing the NBA championship. You have been rewarded with a new skill, Radiance of the Champion. Radiance of the Champion Level 1 enhances the player's charisma, boosts team morale, influences referee decisions, tactical strategies from coaches, and recruitment efforts with a small probability. An additional effect increases the shooting percentages for assists, interior teammates, mid-range, and three-point shots by 10. With this new skill, Qin Lie feels emboldened. In fact, aside from commercial endorsements, Qin Lie has a most critical contract, his primary occupation. Before the rift, Qin Lie was merely a player on a base salary, with a contract lasting only a year. The Rockets were somewhat proactive in extending his contract, reaching out to him after clinching the championship, yet their interest was not particularly fervent. The negotiations encompassed more than just Qin Lie. The crux of the issue was their financial constraints. Artest began to express his desire to remain with the Rockets, irrespective of Yao Ming's injuries. However, The Rockets were unwilling to incur luxury tax penalties, at most offering Artest a mid-level exception, with the contract length also subject to scrutiny. Given this predicament, it mattered little where he would go. Ultimately, Artest opted for the larger market of Los Angeles, joining the Lakers. The initial negotiations between the Rockets and Qin Lie left Zhang William infuriated. It was utterly outrageous, considering his abilities and the contribution he made to the Rockets' championship victory. He deserved nothing less than a maximum contract. To think that, constrained by the arena's rule, the Rockets would even contemplate offering less than a full mid-level exception was astonishing. In light of this, it would be best to make it clear that he would no longer entertain their offers. During this season with the Rockets, Qin Lie has benefited from the presence of the esteemed Yao Ming as a mentor. However, he finds himself increasingly uncomfortable with the prevailing circumstances. Should the team offer him a contract without hesitation and accord him a substantial role within the organization, he would be inclined to remain. Nevertheless, the Rockets seem hesitant and indecisive, and Qin Lie is reluctant to squander any more time. Following the Rockets' championship victory, numerous teams have expressed interest in Qin Lie. Unlike Artest, who has a range of options, Qin Lie enjoys even more possibilities due to his youth. Even the Mavericks and Spurs, rivals within the same division, are eager to acquire a player of his caliber. Meanwhile, the Cavaliers have shown significant interest in him, as well as in other wings like Artest and Ariza. In the Western Conference Finals, Qin Lie delivered an astonishing performance, and it is worth noting that the Lakers had also shown interest in him. Among all the teams in the league, nearly half have expressed a desire to acquire him. It is now a pivotal moment for him to make a choice. The Rockets, however, seem to be in disarray. Soon, reports of complications in the negotiations between Qin Lie and the Rockets were disseminated by Zhang William. Consequently, a greater number of teams reached out to him than before. The Rockets, sensing urgency, had their general manager directly call him. Qin Lie, it was all a misunderstanding. We hold you in high regard. We need to meet with you in person, as agents sometimes have their own interpretations and may not fully convey the team's intentions. As the other party continued to drone on, Qin Lie, growing impatient, interjected, "Get to the point. What does the team truly think?" The response remained filled with vague promises. And Qin Lie began to discern that the Rockets perhaps assumed they had him cornered, believing that all players from his country were as amenable as Yao Ming. The Rockets suggested that if Qin Lie remained with them, there would be ample opportunities. They proposed he sign a smaller contract initially, while implying that a full mid-level exception could be negotiated later. The underlying message hinted that once Tracy McGrady was traded, he would become Yao's partner. Although they were offering a modest contract now, the prospect of securing a maximum salary in the future was tantalizing. This veiled approach was a desperate attempt by the Rockets to save costs. The crux of the matter is that anyone who believes such rhetoric is foolish. If he does not sign a better contract now and fails to perform later, he risks being discarded by the team. The burden of risk falls entirely on the athlete. Does the business of the league not prioritize profit over loyalty? Qin Lie expressed a dismissive chuckle, asserting that he was no naive youth easily swayed. After failing to reach an agreement directly with Qin Lie, the Rockets sought the assistance of Yao Ming as an intermediary. When Yao Ming made the call, he held a favorable impression of the Rockets and believed that switching teams would not be advantageous. However, being a diplomat by nature, he refrained from imposing his views on Qin Lie. "What are your thoughts on this matter?" Yao Ming inquired. "In terms of contract renewal, I have not received the respect I deserve, and I am contemplating exploring the free market," Qin Lie responded. "Well, make a thoughtful decision, and I will discuss it further with the team," Yao Ming sighed. The Rockets have consistently shown reluctance to spend more, wavering between Qin Lie and Artest, while simultaneously negotiating with players like Ariza. Thus, this is a matter of mutual choice. It is not solely Qin Lie who is being selective. When Qin Lie found himself in unfruitful negotiations with the Rockets, he was simultaneously courted by various teams. Prominent players, such as James, reached out to him directly. The Mavericks, in particular, demonstrated earnest interest. Owner Mark Cuban personally called, expressing a willingness to arrange a meeting between Qin Lie and head coach Rick Carlisle. At this juncture, Cuban maintained a commendable reputation as a basketball enthusiast and a benevolent owner toward his players. However, one cannot overlook the inherent self-interest of capitalists. Cuban's amiable demeanor stems largely from his long-standing rapport with the affable and accommodating Dirk Nowitzki. Conversely, other players, despite dedicating many years to the Mavericks, like Finley, could easily be dismissed, while All-Star Nash showed reluctance to negotiate a contract extension, and figures like Dampier and Howard were similarly expendable. The Mavericks' pursuit of Qin Lie was primarily driven by their failure to meet expectations in the previous season and the injury concerns surrounding Josh Howard. This summer, they harbored grand ambitions to strengthen their wings and interior, aspiring to transform the Mavericks into genuine contenders for the championship title. Qin Lie left a profound impression on Cuban during the playoff series in which the Rockets eliminated the Mavericks, igniting his desire to secure this exceptionally talented young individual who excelled in crucial moments. Qin Lie has articulated several requirements to all the teams pursuing him, encompassing tactical positioning, team strength, and contract stipulations. Specifically, he seeks to sign a 2-1 contract that includes a player option. Given that he will be eligible for a maximum salary after 3 years in the league, this aspect is certainly a priority. Furthermore, in pursuit of more advantageous contracts in the future, he necessitates a more prominent tactical role within the team. Additionally, due to systemic considerations, he aspires to join a team with championship aspirations. In fact, several teams meet these criteria. And Qin Lie firmly believes that any team ranked in the top 6 of the Western Conference or the top 3 of the Eastern Conference possesses the capability to contend for the championship. Qin Lie did not make an immediate decision. Both the Lakers and the Spurs were rather anxious and chose not to wait for him any longer. However, there are still the Cavaliers, the Magic, the Mavericks, and the Suns to consider, not to mention the Trailblazers, a team that lacks sufficient strength. If Qin Lie had fewer demands, the number of teams available for selection would certainly increase. Ultimately, Qin Lie leans towards the Mavericks, not solely due to the personal invitation from the owner, but rather because of the team's composition. The team's leader, Nowitzki, is not of a particularly dominant nature. Rather, the pivotal aspect lies in the presence of the organizational mastermind, Kidd, who, ironically, does not excel in offensive play. The presence of Qin Lie alongside Kidd is likely to yield substantial data. Moreover, opting for the Mavericks would eliminate a troublesome rival in the future. Chapter 91. Strength conquered in July, the Mavericks emerged as a dominant force in the free market. While renewing their contract with Kidd, they executed 2 significant trades. They dispatched the expiring contract of their former key substitute, Stackhouse, along with additional assets and cash, engaging in a 3-way transaction with the Grizzlies and Raptors to acquire Marion through a sign-and-trade deal. Subsequently, they traded Josh Howard and supplementary assets in a 3-way exchange with the Rockets and Wizards, securing Qin Lie and Haywood. While Howard moved to the Wizards and the scorer Karen Butler transitioned to the Rockets, Qin Lie has signed a contract with a duration of 3 years worth $19 million, with the 3rd year being a player option. In historical context, Ariza, who originally went to the Rockets, actually joined the Clippers, thus remaining in Los Angeles. Once the contract was finalized, Qin Lie officially commenced his summer. Given his current stature in the basketball community, he is unable to engage in other matters concerning the Mavericks. By the end of July, Qin Lie returned to his homeland accompanied by Zhang William for commercial promotions and negotiations. Meanwhile, he has been summoned to the national team. Being one of the last players to join the squad, Qin Lie was not nurtured within the confines of domestic training. Rather, he enjoys a certain degree of freedom, with fewer restrictions in various aspects. Nevertheless, his commitment to serving the nation remains unwavering. He is not the only player who has arrived late to the national team. Jianlian is of the same cohort. Although Yao Ming facilitated introductions, Qin Lie remains unfamiliar with the national team players. The coaching staff shares a similar sentiment, as Qin Lie did not emerge from that particular circle. Of course, both Jianlian and Sun Yu have had their experiences in the NBA. Initially, Sun Yu had the potential to contend for a championship, but Qin Lie's presence disrupted that opportunity. Currently, Sun Yu's future in the NBA is uncertain, and his spirits are rather low. Outside the basketball court, Qin Lie is a gentle soul, primarily reluctant to engage with others, often adopting a demeanor of tranquility. However, upon stepping onto the court, he transforms, driven solely by the desire for victory. The national team's head coach, Guo Shiqiang, has gleaned a few strategies from Yunus. Yet the unfortunate injury of Yao Ming has rendered some tactical implementations unfeasible, leaving him somewhat perplexed. The much-anticipated pairing of Qin Lie and Yao Ming in the national team remains a distant dream. The coaching staff contemplates the utilization of NBA players and deliberates on the potential combination of Qin Lie and Jianlian in both interior and exterior plays. However, to be candid, their understanding of Qin Lie is rather superficial. Furthermore, both he and Jianlian arrived late, which inevitably raises concerns among other team members. The national team's training lacks enthusiasm, and the emergence of favoritism begs the question, Does one possess the capability to assume a leadership role? Qin Lie, regardless of the interpersonal dynamics within the national team, has approached his training with an unwavering diligence that leaves no room for criticism. Moreover, during his spare time, he engages interested teammates in long-distance shooting contests and one-on-one challenges, subtly showcasing his prowess. It becomes evident that those capable of competing in the NBA possess an extraordinary caliber, distinctly setting them apart from players like Sun Yu, who may be deemed less formidable. However, it is Qin Lie's performance in internal scrimmages that truly captivates and impresses. Qin Lie engaged in discussions with the coaching staff, expressing his intention to pit the substitutes against the main lineup. Regardless of whether it is the national team or any other, prowess remains paramount. Historically, this national team lost the Asian Championship on home soil and was embroiled in a scandal involving laughter, a situation Qin Lie is determined to avoid with his participation. Consequently, the national team was divided into two groups, with Qin Lie, along with Liu Wei, Wang Shipeng, and Zhu Fengyu, forming one ensemble. Incorporate Qin Lie along with Hu Xiefeng, Sun Yu, Du Feng, and Li Xiaoxiu. Keep pace with my rhythm and accelerate the transition between offense and defense. Prior to the competition, Qin Lie engaged in discussions with his teammates, acknowledging their limited mutual understanding. Consequently, he resolved to rely on his individual prowess during the match. The coaching staff primarily focused on Qin Lie's capabilities, thus the tactical approach would revolve around him. Relatively speaking, their lineup is somewhat smaller. However, Qin Lie aspires for an even more compact formation to experiment with his new skills. The performance of several domestic players is acceptable, though Sun Yu appears to be lacking, particularly in his shooting ability, and the team does not require him to handle the ball. Qin Lie harbored disdain for the team's insufficient shooting capabilities. Hence the need for a rapid tempo. Engaging in a stationary game would undoubtedly place them at a disadvantage. As the match commenced, they soon realized the true extent of Qin Lie's prowess. While NBA champions often appear merely as proficient shooters within the national team, Qin Lie's organization and ability to penetrate defenses are of the highest caliber, creating a significant gap between him and other players. Currently, domestic NBA athletes, like the esteemed Yao Ming, primarily excel in the paint, leaving others feeling less impactful. Sun Yu, too, stands out as an anomaly. But it is Qin Lie who reveals to them the essence of a genuinely versatile perimeter player. They perceive Qin Lie to be superior to foreign players in the domestic league, with his shooting prowess bordering on the extraordinary. Moreover, his passing appears remarkably adept. Playing alongside Qin Lie facilitates smoother shot-making. It is noteworthy that Qin Lie, even without relying on skills, has already reached the level of a subpar all-star, boasting formidable three-point shooting. When augmented with skills, he becomes utterly invincible. Presently, his skills are yet to reach their pinnacle, but the brilliance of the championship skills can be utilized throughout the match, rendering Qin Lie akin to a dominant ball handler. He systematically called out opposing players, effortlessly challenging Qin Lie with an air of nonchalance. Qin Lie exhibits remarkable intelligence on the court, observing everything around him. Yet he initiates play through three-point shots and penetrating passes. As the final quarter approaches and his abilities peak, he showcases an array of skills that reflect his prowess. Unlike the Rockets, Qin Lie's capabilities surpass our initial expectations, positioning him as a potential core player. It is no surprise that during the preseason, he managed to stifle Kobe in the Western Conference Finals, leading the Rockets to a decisive Game 7 victory. Due to factors such as team composition and tactics, the Rockets have yet to fully leverage Qin Lie's extensive skill set. His organizational and ball-handling abilities are commendable, a testament to the advanced training he received in the NCAA, which we must acknowledge as a valuable external influence. Given Qin Lie's talent, his integration into the team should pose no challenges. We can effectively harness his offensive capabilities. His defensive skills are equally impressive. Once he familiarizes himself with our defensive strategies, he will undoubtedly excel. The coaching staff, captivated by Qin Lie's stunning performances on the court, began to envision various possibilities. The uncertainty surrounding Yao Ming's absence seemed to dissipate in an instant. The intra-team scrimmages will certainly not be limited to a single match, as the coaching staff continuously alters lineups, only to discover that Qin Lie triumphs regardless of the configuration. They cannot deny his formidable strength. Indeed, a powerful perimeter player can invigorate the team more effectively than a towering center, making them feel as though they have stumbled upon a gem. Other players also sense Qin Lie's extraordinary prowess during rotations. The reality of competitive play is far more exhilarating than the small-scale scrimmages that preceded it. How has Qin Lie developed such remarkable skills? His shooting accuracy surpasses even that of old Zhou. Indeed, he is a champion of the NBA, and his tenacity seems to rival that of Yao Ming, though it remains unclear if this is merely an illusion. In a brief span, Qin Lie may not have forged friendships with his teammates, with some still harboring discontent towards him. However, his prowess has already won over the entire national team. Chapter 92. A relaxed debut. Let us all practice together. To thrive in the NBA, the most fundamental aspects hinge upon two skills, shooting and defense. Qin Lie has developed a habit of practicing his shooting consistently, inviting others to join him as well. This serves to clarify his intentions and discern which players are willing to follow his lead. The current Asian Championship, taking place on home soil, indeed presents a significant advantage, and he is not overly concerned. However, should he aspire to achieve noteworthy accomplishments in future global competitions, Qin Lie must cultivate a devoted following. He aims to become the nucleus of the national team, requiring teammates who complement his style of play. Historically, the national team's failures in this championship stemmed from an attempt to have Qin Lie assume the role previously held by Yao Ming, simply replicating strategies without recognizing the inherent differences in their capabilities. The disparities in their technical attributes were notable, and Coach Guo's approach was somewhat rigid. It is not that the national team lacks talent. In fact, the current squad possesses commendable prowess from the perimeter. Qin Lie serves primarily as a finishing point, and his influence in elevating his teammates has been limited. While Yao Ming was also a finishing point, his abilities distinctly set him apart in Asia. Players who excel at leading teams typically possess strong organizational skills. In the NBA, adept facilitators can generally ensure a team's baseline performance, even when the roster is less than stellar. Conversely, relying on a finishing point to orchestrate the same lineup often relegates the team to merely accumulating hollow statistics. Qin Lie's passing ability has always been commendable, and with the addition of new skills, he has the potential to elevate the national team's performance, provided he is surrounded by suitable teammates. In this Asian Championship, he is merely testing the waters. After all, winning in Asian competitions is expected. While a loss would undoubtedly invite the ire of fans, Qin Lie strives to showcase his abilities within the national team, motivated by the desire to secure his position in the squad. Currently, he enjoys considerable popularity among fans, yet he is determined to avoid the pitfalls of becoming a scapegoat despite not reaping the rewards. Not long after Qin Lie joined the national team, he was poised to face his inaugural challenge in this new chapter of his career. With the Asian Championship taking place on home soil, the stakes were high. Victory was the only acceptable outcome. In early August, during the final warm-up match against the so-called Australian All-Stars, Qin Lie proved utterly unstoppable. His collaboration with Qin Lie in their pick-and-roll strategy was notably devastating. Under his leadership, the national team secured a resounding victory. Head coach Guo expressed unwavering confidence, stating, "We are fully prepared to embrace the challenges ahead." In this edition of the Asian Championship, the national team's group stage adversaries included India, Qatar, and Kazakhstan. Competing on home turf certainly had its advantages, especially considering that the other group featured a fierce battle among Japan, South Korea, and the Philippines. The national team's first match against India presented the weakest opponent in the group. As the official competition commenced, Qin Lie was set to be a starter. Joined by Liu Wei, Zhu Fengyu, Qin Lie, and Wang Zhixi, Qin displayed an overwhelming presence from the very beginning, first executing a powerful dunk before passing the ball to Zhu Ba, who effortlessly sank a three-pointer. Throughout the match, he did not exert himself excessively, achieving a triple-double in just over 10 minutes, before gracefully departing from the game. Qin Lie remains indifferent to the data. However, whenever he steps onto the court, he inevitably becomes the focal point of attention, such as his dominance. The crucial factor is that he possesses the requisite prowess to back it up. In the inaugural match against a weaker opponent, the national team displayed their superiority, with every player capitalizing on the opportunity to shine. Even the usually less prolific center, Su Wei, transformed into a veritable force reminiscent of Shaquille O'Neal, commanding the paint with authority. The perimeter players exhibited extraordinary sharpshooting skills, with Sun Yu flawlessly sinking three-pointers, and even the center Li Xiaoshu successfully hitting from beyond the arc. Thus, when there is a significant disparity in strength, everyone gets a chance to showcase their talents. India proved to be exceedingly weak. However, in the subsequent match against Kazakhstan, the national team could not afford such leniency. In truth, The opponents in the group stage were relatively feeble. After all, the men's basketball team is not to be compared with the men's football team, as the number of teams in Asia capable of posing a challenge is scarce. Qin Lie once again took the lead, securing a triple-double in a few more minutes than his previous game. In the final quarter, he also managed to score 26 points. Similarly, fellow NBA player Qin Lie delivered an impressive performance, yet lacked the artistry exhibited by Qin Lie. It can be said that while Asia may be considered less competitive, it remains a challenge for ordinary NBA players to transcend into an unparalleled realm. Qin Lie's prowess primarily stems from his versatility and exceptional three-point shooting, complemented by skill enhancements. Qatar stands as the second strongest team within the group, yet under Qin Lie's leadership, the national team swiftly established an undeniable advantage. Basketball, being a contest of teamwork, sees the impact of stars on their teams significantly surpass that observed in football, given their considerable advantage. The national team also experimented with Li Xiaoxiu as a substitute for the main starter, aiming to enhance the team's pace. Indeed, dominating weaker opponents has proven advantageous. However, when faced with heightened intensity, the experience and strength of the main starter can provide the team with greater support. The media, captivated by Qin Lie's commanding performance, heralded him as the true linchpin of the men's basketball team. Following the group stage, national team players, when confronted with interviews, expressed their awareness of the challenges ahead, stating they were prepared for the ensuing battles. Only Qin Lie spoke candidly, declaring that his sole focus was on the championship. Fans greatly appreciated Qin Lie's forthrightness, as he has consistently delivered on his promises during his tenure with the Rockets. Nevertheless, his decision not to renew his contract with the Rockets left some fans bewildered. Yet, the majority continued to support him, as Qin Lie had previously articulated on social media that he sought a team that truly valued him. Naturally, fans directed their ire towards the management. Influencing public opinion, agents like Zhang William from major firms possess certain strategies, with Qin Lie's foresight guiding him. His commercial value is bound to ascend. Following the group stage of the Asian Championships, the tournament does not immediately transition to knockout rounds, but instead features a distinctive second round of group play. The top three teams from Group A and Group B form Group E, while the top three from Group C and Group D create Group F. In the second phase of group play, teams will no longer face opponents from their own group. Instead, they will contend against teams from different groups. Ultimately, the top four teams from each group, based on their performance in the initial two phases, will advance to the quarterfinal knockout stage. The national team successfully avoided troublesome opponents like Iran and Japan in the second phase, benefiting from their home advantage. However, when competing away, the national team becomes a prime target for opposition strategies. Nevertheless, Lebanon and Jordan possess considerable strength, leaving only the UAE as the true underdog in the second round. The national team faced the UAE, and predictably, they achieved a resounding victory, despite the opposing team featuring a reasonably skilled guard. Yet, many fans remained dissatisfied, highlighting the high expectations placed upon strong teams. They must not only win, but do so convincingly. Importantly, this dissatisfaction is unrelated to Qin Lie, whose performance is beyond reproach. His offensive capabilities are formidable, and his new skills serve as a remarkable asset for the team. However, challenges lie ahead for the national team. If the UAE's smaller guards can pose difficulties for the national team's perimeter defense, what will happen when they encounter NBA-caliber players? This is the situation the men's basketball team faces in their matchup against Lebanon. Asian teams boast numerous NBA players. However, the distinction lies in the fact that some national teams comprise homegrown players who have made their way into the NBA, while others are bolstered by hired mercenaries. Incorporating foreign talent, Lebanon is indeed one of the prominent teams in this regard, possessing two NBA players. Although both are former fringe players, they present a significant challenge for many of the national team's athletes. Chapter 93. A resounding conclusion. Lebanon undeniably posed some difficulties for the national team. Scoring first in the opening quarter, the formidable center, Froman, who has played for both the Hornets and the Suns, alongside Frey, who has spent time with the Hornets and the Hawks, provides Lebanon with a sense of confidence. However, Qin Lie swiftly illustrated the disparity between players of his caliber and the lesser NBA fringe players. A three-pointer, Qin Lie unleashed another shot. Disregarding the defense, this is his signature move. He penetrated the paint, drawing a foul from Froman, showcasing his remarkable explosiveness. Qin Lie assisted Qin Lie in executing a thunderous dunk, their synergy already evident. Lebanon soon realized that their NBA-caliber players were rendered ineffective in the presence of Qin Lie. Yet, it was not that they were entirely lacking. When Qin Lie took a breather, the national team struggled to maintain control. Consequently, Qin Lie had to extend his playtime, as the national team could not contain the two formidable opponents in the paint, resulting in him scoring an impressive 38 points. Ultimately, the national team secured a double-digit lead, avoiding the historical scenario of having to battle until the final minute to clinch a narrow victory due to home court advantage. To be candid, the national team's strategy exhibits certain flaws, overly favoring star players. Fortunately, despite Jilian's inability to carry the team, this was advantageous for Qin Lie, who possesses the capacity to elevate his teammates. The media has remarked that the current national team seems to rely solely on Qin Lie to resolve all issues, marking him as the team's most delightful surprise. In the contest against Lebanon, many players on the men's basketball team felt their skills were somewhat lacking. While the national team is undeniably powerful in Asia, not all players rank among the continent's elite. Their strength lies in their overall cohesion. Akin to an Asian version of Team USA, it may not be as exaggerated, but it conveys the essence. Jordan previously triumphed over Lebanon in the group stage, with their core guard, White, being a notable player. Although he has not played in the NBA, he is undoubtedly a scoring prodigy. Coupled with the domestic league's foreign player boss, they are not easily overwhelmed. Of course, this pertains more to the other members of the national team. As the game commenced, Qin Lie once again dismantled Jordan's defense, continuously delivering exquisite passes to Yao, who merely needed to finish with a dunk. The pick and roll between Qin Lie and Yao is undoubtedly a formidable weapon on the Asian court. However, White can indeed easily overpower other players on the national team's perimeter. During a break in the match, the opposing team had the opportunity to catch up and score. However, overall, the game was considerably less strenuous than the previous one. One should not gauge ease by the margin of victory, but rather by the playing time of Qin Lie. In this match, Qin Lie played for several fewer minutes, which speaks volumes. The Asian competition ultimately operates on a simpler level. In the second phase of the group stage, even a national team that remains undefeated can advance to the knockout rounds, beginning with relatively straightforward opponents. Their quarterfinal clash is against a provincial team. Yao Ming also reached out to Qin Lie, expressing his ongoing interest in the performance of both the national team and Qin Lie himself. He shared his experiences of competing against Asian teams, encouraging Qin Lie to be unyielding and decisively overpower their opponents. The provincial team as shooting was adequate. Yet many Asian teams resort to outside shooting to contend with the Chinese team, as few can truly rival them in the paint. Yao Ming's era has left a lasting impression on them. Consequently, once the game commenced, the provincial team and the national team exchanged blows effectively. Coach Guo Shiqiang's national team consistently emphasized overall defense, yet their execution in this regard remained mediocre. While the national team sought to capitalize on their interior advantage, they inevitably faced challenges from the perimeter. The coaching staff had a complex relationship with the situation, while they appreciated Daji's offensive prowess. His slower mobility rendered him vulnerable in defense. Fortunately, Qin Lie imparted a lesson to the provincial team, demonstrating what it means to be an elite three-point shooter in the NBA. He made 10 three-pointers in the first half alone, rendering the match devoid of suspense. His astounding performance astonished both opponents and teammates alike. It was as if he were engaged in a shooting drill, entirely unconcerned with defensive pressure. In terms of three-point shooting, Qin Lie has undeniably reached the threshold of a superstar. After a comfortable victory over the provincial team, the national team faced Lebanon in the semifinals. Lebanon possesses some strength, and Floorman is among the few who can contend with the national team in the paint during the Asian Championships. However, with Qin Lie in the mix, the outcome of the match was never in doubt. Lebanon simply could not contain Qin Lie, and they were reluctant to double-team him due to the national team's formidable inside attack. Competing with the national team against Asian teams felt as though their interior advantage surpassed even that of the Rockets. Qin Lie possesses the remarkable ability to dictate the game from the perimeter. His impressive height and organizational skills in the backcourt enable him to effortlessly deliver the ball to the team's interior whenever he desires, leaving opponents utterly helpless. While the national teams of West Asia may lament the home court officiating, they cannot deny the formidable prowess of Qin Lie. Thus, their only retort is tinged with envy, suggesting that their success relies heavily on NBA players. The true challengers for the national team, however, remain the Iranian squad, which boasts both interior and exterior strength. With the celebrated small forward Barami and the NBA experienced center Haddadi, Iran stands out among Asian rivals. Historically, they have bested the national team by nearly 20 points. A feat that highlights the struggles of Qin Lie against Haddadi. Although luck played a role in their previous performances, it is evident that the national team has faced challenges. In the finals, the lack of scoring options from the perimeter was particularly glaring. However, the current situation is markedly different, as Qin Lie emerges as an indomitable force. From the outset of the match, he launched into a series of drives and three-pointers, swiftly accumulating 5 points to propel his team into the lead. As Iran intensified their defense against him, Qin adeptly shifted the ball to the interior, facilitating easier scoring opportunities for Qin Lie and others. He even challenged Haddadi, ultimately forcing him to foul out of the game. The national team played with great joy, much to the delight of the fans, despite the absence of Yao Ming. The team remains formidable, with Qin Lie showcasing abilities that far exceed the Asian level. They dream of Yao's return, envisioning a powerful partnership between him and Qin that could leave a mark on the world stage. Under Qin Lie's leadership, the national team gained momentum, thoroughly dominating their opponents. Little do they realize that without Qin Lie, they would have faced disgrace. Qin Lie, once again, is on the verge of scoring 40 points. Undoubtedly, his true arena transcends Asia, and the anticipation for the World Championship grows. The top 3 teams in this Asian Championship will qualify for the Men's Basketball World Cup, a prospect that poses no concern for the national team. With Qin Lie at the helm, they triumphed over Iran to claim the championship. Qin Lie has once again claimed a championship, successfully completing his Asian endeavors. He now eagerly anticipates the international stage, uncertain whether his prowess will ascend to new heights next year, and whether he can astonish the world. Chapter 94. Leaving a good impression following the Asian Championship. Qin Lie engaged in several commercial activities domestically, only arriving in Dallas in late September. The summer heat in Dallas was somewhat oppressive, prompting Qin Lie to purchase a fully equipped villa, thereby resolving his most pressing living arrangements. Indeed, wealth affords one certain liberties. After a year in the NBA, Qin Lie has become quite affluent. Although the economic crisis suggests that housing prices in America may not improve significantly in the coming years, Qin Lie remains unfazed. Even if he departs from Dallas in the future, possessing multiple properties in the United States would ultimately prove profitable. The paramount concern is to reside comfortably, allowing him to devote his entire being to the game. Season objective, challenger. He must boldly confront formidable wing players, striving to become a true powerhouse recognized by all. As usual, the actual task will only commence during the regular season. Prior to that, Qin Lie must endeavor to integrate into his new team. The Mavericks have replaced 2 wings in their starting lineup and may also alter their interior players, necessitating team cohesion. Upon reporting to the Mavericks training camp, Qin Lie maintained a relatively low profile. He aimed to integrate through diligent training, which would leave a favorable impression on the team. The Mavericks' backcourt substitutes exhibit considerable offensive capability, yet they do not significantly impact Qin Lie. Shortly after joining the team, he gained insight into head coach Carlisle's strategy. The team is likely to employ a large player alongside 4 smaller ones for decisive moments, with Marion potentially taking the power forward position, allowing Qin Lie to occupy the forward line, thereby enabling both Kid and Terry to be on the court simultaneously. Qin Lie and Marion should both be utilized as swing players. After a brief interaction, Mavericks head coach Carlisle expressed satisfaction with Qin Lie's defensive capabilities. Furthermore, his shooting style aligns perfectly with the team's offensive strategy. It is anticipated that the starting lineup will feature him alongside Nowitzki as the primary offensive duo. Along with the presence of Terry from the bench, the Mavericks will boast 3 key offensive players. Additionally, Kid's presence offers a unique advantage that other teams lack. Kid can supply these 3 with opportunities, allowing them to focus confidently on their offensive pursuits. Qin Lie has gradually unveiled his comprehensive abilities during the training camp. The more skills he possesses, the better he can thrive within various tactical frameworks of the team. This is certainly not the time to conceal one's talents. Qin Lie had limited opportunities with the Rockets primarily due to his initial lack of strength, compounded by the presence of numerous offensive players on the team. Adelman's strategy tends to favor a more collective approach to offense, whereas Carlisle, though also a tactical genius, affords greater chances for individual stars to shine within his system. As long as Qin Lie performs adequately, he can attain a more prominent role on the offensive front with the Mavericks. Although his salary does not place him among the elite within the team, the presence of stars like Kid and Marion, who are less focused on scoring, allows Qin Lie to rank within the top 3 offensively. Furthermore, he need not worry about his performance during the adjustment period. The Mavericks will afford him ample time, at least half a season, if not the entire duration. This contrasts sharply with the precariousness of competing under a non-guaranteed contract, where a single poor performance could jeopardize one's position. After a year of diligent effort, much has changed, and Qin Lie reflects on this with a sense of gratitude. He is assured by Nowitzki, who, although not overly verbose, has provided him with a guarantee. Kid has also reached out to discuss matters concerning offensive coordination. As a point guard, it is essential for him to thoroughly understand Qin Lie's attributes to make the best judgments. I am an exuberant player. My hands become steadier in the final quarter. The more critical the moment, the more confidence I possess, Qin Lie remarked. This is not mere talk. During intra-team scrimmages, his performance in the closing moments has been particularly striking. Soon enough, beyond his defensive capabilities, his passing also earned the team's recognition. The Mavericks feel fortunate to have signed Qin Lie, believing it to be a significant acquisition, provided that the integration proceeds smoothly. They could enhance their competitiveness in the Western Conference. As for the players they parted with, the realm of professional sports is inherently ruthless. Only those with true prowess earn greater respect. The Mavericks' preseason opener is set against the Magic at home, featuring a storyline as Base returns to face his former team after leaving the Mavericks. Additionally, it marks Qin Lie's debut, the player who helped the Rockets triumph over the Magic in the finals. The Magic's roster has also undergone changes, notably parting ways with Hidoti Arko-Lu. Nevertheless, there is reason for optimism as they have utilized expiring contracts to acquire Carter and the young interior player Ryan Anderson from the Nets. The trio of Carter, Lewis, and Howard appears formidable. Had the Nets not sought to clear cap space, the Magic would not have so easily secured an all-star, albeit one with a caveat. However, it is unexpected that Carter's current performance has waned. Moreover, without Trko-Lu's playmaking, the Magic may struggle offensively against stronger opponents. Still, they remain a team worth watching, having invested significantly during the summer. As the game commenced, both teams engaged in a scoring duel, true to the spirit of preseason play. Nowitzki was the first to score, followed by Qin Lie's three-point attempt, facilitated by Kid's comfortable passing. Qin Lie was suddenly struck by a thought. How wonderful it would be to have a master playmaker dedicated to delivering passes to him. Currently, Kid is distributing the ball to all the Mavericks players, leaving Qin with only a fraction of the opportunities. However, this would merely position him as a utility guard rather than a true orchestrator. Thus, where might one find a proficient utility guard skilled in passing? Even before the defense had fully established itself, Qin Lie continuously sought chances to score. His debut statistics certainly needed to be impressive. Setting aside the preseason, the Mavericks' defense was considerably weaker than that of the Rockets. While scoring, the Magic consistently hit their three-point shots. In truth, neither team